I said they need to utilize Legaliptus.
Utilize?
There was what was
Oh,
it? There
If
was
I
a
could get
show.
Koala just getting high on leaves in a tree all day, are you kidding me?
And spreading chlamydia.
Like, yeah, I could do without that part though. That sounds nasty.
Thankfully, it's like just so you can take a couple pills and you can clear it all up, you know? Oh man, when I heard about that, I just couldn't, like, my brain really started giving me a headache. I was like, what?
I can't even find it, but I remember this show. Sorry.
Who gave the first chlamydia to the first chlamydia? Like, that's some weird shit happening right there. Anyways.
Some laced eucalyptus, probably.
Aw.
It must have been from the Glober.
I don't know. He seems real genuine, but he said Earth is hard to prove by observation because the size you can only see a tiny portion of it. So we're going with Earth too big, glob too big, glob too big. He said I've seen evidence for both sides so far. Globe Earth is more convincing. Well, this isn't about convincing, okay?
Jen, I just sent you some pictures.
It's about what's provable, not what you want to believe.
Took these pictures with my phone tonight.
Doesn't matter what he thinks convincing. The Earth's radius is 6,000 miles, so it's not too big.
Anybody know what the first step of the scientific method is? Isn't it observation?
Observation.
See, I'm so glad we're here and we know this.
Right?
It's more specifically, it's got to be the observation of something happening, because I can observe a chair.
Yeah. Jenna, I sent you some pictures of the moon that I took from my cell phone today. You gotta check that out. I can't post them I don't have the embed link, so I can't post them. So I sent them to you.
Those are fucking cool.
See those?
No worries.
No, that was with my cell phone. I took that shit with my cell phone.
Oh, now I'm gonna show you a fucking picture that I took with my cell phone through a telescope of the moon. Super killer. It was a super moon in Moriarty, New Mexico.
Can you post those pictures for me when you get a chance?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
You guys want to see them in the chat? I'll just show you the moon picture that I got. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, the ones I sent you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can all see it. Yeah, the ones you have too.
Why can't you send your pictures to the chat?
Because I don't have the embed rule. Remember, I almost got it yesterday, but apparently I talked about some things I shouldn't have talked about.
Oh, okay. Don't make me save these things. Hold up.
He didn't give it to me. He's like, I'll refrain. I laughed when he said that. He's like, I'm going to refrain from giving you this role. I kind of got butthurt and I left, but then I came back and spoke to him and apologized and stuff.
I guess I got the embedded role. Hold up, Let me see this.
I can post them.
I'm still learning how to navigate this freaking thing. Not gonna lie.
But yo, those pictures that I took in the moon are sick. Like, they're sick pictures.
Those are fantastic, dude. I'm saving them right now.
And it's just with my cell phone. Imagine if I had like a P900 or something.
Look at that.
You see the one where it's like super lit up and it's kind of like weird curved? That might be distortion from like me moving maybe, but I don't know. But the light on the last picture clearly shows that the moon is not being illuminated from the sun. Like, there's no way.
Yeah, it's this opaque.
Have you posted them already?
It's holding its own light. It's its own light source.
Here are cookies, images.
Wait till you see these. These are sick.
Loading. Uploading.
There they are. Yeah, see, these are sick. And just zoom into it, you know?
Now you got me trying to find my my picture of the moon that I took through a
Where'd the rest of the
telescope.
moon go, bud? We're missing half the moon there. It
Where's that the
disappeared.
moon, buddy? Moon is rock.
Doesn't look physical to me.
That ain't no physical object, bro. There's no way. Where's the rest of the moon? Like it's gone. It's like a straight line. Wait, the line maybe looks a little curved.
There's no silhouette, is there?
It's gone. Like where did it go?
It's gone, gone, gone.
There's 6 pictures though. I like those pictures.
Yeah, great pictures, mate.
Just from a cell phone, you know? Like if I can do that with a cell phone,
Snapshot it with my cell phone. I'm really looking for this.
Do you mind if I throw out a quick question to you guys?
yeah.
Shoot it.
If the heliocentric model claims the radius is 6,000 feet, why do we accept... I know we probably don't accept the argument, but why do we graze over the argument that the Earth's too big for us to see curve?
Well,
Yeah.
we should,
I don't
we
accept
don't,
that.
and we
I
shouldn't.
don't accept that.
We should. Yeah, no, we shouldn't glaze over the top of that. And this is what some people come in to say. Right, that the Earth is too big, so how could we measure it? You have to remind them of the argument of ships over the curvature of the Earth. Well, you can see that then, right? Apparently. Yeah, you should never glaze over this argument, but it takes a little bit of explanation. You have to go into the math about it, right? We're given the size of the Earth. It's just a mathematical calculation to figure out how much descent there should be between point A and point B over the distance of the arc. That's 8 inches per mile squared, given the radius that we are given.
Holy crap.
And ultimately, that physical geometric horizon should only be 1.2, you're right, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we should never graze over it because it's salient to the point. In actual fact, it's probably one of the main reasons we are here. We are told that we should be able to see the effects of curvature because we're told that we can't see things beyond that curvature limit. So it's just whether people can be bothered or asked enough to explain it to them. I don't like it when people get lazy, and you're right, big man. This should never be looked over. Should never be passed off. The reason
I
why
love
we're
it when they
here...
want to bring up. Oh, sorry.
No, I'd finish, mate. Go on.
That's a
I was
good
just going to say, I love it when they bring up Earth too big. Earth too
Well,
big now.
just to add on to what Jedi is saying, or Chris, that's what I've always said is like the only way that a globe model could actually work with the circumference that they've given us is if we just ignore that circumference and that the globe is 100 times bigger than 25,000 miles squared, because you can't see any curvature at any point in time when you, like, it doesn't matter if you're 1 foot, 100 foot, 1,000 feet in the air. You can't see curvature. You're always going to see a horizon. You'll never see the globe dip because there is no globe. But what I'm saying is the only way that would be possible if it was a globe is if the globe was 100 times bigger than what they're saying it is. Because then we could actually not see curvature. But obviously...
Yeah.
You see,
But if they say that, they're actually debunking their own radius.
Exactly, yeah. So that's why they'll never be able to say that.
But they do.
I
This is
finally
what I
found
mean.
my
They
moon
do
picture.
a lot.
Sorry?
I said, I finally found my moon picture, the one that I took through a telescope.
Oh, what were you saying though, Chris?
No, I was saying that even some of the educated globers will say, oh, the Earth is too big, that's why we can't detect the curvature. But they're literally debunking the heliocentric model. My question is, do they know that they are debunking the heliocentric model when they say that? Are they genuinely... Because they're challenging their own model if they are saying that. I feel like that's the trump card. You know, they're out of the game once they make that claim.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Because if the Earth is too big, then it can't have a radius of 6,000 because that would make the 8 inches per square mile wrong. You shouldn't even let them go past that point. You've just lost. If you said the Earth's too big to measure, you've just lost and debunked your own model. Just saying.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. 100% you're right. If the Earth's too big to measure, then how was the Earth measured to have curvature then? You idiot.
Yeah, they've lost at that point. But
this
then
is the
I
thing.
see a lot of flat earthers let their globus sort of change the argument then, and I'm like, well, no, you've got them. It's over.
I think sometimes this is the reason why I jump into conversations, because they usually debunk themselves or say something shit within the first sentence that they've said. So I don't usually like them to continue to the 5th, 6th, 7th sentence, because, like you just said, your original assertion is kind of categorically wrong and kind of debunks the point that you're trying to assert. So yeah, sometimes, and I will apologise for this kind of in advance, I will jump into conversations where somebody says something stupid, but it is for a good reason. It's not because I'm impatient and I want to get my point across and you lot aren't doing a good job. It's because I listen intently to what people say. And when people say something like what Big just pointed out, yeah, you have to jump all over that stuff. You've got to, guys. You've got to get your ears in tone, right? You've got to listen carefully, because what they say is, well, it's all we've got. Welcome to the 24/7 Discord server. Your words will be used in evidence against you. And usually it will come out within the first sentence.
Yeah, I appreciate when you jump in, Jedi, because when you had jumped in, I was like that Thomas guy. I was ready to just completely give up on him. I was like, I'm fucking done. And there you were. So, appreciate you.
A wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
There you go.
I like
that.
There you go.
My server. On it. Ride it. My server. Oh,
What's
yeah.
up, Bladder Day?
Latter Day Saint.
Bladder Day in the house. About to drop the beat.
How you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
That's right. I know it. Probation. You guys probably already know,
The way I
Your
look at it,
microphone's not great.
yeah, you sound like you're talking through a like tin can with a string from the moon.
From the moon.
Wait, does it sound better now?
There you go. I guess you're using speakerphone.
Here he is.
There he is. Mhm. Yeah, so for my mom, it was like I graduated from Harvard. I got my discharge papers for probation. She was so proud of me.
Awesome, man. Congrats. So you're free.
Congrats.
Oh
So
yeah.
you're free.
Yeah, I told her too. I was like, "Aren't you glad you didn't throw the baby away with the bathwater? The bathwater away with the baby." No, I'm free though. Yeah,
That's good, man.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, my
Does that mean you've got time to debate again now?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I do. Hmm.
Well,
Because, like,
I wanna see you on-
bring it in here.
Yeah, dude. I want to see you on Modern Day Debate this year.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. They haven't called me since that one where remember that the guy who, the Glober who says like 3 sentences during the whole thing. They took that one off and they haven't called me back since then.
I think they're so popular you actually have to ask nowadays, unless the audience ask for you.
Oh, you're probably right. Yeah, because every time I've ever gone on is like last minute, like less than 24 hours notice, and they'll be like, "Hey, one of the flat earthers couldn't make it. Can you do it?" And I'll always be like, "Yes, for sure. You could ask me anytime, and I'll always volunteer if you ask me." So I think I got on there a couple times by default. But I'm not the best debater. But if I do something wrong or say something wrong,
in the debate, then I could learn from that and try. And I think it just gets me better. Because like, where else are you going to learn to debate, but like actually debating people? If that's like some people aren't called to do that. I don't know if I'm called, but I really like doing it. It's fun. I feel like
I took
I
speech
enjoyed
and
your
debate in
debate.
high school.
I was just gonna say it's always a good idea to get at least try to get good at being able to discuss and debate.
Yeah.
You don't have to be, perfect at it.
I go into Jim Panda server. I go into Jim Panda server and I go, anybody who wants to dismantle a flat earther and make me look really stupid and just, I'm a masochist. I'm here now. Come on, you guys.
Oh, dude, next time you do that, please come in here first and give us a heads up so we can come and witness. I like
Okay.
going in there as well.
Can somebody send me an invite there? Because I don't know. I don't go there. I've never been there. For some reason. What is
Usually
this Gem Panda server you speak of?
When I go in there, dude, I usually wait about 30 seconds until there's like a lull. Just jump in, I'll jump in with like announcing where I'm from and my name, like Flat out of Compton. This is Flat Nasty. You know what I mean? Hey, you guys want to go
I
right
usually
now?
wait for them. I usually wait for them to get a bit abusive and say, "Oh, flat earthers don't know fuck all." That's when I'll pipe up and go, "Actually, some of the smartest people you've met are flat earthers."
Hey, you guys want to
Bingo,
go in?
ding,
You guys
ding.
want to go in right now and listen? I'll do it right now.
Yeah,
Give me a
man.
second,
Why
I get a
not?
cup of
Yeah,
coffee.
kind of.
Why not? Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna put the link in the live stream voice text.
All right, I'll see you guys over there.
You have to send me an invite, man.
Yeah, I'll put one
Somebody.
in the live chat.
All right. I'll hop over there after I get a cup.
I'm explaining the scientific method. Everybody went over to the other server.
Well, being as it's gone a little bit quiet, what I'm going to do is give a shout out to everybody watching on YouTube. Guys, if you're on YouTube at the moment, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I hope you're all well. If you do want to get into a conversation pertaining to the shape of the Earth and what it is, or what it does, or what it doesn't, whether you've got that globe proof, whether you want to come in here and start debating us, or whether you're a flat earther yourself and you just want to join a community and get involved with like-minded people, hit the Discord link that Nightbot is providing. Go to voice checker number 1 and one of our lovely volunteers will meet you there. Just a very short conversation so we can give you permission to speak. And then you can come and join the live stream and come and discuss whatever you want to discuss pertaining to the shape of the Earth. Hello. Awesome. But yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, guys, and you want to get involved in the conversation, hit that link and come and join the server.
I'm back. I have returned. I reckon they went over there to that other server.
Yeah, I was trying to find that server, and I was like, guys?
Yeah.
We're pretty good. I couldn't find it.
Well, Big Root shared the live stream link that people on the live stream are already probably watching. But that's the Flat Earth live stream. That's not Gem T Panda or Gem Panda, whatever. Gem Panda server, whoever this person is.
Gem Panda. I want to get in there.
I stopped really messing with Discord for like, I don't know, a year or two, maybe longer. I was like, I'd come on and talk a little bit, but not really go to servers or anything. I just chat with a handful of people. Half of which are people I know, like, in person, so... So I really don't know what the scene looks like. I'd like to come check out some of these other servers. I should probably go over to the Tartaria server and hang out occasionally.
I got an invite for that server. I accepted the invite. It seems pretty cool.
Yeah. They're alright. It's weird. But okay.
Tartarian history seems like some pretty legit stuff that was hidden. It was like the last civilization with free energy, I think. Like, they were very technologically advanced, I think.
Yeah.
That, like, Tartaria was the Americas.
I mean something specific when I use the word weird.
Weird, what do you mean?
Hold on, I'll share it.
Having the power to control destiny. I like that. That's pretty cool. This demon character, I don't think he understands the scientific method completely.
There's a lot of confusion there. For one, they flip-flop the meanings for words. That, like, definitely ruins people's ability to comprehend certain things. Like, for example, the difference between a theory and a hypothesis. Certain definitions kind of switch these two things with one another. Making the theory the thing that would be the foundational part, and the hypothesis being the speculation part, and yet they'll still call people conspiracy theorists which kind of lines up with the contemplation speculation thing. Anybody can make a theory.
It's true. Anyone can make a theory.
You can make a theory up about anything for any reason, but show me your hypothesis. How can we test that theory?
Well, this poor guy, I said, do you know what things the scientific method requires? The very first thing, he said, asking a question. I said, no, observation. I said, but the scientific, he said, but the scientific method can't always be used because of the testing steps. He said, can't do much to test the Earth, but you can try using lasers to see if they go further than they should, but many things can alter results, with refraction being one big one.
Jeez.
Yeah.
They,
I said, first step is observation, second step is test. And then I sent him that meme that says all of these devices prove the Earth is flat. You've got a telescope, a plumb bob, a planisphere, a thermometer, a Nikon P900, a level, a laser, a sextant, a geodetic, an astrolabe, sundial, theodolite. What is this? Oh yeah, the Pascal vases, gyroscope, and a compass. There's a lot of freaking tools that only work for a flat Earth.
These people like to use these buzzwords, but they don't even know what they actually mean at their roots. And the root meanings are actually directly relevant to the subject matter being discussed, because these are quite literally the words used in the foundational principles of this particular hierarchy of academia that rules the world. So, there you go, lo and behold. It's kind of the seeds and roots of your scientific method. It is producing knowledge through the pursuit of knowledge.
And I gave him all 5 steps of the scientific method in order. The 5 main steps.
Which I agree with those 5 steps, but also then I do pose the question philosophically and otherwise, who invented those particular steps and why are they the standard today? Which would be an investigation I'm going to take in myself. Because I believe that there is more to science than that, but also I believe that that's the simplification, kind of that, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. So those steps are the simplification for it, but it's so much more. Like, what do you do once you collect all the data? Start over and do the same thing. And keep going and collect more data points. Who's ready to make some science?
I know these things because it's the science.
I love a lot of stuff that Socrates says. Some of the stuff he says is just a little bit wonky. But then other things that he says is actually pretty much on point. Like, exactly. The pursuit of knowledge starts with I know nothing, right? Like, you have to start from the base point of, alright, I'm going to imagine I know absolutely nothing about this. And then from there, I'm going to go and ask the questions and do my speculation and, contemplations. Then develop a hypothesis and go run some experiments to prove some points. Pursue that knowledge. In fact, I'm going to go look that word up next, knowledge, because that's key. Everybody always using science this.
Yeah, science. But is science more than knowledge, Like, yeah.
Know. To recognize and identify. You recognize and identify something, then you know it. Sending. A lot of people see big words, like they'll see the word knowledge, right? And it's like, okay, but you really just need to kind of root word to that. That's the core of it. The rest of it is just kind of referring to where it's going or what it's doing.
Well, I'm wondering what this demon character is going to say, because he's
Probably something demonic. Legion acts like that. At least some of them are funny, though. Like little clowns. Mostly harmless.
Well, I asked him if he wanted to get on the VC, and he said, I don't like VCs. I'm too anxious. He said, even if I wanted to, I can't right now because I'm a foot away from someone who's sleeping. So maybe he'll come on and have, the gumption to get on here and battle it out.
Right now's the perfect time to actually get on here because there's none of the more aggressive members of this group.
That's what I told him.
Kind of chill. Like, now's the perfect time to... But, okay. Keep waiting.
I said, it's pretty chill at this hour. Find your voice. God gave it to you.
Yeah. Another thing is typing is kind of lame. Most people type at maybe 30, 40 words a minute. Like 60 to 80 if they're good at what they're doing. You can talk at 120 words a minute if you're having an actual active conversation. And sound travels at over 700 miles an hour. Not to mention the distance it's amplified due to the technology. So it's a lot quicker to just get on the voice chat and chat with everybody.
Exactly.
I just proved it with science and math.
I just proved with science and math that it's way easier to be on the VC.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yep.
So,
any Globers waking up this morning having pancakes?
Waffles are better. They kind of press out a certain image, And
I got a waffle maker for my birthday, and it makes like a spider web print on it. Like, that's perfect.
It's funny the idea of somebody arguing with somebody else over which is better, pancakes or flapjacks.
Oh, hands down, waffles are better.
And they get to the details, like flapjacks are slightly thinner and a pancake would be like fluffier, and then start arguing over all of these semantics.
That's what it feels like when Globies get in the chat.
That argument's like arguing over what level me. It's still a pancake though.
10 whole minutes of defining the world for that guy. Like
2 hours later.
I'm glad Jedi stepped in because I was literally on the verge of just being like, all right, I give up. You go live on your spinny ball. Oh, and this other guy in this YouTube thing about NASA's putting people on a fake Mars. So the sonoluminescence thing, I was like, you really think that Mars isn't lighting itself when you don't know about sonoluminescence? And he says, if indeed Mars were really just a wandering light, what is it made up of to light itself? And what was great is I already mentioned sonoluminescence twice because I knew that he didn't know and that he would ask. Like, that's a whole nother level of just like discernment, is like being a step
Bad
ahead
part
of
about
people.
that.
Huh?
Yeah.
Just being a step ahead. it's like I can already tell that like if someone doesn't know something, or I can tell if they're about to like ask a question, you know?
Yeah.
So I was like,
I can
yeah,
already
Pluto is
tell
on.
if whenever I share evidence with them, they're going to just hand wave it away. I already know before I even share it to them. Like with maybe 9 out of 10 accuracy, I already know whether or not they're going to hand wave it away. But I still share it anyway. I don't care because you guys read it and people see it in the stream and the screens, whatever. Doesn't matter if the person that's talking reads what I'm sharing.
Yeah, I don't think that this guy has really read any of my comments, or else he would have looked up sonoluminescence instead of continuing to comment and then ask me how it lights itself. How does it light itself?
A falconer will put a little metal ring around the throat of the falcon so that it cannot eat its prey. It has to be hand-fed little morsels that it can consume, because it simply can't eat. So unless it wants to starve, it has to go home. And I feel like a lot of these people, they want everything spoon-fed to them, and we can't expect them to eat because they've still got this, like, the chains of this slavery on their throats. They can't even swallow it.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a good analogy.
We have no choice but to break it down and make bread for them.
That's such a great analogy.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I was just giving you a compliment. Like, that's a great freaking analogy, and I'm going to use that.
Thank you. Well, it didn't come from me because I just thought of it, so it must come from somewhere else.
It comes from source. It comes from source. It's like I told this guy, I said Pluto is on Pluto. NASA says Uranus smells like urine and methane. Jupiter has the same storm on it for years. Oh, and NASA wants to probe Uranus too. I said, when your government trolls you so hard that you shill for them, simp. I said,
it'd be cool to write a rhyme like about that, like a nursery rhyme, but it's rap. So it's like Jupiter's got the same storm for years, make a rep. I can't even think of it right now. I should just open up the WordPad and start typing these. But you know that whole stupid thing where kids would be like, so and so goes to Jupiter to get stupider or whatever.
Yes.
You know, boys versus girls, other thing, or they like talk crap and say that they go to Jupiter to get stupider and other thing. Just trying to remember all this childhood insult, like silliness, and then rhyme with it and use actual facts. It'd be kind of hilarious. Because it'd resonate with people. They'd be like, oh, dude, I remember that. You have like a flashback from being like, damn, 7, 8, or 9 or something.
This guy is literally getting his shit from things that he probably sees on the TV. Shit that he sees, like, in YouTube from, like, NASA. Because...
he's remembering a memory of a memory, and mixing it with Google, like with 1.5 second Google searches.
He keeps like referring to his supervisor, i.e. Google. But he says, I don't think that the sun shines. He says, I don't think that the sun shines light on all of us. It just does. Without even looking that word. Look. He says, without even looking that word up, I can imagine from the words primary words making it up, it basically means lights itself up. So he's not even going to look into it. He's just looking in the
pretext. Prop out everything to just, I don't think, and that'd be an adequate response. Okay, we get it. You don't think.
You don't think. He said, yet look up phases of Mars, plus polar caps, plus canals, plus close-ups from orbiter probes. So he thinks all this shit's real.
What would any of that have to do with anything?
It doesn't. It doesn't have to do anything with sonoluminescence.
Right. Say I make a styrofoam ball that's, I don't know, the size of whatever, the Empire State Building, and I put it in the ocean, and it's floating along this giant. Is the entirety of the ocean just one big ball underneath it, or is it floating over top something. Like they look up and say, "Oh, well, what's here must be the same." It's the same question as asking, like, "Hey, is a pool table round just because the pool balls are round?" You see all these pool balls, the pool table must be round too, and it's also a ball. When you hit it and it goes to the pockets, the only reason why it goes to the pockets is because it's a ball. Because if it was flat, it wouldn't go in. Like, what the?
Earth curvature helps me win pool games.
The ground. That's what I'm saying. Is everybody wants to act like the ground or the table is the same thing as the freaking ceiling fan and light. Part of the same thing. You know, like a house. Different pieces. Different things you would put in a house. Where's the edge at? I don't know. Where's the edge of that flat universe? Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I told this guy, I said, I've given you the answer twice already because I knew you'd ask. Don't waste my fucking time. Happy hunting, fool.
Yeah.
Like, dude, no. You're not going to go on about space probe.
I'm firmly for us all taking that stance. Tell them twice and kick the dust off your feet. Don't stress yourself out. Get your own blood pressure up because some troll wants to clown you and waste your time. The time wasters. They have nothing better to do. You do. Might find somebody else that's more receptive than wasting time with. That's just my thought on it. I feel like we're all wasting a lot of time with these people, with some of them. And it's not about it's if we basically cut them off, they're addicted to even chatting to us. So they'll start behaving a little bit differently, noticing that, hey, this crap isn't working. I'm going to have to change my game in order to even be able to play my game because these people don't want to play anymore. Because their game's about the pleasure button. Getting responses, talking crap. Some of them are curious, but there's so many people that come in here that, and I'm pretty sure a lot of them are just stock accounts, the same people rolling through. That's why they won't get in the VC. People know their voices.
I just linked
These
him
are what people call me.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, God. There you go. No, go ahead. I was just waiting for you to respond. I was rambling until you started. Well, not rambling. I was ranting until you. Big difference between rambling and
Well,
ranting.
I've got this playlist of fucking.
I should define that so that'll make you laugh.
Mars is fake. Watch this. Look, I posted it in the chat. I made this playlist called Greenland Mars Game Over. Fucking, there's a prairie dog on Mars.
Hey, you know, it'd be funny. They have all this. All right, so you got this AI that has facial recognition software that you could use to recognize terrain too, like much easier, I'm sure. And so you could take a ton of terrain from a ton of different places, especially if you're isolating a specific place you suspect that they're filming at, and then basically do kind of a location recognition software on these things that they're sharing, all these locations that they've been claiming. Oh, we really did. Yeah, we're doing location recognition software on your stuff, guys. That's next. Obviously, that's next.
Yep. They're not happy about it. Oh,
what you gonna do about that, NASA? What you gonna do about that now? Oh shit! What are they gonna do? What you gonna do about that, NASA? Location recognition software. What you gonna do about that one?
It's kind of funny because like we have access to this technology, you know, and this
it's all open source. It's coming.
I thought that was already in the photo of him, the meta information.
It is, but isn't. Okay, so you got like certain things like the Google Lens and certain other programs, but I'm talking about it's going to the point where anybody can build a database of information on their own accord and do their own location recognition stuff that isn't censored if they have enough information to input into the algorithm so that they can output what it knows. Anybody.
Mira Hills,
I actually think that needs to be taken into heavily consideration. I know there's a bunch of like the geeky types, the tech wizards. Y'all know how this stuff works. You know what must be done.
But you
And
know,
if
they
you can
didn't.
get it to feed through like certain databases that already exist, but yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
they didn't count on us running that shit through Photoshop and CGI detection software and shit.
Yeah. And now we have next
They didn't
level stuff
count
to
on
do
that.
that using the AI crap, right? So my thought is this. You take a database of National Geographic photography and you use that to cross-analyze the locations that NASA's been giving us using location recognition software and see what it comes up with.
Well, if did you see what I posted in the chat? Check that out. It's that
Oh,
recognition
there you go.
software.
See, this is exactly the type of stuff I'm talking about. See, this is, I believe that people found this, though, because somebody's got a sharp eye and they notice it and they,
Yep.
yeah. I'm talking about applying that right here, a human did, using the AI tech and just going across the whole world.
Oh yeah, but yeah,
But that-
that's why they're never gonna do that, dude. They're never gonna
No,
release
no,
AI.
no. They won't. We will. We
Yeah,
have to.
bad.
They won't. That's the point. But like I said, everything's already open, so you can go get it. You can build up algorithms. People have computers already, so they could put all of the open source stuff on there. Train the images, location based.
That's
You
so
can debunk
cool.
NASA's pictures.
yeah,
You
I
can
don't know if I'd
debunk
do that.
NASA's pictures using location recognition software. I'm just saying, that would
I'd
be
wanna make-
hilarious.
Probably do the scary route and try to make it free. The AI, definitely,
It's well,
and put all
it is
the
all free.
information,
That's what I'm saying. Like,
biblical.
the problem is
information,
people don't know how to use it. Oh, you mean giving away everything, just unlocking everything for everyone?
Mm-hmm.
South Park did an episode of that. I think it's going to happen. Like, they did it in a different way, where basically people were threatened to have all of their information, all of their history released.
It's
It
kind
was
of
in a way where it's everything.
that'll never get out.
I think that if it did, they'd react exactly as you expect them to react, and a lot of people wouldn't react at all. Most people's internet history is boring as hell, and even if you did find out the worst of their darkest secrets, it's still boring as hell. I'm just saying. Well, not boring as hell. Well, maybe hell is boring. I don't know. There's 4 different chambers there, and one of them's a dry place. That's probably pretty boring.
Probably pretty boring.
It's not paradise.
It's called the
Well,
pit.
that's probably where I'm going.
Hey, when they say that honestly, they joke about there being like some kind of party in hell, and like the ancient
No.
worldview, including the Hebrews, had 4 chambers in there, and one of them was paradise. The other 3 were of the dead. So, maybe there's a party there, but y'all ain't going. Not you, heathens.
Yeah, see, I posted some more of that technology. Just overexposing
Oh
image.
Lord.
That was a different time, a different dispensation. I don't think that place
Yeah.
exists anymore.
Yeah, then they say now they replaced it with a molten core of the Earth that just kind of rotates and shifts this rotation and
The core
Stuff
stopped
like that.
spinning and nothing happened.
yeah. What I believe it is it's a place there's a place of rest before the resurrection happens.
Yeah,
So
it's called
when
your
people are
casket.
sleeping, that's what
It's
he means.
called your casket.
It's a place of rest. So to me, for anybody who's passed away, it's kind of like, all right, you
You're
know, when you
asleep.
go to sleep, you wake
They're-
up and
yeah,
it's like
I've
time
said
travel
this.
happened.
You're literally asleep.
And then it's just now you just wake up. Yeah, they're asleep and they're somewhere safe, and that's all that matters. And when it's their time to go, that they will be back. That's all that matters. But I think it's just funny that these people talk about certain things, but then when you get into like Abraham's bosom and stuff like that, it's like it probably is or was kind of like a party there. Like, probably was chill. So when these worldly globy people try and talk about something like that and they're trying to be blasphemous, they don't know how close to the truth they might have been. Had they just gotten the devil out of the throne in their mind. But I digress. Back to the demons at hand. Where's that blasted curvature that they keep on saying must be there?
A curvature so elusive that only the NASA
Yeah.
liars can find it.
Hey,
It's pretty bad.
Mike
It's
Powell,
pretty
I
bad.
sent you a friend request. But I'd like to chat with some folks about some Bible stuff in a more like heavy, like deeper discussion, where we won't like risk offending people or boring them with stuff that they repel or they get repelled by. That's a better way of putting it. Things that repel. Yeah, and because there's a lot that I'd like to say that I feel like I can't, but it's only because of where we're at. This is that kind of medium where we gotta keep going back to the FE subject when there's so much more to talk about. But yeah, you know what I mean.
I'm on a roll posting fake
I'm
space.
not afraid to talk about it here. It's just there's so many times where it gets like shut down when we go certain directions with things. I just tend to avoid it unless it's brought up by somebody else. But in no way am I ashamed of speaking of it.
I feel you on that. I'm like, I'm going to talk about it because, like, I found my connection to Source. Like, I reconnected to Source, you know? So it's been an interesting
saying the self-existent Ancient of Days.
Say that again?
The self-existent one. The Ancient of Days.
Oh, okay, yeah. Where's the curve? Where'd it go?
Oh, there's plenty of curve on all the cartoons.
Glober's cartoon
Get that
reality.
cartoon curve. Living on a spinning ball.
You know about the Werner von Braun Walt Disney connection? Do you know about that? It's the whole thing with
I haven't dug too deep on anything. I just hear things about stuff or see certain memes, but it's like
Werner von Braun and
like evidence dumps files.
Well, they kind of work together.
Files. Sorry.
Conspiracy files.
Yeah.
But the whole arc over the Disney castle is pretty suspicious.
Yeah.
Disney worked with the rocket guy, Werner von Braun, and Werner von Braun had that.
Oh, Disney's
19-1 on his headstone.
Disney's been making propaganda for the government for a long time.
Disney
they're still involved with a lot of things related to it.
Disney is the leader in like MK Ultra via like TV and radio. Like they are the Ultra leader on that.
The Magic Kingdom.
Yeah. With a dome over the castle.
A theme park where people live there.
Yeah,
and have their own laws. They live there and have their own laws and their own way of, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, you know about
I understand why if you're a big business like that, but then
Yeah.
The secret club.
Yep. And
there's a secret button for a secret club for secret people to do secret stuff. Yeah. Behind closed doors. Cloak and dagger style. By the way, like, not to be all, like, because, alright, there's a lot of people who push the whole conspiracy thing, because, there's so many children who disappear at Disney. So, to stay firmly in the world of reality, most of the time when a child ends up missing at Disney, they're missing for like 5 to 10 minutes, and they're flipping out because they just got separated by a couple feet, and everybody's tripping, and that gets written into the stats, and like the child's immediately back with their family, and that could happen like multiple times in a trip per family, depending. So you got to look at the actual, they never came back missing persons thing, not just, oh, there's a missing persons report, oh, there's a missing report. The kid walks off like 20 times, you're going to have 20 missing persons reports there just from one family.
Yeah.
It's just an alarm kind of thing that's set off.
Yeah,
but they can lie with those stats, and people can twist them and be like, oh. And I'm not saying that the people aren't kidnapping kids and doing whatever weird, creepy, but I'm just saying that the statistics are highly skewed based off of just random crap that happens when people are in groups. Like, huge groups get chaotic.
Oh, trust me, I know all about that. I've been traveling around working Renaissance festivals for the past 10 years. And, when you're in a crowd of 13,000 to 15,000 people in a day, I mean, I've had to literally walk with these little kids up to the security office to, like, find their parents and stuff like that before, like, I mean, at least 5 different times, 5 different kids,
Yeah. But the way the world sees and portrays flat earthers and stuff, it's already like a show to most of them, because they don't understand until they actually see. And a lot of us already travel around or like the idea of doing so. I think it'd be funny to, like, once a year have a festival that travels like from one side of the country to the other, or run 2 of them and have them meet in the middle, running like flat earth tests the entire time. And that just like all these people just meeting the group as they meet, and just have like a convention somewhere in the middle of the United States. Everybody's like measuring their own nation.
Wouldn't it be just awesome, like, if like every flat earther everywhere just was like, all right, everybody at the same time, cameras up.
Yeah. No, but I was thinking actually the Renaissance Fair thing that you're talking about, it would be cool to have a flat earth fair, like a festival, but it travels around, has all these different scientific things that actually teach people real world science. Because everybody already has the idea of flat.
Oh yeah, and it would have been the time period too. It would have been the time period of like when people were like, Earth is flat. Still, because
I'm not even talking about dressing up like Renaissance characters. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, back then that was just common knowledge.
I've a lot of people. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Over the last few weeks or so, I've been having ideas with my partner about making some kind of flat earth retreat, or a place that people can go and experience, I don't know, a more calm, relaxed environment of life. Get together, just like a flat earth meetup, but a specific location to do so. Now, I don't want to give too much away because it's really in the early stages, but I reckon sometime within the next year to 18 months, I think it would be possible for me to be able to invite people to a location where we could meet up, have vacations or holidays together, and share, similar experiences. I think, like, you're talking about meetups, and these things are really, really good, right? And I think that any way that we can, I don't know, accommodate the community is a good thing to do. So with meetups or people traveling around to know the country or different continents or the world is a fantastic idea. It's something that has, been coming into my life over the last couple of weeks or so. So at some point in the future, you might be getting an invite from me to, hey, do you want to go on vacation? I'll make it as cheap as fuck for you. Trust me, I really will.
That'd be way fucking cool.
Yeah, it would be awesome. Yeah, it would be absolutely awesome.
Hey,
might
Jedi.
get used to this. Yes, hello.
Oh, hello. Yeah, just on that point, I know I've just jumped in quick, but yeah, I've got a field that's about 4 acres, perfect for a little flat earth festival in the summer. I just think, I could get everyone a tent if everyone came down. I live in Kent, but like little flat earth festival, weekend. Kent.
Where do you live in
just
Kent?
Ashford.
Whereabouts? No fucking way. Where in Ashford do you live?
You
I live in
can't live in
South.
Ashford.
I live in South Walsborough.
No fucking way. I live in Great Chart now.
Wait.
No
That's
fucking way.
All right.
I'm playing.
I'll be right
I'm playing
back,
football
guys.
at Great Chart. I'm playing football at Great Chart in a couple of
Apparently,
weeks.
y'all
Time.
got some stuff to.
Hey,
That's
Apparently, y'all have
insane.
something to talk about.
Wow.
that's mad.
I-
Send
I
me
might-
a DM.
Weirdly, I friend requested you because I always do when I think, oh, that person sounds good. Our friend request was I sent you a friend request about 2 hours ago, but that's insane, man. That's insane. Like,
Yeah, that is proper insane.
oh man.
Yeah. Mate,
all right.
we're gonna have to catch up. We're gonna have to catch up, go for a drink or something for sure.
Oh, mersh. That's insane. So I can't quite get over that. All right, let me.
Have you got land as well? Did you say?
Yeah, I've got 4 acres, man. It's beautiful in the summer. It's surrounded by oak trees, and where it's a Great Chart, it's on a clear night. You're just far enough away from Ashford that you get some good views of the moon and the stars. It's good. I mean, it's not quite as good as Pluckley for stargazing because that's a black area, which is perfect. But I'm not in with the astronomers over there yet. But I'd like to at some point. But oh man, yeah. Like I say, a flat earth festival. I just think invite people to a camp out, provide a bit of food, and just see what happens. But sorry, I'm a bit lost for words. The fact that you live in Ashford, South Willsborough. I mean, I went to Willsborough Primary School.
No fucking way, really. That's fucking amazing. To be honest with you, me and you will converse, and we will try and sort something out for this summer, mate. Even if it is bring your fucking tent, and that's fine. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. I'll try and call you separately, but I'm crap on Discord, but I'll try and work out where you are.
Yeah, no drama at all, buddy. That's awesome. But yeah, on that note, guys, I mean, watch this space or these spaces, right? I mean, I know England's a little bit far away for the majority of you guys to travel to because you're in the USA. My plan is to be halfway between the two countries. But ultimately, guys, watch this space. I think the Flat Earth community should be doing things like this, and we shouldn't be waiting for other people to take control. We are the fucking front line, right? And this is our domain, so we write the rules as we go.
I'm getting back to that demon guy. He says the scientific. He said as I said, scientific method can't always be used. I said if we're talking about the physics of Earth and physics is science, then it stands to reason that the scientific method is required for this, right? Dang. I have to it's like talking to a child. Like it's literally like trying to reason with a 4-year-old.
I actually think it's worse than that. They're not paying attention to their child.
Trying to reason with a 4-year-old that thinks that you don't have to use the scientific method when you're talking about physics in relation to the Earth?
Yeah, that's beyond childish, in my opinion.
Yeah, if we're talking about physics, man, physical science, it's going to require the scientific method. And he goes, no. And he just instantly refutes, no. If it's possible/applicable, it is heavily encouraged, but when your theories never fail, it goes from theory to fact. So I asked him, what is a theory? Let's see if he can answer. I know AG always got the definitions up in the live chat. It's a small world after all. I think that was part of the predictive programming. You said things like gravity that flat earthers often say is just a theory. Every existence. What is a? I'm asking for the definition of theory. I didn't ask about gravity. It's so hard. He's already spiraling. I haven't even said much at all, and he's already spiraling.
Alright. And I have returned.
Welcome back.
I reckon they stepped out to go chat since they're from the same place. That's kind of cool. That's a weird coincidence.
That's pretty cool.
And good.
That's cool.
Yeah. Gained a bro. It's awesome to just watch, like, random friendships happen.
You're from there? I'm from there. Did we just become best friends? Heck yeah, man. That's how that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's almost coffee 30. Look, this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is some real shit, and I'm a real warrior on this, okay? I haven't slept. I haven't slept yet. I'm fighting for the flat Earth. There's no sleep when you're fighting for the flat Earth.
Yeah.
No! Sleep! Till they're awakened! Definition of theory. I'll tell you about the bubbles in space. And watch as you get that look upon your face.
Well,
You know, a theory is ultimately just an idea.
hmm. Kind of interesting, that word theory. Hmm. I guess if you have a theory, you have a god. What god do you serve? To what theory do you ascribe to?
Theory. I didn't know you'd call it a theory. You have to break that down for me.
What's the Theo of the theory?
You sure those two connect? The Theo part and theory?
Yep.
What
And
was
it
it?
connects in the Bible too, which is a cool part.
Well, even more solidification.
I
Yeah.
missed it. What? Wait,
I'm
fill me
about
in.
to prove what I just said though. Give me a second. Well, it's in the live stream, voice text. Just hold on one second. Let me see.
Oh.
And hold on. And I guess I should take another screenshot. That's right. Good.
Mental scheme. Mm-hmm.
Let's see, hold on. Oh, right. That's how I do it. Click the wrong one.
Of something to be done. What if it's already done?
Copy clipboard. Right here. That's Strong's Concordance for Theos.
Oh, that's cool.
Etymologically speaking, if you have a theory, you have a god. Now, what god do you serve? The one and only God of truth, or some other false pseudo-god?
This is why words are so important, and
Yep.
understanding definitions is so important, and understanding the root of the very fucking language that you speak. Like,
Yep.
yeah.
Not gonna lie, I've neglected that.
You know, my grandfather was an English teacher for high schools and colleges, so like my grammar and you know, my language is great. It's fine. I don't have a problem with comprehending any of that, you know. I was taught a lot of that Latin root as a kid, you know, growing up and reading the Bible and studying the Bible when I was little. So I'm thankful
There's a
for
lot of
my.
people who, when it started getting to the roots and all that, they got stuck on the Hebrew. And I refused to make that mistake, so I started studying Greek simultaneously.
Well, yeah, they all spoke Greek back then, even the Jews at the time.
Mhm.
Entire
I didn't,
sides.
and I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jenna. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. I was just saying I'm thankful for my grandparents and my parents for, you know, teaching me,
Yeah,
you know, the depth of language.
yeah. And Mike's right. Like, everybody spoke Greek back then. It was the trade language. So to me, it makes sense to learn Greek since, you know, all of the disciples would have known Greek as far as the ability to interact with everybody else, the world, the general people. Plus the Greek Septuagint, it literally is what it is.
It is what it is. I am that I am.
Yeah, everybody wants a translation. It's like, okay, well, you could just learn Greek, and it's not even considered a dead language, because people freaking speak Greek, and it's used scientifically, as is Latin. But Latin's more of a dead language. Speaking of which, think about that. Doesn't Latin sound so diabolical when it's spoken openly, like in sentence form? Like, there's
mean,
just
yeah.
something to it that resonates weird, eerily.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
And considering that, well, that's the thing, is Latin's actually in the Bible too. Near the end of it, Paul refers to it as being Roman, but that he's talking about Latin.
That's different, right?
Like, that was when it was
Roman and Greek is two
like-
different things.
like it's, yeah, I believe that Roman and Greek are two different things. When they talk about the Greeks, they're talking about the Greek language, but near the very end, you've got the rise of the Latin language that I think is happening right there at the end of Paul's life. And so when he's talking about Roman, he's specifying another language, which we now see as Latin.
Latin is a very interesting language.
How about the other dead language, the Paleo-Hebrew thing?
Yeah, there's several different types of Hebrew. Yeah, because you got like a Picto, Paleo type thing going on, and then
Like
there's a
images?
more modern. There's one that's a version that's kind of like the modern. Yeah, I really like the Picto stuff. That gets really interesting.
Does-
A, the capital A is an Aleph upside down. You turn it upside down and kind of it's an Aleph. Same thing. Which that symbol's not just in Hebrew, it's in Phoenician as well. So obviously they'd use the A to still be the first symbol. Just
On my
flip it
dad's
around a little.
He's got the screenshot on the desktop where, you know, it goes through different little pictures in the
Yeah.
background. He's got one of those on there, one of those old, looks like Paleo-Hebrew. It's got all
That's
these different
cool.
things on it. And what
I
they
was
mean.
working on a custom font for to be able to type in it, and I was kind of aligning the letters with what letters on the keyboard seem to line up with the Paleo letters. It's a lot of overlap. We
Yeah,
just don't
it's
realize
weird.
that every single one of these glyphs on the keyboard. What was that?
I think English is another.
I
interesting
didn't hear what you
language.
said.
English, the language English, you know?
I
what we
call
all use.
English Neo-Babylonian. Yeah, I call it Neo-Babylonian. The language of Mystery Babylon. We call it English, but as our casual name for it, but it is definitely all of the words from everything combined together. We sound like Sims. You ever play The Sims? When we talk, What?
I was just about to be funny. Not important.
Oh.
I was going to call American English English.
I was just gonna
With an
say,
And British English English.
yeah. Oh, like Anglo, yeah. Yeah, the angles and the angles.
Alright, don't forget where you
But, no, there's a lot of people who they say, like how the Sims speak. That's how foreigners perceive English to sound. Like there's a lot of sounds that sound like they might be a word that they recognize, but nothing makes sense. But that's how like English speakers sound to the rest of the world, apparently. And I'm like, that's weird. That's weird to know that.
I think the English language is like three awkward midgets stacked in a trench coat, you know? I don't know how to describe it. Three awkward midgets stacked in a trench coat. That's the English language.
I think there's something machine to it. Something computerized. I don't know. It's always evolving.
I believe that language itself is directly connected to like an aspect of who God is.
Oh, definitely.
I think so, too.
Using the breath of life, we're supposed to bless and curse not, and using the breath of life to create curses that actually influence this world, because words do matter, and calls to action do influence reaction. So that's what we're judged by. The blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is to use the breath of life to bring curses and death.
You know, it makes me think about spelling. You know, how words are used to cast spells upon people, and they don't even know it. They don't even know it. It's that neuro-linguistic programming and that predictive programming, the double speak. And people don't even realize
they create enchanting illusions.
Yeah. It's like, wow.
They create enchanted illusions by framing narratives using spoken word through broadcasted mediums projected through scrying mirrors. Little digital black scrying mirrors. Yeah. All of the aspects working, there's a lot of overlap with just straight up witchcraft, like the literal descriptions for the exact same thing. But that's just, that's just showbiz.
Ain't no business like show business.
If you're a believer, you're in the show business.
Good.
You're in the showbiz.
Everybody.
Good morning, Flat Earth.
Good morning, the Earth. The sun says hello.
How well does Greek translate into English? Are there any mistakes? That's kind of a broad question.
I think the mistakes come with people's own personal interpretations, and flaws are going to happen too. The message is what matters. And I also believe that the actual core of language can't lie. The entire point of communication is to convey a message. So either way a message is conveyed. The lying is in the wickedness of people's hearts and in the blindness and deafness of their minds.
I can tell when people are lying to me just by their micro expressions.
Alright. Here's one thing I like to say, even though I don't even like the word universe, but it works. The universe never lies. If this machine, this thing that the self-existent one created, he said was good and was made to be good, then it simply cannot lie. So, and if the hearts of men are desperately wicked, who can trust them? Then it is humans, it's mankind that lies. What's up, man?
What I call a universe is the word.
What's that?
The scripture.
Word.
Like you just pick one, and you just.
That's the center. That's the center of everything. And it's the only verse that really matters. Yeah, the
There's
unified.
lots of verses. There's lots of verses that are uni-verse.
Yeah.
Like
Clever.
when you ask God for wisdom, that's a universe. He's not asking believers. He's asking any man. That's just my weird little opinion to it.
No, that's pretty clever.
You'll see why I don't like it in a minute when I share the etymology of it, though. You'll be like, oh, I see.
Well, yeah, this is my.
Because this is kind of weird, especially when you were thinking in terms. I like your spin on it, though. That's great. Because it's exactly these multiverse universe. It doesn't matter how many verses there are; it's the same song. But this is why I don't like the word universe. Like, it's just weird.
Doesn't Psalms
every
mean
person
Psalms?
is a song in the story. Yeah.
Psalms
hey
mean
Tim,
Psalms
how's it going?
What's up?
So right here, it says one turned. Because we think obviously it has combined into one whole, but when you look at the individual words that are separate, one turned.
Hmm.
In fact, reading this backward or forward, like as far as the individual purpose and then the new word that was created afterward, you'd have one turned combined into one whole.
That's
Kind of like
cool.
we are legion for we are many. And then you see the heliocentric cult, and they all believe in this universe because they are each one turned. But then you could look at the other perspective. The church.
Cool.
Unified in one accord, even though being many different people, one turned, combined into one whole. Not everything has to be dark. And sometimes there's light and dark, day and night. Half the coin's always going to be, as it be. The best teachers are those who show you where to look, but don't tell you what to see. I like that. Very weird image, but I do like it.
I got a few weird ones like that.
Here's something else. I've seen references to something like an Adama, which Hebrew, the AH would be a female, suffix that you would add to it. It'd give a feminine name to it. And if you think Adam's made out of dust, and Adama in terms of earth, I could see where the idea of Mother Earth comes from.
Mother Earth is older than that.
It makes sense. It goes all the way back. There's references to it. It's the idea of man comes from Earth.
Man comes from, technically, yeah. You came from a woman.
Well, that's the thing there.
The suit comes
that's also a key part too. Yeah. Well, see, I'm talking about they're trying to act like we're cosmic space dust that was rolled out of a Big Bang black hole, whatever.
Yeah.
And so we're all particles that rain down and turn. And yet, the actual etymology of our words, if you go back far enough, link to us being made out of earth from start to finish.
Yeah. I think there's definitely something to that. Makes me, it makes me really think that, we are in fact divinely created, as we are.
Which I'm this will probably be the last thing I say about the Bible for a little bit, anyway. But one thing that I found really interesting, it's kind of chasing a rabbit for a second. The word awful and the name Abel are the same word with just one letter different. And the letter that's different is a symbol used to symbolize death or negative things happening. So the word awful is directly connected to the word Abel. Because it's the most awful thing that had ever happened to the first people who ever existed.
Wow, yeah.
So scarring that it actually scarred our language itself to the point where our word awful literally comes from when Abel died. And I can prove it.
Wow. That's a whole new perspective.
Yeah. It
That's
tripped
a-
me out. I'm like, wait, what? And I sat there just reading 2 words for hours. The same 2 words for like a couple hours, and because I had to prove it to myself. Like, it's one of those things where you have to like take a double take. Like, no, wait, what? And then you're sitting there kind of stunned. Like, how did I never hear this before? In fact, I'll prove it right now.
Do
Yeah.
it.
Prove it right now. Let me go. Yeah, I may as well. I done said it now. I gotta back it. That's
Yep.
how we do things.
Yep. How we do.
I don't like talking crap. I like seeing proof, so.
Oh, I'm totally gonna send this to Cookie. He's gonna love it.
I hate when I have to open up multiple tabs to do several search. I have a bunch of tabs open. I had to get out of my way. Here we go. And that. That is. No, that. Okay. Where did I see it? No, oh shoot. Okay, so it's not in this one though. It's actually in the Picto-Hebrew stuff that I was looking at. Where's that it? I'll do it like I did before. I'm sitting here looking at the Strong's Concordance instead of just reading the verse. It's like reverse engineering the Bible. You can't do that. Just go to the Bible. It's easier.
Trying to reinvent the wheel? You know, I stuff didn't really
Like,
start
why
to
am I
make
doing
sense
this
to me
backwards?
in the Bible about anything until I read the Old Testament. Then more things made sense.
Sure, now. There's
That was the one.
there is new. There is new in the old and old in the new. Take that with you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like how water recycles and gets brought back through and ends up going back down into the well after it rains down.
Yeah.
And behold, all things become new. I honestly believe that the Bible is a survival guide for post-apocalyptic scenarios, and it has a bunch of them in there that have already happened. Because pretty much everything that it picks up at, like on the timelines, is right after something horrible happened.
Well,
Or
Yahweh
it's
was
in the
a
middle of
storm
some
god,
famine.
so
Like
and he was aligned with the storm floods that happened in those regions, and they still happened in those regions. Just look at Pakistan last year. So yeah, he probably rose in interest and popularity after such storm flood. And he was also a warrior god. And back then, the tribes was also raiding. It wasn't just the quote-unquote Vikings. Everyone was nomadic. Everyone was raiding. So a warrior storm god in a storm flood area where people were raiding, yeah, he would have popularity.
You know, all of this information and all of this history, I really don't think that Earth is all that old.
Of course not.
May I ask, because I heard someone say awful comes from able etymologically. Can you provide
No,
any?
there was a. That's. Hold on. Who's talking to me?
Tim.
Was
I
that
am.
Tim? I'm looking for what I was talking about because this is something I was studying like 2-3 years ago that really tripped me out. And the hard drive that I have on it's like, or have it on, is somewhere in a box. Because I took screenshots before, but I'm trying to take fresh screenshots now. Which that doesn't mean anything these days. But I'm thinking I might have been reading, like, translating some, like, the exact paleo things and comparing glyphs for certain words. But right now I'm looking at Strong's Concordance, because that's where I really... That was my first instinct where I read it. Because I distinctly remember comparing two words, and... Let me see. But yeah... I should already have my screenshots ready before I say stuff. I distinctly remember this, though. There's a bunch of other random things, but this is one of the things that stood out. I should probably organize my stuff better.
I had done that. That's why I'm so quick on the draw with all of my memes and my gifs and shit. I'm just like, bam! I've got everything organized in files. I'm just like, I know where everything's at.
Oh, my computer looks like somebody made a box and put everything in a room in a box, and then filled the room up with more stuff. And then got another box and put the original box in that box, and then everything else in the room in that box too. And then kept doing that until you have like a box inside of a box inside of another box inside of another box. And each one has a ton of stuff in there until the whole computer's full. and then I'm like, and then I'll be like, well, I'll sort through all this later and put it on an external hard drive somewhere. And set it somewhere like, do the same thing again on the empty computer until I have all this data that's just not organized at all. I know I'm horrible. And none of it's actually even named or anything. It's whatever it was saved at. Like random letters and crap when it was downloaded. So much. I'm actually doing better now, though. I've actually created folders, named them, organized things, and some of the images that I'm doing now I've actually got properly organized. Trying to be better.
I'd probably be better organized if I were on a desktop, laptop.
Yeah.
But I do everything from my phone.
I have a laptop, desktop, and a phone. I'm not organized on any of them. Like I'm good at dealing with computer. I just don't. Like I said, I suck at dealing with them. Ill motivated. I'm honestly sick a lot, so it makes me not really care about material things too much unless I have to. I'll end up just like putting all that stuff on the back burner. It's lame.
Damn. Almost time for some
I
coffee.
wonder if it was.
And a good flat earth debate.
I wonder if the word awful was in the meaning of another word, but it was also had to do with grief. But right now I'm checking something else. And coffee's always good when it's not, or coffee's always good until it's not. Nope, that's not the symbol. I might have
Cafe
used the wrong word. It's either that or I had the because it might be the wrong word. But it is a word to do with grief. There's some other word that had to do with something horrible, and it lined up perfectly with what Abel's name said, except for there was like a glyph that symbolized like being cut off or dead or something. Like, it was weird the way that it lined up. I know I ain't dreaming or tripping. I took screenshots of that, and I remember showing other people. I'll go dig through my stuff later. Ain't got time for that. We'll put a pin in that one. Until then, I won't mention it again. But I do remember there was some word that's connected to Abel that has to do with a word we use now, and it involves horrible things, like awful things. And there's a reason why I said Abel and awful, so I still stand by my original statement. I just have to find my proof.
Fair enough.
But I digress, and Aethergress is allowed to digress. I can also egress.
Just hope you don't regress.
Yeah.
Well, Jedi is... Sorry, buddy. I've got to do this.
Go ahead.
Jedi is in one hell of a fantastic mood right now. A brilliant mood. I've just had a very quick chat with Fungi, if any of you can remember. He's the guy who lives 10 minutes down the road from me. Yeah, so we've had a very quick chat. Hopefully we're going to be meeting up on Sunday. His father is also a flat earther. So in the local park, he does a little bit of activism with a couple of guys, like spreading truth, vaccines, this, that, and the other. So I'm going to pop down there as well and start smashing people around the head with some flat earth truth as well. So yeah, the next few days is going to be exciting. The next couple of years is also going to be very exciting for your man Jedi as well. I explained to you that I've got this idea of potentially creating an environment for all people from across the earth to, maybe visit from time to time and experience some good things. So, yeah, these plans only came into my life very, very recently. And it seems like everything is slowly but surely slotting into place in a really, really positive way. As in, I ain't doing anything, it's just landing on my lap. I tell you what, also as well, sometimes I go through phases of praying to God and not praying to God. And recently, over the last 2 years, 18 months, we've been kind of not talking to each other over the last couple of days or so, because things have been going well in my life that I want to improve. I've had to reach out and say, look, Jesus, there's things that I need your help with. Yep, a couple of days later, things are landing on my lap in a phenomenal way. And I'm struggling to explain the shit that is going on in my life at the moment. And I don't want to give too much away, but ultimately, your man Jedi is in one hell of a fantastic mood. Bring on the ballers.
Giving me chills.
It's exciting times.
That's hard to do, by the way.
Just don't forget to give up your prayers of gratitude,
But this is part of that gratitude, right? I'm telling you about it. That's part of the gratitude, right? I have to include the full story, right, and where this is coming from and what I've done. That's part of the gratitude. Now, I'm not a religious person, right? Most of you know that I'm not. I kind of steer away from these conversations. As far as I'm concerned, this is private to me. This is my personal journey, right? It's not the same as yours, and it's not the same as yours, right? They're all very different. But when things are exciting, I can't stop my mouth from opening and talking about it. And this is part of that gratitude. So I appreciate you guys listening to me, and I hope you can take some kind of inspiration, or at least be in a better mood today, because something's working out for somebody that I hope you respect and like. So thank you so much,
awesome,
guys. I
Jedi.
appreciate your time.
Thank you for sharing that with us. That's awesome.
Awesome praise report, man.
I honestly wish I could share more with you, but I can't right at the moment. But I will be in a stage at some point in the future when I will let all of this out to you, and you will understand exactly where I'm coming from and exactly what has happened in my life and in my heart and in my soul recently. Maybe you can hear the waver in my voice, because mate, I'm a man. I don't necessarily like crying, but I can't help it when tears of joy start rolling down my face. I can't help it. I'm one made-up man right now.
That's
No shame
awesome.
in that.
That's so cool. That's so cool. I don't even know what's about to happen, but I can hear it in your voice, Jedi. That's awesome.
Yeah. It is. It is really, really awesome.
Give thanks to the big man upstairs. That'll be a personal thing, you know? That'll be a personal thing. That's wonderful.
I'm not going to jump too much into my testimony. You guys don't know me from Adam. You don't know the life that I've lived and the experiences that I've experienced and the trauma that I've gone through. But whatever the story is, it has brought me to this situation right now where I am, and it's made me the person that I am today. Now, luckily enough for me, that I have had love introduced into my life in the most profound way recently that I cannot explain. And my life is now being set on a trajectory that I never thought actually possible. So, yeah, watch this space, guys, because I guarantee you this, things are going to improve for me, and by extension, they'll improve for you as well. I will spread that love around. I really will, guys. Promise you that.
Let's go.
That's
I love that.
fantastic. Let's do it.
Maybe I'll be a little bit more patient with the next baller that comes in, and I won't complain about me being too harsh on them, right?
Maybe. Maybe.
Love is the key.
Your intention.
Yeah.
Always
And
the
a little
intention.
bit of patience.
Mike, Power, your microphone's really quiet, buddy. I didn't hear what you said, mate.
Again, again.
Yeah.
That's that intention. All about intention.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree with that. My intention, guys, has always been to... How do I put this into fucking words? My intention has always been to live my best life, but not selfishly. I understand the way that the world is, and I'm appalled by the situation of the world. I do not fit into this. I'm lucky enough that God bestowed upon me some really salient truth, right? The flat Earth. Now, do you remember the conversation we had the other day with, is it Katya or something like that, Jenna? Do you remember that conversation?
Who was it?
I can't remember her name, but she didn't like me.
Cars?
Yeah, that's the woman. Yeah, that's the woman.
I'm not fond of her either. It just seems like she comes in and she is kind of combative, and then she's like offended and she leaves.
Sounds like to me though. She's hurting.
Yeah, but ultimately I asked her the question how she come to the flat earth, and her answer in the first instance was God. Now, I can understand what she was saying, but I needed her to explain what that meant for her. Now, I'm not going to turn around to anybody and say, hey, look, I understand the earth is flat because of God. But I will turn around to people and say, I understand that the earth is flat because I've been bestowed some kind of truth and been set upon a path within my life. I am fully aware that this environment is created, and that creator has got one eye on me and you and everybody else. We've all got a purpose. This is the point I'm trying to make. We've all got a purpose, and it's taken me a fucking long time to find out what my purpose is. Like I said to you earlier, whatever has happened to me in my life has created this person that you see before you right here, right now. That's my purpose. To spread this type of truth to people, and then they can do with that truth whatever they want to do with it. That's up to them. But I know that my purpose is to be a mouthpiece, to speak that truth and take that truth wherever I go. That's all I can do, because that's the only thing that makes me happy. Honestly, guys, it's the only thing that makes me happy. My children, the new love that I have in my life, but ultimately the truth that I have that can ultimately set people free. And we all understand what that's like, right? We don't want to be...
Yeah.
I don't know. What's the good word? We don't want to be captive to a lie, do we? So spreading the truth is giving people keys to doors. What they do when they walk through the door is ultimately up to them. But ultimately, every single person in this server, whether you're live now or whether you're not about at the moment, every single person has that opportunity to give keys to doors to people. This is why it upsets me, because we're here to help. That's why sometimes I get impatient with people, because ultimately I want to grab people by the shoulders and shake them. It's not hard to understand, but it's truth. It is truth. I think my rant's done, guys. I do apologise. Thank you for your time.
No, that was good. That was great. And I feel that, yep, we are definitely all here for a reason.
You're good, man.
And it is frustrating. It is frustrating when, you're trying to help someone, you're trying to help them understand, you're trying to give them the keys to this knowledge and this truth, and they're just so stubborn, they're so closed off. You just feel like shaking them, and it's work. It's a battlefield. What we do it's not fun. This isn't fun. Like, we have fun, but it's not fun, Like, who was it?
Definitely not being
Professor, he's like, get me
done
off of this
for
flat
fun.
earth stuff. Get me
I
off
don't know
this
about you
crazy
guys,
ride.
but I love this shit.
I love it too.
Fun for me.
It's definitely work,
I just went over to Jem's channel with Flatter Day.
Oh shit, mate! You need some bleach and a wire brush.
He said he was going to. He said he was going to deal with them, but the last thing I heard him say was, "Oh, can't we agree to disagree?"
Oh no, we can't agree to
day.
No, we can't agree to disagree. I hate that so much.
What's up, guys?
All right, Gemma.
You good?
What's up, Jammer King? How you doing, buddy?
I'm bad, man.
Awesome. I hope life is treating you well, my friend. I hope life is treating you well.
Life is treating me good. Just not feeling really 100%. A bit ill for a few days. But I'm good.
I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark, Jammer King. Are you originally from Jamaica?
Sorry? Yeah. Yes, I was born in Jamaica.
Awesome stuff. Do you get to visit that?
My last visit was 2007, 2005, I think. Long time ago, man.
Oh,
what part of Jamaica are you from?
Trelawney, where Usain Bolt is from.
Okay, yep.
Do you know a place called The Grill?
Sorry?
Do you know a place called The Grill?
Well, I left when I was 8, mate. I can't really tell.
No worries, buddy. I'm not going to grill you too much.
I know about Negril. I know the grill, Negril, yeah, but I left when I was very young. I went to another island in the Caribbean. Long time ago. Now I'm in the UK, actually. I told yesterday, what's her name? Big Root.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him I'm in Liverpool.
You're in Liverpool? Oh my God. Yeah. How do you find the UK? Do you enjoy living in the UK?
It's not bad, to be honest.
If you had a choice, where would you rather be, Jamaica or Liverpool?
If I had a choice, I'd rather be like how I grew up in Jamaica, off grid. That's how I grew up.
I hear you loud and clear with that one, mate. Absolutely, for sure. That's the dream, right? That is the fucking dream.
When I was growing up, I remember my grandparents, they're farmers. So we had a TV. This was in the 90s. We had a TV. So on the TV, they show what life should be like, the good life, city, stuff like that. And I always thought I was poor because I don't have what they show on the TV. But come to think of it, when I go like grocery shopping now, the things I'm paying for now used to be in my yard in Jamaica. You understand? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, buddy, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, man.
So I'm
Yeah. So,
doing two different things at once, mate. I do apologise.
oh, sorry, it's okay. So, when I said
I'm
living
here.
off,
I just didn't want to interrupt you, man. Sorry.
yeah, so I said living off grids. I mean, like we grew everything, mate. We have all the foods, all the animals, everything. We have rivers, we have water tanks, we have pumps pumping water in the house. So I remember all my grandma used to pay was like electric bills, you know. So we had everything. I thought I didn't have anything, but I thought I was rich. But then,
You had everything you need.
yeah, man, organic actually, organic food, organic everything, fresh water from the mountains, all that. That's how I grew up. So now in my 30s, I think that's what I want to be again.
Yeah, I've been watching loads of off-grid videos lately.
Start looking for land.
Oh dear, I'm going to start making everybody's dreams come true at some point. I really am. Fucking hell. Shit, am I not muted? Bloody hell. Do apologise.
Yeah, Jabba, my nan and granddad are from Jamaica. My granddad's from Clarendon and my nan's from Kingston.
Are you serious, man?
Yeah, seriously.
Well, I see where your roots from. Have you ever visited Jamaica?
No, my one of my uncles who lived out there died about 10 years ago, and that was my opportunity, I suppose, to go. But I didn't ask, and I didn't have the money, so my dad went, but I didn't go.
Sad to hear that, man.
Yeah, I regretted it. But yeah, they were farm. My granddad was a farmer as well, and when he moved to Birmingham, he run like the whole garden was turned into a whole farm. Basically, he grew everything.
Yeah, the farm life is the best, man. The farm life is the best. We our animals provide us food. We provide them food. It's like a cycle, you know. We have chickens giving us eggs. We give them grains. They give us eggs. We give them grains.
Yeah, self-sustainability. It's tough. I've been researching a lot about it, and there's a lot of people living off grid, moving off grid. They take their kids off grid, and their kids are growing up and moving back on grid. And just
yeah, exactly.
isolated.
I'm glad I grew up that way, man. I'm glad I grew up knowing. I know how to plan stuff like that. That thing will never leave me. So I know kids nowadays only know to click on download and upgrade. That's all they know.
Yep.
Yeah, I grew up small town further, then moved out to the country. 8 acres.
Where I'm from in Jamaica, it's always rain, always foggy, always wet, always green. We have sunlight, stuff like that, yes, but I mean, like, our foods always get rain, stuff like that.
Yep. On Alaska, Texas. On Alaska. Not Alaska. Been all over that lake, too. Every freaking square inch of it. And the rivers. Up and down it.
What did you use your land for?
What? Right now? Oh yeah, right now we got freaking 3 cows. Not big cows, but zebus. And then a bunch of chickens, of course. Like, I don't even know how many. It's like 30 or 40 of them. Some goats. And some pigs, of course.
Nice.
We haven't really grown anything yet. We got some fig trees. Those are nice. But we've had a few issues with planting because this area has been heavily farmed, so we're trying to get the stuff back into the land using all the poo-poo,
Gotta bring it back to life.
I'm also a heavy gamer, so I'm out here in the freaking sticks, 4G internet, managing to play video games, PvP. So I get the best of both here.
Thank God for satellites, yeah?
No, satellite sucks, dude. You're talking 300 ping to 250 ping, roughly. That was miserable, having
joking.
satellite. Yeah, so we had to get actual 4G internet. Even that struggles sometimes with 2 computers on. But gaming usually doesn't really take much. Anywhere from 60 to 800 to 1200 kilobytes in gaming packets. Problem is downloading games. I'm going to have to do that overnight. Just recently got 2 go-karts, too, to race around.
Nice.
Guys, I was so mad yesterday on the stream. I was listening to the stream and I didn't even notice it was a recorded stream playing. I was trying to chime in like, are these guys hearing me? I'm like, then I noticed it was a stream with Mick West.
Yeah, I heard that. I was there. I was listening to that.
I was like, you're wrong. Then I was like, no one's paying me mind. And when I check in the live stream, I was like, there's no mic turning on. Why is no one hearing me? I was like,
Was that when he was arguing with QE and QE basically offered somebody out to a fight in the stream?
I think, I can't remember which part of the stream, but I was trying to chime in because he was so wrong on so many things, and I was trying to say something. I'm like, why is no one reacting to me? Then I noticed, snap, is the old recording with Big West. So I have to embarrassingly log off.
Is Chris still on?
Yeah, man, I'm still here. With a huge smile on my fucking face. Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, quick conversation. I just want to throw in. So I was in the other chat and had a little bit of a debate with Curved, and basically we started talking about celestial navigation. We started talking about the sextant, and I basically said to him, "Look, you need." When you use the sextant, you're getting a flat horizontal baseline through the mirror with the sun, and what that's horizontal all the way to the horizon. And he's basically saying, no, you don't need a flat Earth to measure to use the sextant. All you do is you measure to the horizon. So I says, well, aren't you measuring to space? And then all hell broke loose at that point. So I'm trying to sharpen my axe here. I was a little bit stumped when they're trying to say that you don't need a flat Earth to use the horizon. I mean, my best argument to that was the Earth would have to be adjacent to the to the line that you're using. Otherwise, you're actually measuring out to space. I mean, am I on the right track there?
This is why the GP of the star is poignant to this argument, my friend. You have to understand that when we're doing celestial navigation, we're doing this because we know where the stars are at certain times of year, right? Do you follow me?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, for example, you can be measuring to a known star that, say, is 45 degrees above the horizon. Now, that ground position of the star can be 1,000 miles away. Now, on a ball, you've just hit the fucking nail on the head, my friend. That would be measuring out into space, right? Also, you have to remember that underneath that star is a 90-degree angle. In actual fact, under every single star, there's a 90-degree angle. So when you're measuring to said star 45 degrees above the horizon, the ground position of that star can be 1,000 miles away. Now you've got to be able to have 90-degree angle at 1,000 miles away. When you do your calculations when you are using a sextant, every single time, doesn't matter what calculations you use, even if you use a tangent line, every single time you are necessarily going to be reverting down to a flat plane. When you revert down to the flat plane, every single star has a GP, a ground position, that you can measure 90 degrees from. You need to have that 90-degree angle for you to then have an elevation angle up to that star. So these guys don't know how to use celestial navigation. The GP of the star is the killer, because it's 90 degrees underneath the GP of that star, and that's every single fucking star in the sky. Every single one of them. You can't have 190 degrees on a curved surface, let alone thousands of them.
Oh, I love it, mate. That's why hell broke loose. That Jeremy guy come in and started screaming, and I couldn't hear what he said. And I had to take a call, but I knew I'd just kind of disrupted all their whole bullshit.
You triggered something there.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't. How do I put this? Again, it's a very simple tool. It's just an angle measuring device, right? That's all it is. Yeah, let's put it like this: Polaris. That's a well-known star. It's 90 degrees underneath that star, and every single increment that you move away from it, it's still 90 degrees. Even though Polaris is lowering in angle in the sky as you move away from it, it's still 90 degrees underneath that star. Now, every single calculation, this is why I want to bring up tangent lines very quickly, because they always want to bring up a tangent line. Yeah, no, that's fine. The reason why you use a tangent line is because you are above the surface. Let's say you're 40 foot above the surface. Awesome, let's draw a tangent line down to the horizon. That's fine. What's your next calculation? Well, this is why it's important that you know your altitude above the surface, because your next calculation is going to take you down to the surface, so you are at 0 altitude above that surface. 0 altitude on a point towards a star 1,000 miles away with a 90-degree angle underneath it. It's the only way that you can use this angle measuring device. You wouldn't be using angle measuring devices if the Earth was curved, and within the calculation, it always takes you down to a flat plane. I did have a diagram. It'll make it very, very simple for everyone. If I can dig it out in a moment, I will do so. But ultimately, the Earth is a plane underneath the celestial heaven. The celestial heaven is a dome shape. So every single time you are within a dome, you take that dome around with you as you sail your ship across the sea. But every single star is still going to have 90 degrees underneath it. Every single star is going to have a ground position on that flat plane. Celestial navigation ruins the idea of a ball. You don't use a ball.
Yesterday. Sorry, go ahead.
Go on, Jammer. No, go on, Jammer. You're fine. Carry on.
I told a global yesterday that the celestial sphere exists, the terrestrial sphere doesn't. So what they're doing is they're taking the celestial observation and turning it into a terrestrial sphere. That's a problem with them, right? So when you were talking about the GP of the star, what's the name of the almanac we use to check the star's position again? What's it called?
What, the GP?
No, the thing we use to read the positions of every star when they're doing navigations. I can't remember the name of it.
Sextant.
No, not the sextant. When you need to know, like, at what time where the stars are.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and I can't think of the name either. But I know what you're talking about.
It keep leaving my mind. But what I'm saying is that GP moves because the star moves. This is why they need that chart to know, like, okay, what time is it, so they can know at what position that GP is. And using that angle, you can know how far away you are from that GP. but from you to that GP is a flat extended plane. If you're gonna use the global said they use line of sight, they don't need the Earth. If you're gonna use line of sight and you put that 90-degree angle, that thing is dangling in space. So you can't really get a GP on that curved surface at a 90-degree angle.
So you can triangulate 3 GPs across the plane and basically prove a flat Earth over hundreds of miles using the sextant.
Yes, that 3 GP is on that same plane. It's on the same plane.
It has to be, yeah.
But the angles will be different from if depends on the distance.
That's just declination, yeah.
Even today, a Global was telling me on the comments, but the way he describes how he's debunking the flat Earth, he's actually telling me about angles and triangulations, and he's 4,000 miles from the GP of the sun on the equator is 4,000 miles away, and you got a triangle that can't work on a flat Earth. I'm like, dude, you just literally explained. You just literally explained.
It's crazy.
That flat 4,000 miles baseline. It's hilarious. I can't believe they can't see it, man. It's hilarious.
And I'm sure their argument that they are, they're measuring to the horizon, and they're obviously not paying attention to the use of more than one GP, but that argument of them, the line of sight, the horizon going out to space, that actually doesn't give you an accurate, if that's the case, then they're not actually taking accurate measurements, right?
Remember, from that horizon line they're seeing, after that is downward. Understand? But to us, it's still continuing. For them, it's downward. So if from me to that horizon, it's like, say, 3 miles, and from that to the GP of the star is another couple thousand miles, that's around their curve. So you can't get a 90 at all.
Yeah, I know that. But what I'm trying to say is, like, even if the way they explain it works, if that was the way we actually did it, because they're not taking into account the physical drop, doesn't that take all of the measurements? I know it's not measurements, the angles, like, they're not the correct angles. I think I'm lost in the debate that I had with them. I think the point that you're making is that if you just go and move your position, you will just find plumb to the star 90, you know what I mean? You will just find that they're adjacent to the Earth every position. I get that.
Yeah, the plumb to the star is 90. Every GP of the star is on the surface of Earth, and you just need to get your GP to that GP is a straight line, but to them is around a curve. But your GP is a 90, and that GP is a 90. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So from your GP to that GP is a flat baseline, and that GP go up to the star. That's a 90-degree angle, a zenith. If it's 1,000 miles or 4,000 miles away, that's an extended land of 4,000 miles of flat land or flat ocean.
Yeah.
But if they're gonna take a 90-degree angle, it's not on the surface of Earth anymore, because you are going down to around the curve. But if they're gonna claim a 90-degree angle, it's gonna be out in space, as you said.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm trying to make sense. I'm trying to actually, like, figure out, how that would work, because you're taking an angle and your horizon's in the middle of, you know, however many thousand feet, not thousands, it could be hundreds of feet above the horizon, you know, the actual Earth plane of the Earth. So I'm trying to figure out how that would affect your measurements.
You mean if you're above the surface of Earth?
Yeah, if you're trying to, you know, if you're trying to figure out your position or the you know, your distances. Well, if you're taking your measurement from the horizon on a globe, the globe is hundreds of feet below where the horizon is, theoretically. So I don't know if that makes... It's because of my lack of knowledge, I'm trying to figure out how that wouldn't that affect your position or the accuracy of the information that you're getting from the sextant?
I'm trying to understand what you mean.
I don't understand how they can be comfortable with they're claiming that their baseline, their flat line, is not adjacent to the shape of the Earth. And
no, it's not. It's not. It's an imaginary line. They claim that's their claim. It's an imaginary line, but the only imaginary line is from you to the star. It's from the observer up to the star. That's the imaginary line. The adjacent line, because you are navigating the surface of Earth, so you need to know where the GP of the star is, and due to the angle, you can know your distance from that GP, and you have to navigate either to it, towards it, to or around it. Everything is happening on the surface of Earth, so it can't be imaginary, is it?
Yeah. No. Exactly. Yeah. No, that's
it can't be an imaginary line.
Yeah. No, you explained it perfect. That's a globe killer right there.
The thing is, you can't mention 90 with these guys. You kill them. I think that's why the guy got angry with you, because you mentioned... Did you mention the 90 that go out in space?
No, another flat earther come in, and I had to sort of come off, and he was just screaming at them about this, you know, about that 90. And I kind of understand, and I was kind of making the point myself without realizing it, but someone else jumped in and just finished the job, and hell was breaking loose for about half an hour. But that is a globe killer.
Where was this debate? Where was it? Is it here? Was it here?
I feel like I'm promoting them now, and I don't want to. It's an anti-flat earthers debate channel, flat Earth debate channel.
Okay.
But I mean, I'll send you a DM of their channel. Sometimes I go in there, and a couple of the guys in here will go in there and just beat them over the head.
Is it like a Discord?
Yeah.
Okay, send it in DM for me. I love to get in the midst of these lines then.
Yeah, but beware, man. These guys must be paid or something to sit there and circle jerk. You're like they know where they're wrong. They're playing a game. It is a game in there. Just remember that.
It's not about truth anymore. It's like they mostly use like tactics. You know, like if you put them in a corner, they wiggle their way out, or they like attack you personally to get their way out. It's like you're fighting these guys and they unfairly poke you in the eye. You know. Some way to get out of a corner.
Well, they've got quite a few engineers and, you know, science people in there who know the ins and outs on, you know, some surveying or some navigators. So these guys will sort of call you out if you don't know your ins and outs on that particular subject, and they'll pretty much use that tactic where, you know, you're not qualified to talk about this. You don't understand. When's the last time did you use a sextant? You know, these are their best arguments.
I ignore all those questions. I would say irrelevant. Do you touch a sextant? Irrelevant. Stick to the argument. You know, I keep
months ago. Yeah, just that shit.
I've never touched one, to be honest, and I could still debate them about it. Doesn't matter if I touch it or not. It's just. I have a sextant manual on my phone. I read it every time I go through it. And every angle that they take, every single angle that they take came from the equatorial plane. Every angle that you see drawn on a globe, right? You can get that same angle on the equatorial plane, and it will match the globe. because it's like you use the equatorial plane. It's like what's it called? A protractor. The curve on the protractor could be the celestial sphere or the globe. It's the same thing, but they all need to be measured from that plane. This is why the first thing they need is that angle from the plane, and they go on from there to map it out on their sphere. Oh, and they also have to assume a distance, a parallel light ray coming in as well. So it's all assumptions made.
Yeah, this is why you said at the start they've mixed up the celestial sphere with the terrestrial sphere.
Yeah, the celestial sphere exists. That's how we observe the sky in a celestial way of view. And they call that observation the globe. It's a very, very well put together model.
Yeah, you destroy them in there. I mean, I have fun with them, and you know, I deal with a lot of them, but you would definitely have fun in there.
Yeah, have you sent it to me? Let me check.
No, let me. There's a problem. I don't know if they let me send. Let me just have a look here because I tried to send it earlier and it didn't work. Give me a couple of minutes and have a look.
No worries.
What's up, Jama?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I think the device you were talking about was an astrolabe earlier. To use the positioning of the stars, the ancients used that long ago. You can also use a plane sphere.
The astrolabe. Yeah. I was talking about you know, when these ship captains are on the ocean, they have their sextant, and they have also this manual that mapped out every day where the stars are located, time, and everything.
Yeah, that's a plane sphere. You can actually use a plane sphere to do that, but you can also use an astrolabe as well.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to remember that because I was telling the guy that when you're trying to find the GP of the star, due to the movement of the star, the GP doesn't stay in one place. You know, it moves as well. So.
A good thing that the guy, I think it was Big Root that was saying this, but the gentleman that was speaking before was telling you about the characterization of these guys. They don't like to be held down to a point. So in their own playground or in their own forums, they either have moderators to the buffer between you and them, or they are moderators themselves, and they'll shut you up. They won't let you continue. So they have tactics. And here they don't have any. There's no grounding for them. There's no escape. They have to answer the question. So with here, you get like, because there's no Glober that holds office here. So there's nobody that's going to like let them escape from their, like from a point that you bring up. When you go to their forums, they either have a moderator as a buffer between you and them so that you don't hold them to a point. So they hide behind a moderator, they hide behind their own forums. And here they can't stand it because they're exposed. There's nobody that's going to save them from your questions and holding them to the point. So when you go into their forums, they can mute you and they will keep you muted, and they'll say sophist things, and you'll just be getting more and more upset because they don't answer the question. But by all means, the forum that exists right now, where people can go and get muted if you want to without having them being held to a point, is a big Gem Panda server.
Was that the one the guy was recommending? If
the shape of the Earth debate, or I don't know, it's not modern day debate. It's they got a funky name for their server, but it's not a debate for them. It's a debate because they're propping up the Earth being a globe as something that they are saying is a real thing, but it's not. It's not.
Yeah, it's called a debate, flat Earth and more.
It's a debate. It's not. They see it as one. It's not a debate, though. It's a rejection of truth. I've said it many times before, but for you guys to realize, when people are saying no to reality, that's what they're saying no to. They're rejecting the truth about reality. We don't we don't navigate across this good Earth as if we're a globe. We navigated across this good Earth like it was a flat level plane of existence, a realm, a flat realm.
Yeah, I know these guys are. To be honest, I know they are. They never let you finish an argument, or they attack you personally. Some tactics,
they actually they promote you going to their server. They say that if you they lure you in there. And here, we hold them to the points. Because we allow them to come in here. It's like, look, if you have any evidence, go ahead and present it. Because right now, as we can all perceive it, the Earth is flat and stationary. You have to present the evidence that it's a grand claim that the Earth is curving at whatever distance you say it's curving, the edge of the leading edge of the sphere. So they have to bring the evidence, and they don't do that. So they're left with just assumptions and theories and ideas, imaginations. They can't present the truth because there's no truth about the globe. But when you go over there, you can debate them for just a little bit until they're tired of you. Because they don't like being held to the truth. So once you start holding them to a point, they mute you, and they'll keep you muted, and they'll call you all kinds of names and stuff. And so what we do here is get people to realize that they don't have any evidence, and if they persist and to say that they don't answer questions, then we get upset. But like, you see, you wanted us to go to your forums so that you don't have to answer the questions, and here they have to. And the audience looks at them when they come in here like, okay, are you going to answer the question and defend the globe, or are you just going to rage quit and leave? And they usually rage quit and leave, most of them, because they're afraid. They're afraid in here because there's no buffer. The truth is the only thing that survives. So,
well, Mayhem, just so you know, I know I've mentioned them probably 2 or 3 times over the last 2 days, but I do encourage them in there to come here a lot, and I tell them, they should come in here and they should speak to us in this forum.
We had Gem Panda used to come in here before. Kosho would come in here before. Zanuck would come in here before. These names I'm dropping right now were the early days of Flat Earth debate, where they were the sophists of the early days. They exist in that forum because they circle jerk each other in there. They whack each other off mentally, let's say, because it's all mental masturbation for those guys. They don't exist on the really is level. They don't like to be proven right with demonstration. They like to be proven right with mathematics. Their whole world and their construct of their idea of the Earth being a globe is a mathematical imagination. That's it. That's the only place that exists is in your mind. Because when you go out into the field, you can't test for it. There's nothing on this Earth that's going to show you the Earth is curving at the set rate that the Earth is said to be. I mean, you have the metrics right now. The Earth radius, diameter, circumference. So they know this. They know every single time for as many years as they've been doing this, they know that we hold them to the point. But when we go in there and try to hold them to a point, they're not going to listen. Because they'll tell you a couple of things like the gentleman just said. Are you an expert? What have you used? Have you used this device? No? Okay, then get out of here. We don't want to talk to you. Bring us an expert. You're nobody. And so by your credentials, because that's how they, in their worldview, that's how they operate. You have to be some sort of engineer, or you have to be some sort of person that holds credentials, and then you can speak. That's why they those servers, that's what they claim to be. So they're quote unquote the experts,
And when you are an expert, they try to shut you down and let you lose a job. Like what's that engineer? They were trying to let him lose his job. What's his name? Brian
Mullins.
Yeah. So even if you're an expert, it just doesn't matter anyway. So
yeah, if you're an expert and you speak against the globe paradigm, then you're just crazy. You're batshit crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's how it goes. But a lot of people are attracted to it because they want to go in there and say something on their server, and it's like, well, at that point you're just promoting them because that's what they want. They want you to promote their server. They want to show people how they can shut you down. And really, what they're doing is stopping you from getting for them to realize that they have to be held accountable. And here, like I said, there's no recourse. There isn't any buffer. They're gonna have to answer the question or rage quit. I mean, because and here you're held to a point. You're held accountable for the things that you say. You said there's evidence for the Earth being a globe. Now present it. Go ahead, if you have such a thing, present the evidence. And they don't ever do it, so it's tough. You know, it's like a gauntlet. You get put through the crucible of having to go through all the things that we ask for, which is primary source, citation, and then demonstration. So you have to tell us who said it, where did they say it, and how is it shown to be proven real in reality when we go out into the field. And that's it, man. It's just like putting your money where your mouth is. And if you can't do that, then why are you claiming to be an expert of said field? You know, they like to say things. You know, well, we use theodolites to show people how we can, from here to the horizon, unlimited distance, and be able to tell how much drop there is. It's like, is that device, was it made for that specific function? Are you going to be able to take a theodolite and look in the manual and say, okay, it's showing that you're going to measure the curve of the Earth, as in from here to the horizon? It doesn't say that at all. They're using the device for that out of context, but it wasn't designed for that. It was meant to level certain distances on the ground. So to keep make a building level, and so that's what they're used for. They're not used for the purpose that these globers are actually using them for.
It's the same with the other thing in the plane, the altimeter. They said the altimeter lets you know what do you say about it? How you're going around the curve, but actually it tell you how high you are from the surface. That's all.
Yeah.
All its purposes, it tell you how high you are above the surface. That's it. No put on, no take off.
Yeah, that's it.
And it indicates you as well when you are descending and what's the word? So when you're descending, it tells you how close you are getting to the surface of the Earth or how farther away you're going away. Nothing to do with curvature at all. At all, nothing.
So we do hold them to points in here, and they do hate that. And so they used to come in here often, but they started to realize the culture. We don't allow them to escape. They're going to have to answer at some point what we're saying. And they use sophist tactics, like diversionary tactics. They use sleight of hand mentally, where they'll talk about a subject and then they'll say trigger words like, yeah, that's right, but you guys still don't believe in gravity, because sure as shit, somebody in here will be triggered. Gravity? Did he say gravity? What kind of gravity? Did you mention Newtonian or Einsteinian? And the person, the flat earther who had them on a point, right, will be completely taken away from that point, because the flat earther who was triggered will start chiming in, and then you'll have a dog pile on that one specific. They understand the tactics in this room, so they used it to their advantage, so that they're not held down to a point. See, listening to them over the years, I started to understand their psychology behind why they don't want to answer, and they'll use trigger words in a arena such as this, so that they can get others to help them swing off this point into another one. They're very crafty and they're cunning.
Yeah.
So the Jedi knows what I'm talking about. Like they do that in here because they know you guys. The newer flat earthers are ready to pounce on anything that they say. Without them being held to a point, they can just keep swinging off a branch to another one. And then after you get them on a point with gravity, they'll talk about Coriolis. Oh, you guys, yeah, that's what you say about gravity, but what about Coriolis? And they didn't answer the question, but they'll use that other next point to gish gallop to another one. That's a fallacy, right? They want to gish gallop to another one. So the thing is, people don't realize that they're doing these tactics live. When you're having a conversation live with somebody, you don't often realize that they're actually doing that. So you have to snap out of it and then tell them, no, we're not going to go to another point. I don't care who jumps in. We're staying right here until you answer this question. You have to actually direct. And it sounds like you're getting upset, but really is that you're trying to shake off the spell that they're trying to put over people. It's like a magician, right? Like that does sleight of hand. You don't see what the other hand's doing behind his back because he's not allowing you. With the other hand, he's wiggling his fingers, and so you're more focused on his other hand. That's what they're doing in here. They're using magician's tricks so that they can keep you from realizing the point that you're holding them to. They don't want to be held to it, but you have to expose them. So when you're on their playground, they don't allow that. They shut you down so that the magician can continue doing his performance. It's just how it is, but people want to go there and try it. Be my guest. We keep telling people this is not going to be beneficial.
They're nothing to be afraid of, right? They're just like the training dummies, or even the flipping, the flat Earth demons. You face your demons. They're the fucking windy, twisty people who try to get out of every argument, with charm and tactics. Like I agree, it's not a nice place for a new flat earther, but if you know your stuff, it's definitely nowhere to be afraid of.
Yeah, it's not
Globers now. Sorry.
I just have to state it, guys. It's not about not being afraid of them. Nobody's afraid of these guys. But if you're not allowed to thoroughly go through your point and hold them to their point, then you're not going to be able to oust their understanding to the public. And if the only thing you want to do is to make a statement, then you're not going to do very well, because what they do is shut you down and then show people. Okay, so let me just give you one example. Do you guys remember the debate between David Weiss and Dave Farina, or Professor Dave? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
I don't know if you did or not.
Yeah.
Did you see how the truth was on David Weiss' side, right? We all know that. But he looked like a clown with Dave Farina because he was rated by Dave Farina with the idea that Dave Weiss was talking about something. And I'll give you one example: the three-body problem. What happens when you start talking about derivative topics that don't talk about the underlying issue, the begging the question, right? The three-body problem has to deal with something, how the globe Earth explanation doesn't work. But we don't talk about how Narnia works. We talk about proving Narnia in the first place. But if I'm telling you rockets don't work in space, then I'm giving you Narnia. You understand? Like, this is what people do. They argue derivative topics because they feel like, I'm not afraid of these guys. It's not about being afraid of these guys. They're not held to the point that they're begging the question on the things they're saying. So when you go into the derivative topics, you're giving them the globe, as in it's a dichotomy. It's okay, your globe is saying that the three-body problem is going to be an issue. So now that's an issue. Rockets don't work in space. That's an issue. Coriolis doesn't work. That's an issue. And so you go into these derivative topics thinking like you're going to oust their thinking, but they're crafty because they would say, well, you don't understand. 8 inches per mile squared is not being used by us. You're saying that, not us. They're crafty. And you think that, I got them. This is going to nail them down. If I use this, they can't get away. They will. Because you're giving them the globe. You're defending. It's a point for point discussion. And you need to tell them, in the first place, you need to demonstrate this whole thing exists. Because you haven't done that yet. So we're only talking about, if it were a globe, okay, I'll give you the globe. Now we'll talk about Coriolis, or we'll talk about how rockets work or may not work, or the three-body problem, or yada, yada, yada. So when you go into the derivative world, that's their playground. Because they can say, okay, they've gave me the globe. Now I'm going to show them how it can be possible. And so be it, right? They'll come up with some cunning answer, and you're like, shit, I didn't know they can come up with that. Well, yeah, they have explanations for days. So they'll if something doesn't work, they'll deconstruct it and prop something else up, which is what Dave Farina was doing to Dave Weiss. So in the conversation of their debate, he was saying, yeah, but you don't understand space. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just a fool. And so he was mocked and berated because he gave him space. It's like, Man didn't say,
Exactly.
okay, you are the one that needs to provide the evidence that there is such a place as the vacuum of space. Then so, because we don't want to talk about three-body problems or Coriolis or derivative topics. This is not going to get us to the truth. Having them present the information that begging the question that the Earth is already a globe needs to be provided first. And if they tell you it's just a belief, my friends, they're talking about a belief system. They're not giving you examples of how they've demonstrated the Earth is a globe. They're already assuming on top of it, they're telling you how things work on this globe. And then you're defending a point how it doesn't work. Can you see what I'm saying? Like that's the issue. It's not that you're afraid of these guys and you don't want to debate them. It's more of you're debating them on topics they've already assumed that is already happening. You can't do that. Flat Earth is in a complete offensive position. They need to provide the evidence that it's already a globe. So that's what you do, right? And so when in here, we've always asked them the three fundamental questions, right? Provide evidence that the Earth has curvature, provide evidence that the Earth is spinning on its axis, and provide evidence that the vacuum of space is surrounding this globe in an open system. And they can't do it. None. There's not a single one that can do that. So that's the base of the thing that props up the globe. And so that's it. And it really boils down to them when they say, "Well, I don't know," and then you're like, "Well, there it is. Why am I going to speak to you about anything else about your assuming what the Earth is or is not doing when you don't even know? You just believe the Earth to be a globe. That's all it is." Then I'm telling you, they'll conjure up all kinds of explanations to circumvent your stymie question of how you're going to tell them, well, Sextants don't do this and don't do that. Well, because you haven't told them to prove the Earth is a globe in the first place, they're going to come back around with like, yeah, but you didn't think about this math equation, and so it's like, whoa, shit, I didn't know you could think of that, but yeah, sure as shit, they will think of something new to circumvent your question because you're working on that on the dichotomy, right? If it's a globe, this is how it would work, but then you're like, it's not a globe because your thing that you're saying doesn't work this way. Three-body problem, Coriolis, gravity, that sort of thing. So it can't be that. You have to tell them. You have to provide evidence first that the Earth is. Yeah, go on, Jedi.
No, mate, you're elucidating the point that I was bringing up earlier, maybe about an hour and a half ago, where I kind of apologised to the guys and explained to them why sometimes I jump into a conversation. It's because they're doing a magic trick, and it usually happens within the first sentence, right? So you have to jump on that, because if you keep letting them talk, you're going to end up talking about, as Mayhem just said, derivative topics. You're going to be arguing from within the story. Shit. You got to prove the story to begin with. So, I kind of apologised to a couple of the new people on the servers and gave them an explanation as to why sometimes I, yourself, Mayhem, or a couple of other people will jump into the conversation. It's because we see the magic trick as it's happening in real fucking time, and we don't want them to carry on with that magic trick. Because if they carry on with that magic trick, shit, we're going to be talking about moon landings in a minute. We're going to be arguing the toss about that. Now, right at the beginning is when they start their stories, where the magic trick starts. And yeah, guys, Mayhem's just elucidating to the point as to why myself and other people jump in. We see the magic trick happening, guys. It's not a slight on you. It's not a slight on anybody else. Right? You're being patient and you're letting them explain their point. And ultimately, yeah, that's a good way to have a conversation. But we also have to understand that, especially on Gem Panda's server, in here as well, it's the front line. We're in a battle. It's not a physical battle. It's more of a spiritual battle, and it's a battle of ideas. It's a battle of belief systems, so to speak. But yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you may just have to let the more, and I hate saying this because it makes me feel like I'm blowing my own fucking trumpet, but the more experience come in and take patient away and sit back and listen. Because I guarantee you in 2, 3, 4 weeks' time, you'll be doing the same thing. You'll be able to see the magic happen in real time. That just comes with experience, guys. But I really appreciate what you just said, Mayhem. You elucidated my point for about an hour and a half ago when I came in and tried to explain that as best as I could. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. And I agree, man. People in here, you guys know your stuff. Okay, I'm not taking anything away from you. You guys know your stuff. It's just that we've known these guys for a while. We know their tactics, their psychology behind why they say the things that they say, and you can knock any Glober down with your logically consistent points. That much I will give you. But they know the sophist tricks. They know how to get around your argument, and so they're very good at it because they use things like they can mute you. They can tell you that you're not an expert. They can go all over the place with not providing any evidence for the claims that they're making. So long as they're not held to be accountable, they'll go around you. And you thinking, no, I'll show them. That's not going to be the way that this breaks down. The way this breaks down is that they have any buffer between you and them, they're going to use it. So the buffer for them would be a moderated debate, a point-for-point discussion. I'll speak with you so long as you allow me time to speak. And so, like as Jedi mentioned, in the very beginning of when we talk to them, if you don't stop them right away and say, no, we're not going to go into this because we're not talking about something already assuming begging the question that the Earth is already a globe. We're not doing that. You're going to have to provide evidence that it is a globe in the first place. Does that make sense, guys? Because I mean, it does become
sorry, go ahead.
Go on, Jama. Yep.
No, I was saying like it's like seeing a flat earther and a globe arguing orbital motion of a satellite.
Yep.
That orbit have to follow the radius of Earth, which you need to prove first. You understand? Yeah. So they're skipping past the proof part to go to orbit, and now you have the flat earther in the Glober's realm debating orbit when the Glober didn't even prove the radius first to be even having.
Or how rockets work in space. And I've seen this before, how rockets work in space. Or, I'm going to give you another one you might be stunned by, using the AE map against the globe. That, my friends, is a false dichotomy. And you're going to be scratching your head like, wait a minute, the AE map? Yes, the AE map. That's a false dichotomy. Because you haven't proven that the AE map is the gold standard for how we understand the Earth to be. It is not. Yet this has been propped up as like our explanation for the Earth being a flat stationary plane. So I don't know. I'm kind of getting everybody used to the idea that there's a lot of things wrong with how people are coming at this. And it's not the fact that you don't want to go in there and give them what's for, like in their servers and that. And I'm pretty sure you're very good at it. You probably can shut them down. But they have tactics. And if you're not used to this discussion, they're gonna show you to be a fool. Not in the sense that you don't know what you're saying, but in the sense that they're gonna shut you up and parade you around.
So I was saying yesterday with during a debate, I was telling this guy to prove. Do you remember this guy from? I think Jenna was trying to call him in the server. Was his name John Joe?
Yeah, John Joe and Brandon on the YouTube live stream. Yep.
I debated him in the YouTube, but I found him over Earth Awakening. So I said, like, listen, I will debate you. So I said, okay, give me your best flat Earth proof. I said, my best flat Earth proof is the lack of empirical measurements of the sphere. And he started tossing everything my way, mate. Everything.
Yep.
And I said, listen, direct measurement of the sphere. If you, for a second, point to the sky, the sphere is already in your head.
Yep.
And it just couldn't get around that. It just couldn't get around it. It's like, that's your standard. I said, yes, it's my standard. It's too high for you.
Yeah, they always say that.
I said, listen, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Jim Panda came in here on record saying exactly what you said. Your standards are too high. I'm serious.
And the guy, John Joe said, I said, my standard is too high for you. He said, no, it's too high for everyone. Exactly.
That's exactly what he said, too.
He said it's too high for everyone.
Measure up to that. It's too high. And then
I asked him, this is why I messed him up. I said, listen, he started off asking me for proof. I said, listen, my proof is your lack of empirical measurement of the sphere Earth, the body, the Earth. Since you don't have that, it's done. It's finished from the beginning. He went to Aristophanes. He went to all over the place, and I was like, dude, you bring in the sun. We're talking about the empirical measurement of the Earth. He went to the sun, Polaris. You know that 69, 1 degree per every 69 miles they always bring up.
Yeah.
So he was angry after that. I had to block him, to be honest.
And this is the issue with them. But if you don't, some forums might allow you to hold them to a point, but they can escape. Like in here, we want to bring them onto the voice call so that the listener can hear when they rage quit. Because we want them to answer the question. And they're not held to that standard anywhere else but here. This is the only place that they're going to be held to that standard. On a debate server, they hold office. And when they hold office, they're a moderator. And they have the mute button. But in here, they're going to answer the question. And I'm not going to allow that. Like, if you ask them something and I'm listening to the conversation and they're not answering your question and somebody else says, well, why don't we just talk about gravity? I'm like, no.
Nope.
John was just talking right now. He's going to answer that question. We're not going to leave from this point. Like, if you don't say that, I will, but I'm pretty sure you will.
No, I never leave. I never leave a point, mate. Sorry. I will. They will even say that my debating style is boring because I don't really move from an argument. I will share that argument until the cows come home.
Yeah, and so they need to, like, the audience needs to realize that they don't have a point. There's nothing to argue if they can't provide evidence. And so what we're going to do in here is show the world that there is nothing that they have for us. These sophists only exist. They only pat each other in the back and they say well done to each other and they call themselves experts and all that. But that's of no use if they can't provide any demonstrable evidence. They can't demonstrate what they're saying, then it's not real. So in here, that's the only place that's going to be held down to a point. Other places, you got modern day debate and other forums of office. Yeah, go on, Jama.
Don't you find it funny that every single claim in the globe have to be faith-based, even if they deny it? Even the very geometric horizon they claim that can't be seen, but it's there because you won't have a horizon without it, but it can't be seen, but it's there. It's like a circle jerky, you know?
Yeah, they use analogies like Earth is moving, you just can't feel it.
You just can't feel it. It's relative. Yeah.
That's convenient.
Speeding up, slowing down every year, but you just can't feel it. We are space junk. We just can't see it.
And so we await the next one to come in here. And if they have some evidence, and listen, if I had evidence for the Earth being a globe, I'd be in here with bells on. I'd want to make the whole world, I want to make everybody in here look like fools. If you say, hey, you're allowing me to present my evidence, I'm going to do so on a grand fashion. I'm going to demonstrate to you the Earth's a globe. They're given this opportunity. If you have the evidence and it's empirical and we can falsify it, by all means, bring it in here. But the only thing they would say is like, well, your standards are too high.
Like mine was too high for Joe.
Of course.
The standard was too high. I said, yeah, no, it's too high for you. No, it's too high for everyone. Exactly.
Too high for everyone. I love it. So, me and Jedi and the rest of the crew, we await the next one to come in.
Always.
Always, always. See,
I
this
always
is the
ask for
thing.
evidence. Sorry, go ahead.
All I was going to say, buddy, is look, me and Miggy have been in this server for coming up 5 years now. And it's one of the main reasons why we're still flat earthers, because if the earth was a ball spinning in space, then people would have been able to have proven that shit by now. The fact that they haven't, and the fact that they've been actually really far removed from proving this stuff, is the main reason why we're still here. Yeah, there's no measurement of curvature. Yeah, there's no direct measurement of the earth spinning. And yeah, you can't have gas pressure without a container. But point 4 is every other joker that's ever come in here trying to prove these 3 claims about our physical reality. They failed to do so. Like, explicitly have failed to do so.
From the most intellect to the most common.
Yeah.
We wrecked them all.
I've known all these guys, all these anti-flat earthers. I listened to them all of them. And they all have similarly the same tactic. Like, they will like poison the well, attack you personally, insults, ad homs, and never like empirically prove anything.
They never answered the question. They don't. And in their own forums, they like that. They love the fact that they hold the mute button so they can just shut you down at any given point. They know that you're going to keep them to a point. Once you start holding them down and you're not moving from a point, they're like, nah, we're changing the topic. Okay, let's talk about something else while he's muted. Let's go into another, and then there goes your point. They can sail past it because it's easy. It's so easy when you're the one that can control the narrative and what's being said. They'll shut truth down. They're not going to allow it to speak. So good luck, man. If that's what you want, then their forum is open. So I want people to know that they exist, because that also gives them a chance to see what we were dealing with in the past. But at the same time, they're useful to a point.
Can you show me their server?
Say again?
Can you send me their server? I've never heard of their server before.
Of their servers, like the Earth debate or the Earth-shaped debate or something. I don't know. There's a lot of people that have their server available.
Yeah, I could send you an invite. What's your name, dude? Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at the thing.
It's
Jama King 09.
Hey, Andy.
It's called Debate, Flat Earth, and More.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Debate. Let me see. Debate.
Make sure you get some bleach and some white brushes to clean off that mess when you leave. It is a place you need to disinfect yourself as soon as you get out. In actual fact, go in with a hazmat suit on. Probably do better.
I'm probably gonna have sip 2 Guinness before. I can't find it. Debate. Wait.
I just sent you the invite, didn't I?
Come again?
I sent you the invite just now, didn't I? I mean, it says on your name anyway, on the message thing.
I sent it to you earlier as well, Jama.
I'm gonna be fair with you guys, mate. I don't know much about this server thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to Discord, it's a bit much. I get that totally.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Discord. Okay, I see it now. Are you Andy? Andy Hold?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I see it now. Okay.
Once you get used to Discord, it's all very straightforward, but I understand initially it's all a bit much. It was for me. I was like, God, there's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Just very quickly, guys, whilst it's gone quiet, I just want to give a shout out to Dave Hinkle. Dave Hinkle, my friend, I hope you are keeping well. It's good to see you on the live stream chat for sure, buddy. We haven't spoken for a couple of days, mate, but I hope you're doing well, Dave.
Cheers, Chris. Good to hear you too. Just listening in, making a little breakfast here. Y'all continue.
Dave Finkel's been around in the server for a long time as well. Who else has been around? So, Miggy, Mayhem, sorry. Is Carr still in the server? I've seen him pop in a couple of times. Does he speak anymore these days?
No, he's still quiet, but he's at work. He's usually working right now in construction.
Cool. But
Morning,
don't
John.
think that you're.
Or
Sorry,
afternoon.
Hello, buddy. How you doing? You good?
Yes, sir. Doing well.
Excellent stuff, man. I don't think I've touched base with you since my return to the server, mate, but it was definitely awesome that you were still in this server. Don't want to forget you. I know you are, as Mayhem used to say, our silent partner, but it's brilliant to see you always in the server, mate. So just a massive shout out to you. I'm glad you're still here.
Yes, sir. Good to have you back.
Awesome stuff. And I'm just going to give a shout out to everybody watching on YouTube. Hey guys, how you doing? If you want to join the server, please hit the link that Nightbot is providing. Hit that link, join the server, go to voice checker number 1, and one of our volunteers, probably me, will just give you a very short interview so you can get permission to speak in the live stream. Whether you're flat or whether you're on the ball, we invite everybody to come. But especially if you're on the ball side, and there's been a couple of hecklers around recently. So if you think you've got the evidence the Earth is indeed a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, hit that link. We will be eager.
That's a commercial right there.
You're damn right it is. Yep, absolutely.
Even if you're on the fence, you can join VC.
Oh, if you're on the fence, then it'll be an old-fashioned fence pushing. I don't like it when people are on the fence. Like, be one way or the other. But I like pushing people off the fence. That's another one of my things that I like to do.
We don't even need to push on the fence because the way these globers are acting nowadays, they are doing the work now.
Yeah,
they're making more flat earthers than we are. Their dishonesty is just
spot on, mate. Absolutely spot on. One of the more convincing things is their inability to prove the ball right.
Exactly.
Most of these guys can tell you, like, from that server that you got a link to, that the reality that makes up what they know to be reality can only be certain of as in a level of certainty. So 99.999 to the 10th decimal place of certainty. They can never be sure 100% of what they're telling you about anything. And this you can take to the bank because I've heard them all say this before. So,
is that what they say? Science doesn't prove things. Is what they mean?
Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of it. But even without using science, they'll tell you they can't be sure of something. So, for example, what are you doing right now? Right? Well, standing up, sitting down, laying down, whatever it is. Right? And you've heard me say this before because you've probably been exposed to me saying that in here. And they would
sensible. I think I'm sitting down. I believe I'm sitting down. Something like that.
Right. I believe I'm sitting down. I believe I'm eating. I believe. Have you eaten anything before in your life? I believe so. Why do you believe so? Why isn't this something you actually know? You exist. So if you're living somehow, you've eaten something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Like so, it's like the response should be, yes, I have eaten something before. Like I had to have, or otherwise I wouldn't even be here. Like I have to have taken something in my mouth, ingested it, and my body turns it into fuel so I can live. So if that never happened, then how are you here? Yeah, so there's something logical about that without having to use like the idea that we're talking about science, like cause and effect. So you can say things like, oh, what are you doing right now? Well, if you're doing that, are you 100% sure? But if you ask those guys in that server, they will always tell you a level of certainty. They'll say that you can't know something 100%. You can have a justified true belief in something, but you can never know that it's true for 100% certainty.
That's a bad position to be in.
Well, it's ambiguous. So it keeps them from being held accountable once again. The level of ambiguity that they can stay in. They live within the gray area. And so long as they can stay there and nobody can get them out of that gray area, then anything goes. But that mind virus, it latches onto the flat earther as well. Because I've heard people in here say that, well, I don't know what everything is in the flat earth. And it's like, guys, we're not talking about the entire realm of existence. What we're talking about is the makeup of our reality. What is what you're doing. Like if you're conveying something over to me, like the young lady that I said, what are you doing right now? And she told me, well, I'm in my room. And I was like, well, how do you know you're not swimming in an ocean? She said, define ocean. She said, define ocean. And then it's startling to me because it's like, when we communicate with each other, we understand when I say, are you flying on a plane? You know what I mean, right? Like, I don't have to define plane. You know what a plane is. Like, these are English words that we shouldn't have to define because we already understand each other. Are you driving a car? Define car. Are you standing up? Define standing up. Do you know what I mean? This is a reduction to absurdity fallacy. They want to reduce the thing that you're saying all the way to the point where it doesn't make any more sense. And so they want to deconstruct that understanding that you can know something 100% by making it seem so confusing to the listener. So they'll reduce it to the most idiotic point like they can possible, to where you can't even define what things are, and then they'll just be happy because they love to live in a state of ambiguity. But you don't. And so that's why I'm saying, being a truther, you need a baseline for truth. Otherwise, it can't be held to a point for truth. And so it's easy for the sophists to say what they do say about the earth, because what underlines their worldview on like why they think the earth is a globe is because you can never know anything to be true, because that's not how science works, according to them. Do you see the issue? It's not the fact that they can't get what you're saying about the earth. It's the fact that what they're talking about is that you can never know 100% sure. Are you certain about the earth being flat and stationary? Well, that's baloney. You can't know that. No one can. But if you give into the way they think, then it latches onto your mind the same. Well, we can't know that to be sure in the flat earth. We don't know the earth to be flat and stationary 100%. And then the mind virus, it latches onto you, and the next thing you know, you sound like them.
Exactly.
And that is scary. Because then your reality becomes malleable. Well, how do you know flat earth is 100%? Well, I don't. It's 99.999. And at that point, you might as well not even be a flat earther. You know? We do have closet people that think that way, by the way. I've heard them say that. They've actually spoken in here. But without a baseline for reality, we got nothing. We might as well.
Everything is on a baseline to navigate, to build, for reality. Everything is a flat baseline, is it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick my kids up from school now. I'll talk to you in a bit.
All right, Jama. Check you later, man.
Okay.
See you later, bro.
It's 10 o'clock in the AM over here. It's a beautiful day outside. The weather's finally changing over here in the Midwest. Get a little warmer. They said it's going to be snowing tomorrow, so I don't know. Perhaps.
Well, as soon as the sun shines here, of course we rarely see it here, but in the UK. But as soon as I've noticed, I've observed as soon as the sun shines, where I am at least, the planes start coming out, and all I can see is streaks across the sky. And then within, an hour, you can't see the sun. The sun's out, but it's not out.
Oh, is that why you got the Bob Ross painting the chemtrails
Oh yeah,
on your avatar?
yeah. It says the caption on it says something like, "Remember painting these clouds as a kid? Yeah, me neither."
That's funny.
But yeah, I was just gonna shout out Witsit because I watched his stream last night, and he got a Glober on the phone, and this was a genuine guy. He was not an anti-flat earther by any means. He was legit, and he was asking Witsit about, Witsit always talks about ether and this notion that light doesn't travel, that it's already there. And it's just the sort of the perception that we're measuring. And it was a really good explanation, actually. It's one of the... If I was going to direct anybody towards listening to Austin explain that, it would be that stream, in fact, because he explained it really well. And I know Dave was on there and he won that ticket, didn't you, Dave?
You know what's interesting? And I'll give you guys a good way to look at this. Have you ever dropped a droplet of water down like an incline? Like, let's say if you have like a wall, you can do it down a wall if you want to. Put a drop of water and let it crawl down that wall, and look at the zigzag that it takes. It takes a certain path. And if we're saying that the droplet of water going down that wall, kind of like, does it go randomly to every path, or is there already a path carved out for it and it just follows the path? Like, that's kind of the same thing that when you start looking at like with light, and if you're talking about the double slit, like if something was already like lightning, let's say, for example, if it already had a path and it's just following the path. You know what I'm saying, guys? Like, I mean,
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, yeah.
So if the water droplet already has a path and it's just going to follow it as it goes down the wall, then its begin point and its destination is already like completely mapped out. You just can't see it. You're perceiving the droplet like zigzag down the wall, but you don't know that the path has already been carved out for it. It's going to take the zigzag path that it's supposed to because it's already there. Does that make sense? I'm trying to put it in a more easier way to kind of like understand that. And that's lightning too. Its path is already carved out within, like, you can't see the path. It's not visible to your eye. But if you've ever seen it, like as soon as the lightning strikes, it illuminates a certain path. Like, it travels down like a certain path and it just keeps making it until it reaches its end.
So I just got a message from Versatile Venue. I wish I could add to the conversation. Can you help me get unmuted? Not sure how to get through to people. Lol. Well, you have to get to the VC check-in. Well, I didn't. Somehow I just got straight onto the VC. Don't ask me how, because I was just a clicking fool over here. So but I don't accept friend requests from anybody. I entered the voice, so just a little FYI. So what's his name again? Versatile Venue.
Versatile Venue. I can unmute him. Let me see here. Server unmute. Oops.
Oh, thank you so much. The one day I was in here and there was someone else was moderating and they were being really mean to somebody, and I said maybe we should take it down a notch, and he muted me, and I've been muted ever since. So I learned my lesson.
Well, moderators in here do the thing that they do. We don't like white knights.
I wasn't
I'm part of the moderating. I'm not part of the moderation team here. So if you start white knighting for somebody that we discipline in here, then we assume that you're going to be in the same boat. So
understood, but like that day, it just felt like I didn't know. I thought it was like, whoa, They seem to be like asking some genuine questions and really wanting to know, and it's like it's going to push people away that might otherwise have stayed and learned something. You know?
Yeah, but we don't go by that logic. The logic here is that if you're being held to a point and you don't answer, you're going to, and if you don't want to, then you can find your way out of the server. So it seems rough and a bit like a gauntlet, but it's there for a reason. People in other servers aren't held to a point, so they get away with a lot of things, and they don't in here. So what seems like a rough treatment to you on the onset, it's not really. So that's why.
Isn't that one occasion? You know what I mean?
Well,
I just thought they weren't being condescending. They really wanted to know some shit, and the guy was just like, "I know everything. You don't know anything. Anything I say is a fact. Anything you say is an opinion." I was like, "Whoa, bro."
I don't know if he said that, but because I know the moderation team, I don't know if they would say exactly what you said, but
they did though.
It might sound that way to you. But either way, like I don't think that
because I thought it was a little harsh, and I thought I just
but like so opinions must be reserved. If you have an opinion about it, just like we don't want to have the flow of conversation interrupted by somebody who wants to talk about feelings and why people are being treated this way. And if we want to keep people here, we got to do this certain thing. That's not the way it works here.
Understood. If I would have recorded and presented to you, you would understand. You would have known. Oh yeah, no, we shouldn't do that. It really was over the top, but I won't do that again.
Well, I don't know what happened, but anyway, moving right along. You got unmuted, so it was. Did you want to present something, or other than the moderation?
Was mentioning about the chemtrails and the Bob Ross thing, and and you never used to paint, clouds like this when you're a kid, and I just really love that because, like, when I try to talk to people about things, one of the first things I try to talk to them about is chemtrails, because you can look up in the sky and, like, just think, and still people will fight against that and say that's just regular condensation. I'm like, what? But I love Bob Ross, and I love the idea of the painting, and I love that. It's amazing. That can unlock minds potentially.
Well, that's
I can remember contrails as a kid. I remember looking up when they disappeared after the plane had gone. I mean, they disappeared behind the plane pretty quickly. So just that observation alone, something's clearly changed.
A good people like to start them off as small as possible with that, just a simple observation, and you know what I mean. Trying to apply the scientific method if you can, any way they can, and then just seeing that they stay there all day, they billow out, and they become like artificial clouds. It's cloud seeding. It's just kind of obvious.
Yeah, cloud seeding. There's other logical explanations to things, and here again, being a truth community, I'm gonna have to point out there's a certain way of logic that we work things in here. So, if you're saying it's chemtrails, there needs to be empirical evidence that it's such. Do you have any of that? Empirical evidence. You guys know what empirical evidence is, right? By the way,
this is where I get into it with people sometimes.
I'm sorry, but this is how it goes, though. When you
I understand. But I'll point out that like certain documentaries where other people have, when they went and they talked to farmers, people where there's heavy activity, they tested the soil, they were able to pull out how much of the strontium, the barium, and the aluminum oxide and all that was in their soil, its effect on plants, its effect on everything. So like, I don't personally have the stacks in front of me, but it is out there.
Okay, so they found certain elements in the soil.
Is one thing, yeah.
It's correlation
called "What in the World Are They Spraying?" It's like
it's correlation. Listen, it's correlation causation. It's correlation causation, because we're saying that there's chemtrails in the sky, therefore chemicals in the dirt.
Well, yeah, it trickles down over time. Yeah. So there's people that have tested soil and have pulled out these chemicals that they, are spraying.
But are we saying that the chemicals that they're spraying in chemtrails, because there seems to be some kind of connection to chemtrails, and then we're saying that because the dirt is contaminated, it's coming directly from the chemtrail. That's a claim.
Yeah.
How empirically can we provide evidence that claim can be proven to be true?
I mean, I don't know. Looking over previous evidence.
We can't. That's the simple answer. We can't.
Well,
I guess test your own soil if you have the tools, man. I don't know.
I know, but did you see what I don't know. You're probably not getting what I'm saying. But here, let me try to bring it out to you so you can see. There's chemicals in the dirt.
Yeah.
We see something in the sky. Now we're saying that something in the sky is dropping chemicals on the dirt. How do we know that to be sure 100%? It's a claim.
Right. I mean, it's been done before. I mean, I don't know.
What's been done?
like showing it coming from it. I mean, I don't know. You look at what's in the chemtrails, what they're putting in there, what they, look at what.
How do we know where's the evidence for that?
Down to the ground. I mean, I don't know.
Where's trickle down? Like, there's a lot of assumption going on here, but there's not a lot of evidence.
Not that I personally compiled and put together, but there are things out there, presentations of it. Like I said, one of them was a documentary called "What in the World Are They Spraying?"
I don't disagree that there's documentaries and people saying things, because people say things all the time.
Yeah, no,
and there's flat Earth documents in the bottom of the Vatican. There's lizard people running around. We can say theories and ideas and what people have said in documentaries that have been put out, but where's the hard empirical evidence?
The people that are in charge of this operation, in their own words and documents, saying what they're spraying to combat
so anecdotal testimony
back into space. It's
anecdotal testimonies.
It's not anecdotal. It's one of the pretexts that they said to get it done. First, it didn't exist. Then it was we're thinking about doing this to combat global. They talk about it all the time. You use their own words and documents.
Yeah, if I know, that's what globe earthers do. They do the same. They say they have the experts. They say that they have people, videos, and documentaries, and they got the same thing.
Well, you have it too. You have access to the same stuff.
Yeah, I know I do. I have access to videos and people saying things. I do. But where is that going to bring me to where I understand that they are directly spraying chemicals that are connected to what's in the ground? How do I know that to be for sure? Where's the falsification of that? Who's doing the falsification? All right, let's go to the planes right now. Let's look in their their tanks where they're spraying. Let's find the chemicals that are directly linked to this, and let's expose it. Where's the proof in the pudding? It almost sounds like someone's making up a story, and then a bobblehead is speaking on some video documentary and saying, "Look, you see these things in the sky? That's what the chemicals are in the dirt." How do I know that this isn't just something that the person who was farming using in the thing that they're spraying their crops with, so that they can, like, pesticides and stuff? How do I know that that wasn't the case before? Why am I linking it to something in the sky? Like, there's a lot of correlation here that's giving it a causation that hasn't been proven. And so with the truther, I'm trying to get you guys to realize, when you start critically thinking about something, you can't run around making these speculations as a matter of fact statements
without all the empirical evidence.
No,
so
empirical evidence
have that on hand, right?
Empirical evidence stands to be something that you can falsify. It means that you can go and test to see if the claim is actually real or not. And if it's not real, then it's just speculation. It remains. Chemtrails remain in the area of speculation. I'm sorry to say, but that's where it is. It's just like saying there's FE documents in the bottom of the Vatican, or that CERN is a gateway portal to the another realm.
That's one. I think that one is that it's a gateway to blah blah blah. I agree.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's a lot of people think things about what people say because it sounds like something crazy, like these people who have ideas of ruling the world would want to do. So it sounds palatable to a truther. So they take it on in their worldview like it's just a matter of fact. And they start then telling other people, "Hey, do you know that the CERN is using this portal to go to another dimension?" And then we're like, "Ooh, because of course it enthralls the mind." But instead of going that direction, instead of going that
to another dimension.
Yes, I understand. But what I'm saying is, instead of going that direction, be a critical thinker. Stay logically consistent within this paradigm. What can be proven? What is empirical? Stay there. Because if you go into a place where you're speculating on other ideas, well, look, man, they're turning the frogs gay, like Alex Jones, like you get into this like kooky mentality where nobody's going to take you seriously anymore because they can't provide any evidence for that. You just sound like somebody's just running around crazy saying a bunch of things. They're killing us with chemtrails, man. I'm telling you. It's like, okay, prove it. I can't do it, man. I just know I've seen this documentary. This guy, man, he was really on the point.
Yeah, so I get your point. I came in here unprepared this morning. I lit up a L, and I, got unmuted. I didn't think I was going to be honest. So, next time I'll make sure I have all the stuff because I can link you stuff. Like, you use their own words and documents. You use their mission statements. You know what I mean? That is out there. You can prove it.
Awesome. Sorry. Would you have something that I could falsify myself? without believing Story and Gatekeeper on YouTube, would they be able to provide me with something that I can falsify myself?
I mean, if you had the stuff, if you had the stuff to test, I don't know, just for like the soil, for example, you can test that. But
Okay, so
we were
if
just
I
could... discussing chemtrails in general, that they exist, not the exact use, or
chemtrails exist, of course.
Down to it.
Yeah, chemtrails exist. Yeah, we point up in the sky and look, there are chemtrails. I've seen many different types of chemtrails over the last couple of weeks because I've had friends of mine in aeroplanes taking photographs of them. So yeah, chemtrails exist. But what Mayhem is trying to get to is, how are we going to associate what we find in the floor, in the ground and within the soil, and what is in the tanks of those aeroplanes? We have to put 1 and 1 together and come up with 2. Not point at the sky, then point at the floor and say, ta-da.
Right.
So it's falsifiable information.
The point's well taken. But so I just want to make sure, though, you're saying like them being interviewed and saying they have a upper atmospheric aerosol injection program or whatever, when they're going to spray strontium, barium, and aluminum into the atmosphere to reflect harmful radiation back into space. And then when they make those statements on TV or whatever, they claim that it's in there, and then you see it in soil, it's not good enough?
That's still just people saying things. That's what Miggy's point is. We're holding people to a higher standard. That's what the server's about. That's why I love it here. That's why I come back. I want to see what we can verify. Because otherwise, Paul McCartney's been swapped out. Elvis is still alive. And many other garbage claims. You know what I mean?
So, am I looking at this right the way? You guys are here trying to help me, so when I do make these claims anywhere else, I don't seem like a retard and I have actual evidence. So I can.
Well, it's not just you; it's everybody else. Really, Venue, like the idea is for everybody to critically think about any information that comes your way. So any information, it doesn't matter. I don't care. We're using chemtrails as like an example, but
yeah.
Okay.
Speculations.
Well, right, but I don't listen. I'm not opposed. You don't get it twisted. I'm not opposed to it, because you can think of any kind of speculation you want, but it'll only remain in the realm of speculation. That's it. I mean, and of course, we always say like, hey, there's a time to talk about speculations, and I have my own and things like that, but. When it comes to like the server and providing evidence, if you can't do so, it's just speculation at best. And you can have that, that's fine. But when you're talking to these people, and truthers especially, when you don't tell them that it's speculation.
I mean, I'll give you something.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we're not being harsh on you. I mean, I'll sit on the same side as you as you want. And yeah, chemtrails, they're a thing, mate. And something's happening. Yeah, all day long. One of the things that I got into like years ago, probably about 10, 12 years. Hold on. Ethan's 14. 15 years ago now. But I still don't know what's happening. Yeah, I've seen documentaries on YouTube and I've seen lots of people say a lot of things. But I'm not going to hang my hat on it. I'll point to it and I'll speculate it and it'll be stuff to question. But I'm not going to go around and say with 100% certainty, this is exactly what is going on. I couldn't do that. It's just a warning, mate. That's all it is. Be careful what you say because people will hold you to it.
When I came in? Because I didn't know.
No. I'm kind of a couple of steps down the line, buddy. So I'm trying to be on your side and reach an accord with you. Maybe we're being a little bit too harsh and I don't want you to feel that we're doing that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it will come down to falsifiability of the claim. You're going to have to be able to prove that shit for yourself and to other people. And with this instance, you can't necessarily do that.
So,
well, let's say, for example, just very quickly. Let's say, for example, they have come out and they have done so saying that, we've got aerosol programs in the sky for this, that, and the other reason. And we're spraying aluminium and barium into the atmosphere. Okay. What happens if they're using that as a cover story and they're actually doing something else?
See, that's interesting, right? But this is the thing. When you look at the thing from a wider spectrum, a wider focus, a wider like range of time.
Yeah, but did you answer
its existence altogether for a long time? And then it's like, well, now we're thinking about doing this.
Yeah, Ben, you did answer his question, though. Like, did you see what he was saying, though? I didn't hear. Yeah, but so did you see what he was saying? What if it's something else?
That's why with certain things I understand. I just thought with this one it didn't apply. I thought with specifically chemtrails there was enough like evidence over time. Like for example, them denying it and them saying we're thinking about doing this, and then them doing it obviously, and then finding those things in the soil. I thought all that was good enough. I didn't know it wasn't good enough. I'm gonna try to look up.
Yeah, it's not that you didn't know it wasn't good enough, Venue. What it is how can you directly falsify the fact that they're spraying what they say that they're spraying connected to what they're finding in the soil? Because here's the other thing that you got to realize. If that is the case, right? If that was to be something to be true, everything would be covered in this chemical. Everything would be covered in this chemical. The entirety of the whatever. It's not just the soil. Everything would be covered in it.
So a good way to do that then. So to answer your original question right off the jump is like if people did a wide variety, testing all over the place and they found it everywhere, all over the place, high numbers on their cars. They come outside. There's a little thin layer of it on the car if they haven't moved in a couple of days, and it's just found abroad around the world. That would be more supporting evidence towards that theory then.
Well, not only that, but like you'd have to find out that the actual thing they have in the planes that the tanks are filled with is the specific makeup of the chemical that you're talking about.
I'm going to try to find that information.
It has to be directly understood that you can go right now and find these tanks on these planes filled with these chemicals. And if you can't do that, then what you're saying is you're just stating something that someone said. And at no point can it be falsified. The only thing you're saying is, I see different cloud formations that these planes are doing, these contrails or chemtrails, you like to put it. And then I'm going to associate that with like the poisoning of the chemicals on the ground.
Yeah, you'd preferably need whistleblowers and direct evidence of the chemicals,
So the people who wearing the mask is the smart ones because they're not breathing this shit in.
Well,
but on a whole, people here genuinely think that's what's going on, but we need to be able to prove it 100%.
Yeah, listen, man. Nobody's saying that there's some malicious things that they're doing. All right, that no one's disagreeing with that. Like, if that's the case, there's agendas, there's things that they might be doing. But it's like when in the realm of like the truth circle, if you don't have empirical evidence, it's just a speculation. But the audience doesn't know that when you're saying it, because when you're saying it, it sounds like you're making a matter-of-fact statement.
Understood.
You see, and it's not your fault, but it's just the way we in the presentation of what you're saying. It almost comes off of like, how do you know this? Like, and it sounds like, well, we know 100%, man. This is how it is, and it's like, whoa, like like at some point you're gonna have to find out how do you know all of this, and the best you can do is just show people what you know, and let them decide whether they want to take the idea on or not. But I'm not. No one's saying that you can't say things. It's just you have to also preface like what you're saying with like, look, I'm just going to show you some things, and I'll let you decide where you're going to go with this information. But
Yo, real quick, I just tuned in. So, like, what is the purpose of them spreading them chemtrails in the air? What is the excuse of doing it? What does it what does it cause? Like, what is the purpose? What is
the power structure says that they're doing it as to combat global warming. They said in a lot of different areas that they're using it to reflect harmful radiation back into space using that combination of chemicals like chaff or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, there's a little bit of things that they do say about it, and there's also other things like people talk about with like cloud seeding and other things. There's things on record
to manipulate the weather. There's all sorts of stuff. Yeah, but see, I wasn't going to say that because where's my evidence? So you're making me feel like I can't even point.
Exactly.
Or I'm going to say it. People have speculated that instead of saying it like it's a fact, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What about, sorry, guys. What about the black chemtrails? You seen those?
I haven't.
Right. See, there's something else in the sky that you're not aware of, and I've got about 6 or 7 images recently taken of black chemtrails across the Atlantic. What's that then? There's a huge hole within this argument just because you're not seeing everything.
How long has that been happening? How long has that been happening?
I mean,
what about
quite a while from my understanding. Hold on, Sasha. Shit me, brother. But ultimately, mate, that's fine. I'm just still talking, mate, that's all. So ultimately, mate, there are other things happening in the sky that appear to be coming out of aeroplanes that they're not admitting to. So it could be a whole host of reasons. This is why I said what I said earlier. Yeah, they could admit within their documents and on TV that they're doing this. but maybe they're doing something else, and what they're telling us is just a cover story. Yeah, we're spraying chemicals in the sky for this, that, and the other reason. Fucking hell, thank goodness for that, right? But maybe it's something else. How would you know?
So don't be too specific of what they're
Exactly.
saying. I mean, okay. And I think I got what's going on here, especially after I take 5 minutes and I'm not listening to anything and I just meditate kind of and quantify all the information. This is very, very helpful. That's why I come back here. Thank you guys so much, honestly.
Yeah, we're actually saying be very suspicious, but coach that suspicion within sensibility. You don't want to like go too far with the suspicion and assuming it's all fact, because there could be outliers and could be other things that you are not accounting for within that.
Yeah, it's very obvious to me that the deceivers of this world love to put countless claims of nonsense. They just, as what did Oakley call it, the feast of nonsense. And they just pile it up and pile it up and pile it up. And they love it.
I found one of the pictures. It took me a while because they're buried deep in my computer. Because like I like there was a time when I started looking at all this stuff and I came to these conclusions that these things are happening after seeing a lot of different evidence, hearing a lot of different like lectures, if you will, And then I got this stuff and then it's stored away. And I did this research a long time and I already came to this conclusion. But now I have to go back and dig up some of this thing. This is one of those pictures about those canisters in the fuselage of an airplane. So I'm going to post it somewhere in here.
Yeah, I've seen that picture. What you're talking about? I looked into it quite a bit. So, but again, can't verify it.
Yeah, I've seen those as well. The problem here is like you would need to like find some way to get samples of that to know what's in it and like all that stuff to actually verify it, know what's in it. It's kind of like you could set up a picture of whatever that looks super sketchy, but it doesn't prove anything.
I guess. Well, what about the canister's label? There's a zoom in shot of what it says and the corresponding information. It's just that's not good enough. It's like, so how do we? Because we do the flat Earth thing here, right? But you're saying it's easier to prove that the Earth is stationary, not moving, and all that. That it is that they're actually doing what they say they're doing, and we're finding traces of it.
Right, because you can't. Yeah, you can't hide the Earth. The Earth doesn't hide from anyone. It's exposed.
You guys are on board with this information, though, right? Like you do. Are you?
It's not about It's not about not being on board with it. It's just we hold everything to a high standard in here. The high standard is that if somebody makes a claim, they're going to be able to have to falsify that claim in some way. So images aren't going to do. Anecdotal testimony is not going to do. What is going to do is the point where verification happens. If you're able to go somewhere, verify that these chemicals are there. Like me, you, Drace, like anyone that wants to can verify this actually being the case.
Yes.
So if it's just like a few people running around with ideas and images, like what is that going to do? We're just going to make stories up. And that's what globe earthers do. So what we do is say like, okay, enough of this. Let's get to a point where we're all saying you can verify these things. So we do that with
what I needed. This is exactly what I needed. I'm so happy right now.
Well, we do that with the Earth because the Glober will say like, the Earth is curving at set rate, and it's like, yeah, prove it.
Pictures.
Prove it. Yeah.
I've got pics from inside one of those planes.
It might sound like we're being harsh, mate. Sorry, guys. It might sound like we were being harsh. It might have sounded like we were being harsh to begin with, but ultimately, mate, we just want to help you sharpen your tool.
Right.
That's all we want to do. We just want to help you the best way that we can. And Mayhem and I are trying to do that in the best way that we know how. Because ultimately, if you hang your hat on shit, well, that's you. You're going to die on that hill, right? Falsifiable evidence, people are going to be able to take your shit apart. So just be wary. And yeah, don't hang your hat on stuff, buddy. That's all. We just want to help you.
Someone also gave me a piece of advice the other day. It was like during a debate when someone is trying to bring up like some sort of hypothetical during a debate on a specific subject, not to pay it any attention or give it any energy because you'll just lose automatically somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
So basically, what you're saying, like we can see the stuff flying out the airplane, the chemtrails flying out the airplane, but we just don't know what the ingredients is.
Yeah, so
we don't know what the
like
ingredients.
They are doing something, but what is it? What is it? Okay.
Yeah, you would need some kind of investigation to really figure that out. Some kind of some kind of like deep investigation where you catch them with the tanks, and you probably would start with like figuring out, oh, the poisonous chemicals in the ground, and the investigation would be like, where's it coming from? And then they go and check the airplanes, and they find it in the airplanes. That's how you would prove it. The speculation is kind of like what the police should already have done a long time ago.
I'm telling you, think about like what things that can be found in the soil could come from any number of things. A crop duster, a big tank that has like chemical pesticide, like just any number of things that could be put into the soil in another fashion other than just chemtrails. And then maybe that's your culprit. So I mean, I'm not saying the soil is not contaminated. By all means, you can test the soil, and if it's contaminated, it must have gotten there somehow. But what we're doing is we're hanging our hat on chemtrails when it could be done by a crop duster, or it could be done by some big tank that's used for their pesticide that they're using on their field or whatever. Like, it's just, we have to, or maybe just the actual the crop that they're growing. Like, we don't know like the ins and outs of why that chemical is in that ground. So
yeah, you can even imagine it in a court of law. If you okay, you broke my concentration. You can go.
Sorry, Drace. Felix, you hot micing, dude. Can you just pop yourself on mute? Causing a bit of audio chaos. I was going to ask Versatile. How long?
I forgot I had my I didn't have it on mute. I'm sorry.
All right, dude. No worries. Versatile. How long you been looking into flat Earth? I just wondered.
Man, I like 3.5, 4 years, maybe 4.5 years. I don't know.
Oh, a good long while then.
Yeah.
And you still on the fence?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to believe. I've been lied to about everything my whole entire life. Everything. So like, it's just really hard. It's really hard. Even like with me I was an atheist forever, and then I realized that there's a lot of things out there pushing me to be an atheist, right? And so I was like, well, if there's a lot of things pushing me to be that way or think that way, then I'm not going to. Now I'm on the fence with that too. Yes, I'm on the fence. Yeah, we'll go with that. I don't know.
Well, that's the new religion. That's the one world religion now being pushed, isn't it? The scientism.
Oh, it's being pushed, especially with these bank collapses.
I mean, that should be the first step, is to understand what science is, and more importantly, what science is not. That's what I took from listening to people like Quantum Eraser on Nathan Oakley's channel, and all like, oh yeah, geez, I never even thought about that. You see these people, they might have a shampoo bottle or whatever it is, or commercial, and then they put science to it, and they say, look, this is science. And then oh yeah, it's just like people just accept it. They don't even question it. And that's fine. I didn't either.
Question it. You're supposed to be able to replicate that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, this is science. Oh, no, it's engineering. This is science. No, it's technology. No, it's chemistry. Yeah. There's a difference.
No, it's computer science. It's not. Well, it's still, it's computer science is a subcategory of science, I guess. Right?
Yes.
No.
I'd like to point out, too, that this is a war for your mind. And this is a battlefield that we're on right now. And so the struggle is real. We come in here every single day. The passion is to speak truth unfiltered. And sometimes it gets rough when you listen to two people trying to have a discussion and somebody's trying to avoid being held accountable to the things that they say. And it's rough because we're like, just let the man speak. Let him say what he wants to say. No, I'm not going to. He's going to answer the question. Because what he's been doing all his life is getting out of being held accountable. And so what we're doing in here is exposing that mindset to the world. So when people see that, they're like, whoa, the guy really doesn't have an answer to the question. And that's what we want. That's the aha moment for a lot of people listening. They've never heard somebody being held accountable. And also, when they're held accountable, to know that they don't have an answer. This is important. It's the place where truth meets reality. And then you start to realize, whoa, what have I been believing in this whole time? So then it helps you reshape and rethink. So if you don't ever have that, if you're like, white knighting for some individual who's like, oh, I just want to say one thing and you're not letting me. And you're like, just let him speak, dude. How come you don't let him talk? Well, the reason we don't do that here is because if we allow that to continue, you will never understand how this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But we have to expose it. And that's the mindset in here. The culture is we're all of one accord when it comes to that, the moderators anyway. And we want to show people, the whole world, that people don't have an answer to these tough questions. And it's for good reason. Because they've been indoctrinated to think that they can have any opinion that they want and they can take that as a matter of fact.
I understand.
And so it's the culture, bro. You have to just kind of like get used to it, because a lot of times people and just other forums, right? You got the debate forums and all that. They're filled with people like, well, give me 10 minutes, I'll give you 10 minutes. And then it's just a back and forth of like some people vomiting, what they vomiting whatever they say, and you're just mopping that vomit up, and it's like it's a continual cycle of never getting to the bottom of like what people really know or they don't know. So.
Hey, but what's your favorite aha moment? Like when you debate someone, like a globe head, you like, I got you, and they can't answer a question. Like, what's your favorite, go to?
Oh, it's easy for this discussion. It would be the Earth shape claim. First, it's measured curvature. Anytime in history has it ever been done? Or axial rotation, measurement of the rotation of the Earth, has it ever been done? Or the gas pressure without a container argument, which is vacuum space. So when you give them these three claims of the globe Earth makes, and they don't have a response, and they say, "Well, I just believe it to be so," then everybody hears that, and they're like, "Dude, you just have a belief? Where's this like knowledge that you had like shit tons of evidence?" Like this guy came in and we asked him, "Oh, you think the Earth's a globe?" He's like, "Oh, there's shit tons of evidence." All right, then name me one, just one. All I need is one. That's it. Well, I was 2 a.m., in the morning, so I'm kind of tired. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. That's the aha moment, bro. So it's like the aha becomes like where people don't have an answer. They just can't respond to the question because there is no answer. But they don't know that yet because their mind has been filled with explanations, and that's all they think about.
I like using the the North Pole and the South Pole. So like if you on a ball, you have a North Pole and a South Pole. So after you pass the equator, as you go farther south, but the compass still pointing north. So while you all the way the south of Africa and Cape Town, but the pole is still, your compass still pointing to the North Pole. So why it's not pointing to the South Pole, and they can't never get their head around that. Like after you pass the equator, the compass is always pointing off, what I'm saying? So no matter where you at. So why the compass not pointing towards the South Pole if, you have two poles? So they can't ever get their head around that. So that's one of my favorite ones.
That's a good point. I mean, a compass doesn't even work in Antarctica. Doesn't even work.
Exactly. But it's supposed to be the stronger force on the ball, on the globe. It's supposed to be the stronger force. So the compass should point to the South Pole if if it's spinning, is how they say, yo. But anyway, but yeah, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, it just changes everything. I don't know. I love the topic for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is because you get your wonder back. You get your awe back. You start to yes, you question things more, but it's the reasoning faculties has been sort of deadened by this whole situation, and then you start to question things and you start to look into things, and then you get more common sense out of it. So yeah, that's one of the reasons I love it. Probably the main reason.
Exactly. Like once you figure out like you've been lied to your whole life. So when somebody comes inside your life and they try to lie to you or whatever, and they try to run game, you could be able to see through the bullshit because you've been your mind conscious being on a whole nother realm now. So when somebody come to you and lie, and you can just see them trying to finesse, you can see right through them. You know what I'm saying? You can see right through their spirit. You know what I'm saying? Because you on a whole nother conscience now. So it just make living, to me personally, like a little bit more easier. I can be able to navigate, you know what I'm saying, through the life, you know what I'm saying, like a little bit easier, because I didn't woke up from the bullshit. I'm out the matrix.
I've seen that happen a lot for me. Like I see, oh man, it happens so much. I see it from my last employer, my landlord, everything. Even my girlfriend, I know when she'd be lying her ass off. Easy. And it's just so easy to see that nowadays, and it's really empowering.
Yeah, facts. Facts.
I mean, I could always tell somebody who bullshit. Look, I was a bullshitter, and we can smell our own a mile away. That's the truth of it. I could always smell bullshitters. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the reasoning faculties, right? The thing, the critical thinking, as Miggy kept pointing out, that starts to sort of awaken, starts to, you know, you start to sort of look at things differently, and you're like I've been on planes. I've been on lots of times, but I never even questioned why my ears were popping. I understood that on some level that it had something to do with pressure. But that was about it. You know, I never questioned it past that. And saying it in a place like this, he's like, well, duh. But no, that's just how people are. They're just in their own little bubble, and they just don't question these things.
Let me put an example to this. Felix and Venue, is it? Venue? Let me ask you both a question. You can both respond at the same time. I'm going to show this small exercise of how we get to what we say the truth in here. So for both of you, you can answer unified if you want to. Are we talking on Discord right now?
Yep.
I think so.
Okay, so how about Felix or Venue? Are we talking on Discord right now?
I mean, everybody would. I mean, most people agree yes, but it is debatable.
Okay, so are you? And I'm going to ask you the second question, Felix and Venue. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord right now?
That's what the app say, but you know, it could be a third party, you know, in between. So that, like you say, it's the app say Discord, but you know, I don't know, you know, when I downloaded the app, I don't know what type of third parties, you know what I'm saying, that's activated with Discord. But you know, as my knowledge, it's a Discord, but you know, it could be so many loopholes and on a blockchain technology, you know, that it say we are, but I have no clue for real.
Okay, so let's rephrase this, and I'll make it more palatable for you guys. Venue, what are you doing right now?
Uploading YouTube videos.
No, but I'm saying, are you sitting down, standing up?
I'm sitting down.
Okay, Felix, what are you doing right now? Sitting down, standing up, laying down?
I'm in the car.
So you're sitting in your car?
Yes.
Okay, Venue and Felix, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down in your car? And Venue, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Yes.
Felix?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what we ask other people, right, that come in here. And so they're not sure of their own reality to tell another individual that they're doing what they say they're doing. So this doesn't have anything to do with the scientific method, right? We're not applying science to this, but what it is, it's a logical statement that you're making. So if you can't even speak to somebody coherently and logically, then how are you able to convey anything else to them? So what we don't understand when we have conversations with people in here, that we already assume that they're thinking logically on the idea that the Earth, you know, may be a globe and all this. Like the conversation in here goes on to like asking them questions, right? But we don't know that the paradigm understanding for their worldview is that the makeup of it is that they can't even understand what they're doing right now to be true. So the statement that you just said, Felix, that you know that you are sitting down in your car, and Venue says he knows that he's sitting down. When I asked if you're 100% sure of it, they would deny that.
Wow. With what evidence, right? And this is where we get into the evidence.
Right. So they would deny that. They would say, well, we can't be certain that we're 100% sure that we're doing this. And I have audio clips after audio clips of them denying it. If you'd like, I could play it for you so you can see for yourself that people actually say the opposite of what you guys have just said.
Let's play it.
They're like 30-second clips. They're not really long, but they're...
Yeah, play it. Let me check it out.
All right, let me go ahead and let me get to my computer station. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a few clips, and so that you guys can see that what we talk about in here. The same question has been asked to them, but you know, it was more the Discord question. But It's the same premise, you know. Let me see. Yeah, allow me a moment. I'm gonna look for these clips and then I'm gonna go ahead and play them.
Oh, good. Yeah, take your time, bro. Take your time.
This is amazing.
Yeah, but by me being a flat earther though, man, like over the years, like I got more in tune with nature. I don't really eat that much meat. I mean I like a little chicken every now and then, a hamburger, but I fry it myself. I get the ground beef and fry it myself, but I know it's bad for me, but I'm just being used to it, for forever. I was born in the 80s, but I eat a lot of more fruit, work out. I got more in tune with God now, you know what I'm saying? Like I look at the plants and see how they grow, when the seasons change, when they fall, when they grow back, I just noticed like so much shit. And I studied the moon a lot too. I studied like the time lapse of the moon and the sun. Seeing like, it clearly rotating over our head. We're not rotating around it. And and people get ready to do that shit themselves. Like each day that you wake up and you go outside, and you just like look at the sun. Well, you don't necessarily have to look at the sun. You could just be chilling in your car and you see where the sun at 1 o'clock. Then you go back and look at the sun at 2 o'clock. Then you go back and look at the sun at 3 o'clock. And you can see the time left that is clearly gone over your head. And you do that like 7 days in a row or whatever. You could clearly see that it's rotating around your head. But people are so lazy they don't even take the time out to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, I'm in Alabama. I can see the sun and the moon at the same time. Right now, as we speak, I'm looking at the sun and the moon at the same time. Clearly going over my head.
Yeah, let me play these clips, Felix, so you can hear what these guys were saying. I got them queued up now. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
That's amazing.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't hear nothing.
I don't think he remembers his
I just hear somebody laughing.
You don't remember when he's eating? Or if he has?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain is?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
All right, let me play another one. There are gonna be some back-to-back clips.
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing, bro.
Oh, when the bot comes up, unmute it. You probably have it deafened, Felix.
Oh, okay. All right. But yeah, my fault.
I'm gonna play it, and as soon as the bot comes up, just unmute it or undeafen it.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy,
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
All right. Did you unmute it or undeafen it? I got another clip.
Nah, I thought I had to unmute myself. Nah, I didn't see the bot. I'm sorry. I say I'm driving, so I'm trying to multitask at the same time. I didn't see the bot come up.
When it pops up, it's right underneath you.
Oh, my bad. I'm in the other screen. Hold on, let me go to it real quick, where I can see everybody at the same time.
All right, I'm about to play it, so it'll pop up here in just a moment. How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi, how sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Oh.
I think he just exited.
Yeah.
This is my favorite one. Are you still here, Venue?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
All right, check this one out.
Okay, can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
No,
if that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
But wait, there's more. Hang on, I'll play another one. We understand who we know, people that can identify. Like, if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly, generally. What are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay. So maybe more. More. Hold on. Let me there's another one. Oh yeah. Check this out. Okay, wait, yeah, let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay, what? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume. But so, let's see. How about this one? Here's another. Wait, I think I just played this one. Looking through the archives. I just played that one. Oh, yeah. Mr. Sensible. You might know him. You might not. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know. But
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair. And, I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that. I believe I'm sitting down, Mr. Sensible. And oddly enough, his handle is Mr. Sensible. That shit wasn't sensible at all. Oh, God. Let's see. What else we got? Let's see. It just keeps getting better and better. So what do you think, Venue? All these clips that these people are... It sounds like a program. Sounds like a program that's running, that people have to say this assumption value. I assume I'm sitting down. I assume I'm doing this.
It has something to do with being in the server and being asked by you at that time, that they think it's like, oh, is this some sort of trick question? Am I supposed to this or that? And it just, I don't know.
No,
You know what I
it's
mean?
not. It's a straightforward, logical statement. What are you doing right now? I'm asking them, and they're telling me. And then I ask, are you 100% sure that's the thing you're telling me? Whatever it is you're telling me, that it's true. And they can't say that it's 100% true statement. All right, let me bring up another clip. Here you go. Drusik.
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay.
A few moments later.
Ping. So keep going. Yeah. What about ping? Yeah.
I fucking give up.
Why, dude? You're 100% sure. What can go wrong? Yeah. Well, then you're about to do something that in 8 years I don't think anybody has ever done in here. For me, nobody's ever brought this kind of evidence. 100%. Come on now. I'm rooting for you.
Like, I'll make it real simple. I'll just give 3 things that irrefutably prove a globe to you.
Well, we have to listen to his specific example with ping. So he's on about ping. And so with this 100% proof, talking about ping, I don't know where he was going with that, but it's his claim. It's his evidence. So, okay, pick it up from where you started with ping. What else do you have? You want to drop it completely? Do you give up? Are you unsure? Are you going to say that you're not sure 100%?
I am not sure 100%.
So you are admitting right now, that you are decidedly not 100% sure of the shape of the Earth. And that would be correct. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
So now he's back. There it is.
Well, I know I'm definitely sitting down.
Yeah, you are, but they're not. Let's see. I think there was a young lady that I was speaking to as well. Let's try to look for that clip. Oh, I think I did play it. Let's see. Is it this one? No, that's not it.
Oh, thank you for unmuting me, by the way. I'm going to go jump into this other server where I usually go in.
Yeah, no problem.
Use some of these new practices and try again.
Yeah, go ahead,
go
ahead, man.
Know what I mean?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just see how it works for you. Let's see it, man. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Grace, what up, my boy?
Yo.
Martoth, how you feeling?
Yeah, doing all right.
Good, yeah. All right, what up? Shout out to Simpcord. What's up, Simpcord? You're the man of the hour, bro. All these clips were provided by SimCord.
Great job.
He does the work of getting these clips. And yeah, if there's any other clips you have, SimCord, just send them to my DMs. You know the dealio, bro. You know how we do what we do.
Like usual, the Globers are being slow, not trying to defend their globe.
Yeah, there's an old commercial from the Maytag. There's a Maytag commercial, like for the appliance Maytag, all the appliances. And there's a Maytag repairman. And he just like, because the appliances work so well that he never has to repair anything. He's just sitting around. That's what I feel like I have.
Yeah.
It's like the Maytag guy sitting around.
Well, we are here 24/7, ready to provide customer support for Flat Earth and all that emotional support the Globers need.
Operators are standing by. Questions, comments, concerns? Bring them all over here.
Miggy, are you 100% sure that that guy who made the video on any observation, the guys who are making observation, they are really there?
The guy that made the video? Like which guy?
Whoever who made the observation video, you know, are they really there?
Mentally, probably not, but physically, yeah. Sasha, that's actually a really good point, because you can get almost any Glober to say, like, are you 100% sure there are astronauts in space? Yes. Are you 100% sure that if you ask them about their religion, they'll be 100% sure about all that shit?
Yeah. Because they will say, that was the moment when you ask, he's 100% sure of the globe, and he's not sure of his presence in reality. There is 99. But for the globe, it's 100.
Hey, you know what's weird? I just noticed that SimCord put the video up to Mr. Sensible, what he put on his live stream. And he says, I believe I'm sitting in my chair. And everybody could see him sitting in his chair, like with a third person perspective. Like
I thought that was hilarious. His face is just priceless.
You can literally see him sitting in a damn chair. You're like, hold on, how do you believe it, dude? I see you sitting in a damn chair right now. I don't know.
Oh, we should say you are lying.
I just noticed that the video actually is even better. I think I got to present the video next time. Like, okay, so this guy says he believes he's sitting in his chair, but you can see him sitting in his chair. Now, is it a belief that he's sitting in his chair, or is he really sitting in his chair? Come on now. Yeah, audience, you can participate on this one.
But Mickey, you're seeing him on the screen. He could make some kind of montage.
CGI. Yeah, you could be in a green screen. Or you could
CGI, yeah.
Yeah, I believe I was sitting in my chair. Crazy.
I think this is the only point that they are saying that because they will find themselves in corner in one moment with your arguments, and there is the point when you will say, I'm not sure here, I'm not 99% sure, but something may be happening.
His experience in his physical form is apparently like less secure than the video he watches on his TV screen.
Yeah. So we got 32 people listening on the live stream, YouTube live stream. If you guys are brand new to the topic and you kind of think this is kind of crazy, come on in here. Let's have a conversation about it. If you think the Earth is a globe, if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, come on in here. Click the link in the description, or Nightbot is spamming the link as well. But just jump into the live stream. I will unmute you, and you can have your a little moment to say about what you think the Earth is and so forth. And we can have a convo about it. Come on in. Step right up. Don't be shy. Come on down. Only a nickel over here. And you see the amazing Drace. He's an AI. Watch him how he logically deconstructs the globe. I don't know.
That was funny.
Sasha, why is the lake philosophy, bro?
Lake, because of 99.9% of knowing.
Yeah, you only know 99.9999999% to the 10th decimal place.
I would give that 0.1 percent for lakes to be physically body of water. I would say that's something in nature. But that's only 0.1. More is philosophy.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Pagis in this moment because when Pagis was faced with the scenario of his wife cheating on him with the next door neighbor, he would accept any model to try to explain the obvious away.
Oh yeah,
and he even said, like, I would probably go with what's most probable, which would be obviously that the neighbor is sleeping with his wife. But right after saying that, he said that, like, oh, like he accepted if she slipped, or if he slipped and just fell into her, that would also be just an acceptable excuse that he wouldn't actually be cheating. And so to them, the 0.1% actually overrides the 99.9%. And like that's the thing they accept as being true. It's like we experience the world's flat stationary, we use it as such, but there's this 0.001% chance that it might be a globe because they look into the sky and the stars appear to move in circles. Therefore, I'm going to imagine that everything is a ball, and I see circles in the sky. Therefore, those are also balls, and I must be on a ball because I see circles that I believe are balls. It's so retarded, but that's what they hinge everything on that. It could be this other thing that's completely opposite of everything we experience, or the 99.9%. In a way, they're lying to themselves. They keep telling us that, like, oh, like, I'm 99% sure I'm sitting in my chair, but that's not how that actually goes. When they look at the Earth, they're actually seeing or experiencing, just like with the chair, they're experiencing themselves sitting in the chair, they're experiencing themselves on a stationary flat Earth. But that is ignored, being in the chair. And so they're like, I'm probably a brain in a jar.
You could say for her, on that example of a wife, she also had no reason to cheat him. Why would she?
That's one of the classical globe excuse. Why would they lie? Why would she cheat? Why would she cheat?
Yeah, she was a good woman, 20 years, every time good, in love, never been with nobody, always with me, with kids good, other people speaking of family good, everything. She would never lie.
I'm a great guy too. So I mean, you mix me being a great guy with her being a great gal. Like it's just equals no way, Jose. Oh shit. Obviously, right?
10 years later, he's divorced, but okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a sex robot from Amazon, guys. Like, we all know I'm too good of a guy, she's too good of a girl. There would never be anything other than a sex robot. And when I checked and I didn't find any batteries, and I found out it was actually the neighbor, like I realized, it wasn't a sex robot. They accidentally spilled something on their clothes, had to take them off, and then just fell into that position. It was just unlucky coincidences.
They are not naked. Everything is refracted.
Yeah.
It's loomed up over the butt. Jeez.
Yeah, it didn't actually penetrate her. It was just refracted. It looked like that. Optical illusions.
How high was the cameraman when he made the video?
Oh shit. We need third-party perspective to confirm.
Well, my neighbor is also a PhD, so and all of his friends agree that he didn't cheat with her. So the experts agree they didn't cheat.
The experts, all unified front, would say that nuh-uh. Good enough for me.
But there are experts telling that you cannot see curvature from fucking height, but normal people, normies, they saw the curvature. But they are not listening experts.
Freaking normies. Don't be a normie.
Well, we can select which experts we like. Like these 12 over here that say the thing we want. Yeah, those are all the experts, and everybody else we just ignore as not being the experts.
Or we can choose some kind of issue. This expert speaking about curvature, that's not correct. But about gases, he is correct.
Yeah, it's a pretty sad state of affairs.
I think we're too intimidating, Drace. I think that's what it is.
No, you are passive aggressive, man.
Passive aggressive. Yeah.
What is
people don't know what they're saying though, bro. They tell you they're doing something and they're not even sure they're doing the thing they say they're doing. So annoying.
It's also to all the Globers out there that might be listening, you don't have to come in here confrontational, defending the globe as if it's like your ego. You can just be like, here's something that I think confirms what I believe. Does it? And then we will break it down for you, and you can see that it does not.
But somehow this sphere is more saint than church.
That's funny. This guy in Mr. Sensible's text or his comment section is like saying we don't know it's flat because we can't know it's flat, and there's numerous evidence that it's not flat. So I would really like him to come in here and show us this evidence that it's not flat.
Everybody knows that. You cannot deny 2,000 years of science. other day, guy said I made observation 3-4 years ago. And when we asked, okay, can you post it? He said, no, I remember I saw the curvature, but I made observation. I don't have anything to present. Okay, thank you. Why you don't believe me? I'm only one simple guy who saw the curvature. I'm not astronaut.
We got H has just joined us right now. H, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. I see you got VC verified. Did you just come into the server recently?
No, I've been in here for years.
Oh, really? Under a different name or under H?
No, under this name.
Oh, I've never seen you in here. But are you mainly just like sitting in the back, not saying anything, or like?
I usually don't join big voice chats like this because they're like chaotic, and I mean, I'm seeing this one isn't because everyone's like muting themselves. I'm just listening.
So, what is your what's your mindset on the whole conversation, the Earth's a globe, and that? What do you think about that?
Honestly, I never thought about it until I joined Discord. And then when people talked about flat Earth, I was like, oh, what? How do people think this, right? And then like the more I looked into it, I was like, all right, something's there. And so I honestly still haven't really looked too deeply into it, but if I had to guess, if the Earth is flat, I think it is.
Awesome.
And also the biggest thing that convinced me was somebody talking about how like we never went to the moon, and then like looking into that, and I was like, why would they? I don't know. Anyways, that's how I got here, but I still haven't really looked too deeply into it. That's where I'm leaning.
Well, I could like have you ever heard me give people the 3-point questions about the globe?
No.
Okay, I'll run through them with you, and I just answer them honestly, and you'll see why it's what I've composed as the method, and I'll give you the method too, so that you can maybe take this and show other people. But as honestly as you can, just answer the questions, and then you'll see why I've made the method this way. Let's start with the first question. And the first question is, any time in history, has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And if you can give us the information that we need would be primary source, right? Who's actually started this whole thing? Citation, where has it been said? Like what book or on the internet? Where is it saying this? And demonstration. How have they demonstrated to us that the Earth is curving at what they say the set rate that is curving at? With the Earth being the size that they say it is. So if you have any of that information that tells you that the Earth is a globe, go ahead and provide that as evidence. And if you don't have any of that, the simple answer would be, I don't know, that's fine. Like this isn't like a gotcha kind of thing. It's more like what you know as far as the information to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. So if you know, then you say in detail what I was asking for. And if not, then just, I don't know will suffice.
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know how anyone could know.
No, correct. All right, I'll take it to the second question. And it's axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. The Earth spinning on its axis, and they're claiming that the Earth is spinning on its axis, measured to be spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So when we're looking at this information, we're trying to figure out, okay, primary source. Who started saying this in the first place? Where is it being said? And a demonstration of how we know we can verify that the Earth is spinning at that set rate. And so how have we measured the axial rotation of the Earth? either with that information that could be provided, or I don't know would suffice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. And the third final question is the vacuum of space. They're claiming that the Earth is surrounded by a vacuum of space, right? Which is a super, super low pressure, claiming to be somewhere in the realm of like 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is close, superly close to zero, really close to zero. But it's not there. It's not at zero, but it's really close. But that being said, we have air pressure here on Earth. The air you and I breathe is like 14 psi on the surface. So if we start to realize that as you go up, there's a gradient, right? It starts to get less and less pressure on this air. And for there to be pressure in the first place, what we know that the law that governs the reality that you and I are in, there needs to be a container that holds gas pressure. So gas pressure needs to have a container. The antecedent for gas pressure is a container. You have to have a container every instance you talk about gas pressure. So one example would be like if you put air in your tire of your car, the tire is the container for the air pressure. So the more air you put in your tire, the more compact the air becomes, and it becomes pressurized. So we know that you can hold pressure inside a container. And so in every instance that you have gas pressure, you'd have to have a container that contains it. So they're saying that the Earth is an open system, that matter and energy can transfer between the surface and to the outer part of the Earth, into like the moon and to Mars and so forth. So matter and energy can transfer back and forth outside of this Earth. So therefore, negating the fact that you need a container to hold the gas pressure. So now, well, once again, the question would be, how can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, no, I don't have a clue.
Right. So that would be those three main points. And the reason why I asked you the gas pressure without a container, because like I said, once again, the claim is that the Earth is an open system, that there is no container containing the gas, that gravity is the answer. And so we're looking at this from a standpoint of like three bold claims that the Earth, claiming that it's a globe, would have to stand for. So the three pillars that make it, prop it up, are that the Earth has curvature, it's spinning, and it's in the vacuum of space, which is all just a belief system, because no one can demonstrate with primary source, citation, and demonstration any of the points that I just given you. So there's 3 points, right? And if you can just kind of condense it to remember it. The first one is evidence that Earth has curvature. The second one is axial rotation, evidence of the spin of the Earth. The third one is gas pressure without a container, meaning that the open system of the globe would stand to reason that that's how it exists in the vacuum of space. But like I said before, in every instance that gas pressure is talked about, there's a container here on Earth. So, and that they have to give you the primary source, citation, and demonstration for each one of those if they want to prove to you that the Earth is a globe. And that's the method. I call it the 3 points.
Yeah, that's good.
And you basically can just take this to anyone and that claims the Earth's a globe, right? And from the most intellectual to the most common, and have them like kind of like, talk about how they can provide evidence for that. But usually boils down to that they're not going to give you any evidence. They'll probably say things like, well, we've discovered Eratosthenes, and when they talk about the curvature of the Earth, Eratosthenes discovered that 1,000, 2,000 years ago, and they'll tell you a story. But, further looking, because like there is no evidence that they have that somebody long ago figured it out. So,
I'm going to ask
Sure.
probably a stupid question, but why do you think that NASA is trying to like trick everyone? What do you think like the bottom line for them doing that is?
I think everybody that works for NASA are under the impression that they're doing work for them based on the understanding that they live on a globe. There's a handful of people that probably know the truth, and the rest are just doing a job. Like if you worked at NASA, you'd be doing a job, and your job would be whatever it is, working with a computer or whatever technology that that you'd be working with. But it wouldn't be specifically knowing that the Earth is a globe. You'd just be believing that it is, because like your job, and like think about departmentalization. I call it departmental because it's departments, right? If you've ever worked at a big company, you're under the need to know basis. Like only your department knows what it needs to know, and it functions as a with the information that's given to it. And as the higher you go up, the more information you get, because you have to manage the departments below you. If that makes any sense to you. So need to know things is kind of like how departments operate and bigger companies operate. So a company like NASA would operate at the very highest levels of the echelon, would only be the ones to know this information, which would probably be a handful of people, if that. And then the rest of everybody else just believes that the things that they're doing are working off of the understanding that the Earth is a globe. Does that make sense? Like,
I agree with that. I think they're just believing it. But what about the handful that know it's a lie? That's what I should have clarified.
Sure. Well, it's a power. How can I put it? It's a power control method. So if, let's say, this information is controlling a mass population, it's for the greater good. So if there is such a thing that they're doing it for, I would say they would view it for the greater good of humanity, because they don't, like, let's say if you don't want somebody to wander off to places of the unknown and start to realize, like, hey, we live on a flat stationary Earth, we haven't discovered everything, let's go and discover things, then you'd have a mass exodus of people trying to figure out what this world is, and it'd just be chaos. But if you can keep them on certain locations on the Earth because everything is already discovered, then it's a deterrent. It becomes something that you can control populations with, and further extending into other realms of critical thinking, like if there's a creator, probably not, because nature created everything, because of Big Bang cosmology. So no creator, limited resources, let's see, climate change. I could think of many different other things. And so you would fight for causes that would have no fundamental basis in reality. There's nothing I can prove empirically that what I'm saying about the globe is true, but I can convince you if you think you live on a globe. And so the control method becomes something of an agenda, right? So therefore, now all this information is propagated throughout academia. It's propagated throughout, like, indoctrination via the media. It's just everywhere. The vernacular, your words are being, everything is globalism, globalist, globe. So you're saturated with the understanding, and so it becomes just like a normal thing. Like, you don't think twice about it because everybody's using that word, and it's a foregone conclusion because we learned about it when we were in 3rd grade. And so why are we gonna talk about something that we already know that is not, the Earth's not flat, it's a globe? Do you know what I mean? So it becomes, it's so like, why are we going to regress back to like caveman days when we already were enlightened? Like, look we're in the information age. If this were true, that the Earth is flat and stationary, somebody would have whistleblowed a long time ago. But once again, it's the method of control. So if it's only held by, a few select groups, are we saying that there is no such thing as, people that would hold an agenda to control populations? Or is it apparent to us that people are that, entities or companies often do this? They hold information and lord it over their population because it's any number of things, right? Power, money, control over a mindset of like the individuals, and you see it. It's corruption at the highest forms, right? Like, that's not something that you're ignorant about. You're very everyone's knowledgeable about that. Governments are corrupt. It's just the way things are. Like, I mean, but you don't have to be someone who's a conspiracy theorist to even think that. You can see that there's hallmarks of that happening. So if you think about it on a grander scale, it almost seems like, yeah, it would be genius to kind of keep this as a globe, because it's a deterrent, and it's also a great method of control, right? And it's a great way to siphon taxpayers' monies. Like if you're saying that it's going to this particular agency, then how are you going to prove that they're doing what they're doing for sure or not? Where's the verification for these guys? Who's going to stop and say, wait a minute, are you guys really going to space? Or are you just giving something as a production value that you're showing us, that you're wanting to convince us that you're going to space? You know what I mean? Like, it just becomes no one's holding them accountable. No one is. And so they're the experts. They're the ones running around telling us what's what, and we're just believing them, because why would they lie, right? But then that's the ignorant part about humanity, that we're just automatically assuming their moral standing is a good one. They are scientists. They wouldn't lie. Like, why would they lie? And that's the question. But then again, you think about humans are liars. We just are. And governments are corrupt. They just are. Because that's apparent. And then those two things that I told you, people are liars, governments are corrupt, those are true statements. Are they not?
If they are not lying, there will be curvature for sure.
Well, demonstration of the curvature is like what we also talk about. It's like, so reality doesn't lie. When you go out into the field and you test for whether or not it's a globe, there isn't a globe to be found. So it doesn't matter what they show you. They can show you images, live footage, rockets. They can show you all kinds of production value, because they got a lot of money. They can do whatever they want, right? So they can produce a lot of things. But as far as like the verification if it is a geometric shape that you're standing on, that falls short. They can't do that. So the one thing that the globe needs to exist is the actual measurement of it actually being a geometric shape. You can't find that anywhere. There is no measurement. It's all in a mathematical construct given to you in the math formula. Because they give you values to the geometric shape of the Earth, don't they? So if you type into Google, what is the radius of Earth? It'll spit out a value. What is the diameter of Earth? It's going to give you a value. What is the circumference of Earth? It'll give you that value. So you start to realize, well, I have all these values. They're telling me the size of the Earth. I mean, well, if it's an oblate spheroid, they're telling me how big it is. And so nobody's going, okay, let me take these values, go to the Earth itself, out into the field, and with these values, it's a geometric shape that I'm standing on. It's a ball. So on this ball, I'm going to find a drop over distance. It has to be. At some point, the Earth will be curving away from me, and I will have measured curvature. Obviously, right? That's how we would look at it if we were standing on a ball Earth. It's a geometric shape with certain values, because they've given us the values. So there's no escape to say, well, it's too big. The Earth is just too big. No, that's not going to work, because we have values. If we didn't have values, that would probably be a good escape for you to say the Earth is just too big. You can't measure it. That's not going to work, because they give us these definite values of the Earth's rotundity. So now we're going to have to go to the field and say, using these values, we're going to see a drop over distance. And we should see what we expect to see anyway, is curvature obstructing our view using these values. Does that make sense, H?
Yeah, some big brain stuff, but I get it.
Yeah. No, but really, all it's doing is just putting the information to the test, right? So what you're doing is just saying, okay, you guys are saying the Earth's this big. Okay, now let's go to the field. Let's do some kind of test to see if what you're saying is true. And that's all you're doing. The ball Earth that you're standing on should be conforming to the ball shape via a method of taking a small sample set, which is a good sample set would be like 10 to 20 miles, let's say. And And if you get some obstruction of curvature blocking your view from the thing you see in the far distance, then voila, Earth is a ball, as they say. But if it's not, if your line of sight is able to see something within 20 miles, and you could see something in the far distance, and we got some problems. That means that the geometric shape of the Earth doesn't conform to the shape that it said it should be, because you wouldn't be able to see the thing in the far distance because Earth curvature would be in the way. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
If it's bigger, does that expert will not find out before us that it's bigger?
Yeah, but and that's bigger or smaller,
But experts telling us, and we are learning that in school, what is the real size. That's why we are using that size.
Some people say some people would disagree and say, the Earth's too big. No, that those values aren't correct, and they would try to escape from us holding them accountable. But here's the skinny on that: you can't, because these are settled already on a specific geometric shape. So these values are necessary for specific calculations. Now, they're going to use these values for anything to do with rockets going into outer space to orbit the Earth and so on. So they need the radius value. It absolutely, most definitely needs to be a specific value. It can't be something that's malleable. They have to know what it is. For all things necessary to understand how far distance is on things, because its radius is going to have to be something that they use for refraction, terrestrial refraction, for things to deal with rockets leaving the Earth and so forth. So they need a specific value to hang their hat on. That's settled. That doesn't. People can't come in here and say, "Well, we don't know how big the Earth is." That's not, like I said once again, that doesn't work, because you need the value specifically for different other mathematical functions. And so your people that advocate for the globe, they're stuck in a position where they have to make the math that the geometric shape of the Earth is said to be work. They have to. There's no escape. You have to. It's that value and nothing else. You can't just make shit up, in here. You have to stick to what you. If you advocate for the globe, then you take everything that comes with it. That's including the radius, diameter, and circumference values. You can't make up. Well, that information is wrong, because you're not somebody who made that information. We all, when we were born, we were all born into this knowledge where this is the value that it is. Right? So these aren't things to argue about. These are things to either it is or it isn't. Do you see what I'm saying, H? There's no other way but to accept that that's what the globe is saying.
So do you guys believe what the Bible says about the Earth?
Most stand by biblical principles in here. As myself, I do, but it's more of it's more on the spiritual side versus the physical empirical side. The physical empirical validates the spiritual. It's the other way around. So yeah, but if people do hold to a spiritual Christian worldview, let's say, then they would probably advocate for the Earth being flat and stationary if we spoke to them. But if we haven't spoken to them, they more or less think like it's a spheroid, because they believe in what man has discovered. The discovery of man's knowledge being lofty and put up above God's would be what they would say.
Yeah, that was me.
For sure.
I was a Christian, but I never even thought about the Earth and all that, and then I was like, whoa.
Yeah, indeed. So what happens is, because they use God as thus saith the Lord, right, kind of explanations, it trumps what man's logical thinking would be, and then it usurps it to well, God says it's a heliocentric, system. And so then you're just okay, well, if God said so, then I'll just back away. But then again, nobody's holding those guys accountable, right? These speakers of deeper truths, these liars. I do. I just barely understood. There's some people that would say that the the teachers of, like, let's say church schools and stuff, like, they're still advocating for the Earth's rotundity, and it's being in a heliocentric position. They're still indoctrinating the youth this way, but nobody's holding them accountable. Nobody's the buffer between that information and the young child. So they're, even in church school, they're being indoctrinated in heliocentrism.
You're so right.
And the only buffer is you and me. And so truth wins at the end of the day. It doesn't, like, and people that advocate, I know truth. Truth is what I stand for. Well, if that's the case, if that is absolutely true, what you're saying, and you would capitulate to truth, then you would understand that when it's spoken, you come to it. You don't say like, nah. Because, like, some people that are, like, staunch in their position that thus saith the Lord heliocentrism, then are shown like, hey, look, man, these guys that you're listening to, they're not talking about God's creation. They're talking about an imagination. They think God did this because they're taking the Bible as poetic language. When you put it to them this way, right? I'll give you an example, H. From the biblical perspective, in the beginning, did God create the heliocentric globe Earth in a position in the solar system? Did he say, I created the Earth after or before the sun? Now, it only takes a little bit of discovery. I'll tell you, that way we won't have so much holding back and forth to look into Genesis. But on the fourth day, he created the sun, moon, and stars. And there are reasons behind why he put them there. So he didn't make the sun, moon, and stars so that the earth can revolve around it. No. The earth was formed, or actually it was already there before the sun, moon, and stars were there. So the cosmology is in reverse. It's not the sun was here before the earth was here before the sun. 3 days prior, and life was even existing before that. There was vegetation, there was animals, there was other things. So there was other things before the sun, moon, and stars were created. And I want you to just, like, whenever you get a chance, just to look into that. So what was the earth revolving around for 3 days if there was no sun?
God.
Right. So he was the light that was giving life to everything. But then the sun was put in a place so that he was, like, you know, because that's what happened. Like, he's the light in the beginning, he will be the light in the end. And so from the narrative, I'm just, you know, you guys that don't agree with biblical narrative, that's fine. I'm just telling H that because it's more along the same lines that we've been exposed to, at least I have. So the narrative for us is that he was the light in the beginning, and then the sun was in its place, and then at the end the sun will give its light no more, nor the moon, and then he will be the light once again. That's what the narrative of the biblical stance says. So he was the light in the beginning, he will be in the end as well, once the sun doesn't give its light anymore.
Yeah, I definitely think that this whole lie about the earth being round and stuff is coming from Satan just trying to throw us off in every way. So
yeah, H, in the biblical narrative, it does say that there's a delusion that's going to come upon the whole world. And I was always thinking about that. I was like, what delusion? How could something so delusional happen to everyone everywhere? Like, that's just not, I couldn't fathom that. I was like, what? I was trying to think, what delusion is it? Like, before I was, into this. And it's easy to see that we've been fooled because we grew up with the knowledge that man has done many great things, including going to a place where God says that this is not your place to be. Like, he even specifically said, earth is your domain, the heavens are mine. I've given you the earth, and this is, the Lord resides in the heavens. But ever since, and you'll see this ancient war happening with people and the Creator. The ancient war is that they want to build a tower, the Tower of Babel, right, to reach up to God and fight him. So there was always a struggle with people living on earth wanting to fight against God and reach to the heavens to fight him. What do you think NASA's doing?
True.
They're taking their rockets, going to space, and declaring there is no God. We are the only ones here. Nature created everything. Big Bang cosmology, evolution, and they're usurping their lofty knowledge against the creator.
Yeah. So I don't really talk about this because I'm not knowledgeable on it, but sometimes I share my opinions. Like, and I was in a chat with somebody the other day that was we were talking about like if we went to the moon, and I was like, I don't believe we went to the moon, and he's like you're pretty dumb because you can buy a oh my gosh, my brain's not working because a telescope off of Amazon, you can see the flag and the equipment is still on the moon. And I was like, what is this person talking about? Like, did somebody like post a video of them like zooming in on the moon? And is that what's circulating these people talking about that? Because I'm like, can you send me that video? Like if it exists. And he's like, oh, I'm not going to do anything. Like, I'm not going to find this for you. You can find it yourself.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. But at the same time, even if it were to exist, there would be a bit of production that would probably go into the way of like, I don't ever go like, because some people would say this, like, I've heard it said before, many flat earthers say things like, well, if I see that, then that would be enough proof for me. Or if I see uncut footage of a rocket leaving the Earth, going into space, coming back down again, uncut, no cuts, then I would believe the Earth's a globe. I've heard of this, and people would make these declarations, and guess what? There is an uncut footage of a video of a rocket going up into space, coming back down again. Just recently, SpaceX has launched one of their rockets that done this. And it demonstrates like it goes all the way into space and it shows around like the globe Earth and it comes back down. The second stage of the rocket, the one that actually comes back, you know. So the one that supposedly falls off, and they used to like fall away, but SpaceX with their new innovations have created a rocket that will come back and be reusable. So they put out a video that shows uncut footage of this happening, and then it's like the Globers are cheering because they're like, yeah, look, there it is. You guys, we got and then the flat earther who was saying, all I need is uncut footage. And then so they have what they want now. They got what they want. So the flimsy argument or I guess understanding of like that's all they needed. They are now just back into the globe because their evidence was not something that can be verified. They can't stand on truth. So they're going to use something like visual representation to sway them back into the globe. And that's not a good standard, let's say.
Yeah.
The standard is measurement of drop over distance. The standard is an actual geometric shape being verified to be what they're claiming it is. And that can't be done by anyone. And so it's not something like as a visual representation. So go ahead, Drace.
It's also, he was just lying to you. There are pictures of the moon through observatories with gigantic telescopes, and they cannot see that far. It's kind of like if you take a telescope and try to see a single hair in someone's hand, it's too small to discern, even with a telescope. Like, his claim is just incoherent. And we see it all the time. People come and try to like lie to defend their position. It's not uncommon in this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, so apparently it looks like there's somebody that wants to debate me. It seems. He's in the YouTube live stream. And he's saying that he set up an account later and he wants to debate me, but he hasn't had any response from me back in 2 days. His name is Jeremarian Irving. I don't know if I'm saying that right or not, but come on in here because I'm actually calling your name out also. So I'm not running from you. I don't even know you're not even appearing in my DMs. So I'm just letting you know right now over the voice that you're welcome to come in here. And if you have any evidence, please bring it. But I have no DMs, like literally have no DMs from you. And I wouldn't lie about this because like there's nothing. I invite people in here. Trust me. I do it every day, almost every hour. Like I'm telling people, come on in here. If you have any evidence, bring it. So yeah, just make it. If your account for some reason is having trouble, try to make another one. But come in here and I will unmute you. You will have your chance to speak. So there's that, right? Anyway, meanwhile, back at the ranch. But yeah, that's so far as we know, H, this is the reason why these guys like, and it just depends like how you feel about it too. You can feel like your standard for evidence would be just something visual, and then of course they can come up with something because it's like think about the age that we're in these days. It's easy to come up with stuff. You can Photoshop things. You can do things with video and make it seem like it's something that it's not. It's just, you know. So I don't know. Well, it's good to have you here, though. I mean, like you coming from a position, but like you don't have a tag, but you do think the Earth is not a globe, right? Is that right?
Yeah. Like I still need to learn, like at the kindergarten level for sure, but there's something off.
Yeah, we'll stick around. I would say like it's great to have people that are just new to the topic, and by all means ask some questions. There is, however, I would say there's a culture here. It might be a culture shock for you if you're listening to me or another moderator or somebody else handle somebody who's coming in here. It seems like we're being really harsh, and at times I would say it's needed because of the fact that what we deal with are not your typical. What you don't understand is that what seems legit and honest from a personal behavior standpoint is not seen from our standpoint. We see the sociopath person. We see them being narcissistic. We know where they're coming from. We've been down this road too many times with many people in the discussion. So before you judge us in the way we're handling things, I would say just be patient. You'll see the outcome and the reason why we use the methods we do in here. It just seems like from the third party perspective, like you guys are just a bunch, excuse my language, but a bunch of assholes. But the reason why we use these methods is because it's going to help you realize that when people are held accountable, they don't have an answer to their questions. Andres, did you have something?
Yeah, when you start looking into the psychology and different debate tactics and rhetoric tactics and fallacies and logic, you start seeing, what they're doing is called sea lioning. They're pretending to be amicable while actually only employing malicious rhetoric. And so sometimes we point out the malicious rhetoric, and when they refuse to stop being malicious, things can escalate.
Yeah, it's definitely a culture shock for a lot of people. And
Carson, one question if my mic's working.
Go ahead, Dave.
Who are we talking to? H, do you live near a body of water at least 10 miles long, somewhere close to you? Hello?
I would say the closest big body of water is that I know of is the ocean. It's pretty far away.
Well, it's just helpful. It was helpful for me almost 8 years ago now. A buddy of me here in Kentucky went to a lake, and I flashed sunlight at 3 feet above the water level across 8.5 mile stretch. There should have been at least 50-some feet of curvature there. I'm just pointing out that this is something you can go do for yourself, okay?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that advice.
Also, H, there's a plethora of information down below in the Discord.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give you a certain tag in here. Let's see here.
Yeah, another way to do it is you can look on your phone and see boats where they're tracked in the ocean, and then what you can do is you could just watch the boats sail out into the horizon and look at the tracker, and so you can see how far away they're disappearing at, roughly.
It looks like Jeremiah Irving is having some trouble getting in here. He wants to get in here to debate, I guess. But he says he's trying to go to VC check-in 1, but he doesn't see the tag. I don't see that the gentleman is even in the server, so I don't know if we can get somebody to look into that.
Is that the guy in Cogdis, or have I not seen that correctly?
Let me check.
Oh, we got another guy in Cogdis who wants to come into VC and have a chat.
Oh, Customize is actually in Cogdis. How the heck did he end up there? Like that's. Oh, is that Customize? Is that him?
Yeah, that's the one in Cogdis who wants to come in and have a chat.
Let me get him back out. I'll get him back out. I don't know what he did to get in there, but you know me. I'm gonna get him back out. Globe Earth Row, got rid of Cogdis. All right, Customize. If that's you, if you're Jeremiah Irving, come on in here. By the way, Customize, if you're listening, I've given you the Globe Earth role so you can come back into this chat. I don't see that other guy, Jeremiah. I only see Customize. Is that it? Anticlimactic. He said he's coming in here. Where is he at? I don't see him. That. Are we supposed to wait with bated breath? Ah, well. I don't want to unban you or uncogdis you. I should say ban, not ban. It's uncogdis you, and then you don't come in here. So I'll just give you some time to come in here. If not, I'll just put you right back in the cogdis, which I don't want to, but if you're not taking this opportunity to come in here, I mean, what else can I do? How did he even get in here? Let's see here. Let me look through the chat. Yesterday at 9:08 p.m. my time. Oh, he must have been here when I wasn't in here. All right, this might be you, Mitsu Sowu. Dude, that's a weird name. All right, I've unmuted you, Mitsu Sowu. Are you there? Mitsu, are you there? Mic check.
Mic check. Hello.
I hear you now. Yeah. Oh, so okay. Mitsu.
You can just call me Dimitri if you like to.
Dimitri, are you Jeremiah Irving on YouTube live stream?
No, I'm not.
You're not. Okay, wrong guy.
I just came in this room in Discord.
No. All right, let me give you a VC verified role then. All right, so how did you find it, Mitsu?
I'm not gonna stay for long. Just to let you know, I'm working right now.
Okay. So you heard about us, or how did you hear about us, or what brought you in here? I should say.
The thing is that a friend of mine here in Greece told me about this, and as you know, as always, all the people do, I reacted some kind of weird, you know, at the first time. I mean, it's normal because that's what we taught when we were young, you know?
Of course.
And then I started to realize that there are a lot of people around me. They make videos, they make progress, they give information out to people, and I always look at the comments below, and I always see negativity, and I don't like negativity. I just want to investigate a little bit more, just to see what this is all about. You know what I mean?
Of course. We allow for that in here. Any questions you might want to have and bring. Also, any curiosities, make sure that you stay within the boundaries of like cordial conversation. Yeah, definitely. You could ask anything you want. But also, if we do ask anything in here, we ask that you be truthful about the statements that you make. So if something is not true, you can say, hey, I don't know. Like, you know, and be honest if you don't know something. Yeah, and that's fine. Okay. I guess we respect more that you would admit that you don't know versus you try to give us an explanation and it sounds like you're trying to just BS us. So,
yeah. The truth is that I don't know much, but I know one thing for certain. Oh. I saw a video recently which is called Go Fast Rocket on YouTube. Now, this video shocks me. Always.
Yeah,
I mean, cool. This was the beginning for me. And then I then I started asking, what the hell is going on here? We got something here. This is evidence. This is real evidence. I can see it with my eyes. I mean, you cannot deny this.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos that are put out there, but I'd like to warn you before you go and probably make another statement about that in here it's all about critical thinking and logically consistent points.
Yes, so of course.
If I agree. Now let me run that into because I've heard of the argument from both sides, so I know how it goes, Mitso. I know exactly how people handle this. So if I was a globe earther with a cunning way of being able to skirt around what you said, I could easily say that what you've seen there was something totally explainable. I could explain it to you. So, and you would say, but how? Like, it looks to be like great evidence for the earth having a covering, and the thing hit the covering, and it, like, you know what I mean? Like, you could see that being the case for the earth having a like it being in a contained system, because that's what the rocket hit, is a contained system. But then I could retort and you saying, like, think about this. Being a globe earther, I could say that if that was an actual dome that it hit, it would have completely been destroyed, because at the speed it was going, it would have completely destroyed that rocket. So not only that, but the thing that you saw it stop, it didn't abruptly stop because it hit something. It was an anti-spin gyro that caused it to immediately stop in its location where it was, and so its forward momentum would stop due to the fact that it doesn't have any more pull going upward, or excuse me, any more propulsion going upward, and the anti-spin gyro activated, and then it stopped spinning. Trust me, I've heard of every excuse under the sun. So that is not, in fact, evidence that you think it is, and then therefore it's thrown back at you like, okay, now what do you have? Well, you just have a visual, don't you? So now let me get back out of this globe earth mindset, right? Because it's yucky thinking that way. But like, they have cunning ways to skirt around what you say in the sense of, like, when we think it's evidence, it really isn't. When we're on it's still begging the question. It's so that video would still be begging the question. Okay, we're saying that this is happening on a flat stationary Earth, but with a dome covering, but at the same time, there's no evidence for the case. Like, we have to have evidence for the things that we're presenting. And when there isn't evidence and there's room for ambiguity, there's room for explanations. There's room for other things. And so when we argue in here or actually present something, it's always going to be an offensive position. You have to provide the evidence for the thing you're saying empirically. And if you can't do that, then it leaves room for somebody to make up another explanation and get around your point. And I'm just demonstrating that to you now. So even though as good as it sounds, as good as it seems, I should say, as evidence for you, when it happens on a real conversation with somebody who's opposed to what you're saying, they could find a way out. And I just demonstrated that as an explanation outside of what you may or may not have thought about. Hopefully, I made some sense.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
I saw a lot of videos from David Weiss. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah, you said his name.
Is he a member here in this group?
No, not that I'm aware of, but I haven't seen him in here. We know people in here know him. People in here know him. So, but
he's amazing. I am shocked. The evidence that he shows is amazing.
I would say
I didn't know all this.
Yeah, but I don't know. Everything's got to be taken with a grain of salt. Depends on who you're listening to, like your Mark Sargents, your David Weiss. They have a wider audience, right? Because of in here, our audience is not that big, but what we have is our arguments always refined. We always are at the leading edge of the argument, and I said it that way for a reason. But we're always at the forefront of the argument because, like, they are using arguments that are not, I would say, conducive for logically consistently bringing somebody to a point of knowing that the earth is or isn't what they're claiming it is. So I'll give you an example. And one of the debates that David Weiss had was with Dave Farina, Professor Dave. And he was using the three-body problem as an argument, for the Earth being a globe, and how the three-body problem would explain how the Earth being a globe can exist as the way they say it is. But what people don't realize is that he's using the idea that the three-body problem is a problem in the first place, when the begging the question is still underlying that, meaning that we're talking about if the Earth was a globe, this would be an issue with the three-body problem. So the Earth, Sun, and Moon being that the three bodies in question, where they're at in their positioning in the solar system, right? Then we're already arguing that there is a solar system to be arguing whether it is or isn't a solar system. And we don't have the people who claim this actually telling us directly that they have empirical evidence that it is a solar system. Do you see what I'm saying? So his argument with Dave Farina, or Professor Dave, was more of in the way like, this doesn't work on your globe. And Dave Farina's retort was, you don't understand what you're talking about. And so he skirted around his three-body problem kind of debate. And so he just showed him that he berated him with insults, ad homs, and whatnot. And so from the third-party perspective, it looks like Dave Farina is shutting down Dave Weiss. Like, not saying that he is, but because he's saying you don't know what you're talking about. And of course, Dave Farina gave his explanation. So what it looks like from somebody listening and looking, like David Weiss is showing something that he doesn't know what he's saying. Can you see what I mean, Mitsu? So it just depends. Some people have good points, and don't get me wrong, and they're flat earthers for a reason, but at the same time, there's people who haven't advanced the arguments. We in here understand the very necessary need to be on the forefront of keeping everything relevant. So we know that you can't use that and then come out to think that you might convince some people, let's just say, from that perspective. A point-for-point argument or a debate happens to be, you might convince some people, all right, that were on the fence already. But the ones who are globers, you ain't going to be convincing anybody on that side. Because they want confirmation bias, and that's exactly what Dave Farina has given them. an explanation around David Weiss's retort about the 3-body problem. Can you see what I'm saying, Mitsu? I'm trying to elucidate the fact that in here it's all about being able to prove what you say, not explain what you say. Prove it. It goes with everything. It's just any topic that comes up. All right, so I don't think it's customized in here because I'm going to have to remove him and probably put him back in CogDis because I gave him some time to come in here. He hasn't done so. So I think he just wanted to be uncogdis. So Mitsu, I don't know if I lost you or not, bud, but did you see what I'm talking about?
No, I'm right here. I can hear you.
Okay. Did you hear what I was saying though about the issue? Like we stay relevant in here. So if you don't know that, that means like if you want to talk about a derivative topic like Coriolis, gravity, 3-body problem, just anything that's second to like, you know, us having them provide evidence of the Earth being a globe, then we're going to argue from a standpoint of giving them a foothold in a discussion. And I personally don't like that. I don't like that they have a foothold. They need to provide evidence that the underlying premise is true. You're going to have to demonstrate to me that the claim of the Earth is absolutely 100% empirically proven to be so. And if you can't do that, I'm not giving you your derivative topics. I'm not going to talk about gravity. I'm not going to talk about the physics of the globe because you have to provide evidence that the globe exists in the first place. You see what I'm saying, Mitsu?
Yes, of course.
And that's the way it's got to be because nobody's holding them to that standard. So within their paradigm, their explanations, they get lost in the sauce when it comes to like how they want to talk about the globe Earth. Oh, because there's a lot of lore that's attached to the globe. There's infinite expanding galaxies and you know, many ways you can think about how you can explain dark matter and, you know, black holes and just different stuff, right? What planets are made of, and it just you can get lost in all that stuff. Well, we don't talk about that because we're giving them a paradigm or how that doesn't work. They have to provide the evidence of how their paradigm exists in the first place. So, and because of the fact that it's like we don't see the Earth as a globe. So anybody that's out there understands this fact. Even I've spoken to many globers in the past. I've asked them, how does the Earth demonstrate itself to you? Do you see a globe when you go out there, you know, in the world? No, you don't see a globe. It's a flat and stationary Earth. Even they say it's locally flat. This is honest truth. This is what globers say. It's locally flat. They're not admitting that they're saying the Earth is a flat stationary plane, but they would say locally it looks that way. Therefore, that's the base axiom. You start there. Okay, if everybody sees it that way, how are we going to provide evidence that it is or isn't? That's the next step. So the onus is on them. They don't like that though. They get all worked up. And so I invite them, come on in here. If you want to provide evidence, the door is open. The live stream is ready. We got our panel here. All you got to do is click the link in the description. If you think what I'm saying is not true, prove me wrong. If you can. Good luck. But the link's in the description. Nightbot is spamming the link as well. Not going to mute you. You have the floor. Go ahead. Bring your evidence. But once again, I invite. No one enters. So that's on you guys, not on me. Nobody interrupts me, John Joe. Trust me, when you're in here, it's just me and you. That's it. It'll only be me and you if you want. I don't need FE Calvary. I am mayhem, dude. Look up the definition of mayhem. That's what I am to you guys. I don't need to be rescued. You need to be rescued from me.
You'll always be Miggy to me.
Yeah, I'm Miggy to some people, but I'm mayhem to them.
No, actually, I used to have a close friend called Miggy, and you know how it happens. He got married, and he's got several kids, and I don't see him anymore. So you're my replacement, Miggy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Miggy to my friends, but my name is Miguel. But yeah, that's why some people call me Miggy, Miguel. But I'm mayhem to them. So John Joe, you can keep spiraling. You're one of those guys that just likes to talk in there and never come in here. But like I said, I even opened the door here for Customize, and he hasn't shown up in here. And he wanted to be uncognized. You know, it's like you guys talk a big game, but when it comes down to it, when it's crunch time, you're nowhere to be found. Now I'm just sitting here waiting for you guys. Come on in.
Yeah, I'm not a robot, and he's one of those guys like, hold me back. I'm going to go in there, guys. Hold me back.
Yeah. Hold me back. Don't let me go in there. I'll give them all the proof. I'll easily do this. You're not going to do nothing. You're just going to sit there, type on your keyboard like you always do. Isn't that right, John Joe? You like the comfort and safety of being behind your keyboard and not letting other people hear your voice? How convenient.
It also should be so easy. If the globe has been verified, why don't you just go get proof of that verification so you can come in here and show us how you can verify the globe?
He's saying the burden of proof. Don't have it. I'll say what you're saying just this once. Okay, John Joe? Just so that other people can know what you're saying. Don't have to do anything. The burden is on you to prove FE. Did we indoctrinate the whole world and tell everybody that the earth is flat? No. We're born into this indoctrination that the earth is a globe. We have to be told over and over and over again, it's a globe, it's a globe, it's a globe. Advertisements, like a vernacular, everything is all pointing to globe, 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 globe. If something were absolutely true, why do you have to be, what has it got to be hammered into your mind? And at such a young age. And then after all of that, check this out. After all of that indoctrination, when I ask the simple question to just any regular person that comes in here, John Joe, they can't even have any evidence, not even a single shred of evidence. No one has a single shred of evidence for the globe. And over 8 years, I've been doing this. From the most intellectual to the most common, sir. No one has an answer. And so I sit here and wait.
I think one of the funniest aspects is over the course of those 8 years, like thousands of people come in with the same blind confidence that John Joe is showing here. And then after being walked through it, they don't actually have anything. The globe has never been verified, and it's just a belief for them.
He's like, oh my God, I haven't ever joined before. I know your game. What? There's no game here. There's no game. The only thing is, if you're not going to bring the evidence for the earth being a globe, then all you have is a belief.
What possible game could it be? We just want to hear his evidence. He's claiming it's been verified. Like thousands of people have come in here with the same claims and have then found out that those claims were false. So we just want him to show us so that all of these thousands of people could be like, oh no, we found it. Please.
Yeah. And listen, if you don't want to come in here, that's fine. Go ahead and tell your buddy, bring your champion in here. Bring your expert, with quotation marks. Bring him in here. I'll speak to him. Because if you're too afraid, then I'll speak to the guy who isn't. And I'll crush him just as well. But I'll do it live so that you can hear it. Me crushing him. I destroy every single thought and imagination that comes from people lying and deceiving. So, I am mayhem to you guys. I'll keep wrecking everybody you send my way. Send me more. You haven't sent out one that could withstand the barrage of truth. Not one. So, I know that you won't be able to do it. Because if not, you would have already been here.
He must be the super expert. He must be the expert to end all experts because he has the evidence none of the other experts had.
Bro, you don't even know the have, John Joe. I've rocked their socks, bro. All of these guys. And I have evidence. I have audio evidence, dude. Like, yeah. I do. My best proof. What's my best proof of FE? That's really easy. The evidence that there is no globe. It's not curving anywhere, dude. It's not curving anywhere. If there was curvature measured, FE wouldn't exist. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I hope so.
And I think most of them don't get that. We used to believe in the globe. Many of us used to be like super deep into space and like look at all the stuff coming from NASA, deep into this scientific cosmology. Like this used to be our thing. we believed in it just as much as he does right now. It's just we went out and checked it because we wanted to confirm the globe to be true. It just isn't.
He's getting all stirred up. He says, you can't use lack of globe proof as proof of FE. Yes, I can. If the earth isn't curving anywhere, fill in the blanks, John Joe. What is it? If the earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it? Fill in the blanks. You can do it. It's a dichotomy, sir. Earth's not curving anywhere, then it must be ... You can do it, John Joe. You have no idea, do you? But enough of you. Bring your champion. I don't want a weenie. I don't want a weenie.
John Joe's just another case of somebody arguing with reality. They don't even know what they're doing there. Anyway, I'm probably
if you want any more of this, John Joe, step foot in the arena in here. If not, bring your champion. Go bother him. Tell him, Mayhem speaking a bunch of stuff in the chat. Go challenge him. Because obviously, you being a beta are not going to do it. Yeah, I'm calling you a beta. Because you're a beta male. I don't speak to betas. Let me speak to the one who wants to stand on all of his 10 toes, say with his chest that the Earth's a globe. I'll talk to that guy.
You're being very generous calling him a beta.
Jaman, what's up, man?
Hey man, what's up? I'm busy with the kids a bit, but did you say John Joe was in here? Let me say anything.
Nah, he's not in here. He's in the. Check out the YouTube live stream. I've just got his feathers all ruffled up.
I think he blocked me. I can't see him.
Oh.
Or is he another name or something?
Yeah, he's my footstool at the moment.
I can't see his name. I think he might have blocked me.
Yeah, that could be the case.
What's the best FE evidence? The lack of empirical measurement of the globe. That's it. Done.
That's what I said. He's like, you can't use that. I was like, why the hell not? Like, shit, that's perfect. If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then fill in the blank. What else is it?
I told him my evidence is. I told him my evidence is the lack of empirical measurement of the globe. If you want to debunk that, you have to bring the measurements that you're lacking. So there's no way around it.
It's too easy. You guys make this so easy for me.
But your standard is too high. Your standard is too high.
Yeah, what they try to do is absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Problem is, we also have laser tests and observations where we actually tested for the curve, and there was no curve.
There's no curve. Who says measurements are lacking? I do. What measurements you got? You got some? Bring it. These guys. See what I got to put up with, Drace?
Yeah. Well, if it's Spendy Light on his alt, then it's understandable that he's like this.
Yeah, I would say, well, I haven't seen that guy for a while. Flat Williams. I don't know. They use different names. They got different socks. Anyways, we did have Mitsu in here, and H is new to the community. But if you don't, H, you said you side with Flat Earth, right? As far as you can, like, information that you've gathered? Or you're on the fence still? Like, I don't know what...
No, I definitely don't believe the globe Earth anymore. I just don't have, like, enough... information to back it up, but like I just don't feel it, you know.
I gave you Globe Skeptic on your tag, so it just means you're skeptical. But later on,
if you one day it was 8 hours long.
Damn.
Yeah, I think it was on BitChute or something. Someone posted a video right there. It was 8 hours long. The evidence was amazing, man. There was a lot of things. For example, the mountains in the Valley of Death or Grand Canyon, I think. Something like that. It was cut flat. How can this be? And they mentioned in a video that this type of mountains, they are actually not mountains, but they were trees. A long time ago. A very long time ago. Maybe thousands of years. Who knows?
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas that spawned out of the realization that the Earth isn't a globe, and a lot of it looking back at history and or looking at Google Earth and things from the sky and trying to imagine things. There's some theories on a lot of this stuff. We don't really argue for or against them on this live stream. Here we like to stay more argue on the evidence basis. We've had, for instance, Stellarium and some of the people who created those theories on YouTube in here and talk to them about it. And, like, there's some basis for some of the speculation, but it's correlation. It's not proof of causation, because it's not like they can recreate the event that caused it. So many of them have different ideas of how it could have happened and that kind of stuff. We just don't deal in that kind of speculative stuff on the live stream. We try to stick it to logic and evidence that we can verify.
Could I get a mic check?
Damn, you're coming in really clear, Mimas.
Well, I'm on my PC. I've got my Yeti out.
Dang, dude, sounds crisp. You got D York that's just joined us right now. D York, I'm gonna unmute you. Well, I was waiting for Customized 999 to come in here because I just got him out of Cogdis, but he never showed up. Might need to just put him back. Might need to put him back in Cogdis because I offered them the opportunity to come in here. So
You find I talk a lot quieter while I have my headphones and Yeti on.
You could hear the deep tones of your voice too, man. So, D York, are you there? Just unmuted you, man. You have control of your mic. Let me do it again. Make sure. All right, D York, are you there? Come on now, don't be shy. D York, D York, D York, D York. No answer, huh? Keep your secrets.
Come back, good buddy.
Keep your secrets.
Dude, I'm over here trying to pick a fight, and nobody wants to play with me.
Nobody wants to play with me. It's always nice.
I'm calling these guys out. Are ya yella? Freaking hell. And they want to clamor in their YouTube live stream text chats, be like, "Oh man, these guys don't want to debate us. They don't want to talk to us. You're gonna mute us." I'm like, dude, get your ass in here, man. What you doing?
How often did I mute Imbo yesterday? None? It was like 2 hours of not muting him.
And he's mute worthy too.
Yeah, he is mute worthy.
By far mute worthy. Yeah.
I ended up sticking him in Cogdis though.
Yeah, good stuff. See, I want to get a pulse check out of D York. I'm gonna give you a pulse check, man. If you're a bot or not, come back if you want to say a few words. But I got to disconnect you for now. Come back if you're a real person. If you're a real boy.
I'm a real boy.
It's gonna be a great day.
I have my filter on, so or off for my headphones, so I hear a bunch of stuff coming through my mic from like my surroundings. But do y'all hear it?
No.
Like no fan sounds, no PlayStation or PC sounds.
No, it's just you, man.
Okay. All right. Cool. Good. I just want it to be crystal clear.
I'd say go away from your mic a little bit. I mean, just
like this. Is this too far away?
That's obviously worse.
All right. I'm about a foot and a half away from it. How's this sound?
Really?
Perfect.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm about a foot and a half away. We'll just keep it like that.
Some of these guys, man, the comedy's too good. John Joe's telling me that someday they'll get me on a SpaceX rocket ride or go to a ISS full tour, or it's just like
that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I was like, yeah,
do it.
Sure, they are
100%. I'd go if you can get me off this crazy flat Earth. Please take me up.
Yeah, when I was young, we were gonna have like colonies on the moon. Come on, man.
The only real thing that we have is the possibility of flying cars with the drone tech, where you're just flying around in your bubble with 4 propellers.
That's zany space news for today. NASA wants a space tug to bring International Fake Station safely down to Earth.
NASA sees colonies on moon by 78. You know, my first car was a 1978 Camaro that I bought in 1996 when I was almost 16. I love that car.
That Willy Wonka song was playing in my head when that guy was telling me that I can go take a rocket ride.
Come with me
and you'll be in a world of pure imagination.
I always do the in a world of OSHA violations. It's my life. Like, am I supposed to be on this roof?
Yeah, you know, it's crazy. Right? In those lyrics, it even says like, "We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation."
How is it that you know the lyrics to that song? Is what I want to know.
It's a great movie. It's a great
song, man. It's a great freaking song.
What it is it's a kid's horror movie, is what it is. It's the first horror movie you see as a child, right? Because that's what it is, a horror movie. Like, fight me on it.
And you know what's weird? Also, Bibis, you know, you could lump into that category the Wizard of Oz.
Oh yeah. Now I heard the Wizard of Oz was actually about the gold standard. Mitsusawu, I'm going to delete that. You can repost it when you say what the context is of the video when you post it. Because I'm not going to click on something if you don't give it context. So just say, this is what's in this video. Please comment. Gusavi?
Yes, I can hear you.
Bien. Come with
it is about, this video is about a Russian scientist. He was experimenting with bugs.
Bags. Like shopping bags?
No, bugs. He's talking about the
flying bugs.
Yeah, he's talking about the beetle wings in a box, and he claimed to have flown using the box.
Beetle wings in a bugs.
Oh, that's he's talking about what's his face.
He created with the wings from the bugs a machine, and this machine could fly without energy, without electricity, without nothing.
Yeah, what was his name again? The guy.
Okay, go ahead and repost it.
God, what is his name? It's the tip of my tongue.
I feel the same way. I don't remember his name, but I've seen a few documentaries about this. I've even seen people try to replicate this using similar beetles and dropping the shells on top of each other, and they do levitate on top of each other for a little bit.
Well, that's what they're saying with the bees. They create a resonance when they're flapping their wings, and they're not actually flying; they're hovering. They're using the Earth's.
Yeah, because the aerodynamics and weight distribution and like shape of a bee doesn't work. They're not supposed to be able to fly.
Well, the bees or the beetles are kind of the same thing too. Like when they're flapping their wings.
Yeah.
And that's why like a beeline, it doesn't matter if there's crosswinds, they could still fly straight. Wasn't there like a guy who was monitoring like the bees go from their hive back to like getting pollen and back?
Yeah, I watched that documentary. They put little receivers onto the backs of the bees, and then we're getting signals back and forth from all of the bees, and they were tracking the bees flying in against the wind and with the wind, and their speed didn't change much at all.
All right, so the guy's name is Viktor Grebennikov. That's his name, Viktor Grebennikov.
Yep, I've actually seen this, so I know what this is.
It's about anti-gravity.
Yeah. Well, not anti-gravity, because it's more like...
correct.
All right.
Magnetic
I don't know what to call it.
Magnetic levitation. I mean, you could... Because it uses... Like, man.
Well, do you know what? I could in principle talk about something that actually modifies the atmosphere around it in order to create a dead zone around it so that it flies straight. And it's a golf ball. That's why they have all the indentations on them. Yeah. What it does is as it's flying through the air, it creates foils around it. So you're much more likely to get a straight shot. So the bee may be doing something similar and creating a field around itself to where it's not affected by the atmosphere.
You're correct. I know that they scanned the beetle wings under a microscope, and it had a bunch of these little holes, and so they were theorizing that, like, as the wings slap against the shell of the beetle, it creates some kind of effect.
Yeah, like the resonance. I mean, all this is in theory too, but like if you if you think it, if something like, it's almost like the truth is stranger than fiction kind of thing. Nobody's ever pushed the boundaries on this because it's almost like you can't create enough energy to create something like that and create enough resonance to make a platform like this. But why hasn't anybody ever done what he said? Like, doesn't he give like the schematics to this? Like at some point, like you can look up Viktor Grubenikov's like voyage. There's a bunch of stuff on YouTube about it, but
there's
another. From what I've seen, he was an insect specialist, and he went around collecting different insects.
An entomologist.
Yeah, something along those lines.
I always thought it was funny that entomologist and etymologist share such a similar name.
Yeah, insects in the Greek language is called endoma.
But we're not far off from being able to make a fake. Basically, we put a little chamber on rails or magnetic rails, and then the magnetic rails go down into this tunnel that drops down, and then you get what looks like a zero-G effect, and you tell them that's the launching of the spacecraft, and then you tell them that the spacecraft is then going to start rotating, which will create a artificial gravity, and that's when the shuttle balances out and stops dropping, and so they're like, "Oh, we have a gravity now. We're in outer space." And then they just look out at these monitors, and that's what's happening outside. We have the technology to make that right now.
We have the technology. Yeah, I don't know, man. But isn't that what they were saying with what's his face? Tesla was creating like these flying
the Boring Company. Yeah, he's making already holes. I mean, they have everything required.
Well, not so much Tesla the company, but Tesla the guy, Nikolai Tesla. Like I was saying, like
Tesla the man,
a flying machine that was doing similar attributes to what Viktor Grebenikov was actually stating like his machine was doing.
Yeah, and the Nazis as well with the whole secret saucer programs.
Yeah, they dub it anti-gravity, right? Because they're giving it something to do with like.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it anti-gravity. I would more call it like it's almost like they're using.
I know what to call it.
Yeah.
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the game Mass Effect. They had the technology to reduce the mass of something, making it weightless. So I'm just making a game joke here.
Well,
Mass Effect.
I was looking at the thing that he wrote, and he was saying that with his machine, the Beetle Wing machine, that platform, he said that you were lighter at the bottom where your feet were at, than you were heavier at the top where your head was.
Yeah, that's because I think he's standing up and like the device creating the field essentially is at his feet. This is why I'm like, I think of it kind of like quantum locking, where it's like it's preventing the field from going straight through and it's rather running on the outside of the field. And so whatever is causing the weight is not as affecting the thing inside the field.
Well, I don't know like how much of this, because it's just all what was being said on an article.
Yeah, speculation.
It's saying that he was traveling at 1,000 miles per hour without any like acceleration or deceleration on the movement, like taking off. Like he would take off at incredible speeds, and it was almost like what you see with like these videos of the spaceships, like they zoom out of focus like in an instant. Like if that were to happen in reality, you'd die from the whiplash. Like you would just immediately disintegrate. Like your body would just turn into jello. Like if you were to go in that speed with the acceleration.
That's because of inertia. That's because you feel the motion. But if there's something isolating you from whatever's causing that inertia, then theoretically you could move like that. Like if the air would just pass around this obstacle, whatever it is, without any resistance, it would just flow through it or flow around it, then yeah, theoretically you could move at those speeds without creating a sonic boom or what kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's no viscosity, right? So there's like zero viscosity when you're traveling, which is like not fathomable in the sense of like reality, because everything apparently has the viscosity point. Like if it was to go through a medium, you know, the whatever displacement you're giving in that medium, you would be, you know, doing it in the sense of like being viscous in that medium. But you wouldn't do that in the sense of like if you're traveling where you're ignoring the fact that it's the medium's being like you're there, but you're not having the effect of like rubbing against the medium. You know, it's like there's no friction. You know, there's frictionless. And to get to that point and then be able to like zoom from here to there. So he created a device that was doing that. He was zooming from here to there at incredible speeds. And there was no, like, he was just fine. Like, there was no whiplash. He wasn't like, whoa, like taking off. Like, it was just like taking off, and it was just like him standing there.
Yeah, that's how he described it.
Yeah, so it's like, how? Like, at any point of acceleration, like, especially at those speeds, you would definitely feel that. Then again, imagine a bullet flies out of a gun at 1,000 miles per hour. So he was literally going as fast as a bullet coming out of a gun. Then, especially at that speed, I don't know. Yeah. And then thinking the body is actually like traveling through the medium of air, and then if it's no viscosity, then everything is moving around you. So particles and such. So nothing's hitting you either.
Yeah, you're almost like, it's almost like
weird.
It's almost like imagining you're in a bubble in an alternative reality, but you can see out this bubble and then move around.
That's kind of what it sounded like to me. So it's like, well, but wouldn't you think that in this, like, if you're going towards a tree, you're not going to phase through it. Like, obviously, if you're going at that speed, it'd be a bloody pulp hitting the tree. You know, like, you'd explode the tree or something. Like, you have a body going at 1,000 miles per hour against a tree. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
splat.
Kind of like a bee against the front of your car.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right there. So it's like, how can you control, you know, and that device at 1,000 miles per hour? It's almost like everything's a blur. Like your eyes couldn't even perceive motion at that speed. Like you would see everything blurring. Like you would be no like, okay, let me move around this tree. Let me go around this rock. Like you couldn't see nothing. It would just be an instant blur. Your mind couldn't visualize the image like that you couldn't process fast enough like the images you were seeing.
If you were moving at ground level, that would be insane. It's also like, how can you move that fast? What's the acceleration rate up to that point? Like, how long does it take him to accelerate to that point? And like, so
there wasn't any point of it. Like, it was just 0 to 1,000 instantly going at 1,000 miles per hour. That's weird, right?
That's kind of crazy, because if you accidentally press the side, you just killed yourself and everything around you.
What if you create a field, you're also outside the effect of inertia?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Like maybe the bugs, maybe the beetles and the bees, when they create this field, it actually creates their own little pocket inertia.
This is
what
wild.
Device are you guys talking about?
Freaking wild.
What were you talking about going 1,000 miles an hour? What was that?
Viktor Grebenikov's flying machine.
Okay. Hey, I've thought about these things. Have you thought about these beetles are actually counteracting static electricity?
Well, it's kind of the same
it's not
thing.
Really counteraction, is it?
It's
or like utilization. Utilization.
Yeah, just like using that like a medium.
Yeah, or what it does is like take the effects of the medium that exists around us, where we're in an electromagnetic field, and we have, we have pressure. We have 14.7 psi pressure, right?
Uh-huh.
So if if the beetle and the bee can create a, I don't know, force field, it essentially removes them from the equation. It's almost like it's like Enterprise warp travel, where they just bend the warp around them to travel fast.
Yeah, it's weird, but to put it in that sense, it's kind of like they, because how can they? I mean, take a look at, they call it a beeline. The reason why it's called like, well, they made a beeline. Well, it's a beeline is just a straight, direct, unobstructed line without crosswinds affecting the bee flying to its hive and then going to get pollen and back and forth. They're flying in beelines. It's like they're trying to figure out how they're doing that. If their crosswinds won't affect them, like how is that possible? Like everything that's in the medium of air gets affected by it.
Well, here's something. How do they avoid obstacles as they're flying along that path? They obviously run into things. But for the most part, they're missing the objects that are in their way. Like, how are they doing that? They're navigating. If not, they're just like, okay, are they only there just like happenstance? You either smash into something or you don't. Like, that doesn't make sense. So if they can fly like they do, how is it that, like, I think they're using the sun for elevation.
At night. They fly at night too, though.
Bees do?
Yeah, bees will fly at night.
Beetles too.
I didn't know they were actually flying around at night, though. Like actually flying from flower to flower. And
well, we can't attribute cause.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure if they were actually doing that, like the regular duties.
So we can see the effect, and we know that the bees are doing this thing, but I wouldn't go so far as to say that there is a prime driver to it, besides the innate abilities that they've been programmed with.
Yeah, we don't know what those are.
The wings and also the abdomen of the bees seem to be attracted with magnetic attraction. So
there's something interesting. There's something interesting about the bees. They have these drumsticks underneath their wings that they hit their abdomens their bellies with, basically, and that's what makes the buzzing sound. Like, why they do that, I don't know.
They do it just to get cooler, especially in the summertime.
It's maybe like they're using it as a reverberation that actually continues the motion of the wing. Like they bounce that against their belly and it bounces with that. Bang, 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 bang.
It's weird. Check out a hummingbird. Hummingbirds create a super crazy resonance too. Look at their head when they're like feeding on something, and their body looks like it's moving independent from their head. Their head seems to be like still, like if you would, and the body's moving around, and their head's just like in one particular place in space. Like it's just like it doesn't move. It's just right where it's at, and his body's doing other things, and their head's just like really still. Have you guys seen that? Like it looks crazy.
Yeah, it's almost like watching a gyro being spun in circles. The center is just still, but everything else is being spun.
Yeah.
How about the hummingbird? Is that somewhat similar, or is that like?
Hummingbird's another interesting one, but it does have aerodynamic shape to it.
Yeah, it does have aerodynamic, so it does is effective.
I see a lot of hummingbirds here. They come down and actually they hover right.
I think the amazing thing with birds in general is their navigational ability more than anything.
Very interesting.
Yeah, migrating and stuff like that.
Yeah, the bird migration is mind blowing.
It is. But even their local navigation, they're expert pilots. Think about how they navigate through the air as they're like a hawk flying down, or one of these large birds that swoop down and snatch salmon out of bears' mouths, basically.
or how a sparrow can have a nest, or a thrush can have a nest, fly miles away, and then come back and pick out the exact tree where the nest is. Like, you know how many people just go in the woods and just get lost because they can't recognize a tree? I mean, if you think about it, it's staggering how a sparrow has almost an eidetic memory. It would have to have an eidetic memory, like photographic.
Yeah. Good luck to the. I'm sorry. I was going to say good luck to the materialist on that one, on those kind of things.
Well, what a sparrow really has to have is when you're playing an RPG and you have the map in like the bottom right that shows you everywhere you are and has your quest markers. That is what a sparrow has to have, because it has to have both the visual memory and the location memory of where its nest is.
It kind of has to have a connection between the macro and the micro, like how it's like closer, local. Like he needs the big picture. And once you get down to that area, like how do they determine that while they're going through their flying during the day? Like that is incredible.
Well, if this was said to be done by Viktor Grebennikov, then obviously there might be something to it if you looked into it. I mean, we could probably start getting to like put something together. I mean, if you really wanted to know if this was actually possible or not, or if this was some sort of hoax or whatever the case is. But there's some things that we can take away from it is like actual knowledge that we know now, with beetles and bees. So, but the whole anti-gravity thing is like they're putting another spin on it. Let's see if I can. There's a video I'm going to put in the live stream. Check this out.
Imagine you have a machine like this and you travel to Antarctica with no effects on your body. No cold, no wind.
That's his flying machine I just put in there. And also this guy's giving a lecture on him. But check it out. It's pretty interesting. I like these older style guys who did science the right way. Like the people that talk about things like they don't include a lot of the globalist ideas.
When it was okay to do science.
Yeah.
And there's film grain. Like that's what it is. Is the last time we had cool science was when there was film grain.
Yeah.
So there's 20 people in here. I could have sworn there was some argument that had been going on. I was like, all right, I'm going to jump in.
Oh, John Joe. I was arguing with that guy on the YouTube live stream.
Yeah.
And I think, who was it? The guy on the Cogdis? Customized 999. Oh, Indio's in here. What's up, Indio? Oh, yeah. Sending me to the ISS.
Get your scuba license and you're in, yeah.
I still have the article where they say that they have snorkels that they're going to give
to the ISS. See, when I see ISS, for someone like me, that was just in-school suspension.
That was in-school suspension.
Yeah. Boy, I spent half a year in there.
Yeah, that video I sent of Viktor Grebennikov, you got to take a look. That guy has some video about different things, but pretty interesting.
I liked in-school suspension. I got to do all my schoolwork, and I would always finish it, and so then I'd spend the last half of the day drawing.
Hey, check this out. You guys know who this guy is? 1975. Professor Eric Laithwaite.
Is that the water guy? Magnetic River. Is this the water guy?
Water guy. I don't know who that.
Water guy.
I don't know why I can't turn these notification sounds off, but I think the water guy is the swirling water vortex.
Yeah, the water vortex dude. Who is that?
Swiss. He has like a Swiss name or a German name.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'll find out. I'll look that. I'm on my mobile, so I'm not used to it.
Lathwaite, man, that's like a name out of Lovecraft.
That's peculiar, huh?
That is an old name.
But I mean, listen to what he says in there. It's kind of like it's interesting because he's saying things like about magnetic river and how we can know. Well, he says I think basically it's still a mystery. I think he prefaced the video.
It's a mystery.
I gotta go for work. I'll see you
Adios.
guys later.
See you.
I'll start making my lunch for work.
It's so strange having the Bluetooth completely hands-free for an old dinosaur like myself. I love it, but it's really weird having your voices in my head, right in the center of my head. Good. So, like with when I have both ears with ear. Up tunnel or something. Oh yeah, old man. What else are you going to tell us? I laugh at people when I make jokes about my age with myself because I still look like I'm 21. Oh.
Anybody new here, and am I a robot? 2 questions. Somebody answer.
We can hear you.
Thank you, Mamus.
You're
I
welcome.
wish I had a Yeti like you to sound sexy.
It's all in the way you control your tone. I have to talk really quiet though because I blast my own ears out when I'm on a good mic. Makes me wonder how loud I am when I'm on my Bluetooth. Or just like on my phone.
Yeah, you're a little louder than normal.
Yeah, slightly louder, I'm sure. This helps me like modulate my tone a little bit better.
I can hear more detail, that's for sure. In your voice.
You got to keep it modulated.
It's like you need a little honey, and so do I.
Oh, do I sound like I've been smoking since I was a fetus?
No.
Good.
I haven't though.
I have no bad habits, so I'm boring. We need Indio to open up his mic so he can hear it.
I've had my fight with it.
While my mic's working, I want to invite anybody listening on YouTube or wherever. Feel free to come in and discuss. We've got a full panel of people who would love to have a conversation with you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I can't tell what I sound like with the Bluetooth.
Yeah, they got this setting on my headphones. It's called side tone. It's so weird. Like when I turn it on or turn it up, I mean, I can like there's no delay either. I can literally hear myself. And it's like perfectly in balance with if you're talking, there's no delay. It's weird. If you have headphones on with a microphone, like a Corsair or something like that, it should be in there in your Microsoft settings. It's called side tone. It's different from listening to the device. It's not that one. Oh yeah, I do have that extreme aesthetic high perched eyebrow. Hmm. Did I just lose connection? What's going on? It went quiet.
I thought I did too. Still there.
Bees. Behave, little bees. Behave. Behaving.
What do bees and girls from the 50s have in common?
Not a clue.
Beehive. A beehive, yeah, beehive.
Jesus Christ, Sonny.
A beehive, you don't get it?
Yeah, the beehive hair.
Yeah.
Sonny, I'm 42. The only reason I know what a beehive is because of Gary Larson and The Far Side.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's for a special crowd, all right.
Although I did live around a bunch of Irish gypsies in South Carolina for a while.
Irish gypsies.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, so that was pikeys. So, that was an interesting experience.
Like that. Do they wake up jangling and stuff?
No, they wake up trying to marry off their 14-year-old daughters.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh. Where was I when the time was right? I must have got on the wrong line or something.
That's definitely not the Irish I know inside.
Now you know what the Irish gypsy. You know what Irish gypsies are, right? Who is it? Hold on, let me scroll down. Mike, you know what the Irish gypsies are, right?
No, dude.
You don't?
I'm freaking 29. What do you think I've been?
29, yeah, but it's come on.
I ain't been around the world too much.
No, the Irish gypsies. I mean, they're in the United States. They're in like New Jersey, and they're in South Carolina. Some in California, but they're like these communities of Irish travelers. But a lot of them have come into like money through scamming people, and like they owned a big blacktop company in South Carolina. They were putting down like layers of blacktop that were like 2 inches thick. With no basing.
I know nothing of these Irish gypsies. I don't know anything.
Yes.
Never heard.
Just Google it, Mike. Google it, Mike.
Hey, I learned a couple years ago that's where the term gypped off comes from, is being scammed by a gypsy. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I used to.
What's the term again?
Morvis.
Gypped off. I was going through. It's funny. I was going through training in Apple Care, Apple support, and the trainer said it was just in passing in comments said she felt like she was gypped off about something, and like the next week you had to apologize to the class because someone in the class took offense to that term.
Were they Irish?
You know what?
Oh, don't be calling us no gypsies. What are you thinking there? That's so offensive to me. Where's me whiskey and give me your wallet?
It was like I had no idea where it came from. That's a term that I learned as a child, and I was like, yeah, me too, I guess.
You're using a different dialect that I'm familiar with, though. So is that the same thing as being gypped?
Yes, it's the same thing as being gypped.
Okay, I never heard the gypped off. I never heard the gypped off part. Are they instituted over here?
Rip-off artists, and I guess that's where they probably confounded the two terms, but
like down here in the southeast, this is just getting gypped. Nobody says it anymore, though. It is a term that is very much out of sorts that just kind of naturally fell off. No one says it here anymore.
Yeah, okay. When I was a kid, I heard it often, but not in quite a while.
Yeah.
That's a gyp.
I hear dupe a lot in the gaming community. Dupe and duping.
Dupe. Well, there's getting duped, and then there's duping an item.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, you can do that with reality, too.
You're either the dupe or the dupee.
We're going into it. We're having a deep dive into dupe and the etymology.
Well, the online dupe is pretty easy because that just is shortened from duplicate. I'm not sure where the other dupe comes from, like calling someone a dupe or a rube or a pigeon.
You know what? It used to mean you got duped, you got fooled.
Pigeon?
Yeah.
That's an interesting one because I play BMG and there's a vehicle called Pigeon. And people call
Pigeon.
each other Pigeon in there. And I don't know what it means either. It's a little three-wheeler. It's like one of those little Japanese three-wheelers, you know?
Yeah.
Tiny little thing.
We were all duped by the globe.
Mike, what are you playing online? What all are you playing?
Actually, I'm not playing it. I mean, the game's running, but I'm not playing.
No, I mean, what games do you play online is what I'm saying.
Arma 3 on King of the Hill RHS modded server. It's 50 versus 50 PvP. Helicopter.
Oh, nice.
Jet. You know that whole thing?
Do you ever do the Warhammer games?
No. Usually most of my games are based in reality. I don't go with much fantasy, but I have been searching for a little bit. Like, there's this one game I want to get that's not out yet. There's some warrior game. You're like
I thought you were just going to say my games are all based and just end the sentence there.
Yeah, that'll work, yeah. Based.
Because I was going to say, well, Warhammer is based.
Probably is. I don't know it because I'm not looking, sadly.
Well, I don't play Warhammer Fantasy. I play Warhammer 40,000.
It'll be Arma 3 and Squad. Another 50 versus 50 PvP. You know, combat-oriented, modern-day military shooter. And then there's BMG, the crash physics game, soft body physics.
Yeah, I love Crash BMG. That's really cool. Because they've improved it to where you can actually drive without wrecking now. Because when the first time I played that was like, I don't know, I want to say it was a long time ago, like a decade ago. Like the first iteration of it.
Oh yeah, it's like a totally different game now.
And just driving would damage your car sometimes. Because the physics were just like turned up to 1,000. So I think they've finally like found the sweet spot.
You know, there's a multiplayer too, right?
Oh yeah, I know about the multiplayer.
Oh yeah.
I'm just waiting. Like me, the only thing I'm waiting on right now is Space Marine 2. When that comes out, I'll be on that.
Let me find this game I was talking about earlier, though. This is interesting. It's an ancient Chinese, martial arts type game. You get swords and everything. Stunning graphics. It ain't out yet.
I'm going to answer Perceptive Owl. He says, seriously, dudes, what's up with this concave Earth? What it is it's a bunch of people with oppositional defiance disorder who got into Flat Earth, and then they started opposing Flat Earth, because that's what they do. I don't think it's based on anything rational. It's like, I'm such a rebel, I'm going to rebel against the rebellion, you know? Hey, I remember that video, India. Isn't it in, like, somewhere in Canada? Of course, it's a Frenchman. Has to be the dumbest test.
Found it.
What is it? What were you looking for again? Ah, the swordsman. Oh yeah. I've seen something about that. I prefer fantasy. Like if it's high fantasy, I'll play it probably. But
Sure, there's a little bit in it.
yeah, that's probably got like probably a spiritual element to it, but it's probably not like fantasy, right?
Probably not.
Yeah, like
Reviewed it.
the ghost of my grandfather came to me in the night, and that's about as fantasy as it gets.
I'm just hoping the combat's good and of course
Yeah.
the graphics is Red Dead Redemption style graphics. That's what I'm looking for.
Is it the Rage engine?
I don't know what it is. I'm hoping that's what it's going to look like. A good story
Okay.
experience.
Oh, he's posting this for somebody on YouTube. So if anyone has a YouTube chat open, what is this mongrel saying about sticks? Trying to debunk the globe doesn't prove flat Earth. Wow, Missive Monger, you're a genius. Missive Monger, if you debunk the globe, what do you have left?
That's what I told him earlier. That's exactly what I was saying to them. I was like, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what else can it be?
Yeah. I mean, you can't have a touch of pregnancy. You're either pregnant or you're not. And by the way, we don't think we're proving flat Earth. We're just debunking the globe. John Joe, why don't you just join the Discord and come on voice? Come in, I'll give you perms to speak right away.
Because he's just a wee little man.
He's a wuss.
Oh, John Joe, why don't you come in here? We're not gonna rake you over the coals too hard. It'll be a nice. We're just gonna be like a bunch of pikeys having you over for supper. Everything in Flat Earth is from videos. Nigga, where's everything from you watch? Oh my God, John Joe thinks there's ridicule going on. Does he know the definition of ridicule? Can we identify some ridicule that went on in the last, 4 minutes? I don't think so.
I never heard of constructive criticism.
Hey, Mimas, you have to create a safe space for these clowns to come in here.
For real?
You got, okay, guys, we're going to be nice. We'll give you a moderator. We'll let you have, what do you need? We'll coddle you, anything you need. Just come on in here.
Missive Monger, it says, post all your positive evidence for Flat Earth, along with your name and scientific qualifications. Is measurement science? Missive, is that science?
Press Uconnect phone button and say text message to read it.
What's that, Morris? What the hell?
Jana.
Actually, constructive criticism can include insults, because if you say something retarded, it's valid to be called retarded after that, John. That's why when normal people converse, people weigh and think about what they say through constructing logical arguments.
Hey, to be fair, the only ridicule I've really heard can be resolved by him coming up in here. He's only been ridiculed because he's scared to come up in here, really.
Missive won't come in here.
I'd go in, but it's Wednesday, so otherwise I'd be there. It's Wednesday though.
Oh, it's Wednesday. I can waste my time looking at this, but I'm at work. Where are you at work at? That you're scrolling YouTube comments like this. This guy actually thinks geometry is like science. How to separate the internet troll from scientists. Tips Fedora. Guarantee you, this guy's a tipper. Come on, Missive. Don't be a tipper in chat. Be a tipper here. We will clean your Fedora and send you on your way. Come on. Come on, we don't bite.
Oh, we got a Minecraft guy joining the VC, non-VC verified. Pastel Christmas.
Somebody want to go? Oh, where is he? Pastel Christmas.
Oh yeah, I play DCS also. Forgot about that one. I haven't played it in a while, but I do play it. Played it a week ago.
Well, I'm just going to take a risk, and we'll talk to him right here.
And it looks flat, according to DCS.
Pastel Christmas, you got control of your mic now. Oh, where'd he go?
Too scared.
Too scared. Well, I didn't mean to. No.
Freaking weenies, a lot of them.
Yeah, what is this missing on paranoia? What is he? Is he paranoid? Is he paranoid? Who's he saying is paranoid?
There's a paranoid riff.
The hell was that?
Jimi Hendrix?
Oh, okay. It's a little distorted. See, Plain Truth says don't entertain these trolls. You're right. Send them here. That way they can be the entertainment. Why would flatties be afraid of being identified? Afraid of being identified? Do people actually like put their information out on the internet at all? Like, is that a thing?
Yeah, think about that one there. The scientists supposedly have all the answers. They peer reviewed. They've done the experiments, and they want to be completely anonymous. And as their proof, they did all this for you. They're just going to tell you that you have to expose yourself, because otherwise they can't.
Bunch of chattering clowns. What do you think you are, Missive? You think you're any different than us? You're not.
He's worse, because what he's doing is unexplainable on the globe. On his model, there's enough space for all people, all ideas. The experts told you the overview effect. Look at Earth from...
Real scientists identify themselves. What's that mean? What does that even mean? Like, Missive, I'm not a scientist. And geometry isn't science. Hey, what happened to the scientist who said wash your hands? What did they do to him? Missive, what did they do to the scientist who said wash your hands? What'd they do to him? Missive, what did they do to the scientist who said wash your hands to keep all the pregnant women you're treating from dying? I believe they put him into an insane asylum for it.
And they washed his hands.
Yeah.
Oh, sad.
Says it's within 30% of the actual assumption we have. John Joe, wow. You are hanging on to that, aren't you? You know, if it proves both, it proves nothing. Because you can make the same fallacious argument. What causes jet streams on FE? What? Alex, what causes jet streams on the globe Earth? Because I can't wait for you to say Coriolis. You'll come in the VC once I grow the fuck up. Do I sound like a child, y'all? Yes, if you like to make a lot of claims in chat, but you won't back any of them up. And you just ignore anything to the contrary. Anything that refutes you, you ignore. Doesn't that make you bitch made?
I'd like to think so.
Rainy, rainy, rainy days. Another storm. Actually, storms can only travel across a horizontal plane.
There was just a storm that went, they called it the atmospheric river. The winter storm that just spread across America went directly against the rotation of the Earth, if globe. It was unpredictable. It moved all different directions. See, this is why the globalists, if they just looked at their model and thought about it and asked a few questions, they wouldn't never have to worry about flat Earth again. There's enough content, enough unexplained stuff in the globe that you could spend the rest of their lives studying it and not even scratch the surface.
Yeah.
John Joe, why don't you just join VC, John Joe? Like, this discussion is never going to be resolved in a limited text chat. And you know that. You know there is no way this is getting resolved in a limited text chat where people ignore each other and people just make claims. No one's getting convinced in a text chat, and no one's having a conversation in a text chat. You might as well have a conversation on Twitter or TikTok. It's not a place where you can exchange ideas. Now, if you want to come into VC and try and convince me, that's fine. Come on in. Guys, 2 points doesn't work. Oh, 3 points doesn't work. Well, let's just make it 5. It doesn't matter how many points you add. You're still operating with the conclusion. Oh, John Joe will never come in. Come on, John Joe. We want to hear the dulcet, sexy tones of your voice on here. Sonny, why is he tagging you? Are you in the chat down there?
No, I was in my living room, actually.
Why is he tagging?
No, I'm not even paying attention. I'm just listening. That's hilarious. Wait a minute, who is this? I don't even know who John Joe is.
John Joe is a guy in YouTube chat who says all we need is 5 points instead of 3.
What? Why don't they bring 1?
John Joe, please. Who are you tagging? Or is John Joe Sonny? Like,
retarded.
Why is he tagging people? John Joe, do you know how technology works? Like, you're either a Zoomer or a Boomer. I don't know. You're one of the dumb ones. 3, 4, 5. Strawman, John Joe, We have examples of it working on 3 perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. And it works on both the exact same.
Yeah, at least 25% of our members are from 3 points. So what are you talking about?
Curved surface, flat surface. We have it working perfectly fine on 3 sticks. So I don't know what you're talking about. Citation needed. Yeah, you come into VC and we'll be putting it in here. Because I'm not here to entertain you. How about 4 or 5? Oh, we just keep adding sticks. Isn't there a fallacy related to this? Like if we just keep adding variables, maybe one day it'll work?
Yeah, and then
John, do you hear how stupid you're actually being? I know it doesn't work with 2, and maybe it doesn't work with 3, but what about 4 or 5? Oh, John, I have a citation, and it's in here.
I think John's going beyond the scope. I think people like him can only handle 3. I mean, that's actually stretching it.
Mm. John Joe is another guy who argues like a woman, like a narcissistic woman. Thank you for admitting you don't have a set. Yeah, like you've argued with them. Whether this is apparent males, and the way they argue is from a feminine mindset because they've none of them are very masculine. They don't want anything that can be proved.
I'm going to torture you with my eyes. You don't agree with me.
Oh man, Sonny, your mic, your mic is you're breaking up bad.
We can't hear you, Sonny.
Yeah, get to a better satellite, Sonny.
Yeah, John Joe's a weenie. I've been trying to tell him all morning to come in here. He avoids, dodges. He likes to hide.
John Joe, I am not a man of this century. I am proudly chauvinistic, and this is my cathedral of misogyny. Please come inside and regale us with your pussy-slaying wisdom. Please.
That one, this one. I think that was the broken one.
Because guys who argue like girls, man, they get them wet. Come on, John. You just gonna sit there? My man won't get on voice. I guarantee you this is how he's gonna sound. Every time he talks, there's gonna be the upward inflection at the end of every sentence, like he's asking a question. Guarantee you.
His bitch made, bro.
At least Mimas admits his bigotry. Admit it. I didn't admit it. I am. That's fine. Cool, John. You say it like he admitted it in court. No, I just told you outright. Boys are better than girls. Okay, John? Bigotry, please. In fact, I am quite fun at parties, John. Because people like that. They like honest people, John, who aren't going to Darvo or gaslight or pick out words to try and argue with. They'll actually listen to points, listen to logic, listen to reason. But that's not how you argue. Instead of taking an L, what you'll do is you'll say, well, let's just add more to it. And that's how narcissistic women argue. So if I'm just going to assume that's what oh my God, I'm sorry, are you trans? Yeah, but Jamarin, it makes it so much more fun when you throw an insult in with truth. Right? When you refute somebody's argument, it's great to say your argument is refuted. But it's so much better if you say your argument is refuted, asshole. And it just makes it so much more fun. Don't you agree? I think it does.
Oh yeah, it does. It's even said so in the written word, man, the Bible. When Elijah was calling fire from heaven, and he was asking for the pagans to ask their God to wake him up, or is he sitting on his toilet?
Yeah. Where's your God? Is he taking a shit? Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's got constipation. Trying to push one out. Isn't that what he was saying?
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Is that where you are, Joe? John Joe. JJ. Little JJ. Little JJ won't join. Little JJ scared. Come on, JJ. Come on, JJ. Instant answered. Okay, JJ. Okay, Jane. I don't want to dead name you, Jane. My man's been taking his estrogen. I was scared. No, Joe, you're scared. That is why you are here in the chat and not here on Voice. Everybody says the same thing. I'm not going to join Voice. I'm not scared to post in here, though, where we have like 2 sentences worth of arguing at a time. That's where you feel safe. But the moment that you're going to have to be challenged to actually think on your feet and logically articulate what you're saying, you won't. You're in the safe place right now. You are the scared one. As long as you are just in the YouTube chat, you are the scared one. And all I'm going to do to you while you're in the YouTube chat is shit talk you.
I'll help you.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard us before, but we don't hold back on Voice.
Mm-mm.
And we go for hours and hours with guys like you, without muting them and without banning them. Yet you're holding up fine where there's no risk at all. No risk of you.
They don't have the endurance. They don't have the stamina to stand that. I guarantee it.
That's right. Come on, Joe. Little JJ.
Earlier, he was like, I won't go in there because your FE Calvary will chime in. I was like, I don't need Calvary. I'm freaking mayhem.
Yeah, have you heard me or Miggy by ourselves? Have you heard me or Miggy take on guys like you by ourselves? No problem. Come on. Come on, Jojo. Come on, JJ.
I can handle 2 or 3 of these clowns at a time.
Yeah.
And skewer every single one of them. I put the argument, your argument's head on a spike and display it in front of everybody. Make you look like a dumbass.
Yeah.
If that's what you so want to do, but you can take the other road, be the bigger man and say, I don't know. But since you don't, I'm going to have fun with you when you come in here.
Let me put it like this, Joe. Right now you are on the porch screaming into the house. That's all you're doing. In fact, you're on the street screaming into the house. But you won't come in.
And to continue your analogy there, Mamus, the door's wide open, everybody's sitting around chilled. Just come on in, John Joe.
An open public server, and he doesn't know what that means.
I'm pretty sure most of us here would rather hear just one person speaking to him. Like, his objections are inane and don't matter.
Yeah, they're useful idiots. Every now and again, we'll pick them up and play with them because they're in the YouTube live stream, sounding like idiots. Then we'll put them back when we're bored. Because they don't want to come in here, so what else can you do, you know?
YouTube is too hard.
Bricked. He's bricked.
It's like that guy who keeps yelling at you over your Facebook, I'm gonna go beat you up. And then you're like, okay, come on over, I live here. And then they're like, oh, you have friends. I'm like, okay, my friends are not gonna fight you, okay? Just come on over.
Yeah. JJ, have you talked with me before in here? I'm just curious. JJ, have you talked with me before in here? Well, it's funny because I'm the one challenging him, and he's going after Dave Hinkle.
Dave?
He's going after Dave. I'm the one challenging him, and he's going after Dave. It's bitch made.
Yeah, don't pick on my friend.
I didn't say nothing, did I? Come on, man.
Apparently, he said, Dave Hinkle, that is one of the people I talked to live. Dave Hinkle. He said he debunked you.
Oh my God.
He completely ignores me, right? And starts going after somebody else.
Well, you're too tough of a bone to chew, man. So he thinks he can pick on Dave. He hasn't argued. I haven't heard Dave argue with this guy. I don't even know who he is, to be honest. Like,
but he said he debunked you, Dave. What did he debunk you on? Let's scroll up and find out what that is.
I don't remember anyone debunking me on anything. I'm just being honest. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see.
Give me a date or something, maybe. I don't know.
Earlier constructive. Wow, this is going way up there. How long ago did you invite him on? Yesterday?
he's been on the YouTube text chat he's been on there for a while.
All right, Joe. JJ, what did Dave say? What's your beef with JJ? Since you clearly don't want to beef with me or Miggy, what's your beef with Dave? What did Dave say? Because that's TLDR. I'm not scrolling up through all that chat.
I asked him. He said Eratosthenes measured the globe and was incredibly accurate.
But then he said there was a 30% error.
Well, that's yeah, that was later.
It doesn't sound incredibly accurate to me. God, how are they so stupid?
Well, I asked him. I'm like, so he measured an angle. What units did he measure it in? And he won't tell me what units.
He's never answered. I've watched that.
Oh, you were watching it? Yeah, he doesn't answer.
I'm reading the chat. JJ, what is the unit of measurements for measuring the angle?
Yeah, they didn't use degrees. Eratosthenes would have needed a time machine to go forward 300 years and then go back 300 years.
I wonder if he's going to say it
from the Babylonians, and like the Greeks are not the Babylonians.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Come on, JJ.
Yeah. The Greeks only subdivided circles into 12 for the signs of the zodiac. At his time, at the time of Eratosthenes, if he was ever in existence, which I seriously doubt. I have my doubts.
My God.
Oh my God, he said Stadia. He says they used Stadia.
Oh God, I already told him that the distance measure.
To measure the angle, JJ? To measure the angle of the shadow. JJ.
Hey, JJ. We want to convert stadia into degrees. How many units of stadia did he use to get the when they converted to 7.2 degrees to get the radius? What's the conversion?
Jojo, there is no appeal to ridicule at all. There is no ridicule going on here. There is no ridicule. You are being asked direct questions. Yeah. And there's not even a straw man. You said Stadia. They use Stadia to measure the angles. Is that what you're saying? Jojo, did they use Stadia to measure? How did they get the angles? Jojo. Did they use Stadia to get the angles, sweetheart? My dear child.
We want to evaluate the calculation. If we don't know the units, how are we supposed to do that?
Well, see, he doesn't know what to Google. This is the problem. He doesn't know what to Google because he doesn't understand what's happening. This is the same thing that Imbo was doing. We'd ask him a question, and he'd be silent and think maybe he was giving the right answer, and you can tell he just Googled it. And it was completely irrelevant.
He got too many hits. He didn't know which one to choose from.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's what's happening to JoJo here.
Shit, I know there's a 1 out of 10 chance I'm going to get this right.
Hail Mary. Jermaine, I do not agree at all. No, that's not what he was saying. Who was saying? Y'all tag each other.
Oh, Jamarin's another guy that wanted to come in here and debate me. He's like, I'm trying to get in there, man. I'm trying to get into VC. It's just you're not answering my DMs. I'm like, dude, you haven't DM'd me, bro.
Jamarin, just join. I have my the new arrivals open, and I will instantly VC verify you. Just join. I got you, brother. I got you. We'll show these flat earthers. Come on. I'll help you.
Yeah, he'll whittle your 10 search results down to like maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Make it a little easier.
I'll give you the answers you need. Come on, JJ and J. Everything's a J.
Like J-Trig? Oops.
Yeah. Mother's name to these men. I'm going to name him Jermarin.
Did I say J-Trig? Oh, I did. Sorry.
Name him Jermarin, and someday he'll be an epic internet warrior of social justice, and he'll defend science.
On Jermarin. You know you want to.
He's not on the server. There's nobody with that name on the server.
I bet.
Well, I'm just waiting. I have the new arrivals open. The moment either one of them join, I'm just going to give them VC verify.
Get her done.
She wrote.
If you could debunk Dave Hinkle, we'll give you mod.
Yeah. Oh, if you can debunk Flat Earth to me, I will give you my admin role. Holy cow. Because I won't need to do this anymore, will I?
Yeah, I'll trade places with you as well.
Look, he's got nothing to lose. He's got
so guys,
all the.
I'm driving. Did he ever say what he debunked me on, or what's he talking about?
We don't know what he's talking about. I think he was talking about Indio. I have no idea. Because I did end up scrolling back up because I'm a liar. And I couldn't find anything where he addressed you, Dave.
I was driving the car, so I don't know. Let you go.
Dave Hinkle was the guy that I was talking to. I swear.
Oh, that's so epic.
Who's screaming troll, Brandon? I haven't called any of these guys. I don't think any of these guys are trolls. I just think they're sincere idiots. I don't think any of you are trolling. I think you actually believe some of the bullshit that you're saying, that you're typing, I should say. Like, if it's not 3 sticks, it's 4, maybe it's 5. And you get a glimpse while you do it. Come on.
Sounds like a Turkish bath.
This guy says truth doesn't need insults. He ignores every polemic philosopher that has ever existed. Truth doesn't need insults. Well, Jermarin, you don't need your dick, but it's nice to have it.
Truth can be insulting because the insult is in the eye of the insulted.
That's true too. Offense is never given, it's only taken. I mean, imagine telling someone that there are only two genders, which is a truthful statement, but is highly insulting to insane people.
And scholars of the past did insult each other. They didn't call each other names, but they did like low-key, passive-aggressive type insulting.
Yeah.
Because of the honor thing. You end up fighting, so,
Yeah. That's bitch insulting, though. I like direct insults. He says repeatedly, scream troll. Literally. Guys, literally. Who has called any of these guys a troll in here in the past hour?
I called him a troll in the chat.
What, like one time?
Yeah, I said, you're just that was my first post, and then I engaged.
So, where Brandon says that we repeatedly scream troll, Brandon, do you think that's an accurate statement?
Let's go, Brandon.
Oh, God. Boomer humor. Except Nikola Tesla was right.
All right, we're ready for Brandon, Jamarian. Who else is in there? Shit, man.
There was some other clown saying this is an echo chamber. I don't know how he typed that if it's an echo chamber.
Yeah. It's just an echo chamber where they argue with you all day. Do you know what an echo chamber is? Now I'm going to go back to my Globe community Discord, where we don't allow flat earthers in. Yeah, JoJo has gone quiet. He doesn't understand the search results. And he's having to educate himself.
So I'm going to read the definition of echo chamber. Echo chamber, noun. An environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions that coincide with their own, so that their existing views are reinforced and alternative ideas are not considered.
Oh, so that's the peer review process.
Oh, so,
Yeah.
So we came from an echo chamber and now we are not.
I guess we're arguing with our imagination then.
Descartes was right. I'm just arguing with another aspect of me. Stockholm Syndrome. What? Okay.
Someone DM'd me asking me if I'm Witsit.
You sound just like Witsit, yeah.
You could tell because you have the same username.
Yeah, same username. You sound exactly the same. He doesn't sound, Southern, and you don't sound like a Midwest guy who's been smoking for 400 years.
Never mind. I want to say something about his lovely lady, but I won't. So I'll just keep it classy.
I gotcha. What is there?
It would have been a joke, but
yeah,
a disgusting, vile joke.
Yeah, don't.
This is Christian server. Only wholesome things. Jermarin says, what is there to debate? Apparently something, since you're in here.
Hey, that's what I've been telling you guys. Shit, you're only rejecting the truth. There ain't no debate here. There's only you saying, no way, dudes. Earth's a globe. That's all you guys are doing. Rejecting the truth.
Here's the thing, you guys. If there was nothing to what we were saying, you wouldn't be arguing with us. You don't stop, because when you see the guys in like doing like their werewolf videos or stuff, you don't go in there and argue with them, because we can all just say, whatever. There's something to this, and you know it, and that's why you're arguing with us.
It's digging into your conscience, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know we're right, and you hate it. Oh, I hate this. Got nothing to say to these guys.
There's nothing to debate, but I'm going to come here and argue with them because there's nothing to debate. It's your therapy. Guys, I get it. This is your therapy. All right? You're here to try and understand in you what it is that's making you so angry about this, that nothing else makes you angry about. You guys are not on like Bigfoot forums. You're not on werewolf videos. You're not on Missing 411 videos, just blasting everybody. You are here in what is conceivably the most ridiculous place that you can fathom, arguing with us. Now, who does that make insane, us or you? If you think everything we believe is lunatic, why are you here?
We just got Truther that just joined us right now. He's muted. Is there any reason why he was muted? So I can unmute him?
Oh, you can unmute him.
All right. Truther, are you there? Yo, Truther.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh,
I'm cleaning my room. What's up?
Yeah, why were you muted?
I think I was hot micing.
Okay. So
I remember.
You're VC verified, but what is your position on the topic of the shape of the Earth? You stand with Globe
Fence
Earth
walker. Fence walker. It's not curving down.
Fence walker. Okay. That actually sounds like a cool name. It's the fence walker. All right. No worries. Yeah, just locally mute yourself if that way you don't catch yourself hot micing.
All right.
Oh, and somebody said Jamarin is on the server? Hold on, where is he?
I don't think
Jamarin in Cogdis? Old dude, I don't see it. Bring him out of Cogdis.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think he's
Here, let me check.
I have to get used to doing this on PC again, and I can't navigate.
Yeah, remember when we were trying to get customized out of Cogdis? That's supposed to be Jamarin, supposedly.
Is that him?
Supposed to be. We got him out of Cogdis. He should be able to join. He's not.
His name's not even.
There's no Jamarin. I know that.
No Jamarin.
Customize 999 is out of Cogdis, or I gave him the Globe Earth role this morning.
Okay.
So you should be able to join us now, Jamarin. There's no reason why you can't come in here.
If you want to know what's there to debate, I guess we're going to debate objective reality against hallucination.
Yeah,
really.
You couldn't handle one of us, much less all three of us in here. Like, there's no way. There's no chance for you.
I see it because it's there. Nuh-uh, it's not really there. That's an optical illusion. I have an equation. I have a formula, but those equations can't make predictions. Yeah, there. Take that, flat earther. All science agrees with me. Just go to space. Yada, yada, yada.
I think Mimas actually went over this, Brandon. He says, why is it necessary for someone to go into VC? Isn't it possible to defend FE by text?
Yeah, I already went over this.
Yeah,
go on.
Yeah, if you want to defend yourself, you put your money where your mouth is and come in here. This is a voice channel, and the live stream is set up for voice. You can come in here and compete. You can put your ideas against ours. Now, I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that. I don't know why, with how rabid you guys are in the text chat. I don't understand why you wouldn't jump at the opportunity to defend it, unless the reality is you're just Googling things and you don't actually know anything. Because when you get on voice, that's basically the same as face to face. Because one, you got to think on your feet. People can hear the tone of your voice and whether you're being honest or not. And you don't have time to Google anything. So yeah, there's a reason you guys are staying in text chat. That's where y'all are safe. Y'all are out on the streets shouting at the house. You haven't gone up to the porch. You certainly haven't gone inside. Door's open. Come on in.
It's more like sending you threatening letters.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
A strongly worded letter.
So the color of the globe is yeller.
Sure is.
There isn't any excuse for you guys not to come in here anymore. Like, really, nothing. The admins are here. They can unban anyone. They can bring anybody in, and you still won't come in here. What's that saying about you guys? Think about it.
This guy says VC is just vocal chat, typing without typing, basically. Oh, Jojo, you know that's not true, baby. Baby, you know that's not true.
The way he did typing without typing, basically.
Is this how his conversations go in real life? Someone says a sentence, and 3 minutes later, someone says another sentence? Oh, Jojo, you need to get out more often.
Look at John Joe. Man, whatever, dude. You just admitted it would be 3-on-1.
No, we'll make sure that only one person is talking with you. And you can pick between me, Indio, or Mickey. We'll let you pick.
Don't pick me. I'm scared. I'm scared,
Yeah,
man.
I can't debate these guys. They're too much for me. So.
Jamirin, what is your Discord name? What is your Discord name? I'm going to look at it right now and check if it's banned.
Yeah, I won't say a word, and I'll mute anybody else that tries to interrupt the conversation.
All right, let's look at customize.
And the difference between text and voice is you can't copy pasta in voice. And if you're just reading something, we'll be able to tell.
999.
999. Okay.
Although that would be befitting.
Yeah.
And he's spelling customize with it. It's like a.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, he didn't.
Be normal. Okay, how do I spell it?
Let me look at it. It's in the. Well, it's not cogniz. Let me see. Cognitive dissonance. Yeah. Let me look at it. Yeah, there it is. You can see it there.
All right, hold on. Let me get up there again.
You know how those little the single digit numbers have meaning? What does a 9 have? We know 5 is grace.
Customize. Stupid name.
One-on-one, John Joe. Let's go. Indio's a pushover. So am I. You can probably beat us. Yeah, Mimas is as well.
He's white named again? All right, let's get him out of there. Let's let me add a roll to him.
It sounded like you said Adderall.
Yeah. He may need that. All right. Customize, you're back. You're back, baby. And your voice verified. Come on.
How you
come on, come on.
One v1, John Joe. What now, dude?
Hey, Customize is unbanned. It's out of the detention room. So you can get on voice now. But Willie. Come on, Jamarin. Represent.
I was telling them, if you don't want to come in here yourself, send in your champion. Go Go tell one of your little expert buddies to come in here.
Is he? He's. Did you see my message to Ganjas? Who's Ganjas?
Ganjas is a SimCord.
Oh, okay. Everybody's nicknames. I can never remember. Why does he want to talk to him? Why does he want to DM? Is he just wanting to DM?
Oh, I hope not. I sure hope not. Oh, we got 30 people waiting and listening on the YouTube live stream. Everybody wants to know what this guy has to say.
Yeah, it's not like they're only going to be embarrassed in front of a whole bunch of people, you know.
Come on, you guys. Easy Globe Earth win.
Here comes the excuses. But you still don't get it.
It's an easy Globe Earth win, guys.
It wouldn't matter if anyone gets it or not. Why is that something that's even a metric? Like, if I say something and X person doesn't get it, you still said it. It doesn't mean you didn't say it. If someone doesn't get it, like a bear does shit in the woods, dude.
Stop expecting logic from these people.
Yeah, I don't, like, why is that? Even that's hard for them to say. Like, does a tree make noise when it falls over if no one's there to hear it? Yes, it does. Okay, this isn't some sort of, even still, if no one gets it, it's still live stream. It's still recorded. Dude, seriously, don't.
Here it is. Why should I join when I see how you treat people? After he got us to unban him.
You little weasel. Right.
So we can already see why he was stuck in detention.
He wants to come in here where nobody else is around. When he's got easy pickings. Freaking sophist. You're like a predator. You just want to seek out the weakest ones that you know that you can win.
I want to wait till there's 6 people in there and some guy with a less than a silver tag. Jermaine, define civilized.
This guy.
Like I can't go to the computer, like rip out your heart and kill you. So whatever happens, it's civilized. Do you think polemic speech and like hard debates and like this kind of toxic human interaction, do you think that's uncivilized? Bro, go to the third world. It's civilized in here.
Look at this guy.
So far, all I've seen is muting and banning for a difference of opinion. That's not why you get banned in here. You get banned in here because you take everything personally and get angry and start doing stupid stuff. Like one of y'all lost your temper and started trying to post gay porn.
Or you don't answer a question that you're directly asked to answer.
Yeah.
And you intentionally keep not answering it.
And I don't know is okay. You can answer I don't know.
No.
Or you're not sure. Or you're thinking this, but you can't put your finger on it. You're leaning that direction.
See, the problem is with them, they think that I don't know is like some kind of moral deficiency. And they have to have a story. They have to have some kind of narrative that's been given to them. Because for them to say I don't know is like to admit something. That's what I don't understand.
Oh, which one of you weenies is going to step foot in here? We're waiting for Customized. Where the hell is he?
We accommodated the hell out of one of them, and then then the excuses started flying in. Oh, I can't do it right now. My dog ate my homework.
John, Joe, Jim Aaron, whoever the hell, just pick someone and come in here. God's sakes. Yeah, 30 people listening on the live stream, and all these weak Globe Earth people. Now, look, think about it this way, guys. They have the opportunity to come in here. All the opportunity. We're going to give them the floor. They're going to say what the evidence, what they claim is evidence, and they're going to be able to say it. What are they afraid of? Well, it seems like they don't want to come in here and provide their evidence. So, what else can you do, right? Who cares? There's still 30 people that are going to hear you. Doesn't matter how many people, even if there's 10, 5, 1. There's still an audience.
Oh, here you go. Reversal of burden of proof. Yeah. The burden lies on you to prove that I'm right. Well, see, Jojo, I can just completely dismiss that because everything we measure is flat. Everything we practically build is presumed on flats.
Dude, I'm booting this John guy. I'm tired of him, dude. I've just had enough.
Do it.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh no, you guys are right. We get rid of people.
Something wrong with the chat.
He'll be back on another sock tomorrow, but go ahead.
Today.
I'm just going to go make a new account. That's another thing too. The rage quit. John, we gave you 1,000 chances to come in here. We gave you 1,000 chances to come in here. And now you're gone because you wouldn't come in.
Yeah, come on, dude. I want to hear you fight.
He's got no fight. He wanted to stay out on the road, and he got mad when we called the cops.
You thought that, like a Karen, thought the cop was going to do something.
Yeah.
And it was the Karen gets arrested, and she's like, "What? I'm a white woman. How are you arresting me?" Because you're aggravating people. Leave people alone. What is wrong with you?
Is lying. I will tell everyone on the live stream, Jamarin is lying. He created a Discord to come in here to argue and has been arguing. He is not just, I just wanted to see what the community thought. No, you didn't, Jamarin. I've looked up your text and chat history in the Discord. Come on. Don't lie.
Guess it's just a pleasure thing for them, huh? Sadly.
And they get their jollies off of this, I guess. Ideal.
Stepping off your own soul.
I swear to God, my brother said that to me. What does that mean? What is that supposed to mean to us? I don't get it.
No, that's
Jamiroquai, what drugs are you on?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Jaman.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to be very quick. I'm in a family event, but I put what's his name, John Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I put him in a corner. He's like, remember I was telling you that we're arguing, and he said his evidence for the globe was Aristophanes with the 2 sticks and shadows, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he said that. So according to them, that's I think 2,000 years ago evidence that he bring up. So I told him, listen, your very own astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson was on record saying that 2 sticks and shadows can work perfectly on a flat Earth. So when I told him that 2,000 years after, that evidence doesn't prove anything, it can work on both. He said, well, if you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said if you use 3, it will change the results. So I asked him, could you give me a citation where Aristophanes used 3 sticks? He couldn't bring any citation, so I asked him, could you admit that 2,000 years ago he didn't prove anything? And that's where he's stuck.
Well, here, I'm gonna do us a favor, and I'm gonna post something. Let me get this up.
Hey, that guy's hitting that pipe pretty good.
Yeah, for real.
Talk about his brother. Who cares about his brother? No, really. My brother said, dude, you guys don't believe me. My brother said it. It's what my brother said. Why don't you guys believe
I'm cool. Here.
Yeah,
just for John.
So this what you just post, right? This is exactly what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. It worked on both. So his very evidence work on both, so not exclusive to the globe. And he just won't admit that oh my god.
Look, dude, I gave him a citation. I gave him a citation that the Chinese at the same time about 325 BC. I'll post it again. They did the same thing. It works on both, man.
Works on both.
So I just posted it in voice stream. And there's other published papers that admit it works on both. It depends on what your assumptions are.
He said I was moving the goalpost.
He just
Can you imagine that? He said I was moving the goalpost when he, after realizing that it doesn't help him, he wanted me to do it with 3 sticks. But yet I was the one moving the goalpost.
Well, there's your 3 sticks, and it works on a flat and works on a curve.
But then they started saying, no, you need 4 to 5 sticks.
Exactly. He said yesterday, give me 3, 4, 5 sticks. And I said to him, listen, you brought up 2,000 years ago. You have no citation where this guy used 3 sticks. He used 2. Could you at least admit that he didn't prove anything?
Yeah, the Shuckster Sky Barkane tried it with 23 sticks and still couldn't get it to match the globe. Or maybe more than 23. I'm trying to.
I'm gonna just read what. It's just the title of a paper in the abstract. It says, so this is from at least the Mitchell Scientific Society. Over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled logical thought with crude measurement to estimate the circumference of the Earth with what could be considered to be an amazing accuracy. However, his observation would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used another set of presumptions in interpreting his observations. Pretty simple. It's not debatable. It's really not. It's not even debatable. To even argue it just shows that you're either mentally deficient or just like a crazy cultist.
Oh, Missive Monger is back. Because he was...
I got no...
He was the one crying about the echo chamber.
Yeah. Missive, if we're inviting everybody in, how is this an echo chamber?
There you go again. Jamarian, you have not DM'd me. I have no private messages. None. 0.
Yeah, take your lithium, Jamarin.
Jeez.
Why don't you just come in the chat? His name was Customized. So
is that
for
you?
days, yeah, no, so for days he was hold on, I'll find it.
Well, Customized is in
demanding. He was saying, "Where is Mayhem? Where is Mayhem?"
Oh, just yeah. He's man. He's unbanned. He's like, isn't that the one that Mimas brought in? Like he dusted.
Yeah, we went through to try and find him. Yeah, and it's Customized, spelled funny, 999. He is completely free to get on here and open his mic. And look, he says these have no evidence. While in the chat on screen is a source and a citation.
Dude, you're so unbanned right now. Like, what?
Yeah, you are completely unbanned. Why will you not get on? And you were never banned, by the way. You were put in detention.
Because he was spamming. He was spamming, "Where's Mayhem?" And I put him in Cogdis.
I've been here all day, dude.
No, he's been doing it for days. He started like 4 days ago. He started doing it in the lobby. And then I sent him to Cogdis, and then I seen him do it on the YouTube chat. And I was like, dude, I told you to stop spamming that.
Miggy, do you have a stalker?
Yeah,
I hope so. I want to make this a spectacle. Dude, invite your friends. I want everybody to see this. They
Yes.
have to hear what's going to happen. So get some people. If you want to make an event of it, you can do that if you want. If not today, pick whatever day you want. But it has to be when I'm on because I work in the evenings. So pick during the daytime. Gather get everybody. Bring friends and family, and tell the neighbors, tell the people at the grocery store, tell them to come listen to you destroy a flat earther. Do that. No, you have not DM'd us. You probably pinged us. You probably pinged us in the channel using a ping. It's not a DM.
I think the question is, why is he trying to do this in DMs? Why is he afraid of publicly declaring?
Can't he just type? What role did you give him? You gave him the globe role, right? You could just
I gave
type
him
in
VC
live
verified.
stream.
VC verified.
Well, yeah, he can type in live stream.
Yeah, he can. Just come here and type in live stream. Jermarin.
Jermarin.
I await your arrival.
God, I really hope we're not dealing with like a 14-year-old.
I know that's going to be such an anticlimactic moment.
I mean, who else? I'm going to assume he's using his real name on here, which is dumb. And I can only imagine a kid being that dumb.
You're right. It's either polar opposite. It's somebody super young or somebody really old that doesn't.
Yeah, it's either a 72-year-old or a 14-year-old.
I gotta use my own, but it's cut down. It's not my name, and here y'all renamed me, of course.
Oh yeah. Well, I always use if I do anything online, I always use like the old Norse spelling of my last name and some other part of my name. So you could never it'd never be like identifiable. Like I've known this since '94 when I got on the internet.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem in a PvP environment when you're trying to communicate with somebody.
Yeah, yeah. No, he killed me. I'm gonna find out who he is.
No, I'm
ruin
talking
his
about
life.
No, on your team, like on your team. I mean, I'm on your team, and you're trying to we do call outs. You got to do this long, complicated name or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. I get plenty of screenshots from these guys that shows their bias. Oh my god, we have a bias? We have a bias?
So Miggy, look in live stream.
5:30 GMT.
Yeah, this is yesterday at 2:24 a.m.
That must have been right after I left, because I jump out when I get off of work.
He starts spamming that right after you left. And then like I said, I sent him to Cogdis. And then I go into YouTube stream and he's in there doing it. So then I hit him in the channel in there because he was just spamming it over and over again. Now he has an opportunity. He can come in here and he's found you. Here you are.
I'm here.
Come on, Jermarin. It looks to me, Jermarin, like you called out Miggy, and now you don't want to come in here.
I've been sitting here all day long, man, just waiting and waiting and waiting.
Like it must be embarrassing. Like flat earthers, we're supposed to be the stupidest people ever, right? And they come in here and embarrass themselves with how much they do not know about their own model. And it's embarrassing.
That the only thing he DM'd you? Customized 999?
That was I don't know when he did that. You might have to go up to your DMs, direct messages, and type his name in the search bar, and then click it, and then see if the DMs. It's probably scat porn or something.
Oh, what he posted right there makes me feel like he's somebody that's old.
Old?
I'm looking. Yeah,
oh no, we've had this exact opposite opinion. Oh no.
Yeah, that's weird because it looks like he says, "May I ask?" Because he's using a cordial way of saying, you know, and a kid wouldn't use a cordial way of saying, "May I ask why I was permanently timed out on your YouTube live chat?" They'd say something stupider, you know, like,
yeah,
"Hey man, you timed me out, dude." Like, you know,
for real, no cap. You know.
Yeah, no cap. Yeah, it's just the vernacular. What's being used here it seems to me like it's an older person that doesn't know how to navigate Discord.
Yeah. See, that would be the giveaway for it being an old person, is not knowing how to navigate Discord. But yeah, I think you might be right.
But there is no moderate. There's no moderator. There's no person in between you and me when you come in here. It'll just be you and me. That's it. We're not going to give you 10 minutes to go to your explanation. The first thing you do when you come in here is bring your evidence for the Earth being a globe. And I won't stop. Like, it will be relentless on your part. You're going to have to provide all the evidence that's going to demonstrate empirical evidence that the Earth is definitely demonstratable as curving, spinning, and show the vacuum of space with the container needed for the antecedent of gas pressure. And trust me, it's not. I'm telling you up front, Jermaine, customize whatever you want to call yourself. It's not going to be easy. It won't.
Don't scare him.
Yeah, you're gonna be on your heels the whole time you're here.
Come on, don't scare him. Like just to boost his confidence. Come on.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
Jamirin, we're a bunch of dumb flat earthers. Come in here and own us.
Yeah, we're stupid. We're retarded. We didn't even graduate 3rd grade. We don't know anything. Come on, man. We're dumb. Dumb as rocks.
Come on. Why don't y'all come in and have a seat? Come on.
I'm still waiting to figure out how many stod of an angle.
The stadia? Like, what is
the stod angle? How many stod? Like,
don't you mean
use that to measure?
Wouldn't they call it a stangle?
Dude thinks you can measure angle in feet or miles. What's the angular size of the sun? Oh, 30 feet.
I don't understand. On the search result, it said this was a great way of debunking them. I said it word for word. I guess they've given up. I never engage with the YouTube chat either. I just decided to open it today since I had my PC on. So, I mean, I guess that's that, right?
I've been doing it a little more often. I don't know why, because it doesn't result in anything.
No. I mean, I'll never post or respond to them in chat. If they want to have a conversation, they can come in here. I am just going to ridicule them for being in the chat, though.
Yeah, I do it almost all the time.
Yeah. I guess they've given up.
He has screenshots of us showing our bias. Yeah, so what?
Yeah. My bias to what? The truth? Yeah. I have a bias where if you say something that has a single broken pattern, I'm going to immediately disbelieve it. That's my bias, is that there are no contradictions in reality.
Show me an unbiased human being and I'll show you a corpse.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as no bias. So showing our bias is like, yeah, what are you going to show us, that we're human beings?
Oh, Brandon is bravely typing in the YouTube chat where no real conversation can happen. He's being very brave.
What'd you say about contradiction? I missed it.
I said there are no contradictions in reality.
Yeah, I don't know to say that. I'll agree, but
if it's a contradiction, either your assumptions are wrong, your model is wrong, or you're wrong. But everything works together exactly as it's supposed to work together.
What if you are the contradiction?
Well, then that would be metaphysical because maybe your thoughts are contradictory, but your thoughts aren't physical.
You could take that show on the road, Indio.
His family tree looks like a spirograph.
No, it's a family wreath.
It's a nub.
It just like circles back in on itself.
Yeah, circles back in on itself. It's the it's the Ouroboros of family trees.
I'm telling you guys don't have the stamina. I've been saying that.
Nope.
You don't have it. There's a reason why this server's 24/7. Dudes. You still don't get it, do you?
Maybe it's shift change. It is 3:30.
Yeah. Oh yeah, time to clock out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like shift change, man.
Oh yeah, the free Wi-Fi is over. They got to go home. Oh, school's out. They're all going out to the buses. I'll get them next time.
Curse you, flat earthers.
My science teacher told me they were wrong, and now I'm going to try and fight them, even though my science teacher never will. Who's the one guy who always claims he's a teacher? The Utah dude, R.C. Meisty, and gets regularly destroyed every time he opens his mouth.
Yeah, he's pretty embarrassing.
Like, you're teaching kids.
It's like Matthew learns in a church school, no less. I just found that out yesterday. He's in a church school teaching kids.
Yeah. Well, it's what is it? It's Biola University. It's a good university too.
Now I really hate him.
Yeah, he explains that on his YouTube channel. He's like, "Hi, I'm a college professor. This is the school I teach at. I teach this and this, and
Unpopular opinion. Unpopular opinion. I actually really like Matthew.
I do too. I like him because he roasted Sleeping Warrior. It was just epic. Like he got Sleeping Warrior to rage quit. I'm like, dude, like,
really?
Yeah.
I like him to a degree. I like him because he's one of the most knowledgeable Globers on here. At least he knows his own nonsense. So I give him respect for that, but I think he's a snake in the grass.
He's definitely somebody. He's definitely somebody who's working against the.
In order, I was going to say, in order to believe a contradiction, there has to be part of you that is willing to be a little dishonest.
Well, no, he said right from the very beginning that even if someone proved the Earth, like if NASA came out and said, we lied the whole time, no one's been to space, it was all weapons, it was all propaganda, he said he still wouldn't believe them because his own experiments, his own observations are all he really needs.
They were just reaffirming rituals, what he did. And like I said, people don't wake up because of information that's given to them. I don't care how smart they are or how knowledgeable they are. They wake up because something internal in them changes, and they become then open to receiving new information. So nobody's going to wake Matthew up, or Danny 57, or Danny Faulkner. Nobody's going to wake them up.
Yeah, I've talked to Danny like on a maybe I was pleading that day, but I was just like, dude, turn back from what you're doing, because he was going to publish that book. I don't know if he did or not. And I was like, don't do this thing that you're going to do, man. Because you have a chance right now that I'm speaking to you. At least I'm advocating for the side of truth, being like, if you put this out, that's more against you. If you actually believe in the Creator the way you do, with in the biblical context, then what you're doing right now is against everything the Creator's speaking of. You're gonna indoctrinate more people by what you just, I was, and he just listened, for the time that he was. He didn't like debate or anything. He was just like, okay. That's how you think and that's how you feel. That's what he was telling me. And I was like, man, like Like, I'm not even trying to come at you like in a upset way. I'm just like, I would be disappointed if you actually got this thing to be published. If you did that.
Jermarin says, I haven't heard a single piece of evidence for Flat Earth. Just you guys misunderstanding science is all I've heard. Boy, wow, he doesn't sound like anybody else who's ever been in here. You guys misunderstand science. Tell you what, Jermarin. Why don't you tell us what science is?
Well, he misunderstands a lot.
Oh, they got you, Indio.
Yeah. So we could be the biggest scientific idiots. And that wouldn't prove the Earth's a globe, would it?
Right.
We don't have the burden of proof. We observe flat Earth.
Also,
you have the burden.
Yeah, it also needs to be said that demanding for like credentials, if it takes credentials to prove to be taken seriously, then doesn't it take credentials in order to credibly believe something as well? Like, they're not qualified to believe in globe Earth if they're not quote unquote scientist, right?
Well, I mean, let's take the appeal to credentials one step farther, right? So the Pope is supposed to be the highest, religious authority on earth. So, like, you can have no opinion about religion because,
he's the vicar of Christ.
You're not the Pope.
Right.
So all your atheism, throw that out. Your atheism is worthless because you're not the Pope.
Well, you can't even be
about God.
Can if you don't have the credentials of the Pope, can you even be a Catholic? Really? If you're not as qualified as the Pope.
Well, he can qualify you.
So it's purely authority driven then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He shall ordain. Well, he tells you what the rules are. He makes them up.
He looks at you and goes, "Hey, you're good enough." Pats you on the head, baptizes you. All done. You know the Stations of the Cross? All right, come on in.
See, Jermaine, see what just happened? That was called reduction to absurdity. Using your logic leads to an absurd conclusion. Right? So that would mean that all truth would only come from a scientist, and only they could change it. They don't need any data. They don't need any experiment. They just flash your diploma like a cop flashes a badge, and that's it. That is idiotic. And if you want to live that way, go right ahead.
Jenna just joined. Hey, what's up, Jenna?
Theme music.
Hey.
Oh, Jenna. Sorry.
How's it going on the flat Earth today?
Oh, we're busy roasting people on the YouTube live stream. That they're those guys who want to pussyfoot around, act like they want to come into chat, but at the same time they were like, "You guys are just banned me," and then like we offered them all the opportunity to come in here, dusted their account off, had them like welcome them in here. Come on in here, 1-on-1 if that's what you want. Nothing worked.
Yeah, one of them was trying to claim that I don't know what was he saying. Like he was just passing through, essentially, right? Wanted to see what flat earthers thought. Turns out he was in here spamming us.
It's like, hey, Jenny, what they could do anything. Oh,
I was gonna say that demon character, and private message with him, but he says the VC makes him anxious. He's too anxious to get on the VC.
Well, he's just bitch made. He's just bitch made. That's all it is. I'm too anxious to talk to people.
Yeah, he needs to conquer that. He needs to conquer that crap.
And I told him, I said, jump on the VC, use your voice. God gave it to you, And
then he said, I don't believe in God. In that exact voice. And then he ran off tipping his fedora.
Well, I mean, I was very direct with him because he's talking about how he's just trying to learn more about the flat earth arguments and evidence. And I was like, can I give you some advice? And he's like, sure. I said, you should look for empirical evidence of the globe first. Make sure it makes sense and aligns with physics, geometry, and trigonometry. Then look into flat Earth. Compare the notes. That's the best way to do research. I said you don't want to go into a gunfight with a switchblade, so it's a good idea to gain as much knowledge as possible before entering into a debate.
Jermarin says in the chat, he said, science is a way of critically thinking. No, that's called critical thinking, Jermarin.
Yeah, critical thinking is critical thinking, okay?
Yeah.
And
science is not a way of critical thinking.
Yeah, there's science, okay, and then there's pseudoscience. What a lot of people are calling science is pseudoscience. Like, do you even science, bro? In my field, we fly by the seat of our pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Jermarin is not a critical thinker. He is a critical acceptor. He does not think. He has been trained to believe that he is thinking, but he's not.
Yeah, he is talking out his ass.
Yes. He's talking directly from his anus. And just like Uranus, the planet that's filled with semen.
Oh, man. Trolling. Yeah, all the Globers trolling.
Yeah,
I'd really like this demon guy to get into the VC.
Demon?
Yeah, Demon. Yeah, his screen name is Demon, and his profile picture is this little little box dude.
Globe Demon.
Global.
He says he lives it. He lives it. Is he about to give us a Bane speech?
I live the lie. I love the lie.
I was born in the science. You merely adopted it.
That's a good
Another
Bane.
global roadkill. Like Joe John.
That's Jojo?
John Joe.
Jojo.
Jojo. John Joe,
Jojo.
Jacob, Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Jesus.
Might as well be. We'll wait for the next sock account, just like Dave said. And they still don't come in. Amazing.
I'm going to be like this old Romeo and Juliet movie. Dost thou leave me so unsatisfied?
Exactly.
Dude, I got to go to work here in a minute, man. Hurry up and get your ass in here.
Bummer.
The hell's your problem? And then when I leave, they're going to be like, well, I'm here now. Where's Mayhem at? Blah, blah.
Hey, Jermarin, don't worry. Miggy's leaving soon, so you only have to talk to me if you come in here.
Yeah, no one else is here.
And don't worry, we usually play good cop, worst cop. Or no, we play bad cop, worst cop.
I love the worst cop role. It's great.
Yeah,
You think
Bemis
that
will crawl through his Yeti and choke a bitch.
You think that bad cop was bad? Wait till you see this next one. Don't make me get somebody that's not as nice as I am.
Mimas, you got to take that Wayne Brady skit. Does Mimas have to choke a bitch?
Need a meme on that one.
Oh my God, Pete Shea still exists?
Pete Shea? Damn, I haven't seen that name in... Oh,
He's in the YouTube chat.
The hell, bro? That's like years. It's weird how he responds like in the middle of...
Every female that has ever existed is actually a man.
It's like a troll reunion.
Having sex with a woman is the gayest thing you can do.
That's coming from an Irish gypsy.
Are you an Irish gypsy, Sonny?
No, I'm not. Well, I could have some Irish. I don't know about the gypsy part. Don't think so. More like Viking.
I have all the Anglo and the Saxon.
Yeah, I got British and Irish and
Vikings did go all over the place,
Norman, France, Normandy, Knights.
In other words, we're a couple of white boys.
and some German. Yeah, there could be some swarthy individuals in that group, though, because that's what I'm.
Swarthy's all right. So I watched this video today. It was this, I think he was a Portuguese or Spanish guy. I can't remember. But he was showing this video of Latinos seeing how much white they had in them from a DNA test. And it was pretty funny because none of them realized that Latino is European.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up with that?
And one of the guys was like, I hope I'm 100% Mexican. And he's like, you don't need a DNA test. You need an IQ test. That's a nationality, not an ethnicity.
Exactly.
La Raza.
And he was like, oh, I'm only 46% European. The largest block he had in him was European, right? Which was the Spanish. And he said, oh, I'm only 46% colonizer. And the guy's like, no, or he was saying, I have some colonizer in me. And the guy said, no, you are the colonizer. That's the majority of your blood. You are the colonizer. You don't get to like slink out of it.
Yeah, you're the bad guy.
Yeah, and you look at him and he's like, look at this guy. Look at him. He's white. He's paler than her.
These white devils.
Yeah. You guys are just reciting what you remember. Remember from what? Jermarin, remember from what?
Really, where would we learn this in the first place if we were to remember it? We would have had to have learned it somewhere else before this time.
Yeah,
that would only be logical.
I cannot figure out if this is a 62-year-old man with dementia or if it's a 14-year-old. I can't figure it out.
That's hilarious.
With ADHD. Yep.
Is it a 14-year-old with ADHD or is it a 16-year-old with ADHD?
It's something. And I don't know what it is. It's a mystery.
14-year-old with Alzheimer's.
I believe we need to ask Pete Shea.
I wonder what Pete Shea thinks about this.
I forget, is Pete Shea Irish?
I thought he was Scottish.
Scottish? He's either Scottish or he's an Irishman, but I'm not sure which. He either talks about wanting freedom for Scotland through a ruling Liberal Party.
I told old dude, man, I was like, dude, with me and you, man, we'd take any battle anywhere, man. Fight anyone. Like he's like from the Highlands, dude. Freaking old dude. Like he was born in battle, that guy. Like you could just tell. Like he's been through some things, so.
Yeah.
And he's typing in right now. Hey, you know what I'm saying, old dude, man. If I had to pick somebody to fight with, I mean, you'd be the one that I'd do that with.
Old dude was around back in the 13th century.
And you can't fake that. I mean, that's. Which the rest of these guys don't have any of. You know? There's no gumption in these guys.
Yeah, they got nothing.
Bunch of entitled babies.
Wait, this guy says seeing something as flat as a belief. Jermarin says that. Wow. You just think it looks flat, but see what we see isn't really what we're seeing. Who's the crazy person here?
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Is a mirage.
Conditions were right on the lake to see the Chicago skyline.
So I just saw my table, and do I have to believe that I saw the table flat? Is that what the deal is now? It wasn't actually flat, eh?
It's like when you send a picture to one of your friends and you say, what you're seeing is a dick. It's not a mirage. Funny how nobody saw the self-evident flat Earth before 1750.
Oh, really?
Let's try that.
The Mayans, the Aztecs, the Incas,
the Babylonians, the Akkadians, the Greeks.
Every culture.
I mean, I'm looking at all these different cosmologies right now, and they all say the same thing there, TMM. I think you think that history started 100 years ago.
Actually, it started in 2015 with his.
Oh, that's right.
It just started.
History started when Trump was elected.
That's why they have such a short attention span, because their whole lifetime experience is only like 3 years. Look at that. Yeah, let's read them off. The Greeks, the Navajo, Babylonians, Japanese, Persian, Viking, Indian, Mesa, Mayan, Incan, Hebrew, Australian, Chinese, Celtic, Sumerian, African, Chumash, Masonic, Islamic, Roman, and Egyptian. The only one that doesn't, Slavic, sorry about that. The only one that doesn't is NASA.
Even the slave people knew.
Yes, they did. They probably knew it better than anyone.
And the whole Earth, the whole Earth knew that the Earth was flat and the time of the Tower of Babel. And they wanted to build a tower to reach up to the heavens to actually go to where God is and fight him.
Well, see, here's the flaw in the thinking is because we're bombarded by science fiction and by the idea of the globe, everyone thinks about it being a globe. But just 100 years ago, nobody thought about it. Nobody was thinking about it. No one was thinking about it throughout all history. Nobody thought about the Earth as a whole as an object because they just could only exist in their environment.
But that's scary meme.
Yeah, like nobody thought about it. Nobody was thinking about it.
Yeah.
So I mean, like the entire principle is like flawed. It's like the only reason Missive Monger or Jermarin thinks about a globe is because they've been told it's a globe. It's the only reason they think about it.
Yep. No.
Everything when you drive, when you brush your teeth, when you make love to your woman, when you lie down, when you go driving, when you build something, when you plan something, at no point in anywhere in your normal life does it ever come up. You will never think about it, ever. It will never occur to you to incorporate that into your everyday thinking.
Exactly.
Unless you're being bombarded with it all the time.
Mm-hmm. What was it? What was that earlier? Something Miggy said earlier came out of a movie, I'm sure. Like some of the stories that they're coming up with are actually from movies.
Holy shit, is that Jezza? Is that Jezza in the YouTube chat? The Jezza?
Or Jezzaconda?
Is it Jezza in the YouTube chat? Is he gonna fly his helicopter up here?
No, he will come for Christmas to say, "Hello, guys, Merry Christmas." That was his last time.
Paul Curran is sticking little concave earth jabs in there every now and again. He's
One
like,
time-
my concave earth. Nobody's like listening to Paul Curran.
one time talking to Jazza, you just say, hey, just me and you, just have a conversation. I go, when you open up like a bottle of soda, what direction does the gas go? He said down. I was like,
I do want to address Missive Mongrel. Indio says your nonsense is what turns people, and that is actually a fact. There have been people sitting in here, Mongrel, who hear the argumentation that your side gives, and it is so wacky and so logic destroying and so ridiculous that they go, I think you flat earthers might be onto something. It is your side's inability to understand what you believe or articulate it, or even understand why you believe it. Like the solutions to the contradictions in your model that you give are the most ridiculous, asinine, insane propositions. And people who sit in here and watch you do it turn. We don't even make the arguments. All we do is argue with globeheads who give us bad responses. Y'all are the ones who convince people. We don't. We don't convince anybody. They can't be seen with y'all.
Let's see if I can pull up one of these little clips that I have played for these guys. Where is it? Ah, here it is. It's only 30 seconds. Like to hear it? Here it goes.
Okay, can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
Lunacy.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
There it
So
is.
he doesn't know anything.
Yeah, you guys debunked me, so maybe we're not real at all.
Weird.
That's why, Missive, because after you guys get in here and start arguing with us, you start making claims like, well, maybe nothing is real.
Yeah.
Because when you get in here and you try to argue with us and you start seeing the contradictions that exist, you're gonna, one of two things is gonna happen. You're either gonna go away and start thinking, or you're gonna go, well, maybe we're not even real. Maybe it's a simulation. Maybe we're just heads in a jar. I can't be sure that anything's real. Am I even here talking to y'all?
You guys bring this energy that you think you know what you're talking about, but when it's crunch time, this is what you sound like. Drusik,
Yeah.
are you 100% sure the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay.
A few moments later.
Ping. So keep going. What about ping? Yeah.
I fucking give up.
Why, dude? You're 100% sure. What can go
Yes,
wrong?
I
If you're
am.
that, yeah. Well, then you're about to do something that in 8 years I don't think anybody has ever done in here. For me, nobody's ever brought this kind of evidence. 100%. Come on now. I'm rooting for you.
Look, I'll make it real simple. I'll just give 3 things that irrefutably prove a globe to you.
Well, we have to listen to his specific example with ping. So he's on about ping. And so with this 100% proof, talking about ping, I don't know where he was going with that, but it's his claim. It's his evidence. So, okay, pick it up from where you started with ping. What else do you have? You want to drop it completely? Do you give up? Are you unsure? Are you going to say that you're not sure 100%?
I am not sure 100%.
So you are admitting right now, that you are decidedly not 100% sure of the shape of the Earth. And that would be correct. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
So now
Okay,
he's
that's-
back. That was
That's
what
how it
yesterday?
is.
Jenna?
Paul Coran says functional model more than FE has. He doesn't have a functional model. Paul Coran, can you
I love it when I hear me on the playback.
Can you post a link to the functional model?
Of a concave Earth, no less. That's a dysfunctional model, probably.
Wait, is that what he's claiming? Is a concave Earth?
Yeah, concave. Paul Coran.
Okay, can you show me any proof of a concave Earth? Jesus.
Good luck with that, Mimas. Yeah, he's the only one that advocates for, as far as I can see in the chat.
I would to me, I would just ban him from the YouTube chat. What use is he? A concave Earth? They're not real.
Hey, we got Esquire that just joined us. But Esquire, I'm going to unmute you. Hi, welcome to the chat, Esquire.
I thank you for that invitation and welcome. I was actually just curious if I was just changing to push to talk to try to get around that mute. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So we're on about the topic of the shape of the Earth in this forum, right? So we want to know new people's positions on what they think the Earth is, whether they think it's a globe, on the fence, or if they know the Earth is flat. And these are just some of the options here. But what is your position on the topic, Esquire? You think that it's a globe?
I think everything that you've ever been told is a lie. I think everything any of us have ever been told is a lie, and that the universe exists on a much grander level of holographic layers that are imposed upon one another.
Okay, so I mean, it doesn't matter where your position is
globe,
on
flat. I mean, I think it's somewhere in between and completely irrelevant to the grand scheme.
Can we get down to the exactly? Is it a simulation or like a manifested dream?
Yeah. Oh, I like that. That's an interesting premise. Manifested dream. That's interesting.
Well, I mean, Gnostics would believe that, and then there's simulation theory, which is essentially the same thing.
That's a fun one. Yeah, it's just kind of two different sides of a coin, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, ultimately, power only exists when we give it away to others or to ideas, and ideas are transcendent beyond the individuals who hold on to them or attach themselves to them. And so, I don't know. I wouldn't want to lend any weight to either side of the argument, other than to say that I feel like we've all been lied to quite a bit, and I can offer some citation on that matter if anyone's interested. There's a link.
Yeah, I would say, Esquire, I would say that you've, and don't take this the wrong way, but I want you to understand, you've committed an all or nothing fallacy.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. I hear you. I know.
Right. So an all or nothing fallacy. Yeah, all or nothing fallacy is either we've been lied to about everything or nothing at all.
Right.
So
absolute statements are almost always wrong. I hear you. Absolute statements are almost always wrong. I'll agree with you on that point of the logical fallacy. You're not wrong in that regard. That's absolutely poignant and succinct and good to bring up.
But I'm looking.
So
looking
for
over
the purpose of the argument, I'll say this.
Go ahead.
I'll say evidence that I've seen and testimony that I've heard from individuals who I have quite good information that they literally just got off the International Space Station, et cetera, have told me that it's spherical. And so I'm going to side with what people whom I've, had discourse with that have literally been to space for months, periods of time on Air Force captains and whatnot that have been promoted to astronaut, et cetera. And so I'm just going to take their word and their family's testimony for now. I'm open to new information. Before you go on,
hang on, I just want to say something real. Yeah, I just want to preface it real quick. I was looking through his profile. It said community manager, media coordinator, solution strategist, destroy opportunity cost, and by building community. Are you in some sort of crypto, or are you dealing with something in that nature? Like, I don't know. What's your background? Like, do you mind talking to us about what is your profession? Like, what do you do? Like, what? If you don't mind, I don't know if it's. Yeah.
No, I appreciate. I really appreciate the invitation to speak on that.
Why do you sound familiar?
Thank you for the shout out, man. That's big time. Thank you.
Why do you sound familiar?
I don't know, bro. Where do you go?
Do you have a YouTube channel?
What?
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Nah, they have a book burning fetish that I don't quite agree with, so I don't engage with YouTube very much. I do have one for my community account, but I don't generally use it.
Okay.
So what was your profession again, Esquire? What do you?
Well, as you read, I mean, I'm called a community manager, a media coordinator, build, grow, and monetize communities, online spaces for businesses, organizations, public figures, and influencers. I'm currently the admin in charge of Jason Page's official fan club, he's the voice behind the Pokemon theme song. Good friend. I'm working with American Mission and Freedom Mission currently. Stay tuned for that. You'll be hearing a lot about them. And I'm currently working on a little project I call the Constitutional Revivalist Handbook. So that's a fun list of powerful citations. Of course, all sourceable through my link trees if anyone's interested.
Yeah, you sound a little bit quick on the uptake, so I'm guessing you're not just your average bear. You're somebody who's a bit educated on certain topics. So we're going to handle you a little bit differently than we would just your regular normie. And so that's why I wanted to get a little background information as to your what your profession is, maybe a little bit about you. But thank you for the introduction of that. And we can get right down to the nuts and bolts of what we're talking about in here, so that it can be more palatable to a gentleman such as yourself. So hopefully you can put on your critical thinking hat and make sure that you don't take it off, because we're going to get into some pretty interesting discussion here, if you don't mind, if you got some time on you.
This is wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm so interested for this, and I'm very much open to new information. Always. There was a gentleman, I'm sure you guys are familiar with him. He seems to be a moderator here, Crack Villain, who was a friend of mine that had invited me to this community.
Yeah, great. Yeah, we know him.
Yeah, we know Crack.
Yeah, good dude. Haven't spoken with him for a while. I was until I guess some time ago a media coordinator and moderator for the Politics Discord, where I met him and made friends with him. As I left their community for a second time and started my own on a separate platform altogether, I kind of just used Discord as a pedestrian now. But it's an honor to be here, and thank you for inviting me into your space. And that warm welcome.
Yeah, we'll let Indio kind of lead with the introduction and so forth, so you can maybe introduce you to the topic. Or
well,
maybe
I just want to address what he said about testimony and people witness the earth as a sphere. That's what you're saying. And you mentioned their families. How did their families do it?
So their families are providing what would be secondhand information from a firsthand source, which was, of course, confirmed and validated via the firsthand source's own testimonies at a later
They're not
time.
really testimony, so are they?
Well, it's their testimony of
no, it's not really testimony though. Testimony is sworn under oath. They're
under oath and affirmation.
Anybody can say anything, right? Can you punish someone for saying they saw UFOs?
I will admit that it's very funny that under certain circumstances, and I forget the gentleman exactly who it was, but we've had some astronauts at times have investigative journalists show up to them with Bibles in their hands and say, "Sir, will you swear on this Bible that you know everything is true, correct?" And they just bolt. They bolt, man. That's some funny stuff to see. I'll admit that too. I've seen that as well. I understand both sides of the argument, and I think that both sides are true, which largely is the case when it comes. Truth is stranger than fiction, and I have some friends of mine who are sexagenarians. I mean, in their 60s, for Christ's sake. Grandmothers, who've never had a parking ticket in their life, very good people in good faith, always, as I've known them for over a decade. And they are personally related to some astronauts whom may have been involved with the faking of certain events and Hollywood productions.
My grandfather worked on Apollo 17.
Yeah, exactly. So you kind of
worked on Apollo 17. He was an MIT contractor in communications, and he didn't believe we went to the moon.
Yeah, so you get the gist there. So I think the moral of the story is both are true at a certain point. I think that we absolutely, for the space race, had an incentive, right, a national compelling national interest to purport that we had outreached our competition, which I believe at the time was Russia. And that was what it was. And I think we were just playing that game, that politics game, that optics game. But ultimately, getting ahead of a narrative is one thing, but actually furthering our technology and actually furthering science and edifying it as a whole is the common goal. And I believe in time we have actually achieved that.
Okay. So let me just cover this first. You can't see curvature from the International Space Station. It's not high enough. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's
nowhere near high enough. Like
I'm sure there's all kinds of
miles up, right?
I'm not a physicist. I'm sure there's all kinds of fun physics at play with. Yeah, no, I hear you. Absolutely, it's the angles and perspectives. Absolutely.
Well, first of all, if the ISS existed and it was above a ball of the 3,959 mile radius, they would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth.
It's wild, man. Yeah, I mean,
so
I
it would
suppose
be equivalent to being 2.5 inches above a beach ball that was 6 feet in diameter.
right. So when you say
It's not
sphere
high enough to
versus
be curved. So anyone that got off the International Space Station and said they saw the curvature of the Earth, they're telling a story.
so you're seeing the difference. You're trying to point out the difference, it would seem, between sphere and disk.
No,
as far as
No.
perspective, right? Because like you're talking about a limited vantage of perspective from a particular distance,
they're not far enough from the surface of the Earth to see the ball, the Earth as a ball. They're not far enough away.
Interesting. No, that's an interesting point. I appreciate.
And what's even more interesting, if you look at the Chinese internet, the Chinese have a space station, right? They claim they have a space station.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, that's a claim.
Okay, so it's 23 kilometers lower than the International Space Station. And if you look in the live stream voice text, this is what they show.
Are you talking about the Tiangong space station?
Yeah, Shangzhou 14 or something.
Yeah, Tiangong. It's interesting. It's interesting the etymology that comes out of Tiangong, Sky Palace, because if you look into Tianxian, which is the China-centric worldview that came out of the Qing Dynasty, and that's very much the policy that CCP works through. It's interesting to see that etymology carry forward into their alleged space program.
Well, I just posted in the live stream voice text an image from when they did a spacewalk.
Oh, nice. Okay, I'll check that out.
Okay, so
yeah, address that, not something else.
I mean, you don't even have to address it. I don't care, because it's. I mean, all in all, right? It would come down to belief, right? So somebody says they did something, saw something. You have no way to verify it. You just have to take their word for it, or whatever.
Okay, so wait, my question is in response to old Haas Radburn, who tagged me and responded with an image. Flat Earth does not equate to disk in space. So I guess that was my mistake in understanding. I was trying to make an equivocation here, or at least trying to make an inference to the options provided to the vantage of the astronaut. It would be his discernment between sphere or disk. Would I be incorrect in that?
We don't think the Earth is a disk in the space. We don't think outer space is a thing.
Okay, can you elaborate more on that?
Outer space is a TV show.
Okay, so what is the core of your understanding of the universe and the way things work and our situation within it?
Well, I mean, ultimately that's speculation, right?
I'm open to that. I'm open to hearing that.
Well, you have the fundamental problem of so the modern cosmology says that space is a nearly perfect vacuum that's nearly infinite in size, right? That's their claim. So, but we have air here, and we're breathing air. That means we have gas pressure, thermodynamic gas pressure, and we breathe air. And there's no demonstration or no possible way that you can. So you can talk about, the gravity holds the air on the Earth away from the vacuum of space, but there's no way you can actually demonstrate that through any practical experiment. Through any experiment whatsoever. So we have, on one hand, the second law of thermodynamics, and on the other hand, we have the claims of strangers on television saying they went to this place. And then you have the other factor of this idea of outer space, right? Vacuum was invented in something like 325 BC. It wasn't like discovered. It wasn't like, we wonder what that is. Let's just like try to go as high as we can. And, wow, it's freaking outer space vacuum. No, they came up with the idea first before the number 0 was invented, to be honest, right? 325 BC is a long time ago. Like the Epicureans used it as part of their metaphysical philosophy, right? Of atoms and matter and void and all that stuff. And they've held onto this idea for, 2 millennium. And, all of a sudden, 1965 or whatever, they proved it, right? An idea they had for 2,000 years already. But the basis for their idea was they didn't have any basis for their idea.
Indeed.
So because the idea of gravity didn't exist at the time. So the Epicureans are like underestimated as in their influence on modern thinking.
3500 BC is a long time. I mean, did you know that
325 BC, not
300? Excuse me, my mistake.
325.
I understand that the oldest artifact that we've uncovered apparently is 30. No. Excuse me, it was like 1500 or something like that BC. Or no, it may have been 35. I feel like it's one of those two numbers. Excuse me, but apparently, and I'll pin the resource there, the receipt soon. Apparently, we've uncovered the tomb of Gilgamesh. Are you aware of this?
I think I heard something about it.
It's actually a quite incredible tale because he's perfectly preserved.
Yeah, I have.
I mean, better than pharaohs. Yeah.
Let's just want to get into like, so would you, from your position, because of this anecdotal testimony that you've heard from people that are trusted in your circle, right? You would say that the Earth is a globe based on
I've heard
that
both.
sort of information, or I mean, is that what you're basing on? Is that what you're basing on your understanding? Because I would be curious from my position to ask you: would you want to know if you know the Earth's a globe or not?
Okay, yeah, of course I would want to. I'm always open to new information and the truth. I think the truth always prevails. At the end of the day, I'm open to wherever it manifests itself. What I find is that in my own understanding is that there are people who have transcended the globe per se, and who have accounts of doing such, and who understand. I mean, you look at Columbus screwing up, thinking he's going to India, and you got a whole other landmass over here, Dudo.
Yeah, but we're asking, as far as what we know right now, humans and history and all of that, that the information age, which we're in right now, there should be enough information to readily be sufficient for giving us the information, as in what I'm going to use this term, settled science, but to give us an understanding that the Earth is a globe for sure.
Yeah, I'll be quite frank with you, brother. My personal take on it, my personal stance is, I'm not sure anything's real, brother, and I'm having a hard time understanding it. But I know. I'm not trying to do the fallacy thing. I'm just saying.
No, we hear it all the time. It's a lot going on. You're
but I'm with you on the fact that there's some interesting and compelling and intriguing information in this camp for the flat Earth argument, and I'm not throwing it out.
Well, let me get into this just a little bit, just to elucidate what I've been saying. And it's good that you have that position, so at least I know you would be honest with the answers that you would give here. So just real quick, I have what I consider the 3 points of like the globe Earth tenets, that prop up the globe Earth, right? So we have curvature being one, axial rotation being the second, and also that the vacuum of space being adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe would be another one, which is gas pressure without a container. So I'm going to give it to you like this, right? And just answer, and specifically, like if you know primary source, citation, and a demonstration, and if you don't have any of that information to support the claim, then you could just say, I don't know. That would be great. And then we'll move on to the next question. So just really quick, just based on your knowledge, without you asking me a question, just based on what you know, we'll just go through it and see what you know about it. So at any time in history, Esquire, has the Earth been measured to have the curvature that they're claiming? Like any time in history, has somebody measured it? And if somebody has, if you can give me the primary source, you give me a citation where it's been said somewhere, library book or the internet or wherever, and then follow it up by a demonstration of how we can all verify that this is the case.
Yeah,
I love where you're
coming from. Hold on. And just to clarify what curvature is, that means that the surface of the Earth has curvature to it. Because to be a sphere, the surface has to be curving, right?
Look, I hear you.
Ball without a curving surface.
It's a three-dimensional texture, so yeah, I would have to.
Yeah, it's a geometric shape. So if you don't have that information, the honest way to go about it is just say, I don't know.
Yeah, I love that. I love your question. It's very succinct and very poignant. And I have not held in my hand any verified source of evidence to that end. So I'm going to side with the no option. But much similar to the point of many other points, like when we talk about whom Congress has imposed Title 26, Subtitle A, the income tax on, right? Like who can point to a command for it to apply to the citizen.
And I'll be as quick as I can just to get through this. But just as a quick, I don't know would suffice. You know what I mean? That's the way the audience could hear that you really don't know. So if it's just something you believe and you don't know, then it's just easier to say, I don't know.
Oh no, I'm gonna side with the I don't have any verified source of evidence, so that's a clear I don't know.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so the act, and then I hate to be pedantic, but the words "I don't know" needs to be said.
He said it.
Absolutely.
He said it. He said I don't know. He
What
did
was
right
that?
at the end of that. Right at the end of that.
I
he
don't
said,
I don't claim to have any positive assertion towards the shape of the Earth. I'm interested to discuss it, and that's why I'm here.
Okay, yeah, and like
My
I
general
said,
assumption is leaning towards sphere, but I don't know.
Okay. All right. So second question is axial rotation. So the spin of the Earth, and it's they are saying right now with the mainstream rhetoric is that the Earth is spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So they're telling us that it's doing this, right? And we got to find out if it's been measured to be spinning at that rate or not, with what apparatus, device, or some way that we've figured it out, right? So any time in history has that ever been measured to be detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis at that rate? And primary source, citation, and a demonstration of how we can find that information out. And it's either
Absolutely.
I know or
The
I don't know.
closest thing I've seen recently to that, well, I would say, and I'm not entirely certain on it, I don't know, but I will point to a climate.nasa.gov resource, which I will link for you. Where would you prefer me to put it? In the live stream voice text? Is that best?
Yeah, you can put whatever you want there, but I don't
Okay,
know.
thank
Just keep us moving.
That's just
along.
this is just a couple causes that they found of the Earth's spin axis drift, and I'm also aware of what's called polar shifts. So there's some interesting stuff to look into there. But no, I'm not entirely certain of any verified source of metrics that have given us that exactly. No.
Okay, and the last one is going to be very simply this: that the Earth is said to be in an open system as a globe. So we have an open system where matter and energy can transfer between the system that we're living in right now. Like they say that because of it being a globe, rockets can leave the Earth, escape gravitational pull and go to the moon, go to Mars. Satellites can orbit around low Earth orbit, so on and so forth, right? So you have this, ecosystem where things can travel in and out of the Earth's atmosphere. And so you can travel into the vacuum of space. So what we're having here is the understanding that we live in an open system, and the pressure air that you and I breathe right here on the surface at 14 psi is known to be setting across the way from the vacuum of space. Well, we understand that if there isn't any container containing the air, the gas that you and I are breathing, that it would fill the available space immediately. So it wouldn't take time; it would disperse, right? As in per, like if you've ever seen something that ever held any kind of gas pressure and it has a nozzle or it's punctured or there's some kind of release on it, that the air or the gas inside of that container, it goes out into any and all directions. This is just naturally what happens. There's of course, it goes into equilibrium state. So the high pressure moves into the low pressure, and this is what happens always. We know this to be the laws of gas, and this happens always. But in the case of the globe, it seems that we don't have a container in this open system, yet the gas still remains here on Earth. Now, how is it possible, the question, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
100%, brother. I would counter that with, why don't I have a lightsaber yet? Until I have a lightsaber, I don't believe it at all. So I'm right there with you.
Yeah. So then the question is, the vacuum of space being what they're telling us that it is, right? Astronauts floating around in ISS, satellites, Mars, all that, planets floating around, that they're all residing in the medium of the vacuum of space. And this is the issue. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum because it would disperse into the available volume until there's equilibrium.
That's what vacuum does, yeah. So it's interesting. I guess their argumentation is that the force of the phenomenon of gravity that's created by apparently a mass on rotation provides the necessary, conditions for maintaining the atmospheric pressures, right? That's their claim, ultimately.
Right,
that's what they're banking
that's
on,
their
isn't
claim. But what we have to, following up with when the explanation is given, what we have to do is tell them where or when or how has gravity acted as a container. What demonstration can we use that gravity can be used as a container?
Correct. Scientific method is essential, and I agree with you. Those controls absolutely need to be established for the public record and peer reviewed. And we should be pushing the scientific community to actually honor the scientific method and show us the evidence. I agree with you.
So what we get is that we don't. It's void of having demonstration. It's only assumed that it is because of it being a globe in the vacuum of space. So we have a lot of things that are attached to this, and with the 3 questions that propped up, the Earth being a globe and spinning in the vacuum of space is only something that people believe is happening. So with that, and with your admission, it seems like with everybody's knowledge, hearing you say this, like we can all safely say that you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space.
I mean, that's the general assumption. And, that's what I've been indoctrinated with my entire life. But I'm, again, always open to new information. And I can understand some of the questions you're asking here. They're very pertinent, very succinct, and very important for us to find answers to. And I hope we continue to do that.
Yeah, it's just, and what it is, just laying the foundation for future discussions, because what we do is make sure that everybody understands that the premise of our discussion always starts with what we know or what we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of us, at least myself personally, come to the table here to engage in learning and information sharing. Thank you.
Now, there's some inclinations that when we first started talking to you, that you might lean a specific way with this. What the next questions I'm about to tell you, which I already know. I think I'm just assuming. I don't want to divine your thoughts, but I'm just assuming where this is going to go. And when
let's
people
see if you're a prophecy, let's find out.
Let's see if people, when they hear me ask you the question, how you respond. Okay, there's two questions and they're really redundant, so bear with me, okay? All right.
Gotcha.
The first question is, I'm going to ask you, what are you doing right now?
Right now, I am engaged in a discussion with you and other, I suppose mostly you. It seems to be a one-on-one back and forth.
Let me be specific.
Information learning.
Let me be specific. Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? More as in, like, what is it your body's doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down, walking?
Currently, I am in a chair, and I am sitting before my battle station here with you.
Okay. Are you sitting down? All right. So I'm going to ask you this specifically, since you told me that you're sitting down on your chair. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down right now?
According to Australia, I might be sitting upside down. I'm not really entirely certain.
Yeah, we're not worried about that. I'm just you. Are you 100% sure
that I'm sitting down? No, I don't know that. I don't have any metrics to prove it. That's just what I've known to communicate when I'm in this position.
And pretty much it went just exactly as I thought it would. Let me give you could you bear with me just a moment? I'm going to pull up an audio clip. I think that, and the reason why I asked you this, okay?
Yeah, take your time.
All right, so it'll take me 2 seconds. I'm going to cue it up, and here it is.
Okay, can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
No. Absolute fucking legend. Legend.
You're not 100% sure of anything.
Facts. 100%. Dude, anybody who thinks they do know anything at all 100% sure, in my opinion, are suffering from their own hubris.
Really? I know the earth is flat 100%. I'd put my life on the line on that fact.
God bless you. That's your right to do so and make that choice, and I respect it, and I'll let you stand on that hill, brother. That's your right.
Because look, it's based up in reality. I can back that statement up 100% because I've checked it myself.
I want to learn from you. I'm not even debating you, bro.
Look, here's the thing. The only thing, bottom line, is what we've done, and that's what you're getting to. And you've already been open enough that now what is happening is you're already digesting the information. But listen, we falsified the Earth's geometry, what we've been told all our lives, with geometry itself. We went out and checked if the geometry was correct because they gave us the metrics. We checked it and it was wrong. I've checked it
Damn.
over and over again. I live in a coast, San Diego, and I can see many, many miles further
Fellow
than
West
I
Coaster.
should be able to see.
Yeah, but Sonny, his argument is that you can't be sure that what you're experiencing is real or not.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. Like, that's the reason why I played the clip, Esquire, so that you can see there's other people that think like that. It's a specific type of program that's running right now. And there's a lot of people that fall under this category. So it isn't something unique that you have per se.
No, oh yeah, I wasn't
of
saying
your
that
own
it was
perspective.
unique.
So
no, I know.
what happens is right now with that, there is the line of communication is broken. So we don't have a way that you and I can start talking about our known experiences, because what is only true to you is only true to you, and what's true to me is true to me. And that's invalid in the sense of like how we're going to be able to function as a society, communicating with each other. Because on the one hand, you might seem like it's logical to say these things that this gentleman was saying on the clip that I just played. But on the other hand, it's absolute batshit crazy in order for you to explain to me what you're actually doing, because you don't even know that you're telling me that you're doing something exactly what you're telling me. Does that make any sense? Like,
yeah, no, that's totally on point.
Right,
No, I hear where you're coming from, and that's valid information. I think that one thing that we can't always aspire to do, right, is to find common interests and ground, and then to provide whatever information and experience we have to that end.
Esquire, your little speech about people who are certain of anything is a demonstration of hubris. Well, you're not certain of that either, so.
That would be correct. Yes, I'm about 99%, but I couldn't say.
Well, what's it got to do? What do your little pontifications have to do with the price of rice?
Let's keep it polite, guys.
Well, I would say that the geometry of the Earth shape is not my area of expertise. I spend a lot of my time delving into jurisprudence and contract law. So that's and informing trustees, public servants of their duties to that end. So that's where I spend a lot of my time. But I do come in open-minded and interested in new information. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. I think, and the reason why I'm doing this, though, Esquire, it's an exercise to show you that if people continue down this path of making statements without a baseline for their critical thoughts and communications, then what happens is it's a breakdown. It's a reduction to absurdity. So what happens is, like, let's say I'm asking, what you like. I asked the question, what you're doing, and you tell me, I'm sitting down.
Well, that wasn't my first response, if you recall.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying
that was the response that you coaxed out of me that I gave you because you asked for it. But that was not my initial response.
And so if I'm asking, other questions.
I was present with you, right? My primary answer was I'm here invested in a good faith discussion with you and these fine people.
Okay, so
that's where I am.
I could actually phrase it in a way that it's just something that's straight logical, right? Like, have you eaten anything in your life?
Oh, naturally. I believe I have.
Right. Why is it a belief?
Because I've had experiences that tell me that is true.
I know, but why does it sum up to a belief? Why can't it be something that's known? Because in order for you to exist, your body has to function in a way to eat something, to create it, turn it into fuel and energy for your body in order for your body to continue to live. So
Valid.
if you then negate that by saying it's a belief, then you're turning something that's an absolute true fact into something that could be possible and in the realm of like maybe, it's like,
okay, I see what you're saying with potentiality spectrum. That's totally fair.
Right.
And I will acquiesce and demur to say that I might have used the term I understand it to be true.
Well, you didn't have your coffee. You didn't have your coffee today, did you, Esquire?
Well, no, I just woke up and popped in to say hello. I saw you guys were having a time, so I figured.
Wait, so you haven't had your coffee yet?
I'm brewing a pot right now. Thank you. I'm brewing a pot right now as we speak.
What do you mean? You believe you're brewing a pot?
I understand that the pot is brewing and it's making all the sounds and lights.
Okay, so you don't believe you've crossed the threshold of belief. You know the pot of coffee is brewing. So
that is my current understanding.
Reality,
yes.
pal. Hey, dude,
man.
reality awaits.
Yeah. I have a present
reality,
for you guys.
Reality awaits, Overtalker.
You guys seem to be very, very good. I really appreciate your guys' intrigue on this. I'm going to continue to listen in and try to learn and maybe take notes and look things up so I can expand my knowledge. But I'd like to share something with you, which is again where my area of expertise is. I'm going to put it in the voice text. It's just a little blog that I make with some citations and some information that I'm very passionate about sharing with mentors. So you guys are welcome to this. It's my humble offering to you. I call it the Constitutional Revivalist's Handbook.
Funny how he just changed believe to understand.
Yes. I had to amend the
What a
statement
lawyer.
when more information was revealed to me. I had to revise my understanding, and I appreciate you guys keeping me accountable to the
So
truth.
you understand that you've eaten in your life. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's silly, man. That's fucking silly.
Yes, I will admit to being a silly man. Thank you for that.
See, I would only point out I completely accept that you say all that, so I'm not going to ask any questions about it. I would be more interested in your thoughts on the conundrum of if you are part of a collective consciousness or a dream imagination of some greater deity or being, or in a simulation, or if this is all just happening in your head.
Incredible.
Which one of those do you think would be the most likely?
You guys are very experienced. I love your introduction and welcome. I love this line of questioning. I think it's very poignant, very succinct. You're hitting right to the critical matters here, and these are very good questions to ask.
Well, which one of those would you line up with?
I would say that ultimately, I believe in universal love bond and oneness. I believe in law of one, if you're familiar with it. So I do believe that we are just aspects experiencing one another as mirrors, reflections of self, and I do believe in certain tenets that energy can't be created or destroyed. I haven't been able to see that. I've seen it transferred quite a bit.
So I would put that into like the more Gnostic probably category of believing that we're like the perfect images or manifestations of a dream of a deity. If that is the case, then ultimately in the end, that deity created an environment that has laws and everything that we can all agree on that actually work. And so we all have consciousness with this, and we all experience it, which really puts us right back into we can simply accept everything we're doing as real.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. And I will step into that power with you, brother, and I will acknowledge that, and I'll stand with you on that stage. Thank you.
Okay. So in a sense, you can actually know that you're sitting down. Even if it's just a simulation or a dream, you are actually sitting down.
Could we say that perhaps it's a cluster of data that we've developed over time that we begin to consider reliable?
That would require consciousness discussion, and I know Miggy doesn't want me to veer too far off this, so I'm going to let that go.
Yeah, consciousness is an interesting discussion, and human evolution as well. But thank you for engaging on it.
Yeah, trust me, I don't mind a good discussion about that as good as the next show. But like, I think that if we don't stray away and we stick to like just the fundamental aspect of why our communication breaks down when people add way too much into involved. So what happens is it's like there's a saying, right? Like, don't overcomplicate things. Like it can be as simple. It is complicated. Let me just tell you that much. Like life and everything in it. It is complicated.
There's nuance, yes. But you guys are on mission. You guys are running a show. You got a topic and theme here. Let's stay on point. I appreciate it.
Yeah. What I'm saying. The way we speak to each other, right? If I tell you don't cross the street because on the other side there's an alligator in the water. When I communicate something like that to you, you're not going to be like, well, there's a probability that you say that there's what you're saying is true.
I'm going to say thank you for that. I'm going to try to avoid that.
But right.
I'll be vigilant.
I mean, it's just going to be something that you're going to take as in like, well, you're telling me to avoid this area for some reason. So
I'm going to leverage my decision making against it to some degree.
When there's communication being done, we're not going to reduce it to absurdity. What we're doing is we're understanding what someone is saying and trying to deal with the information in a way that makes it, using our common sense, comprehend, right? So we're not gonna argue about certain things, right? Like if I was to ask you, if you're sitting down, and you're like, yeah, I'm sitting down in my chair. You're just describing things. The guy who says, I don't know if that's even possible because I just believe it.
The most honest guy in the room.
No, I don't think so. I think what he's doing is he's then introducing confusion into the aspect. He's overcomplicating the situation, which isn't like you could get into the idea of like, well, it's just our consciousness. We're not even actually here. We're just, so if we're not, it's not getting into all of that.
It just goes out of the constructive realm here, and then it goes into the more esoteric philosophical stuff. Then it gets off topic. I understand.
Yeah, you can get into philosophy, right? And or you can reduce it to absurdity where nobody knows anything. And
would you say that we're in the age of absurdity currently?
Oh,
because I would argue
it's a dark ages. It's a dark
exactly.
ages.
That's the point. Everything is absurd
I mean,
and deviated from the truth.
Yeah,
but yeah,
Miggy, can I say?
Go ahead.
We are speaking here about like philosophical or things, and our. I don't want to interrupt, we did that case, but guy is saying, but we are speaking about physical things in this reality, and this physical things is described like a sphere. It's not
measurable.
It's something what should to be experienced. It should be measured. It's not atom. It's not something. It's not the question.
Unobservable.
It's not the question who made the people. It's not the question how mountain was made. You cannot know. But this is the earth, and it's saying it's spherical. Okay, that it's the shape, and then we need to realize, is that shape the real one or not? And we realize there is no such a shape of the sphere in reality. In this reality, what you, me, and everybody else living.
My question is then, what is the alternative?
If I'm speaking now that I'm not conscious, that means that something else is saying that I'm not saying this, and somehow in my mind I've had confusion. Am I saying this? Is somebody else is leading me to say this? That's ridiculous. I know 100% that I'm existing, and this is me and speaking in a Flat Earth server, and this server, it's India server, and there is me was speaking with you, and Miggy, there are guys who are living in America. That's obvious. That's reality. I have my wife is sitting down in the chair. I can kiss her now and feel her, and she's real. She's not fucking. I was watching the born of my child. She's not. She's not. How to say projection. She's real.
That's beautiful, bro. God bless you, man. You're so blessed. That's amazing. No joke, bro. That's 100% amazing, bro.
And that's why we are here. We are not here because of some even people believe in God or something. Even there is written in the Bible. But we are not even because of. Yeah, I understand people. I'm also because of Bible here. I was an atheist all my life. But now I know what somebody's hiding here something, and it's hiding creation. You can see that. You can understand that here is the point of creation. We have creation. That is sphere. Sphere is created through Big Bang. And other stories, what we know, it's religious stories. That's it, You don't have third story.
Thank you, Sasha, for that. I just think that people that listen to this type of high-sounding philosophy can get carried away with any new and fascinating type of philosophy that comes their way. So every wind of philosophy that comes their way, they could be swept up in it and taken another direction. And every single time they think they've settled somewhere, here comes another great thinker, and here comes their philosophy.
Grass is always greener, right?
Well, it just seems to be like this other guy has a better position whenever they say their style of the way they propose.
Fair weather friends and people who lack integrity and consistency in their position.
Well, but I mean, it's also because we have our bias as people, right? Like you're going to be drawn to certain things. So. My thing is, when there is no foundation, there is no baseline. If you don't root yourself in some way of how we're going to define a great way to communicate with each other, then everything's up for grabs. It's all like there really is no way to say if the Earth is flat or a globe. If you're in the mindset of that, like you're just like, well, whatever you make up of your reality, that's what you manifest, and then therefore that becomes your reality.
I just don't know, bro. I haven't seen any evidence to either way. I've just heard some testimony from, as best I can get. And I've heard both sides of that argument, right? That they've faked moon landings and that they've made moon landing. I've heard both.
Yeah, I know.
So,
but
I think both are true. And when it comes to this shape, who the fuck knows? I haven't seen any metrics.
The evidence of the cosmology that's being spoken of here, it's either the paradigm in which you were presented, right? The presentation of the cosmology of the Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space, and heliocentric, in the middle of a solar system. Excuse me, not the middle. The sun is the center of the solar system, and then you got like a galaxy and just different things in the cosmology, right? So the cosmology aspect of it is either space, the vacuum of space and the ever expanding cosmos, or you're looking at the cosmology entirely not what they've been saying. So what we can say from a cosmology aspect of it is that what we can see, what we can know, right? We know that there isn't anything outside of this enclosed system, because everything else that they say that is existing and show us is all something to do with not being able to be verified. Right? You can't get in a rocket right now and go say, hey, look, I'm going to look around, take a look. Oh, yeah, it's a globe. None of us can go verify this information. This information has been given to us by a level of gatekeeping, people with enough money to do such a thing, and so forth. And the rest of everybody who's ever heard this information is either just a believer or a convert into a belief system. But
I don't have the facts that you have, brother, and I'm sorry to cut you.
Well,
I don't have the facts that you have, and I'm open to them, and I'm very intrigued. But the position that you're coming from, I understand the form and feeling very well. I'm constantly trapped in conversations with people who are very ignorant to contract law, civil rights, and Constitution in general in my country, which is my particular area of interest. And when I present arguments that aren't even my own opinions, that are opinions of the United States Supreme Court that exist in Shepard citation with reference, that have not been overturned, that are standing case law, and there's thousands of cases, like literally a wall built out of bricks from here to the moon in legal contemplation is the level of very true.
Right.
The one thing that I'm very certain in is legal contemplation and constructionism.
What's a part of objectivity that you can draw from what you know on the information that you just told me?
Because we have what is called free will. Apparently, it is presumed that we have what's called free will, and it's enshrined in the rights that we have endowed by our Creator. And the Constitution of my nation simply offers us a legitimate program to protect those rights that are inalienable to us and endowed at birth by our Creator. They supersede government whatsoever. And so,
can anybody deny that? Like, if somebody was to deny that fact that you just said, let's just say, right? Because it's objective. You just made it. You stand by it.
It's supported objectively by the statute of frauds in the international courts. Any court of law pursuant to the statute of frauds. It's a contract in writing, ironclad contract in writing. At least the Constitution for the United States of America and any other founding national document is enforceable contract. So. That's what it is, and there's beneficiaries to it.
I know, but was this an opinion of someone writing this down, as in them saying that this is a law that we're putting in place? As in,
I wish,
our opinion,
I wish it were that simple. No, sir. It's based on generations and generations and centuries and eons of maxims. No, sir, of maxims of law that are very wide and understood as the common maxims of common law, even globally. Despite the nation that
I was about to ask you if you're talking about common law.
Yeah, to some degree, yes, because that's what it is, and it's called that for a reason, right? Because it is the common law, and pursuant to the United States Constitution, Article 6, Paragraph 2, the Constitution is the supreme law of this land, and anything that is contrary is repugnant.
I hear you. Yeah, like I don't want to cut you off. I know it might get.
I like contracts.
Your explanations have to a little bit lengthy, right? Right. I understand.
I'm sorry.
It might get a little bit lengthy, but. I really want to get to the meat of what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so
I get where you're coming from, though.
At some point, there was a group of individuals that got together and said, "This is what we're saying is the law. This is true, objectively."
This is the dogma that we're going to perpetrate. Right. Yes, and they did it through the education system and the removal of civics and government.
Okay, so objective truth came in the form of a group of individuals gathering together and saying, "This is what we're going to call objective truth."
To create a reality, yes, with capital and assets and affluence, and they did the same thing, I'm sure, with the narratives that you're trying to combat. It's everywhere.
Well,
so, like I said, I understand.
What we're saying, so it's different. Like what I'm going to propose to you is different, right? So this isn't like this isn't people coming together and saying this is true. Reality. Okay, so when we're talking about nature and reality, we're saying whatever is out there doesn't matter if a group of individuals come together and says this is true or not. It only matters that it happens always. Like it's not going to change if a group of individuals say, nope, we don't agree that this is the case anymore. So if let's say you and I agree that the earth is flat, let's say, and then tomorrow we say, no, it's a globe. Like it's really not going to matter at the end of the day. The only thing that matters is what nature is displaying itself to you, me, and everyone. We can be either in line with it or reject it. So objectively, it will never change. It is the truth. So the truth is it will be unchanging. With this other way that you're telling me was a form of a group of people coming together and deciding what they were saying the objective truth is on the matters of what the laws you were saying. So
I suppose that's fair. It was at least a common understanding and agreement, and it, again, it's at least binding in any international court.
Right, but and so the distinction here is objective truth has been done by nature showing us it's never changing. It's always going to act this way. So like with entropy, let's say, hot moves to cold.
There's forces of nature, and then there's man-made mechanisms. Right, sure.
Man-made mechanisms, of course, are just like the word implies, man-made.
They're fallible. Yeah, I hear you.
Right. So therefore not objective. So we're going to say that because these individuals came together and formed their specific laws that they did, they then govern what objective truth is. So what is happening today, in the sense of like how people are being indoctrinated with the Earth being a globe, was that individuals got together and decided arbitrarily what the truth is, and then gave it to the public as for consumption. So you, me, and everybody were born into this. So our knowledge of the Earth being a globe didn't come. It's like objective truth about the Earth being a globe.
It came through a biased lens of indoctrination. Yes. Absolutely.
There you
go. I understand that. I'm actually an ally against education indoctrination, SEL, and other things. And I work very closely with actually publicly elected officials on a regular basis to make sure that these things don't perpetrate. So thank you.
Right. So, and just a distinction between objective reality. When we mention objective reality, it almost sounds like we're speaking past each other, but at the same time, we're speaking about the same thing. So I have to make a clear distinction as to like what it really means to us. It means it's something that's unchanging, and it doesn't matter if I decide I want to be a part of this objective reality, and tomorrow I check out and say, you know what, you guys are crazy. The globe is real. It's the real reality. It doesn't matter what I say, because at the end of the day, it's still going to remain flat and stationary.
Whatever it is, it's going to be that. Sure. Yeah, our opinions don't change the nature of reality. That's true.
Right. That's exactly,
very, very true.
That's exactly the case in hand right now. So what we're dealing with is people rejecting the fact that what we're talking about is the fact that you can go and find out for yourself. So this isn't just my opinion. Flat Earth isn't just a group of individuals on the internet on a Discord channel saying, hey guys, the Earth is flat. And everybody's coming in there, well, I like your idea, so I think I'm going to go with it. It's not that. We're just saying we got in line with what reality is. We said, you know what? They're the ones giving us what they call their objective truth in the form of indoctrination, and then teaching us this information as if we're true. And then we're saying is that that's not what nature's saying. Nature is opposed to that. It's saying no. They're saying it's curved, and nature's saying there is no curve, no measurable curvature. So what we're doing now is just basically exposing people to what reality and the truth is, and it's not your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. We're saying there's a standard, there's a baseline, there's something you and I can root ourselves in, which is the truth is nature's displaying itself to you, me, and everyone as flat and stationary. And so when we talk about this, it makes it very clear that we're not talking about opinions, feelings, emotion. There's nothing involved. It's only what is displaying itself to you, me, and everyone. So therefore, it's leaving the individual's perspective, as in like they're going to be the arbiters of what's right or wrong, or true or not true, I should say, in this matter, because nature is going to do it.
Absolutely, man.
So and like maybe you're undecided or you have your own opinion about what you think reality is at this time, but as far as what we're talking about with reality, it will always demonstrate itself to you as the true nature of what it is. Regardless, if I have a different opinion on it tomorrow, it doesn't matter. I can't just change my mind and say, nah, it's a globe, because it doesn't matter what my opinion was or what it is. Because I'm siding right now, I'm in line with the truth. That it doesn't mean tomorrow if I change my mind that it's going to turn into a globe. It's not going to do that.
I like that, man. It's good. It's good that you're sticking to your guns and you're sharing the information that you do have, and I respect your position as far as having to validate with scientific method and repeatable observance in peer review method that's accredited to show that these are true facts. And it's interesting that at every turn we've avoided providing that evidence if it's so universally a maxim of truth. And again, I do respect where you're coming from, because I deal with this every day as well. When it comes to me trying to explain to people, I had a lieutenant governor of Texas, state of Texas, on Twitter Spaces, live in front of like 1,000 people, when he reviewed my constitutional revivalist handbook, all the citations provided. Most of them, if you're arguing with it, you're not arguing with me. You're arguing with SCOTUS. You're arguing with Carl Miller Esquire, the war hero. You're arguing with people who are much more qualified to make these statements than me. And at the end of the day, it's very funny because he scoffed and said, well, everything in there and everything you've said today is technically right. He said, but, unless, you're all cowards, unless everybody's ready to get off their butt and have a revolution, ain't happening. And so I just kind of responded and demurred with, well, I'm just going to keep being technically right then. And, you politician types can keep fucking around and finding out.
Now, is this have anything to deal with, because we've had many of lawyer types come in here, but does this have anything to deal with, and I'm sorry I used that redundant term, but like to say that a person can disconnect themselves from the legal system and put themselves into, like, let's say, a sovereign citizen status?
Nah, not at all. That's not how it works at all. No, not at all. Not even close. It's a ballpark leagues away, because that's some crazy pseudoscience stuff. So the truth of the matter is that the citizens of the United States and of the states of the Union are the people, right? We, the people of the United States of America, are the clearly intended and expressly designated beneficiaries to the contract. It's actually a limiting contract at law. That's what the Constitution is. It has a classification of the type of contract that it is. It's called a limiting contract. It uses limiting verbiage, which basically tells the federal government in its creation exactly what it can do in no uncertain terms in black and white ink in English. And it's very simple. And if it doesn't say it can do it, then it can't. That's what a limiting contract does. It's like when you sign over a limited power of attorney. You say, look, man, I'm going to give you this authority to attorn for me to turn over the information on behalf of these particular areas of specificity, and it's under contract. That's called a limited power of attorney contract. And that's what you do when you get medical representation, when you get legal representation, that's what you're signing. You have that right to contract, and you retain your agency and your power of attorney in full, all rights reserved, unless you're incapable, deemed ward of the state or something else, and it gets taken from you. But otherwise, for the most part, you have that, and you can offer it, in pieces. So I understand where you're coming from. There's a lot of nuance to these things.
All right, yeah. It looks like the audience wants to know if we can get back to flat Earth.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
But yeah,
what do you guys propose is the situation at large? If it is a flat Earth, then what is it? If the paradigm of the indoctrinated
Esquire, can I ask you a question?
True. Yeah.
Esquire, can I ask a question? What did you get from us that we think the Earth is flat?
Well, so what I've heard today is not so much I believe I have heard an assertion or two about that direction. Mostly what I've heard is questions, very, very simple objective questions, that propose some sort of system of observable scientific metric to prove the geometry that is being perpetrated. And I respect that position very greatly. But I do believe I have heard who was talking with me just a second ago.
Me. Mayhem.
Oh, hey, Mayhem. I believe it was you. Did you not make an assertion that the Earth was flat?
Yes, I did.
Okay, yeah, I'm not arguing with you. I wanted to just respond to the statement in full and cite the source.
The question is, did you see anything, any example of that, or you are trusting us?
No, neither. What I'm doing is I'm leaving room for new information. I'm open to information, and I'm definitely invested in utilizing the scientific method of repeatability in proving hypothesis and proofing to be able to verify very simple mathematical things. And if you're bringing up very simple points like that, I have no reason to argue with the logic behind it, because all you want is good information, and I respect that.
Can you agree that we doesn't need science for this?
I'm not entirely certain if that's the case. I mean, I don't know if my lifespan is that I can swim across the Atlantic, the Pacific, and walk across all the land masses to make it there. I would say science technology is absolutely required in some degree. I think even mathematics in and of itself is a department of STEM, in that it is.
Which kind of science is proving the shape?
I believe it would be mathematics. We would need mathematicians, if I'm correct.
But that's not the science.
I would have to. Okay, so to be fair, there is a science to it. I would have to agree with you in some respect, but also disagree in others. Science, tech, engineering, and math, I consider to be sciences.
Okay, let's go with that science, but it is not.
We can agree to disagree. That's my
question.
Yeah,
what makes you think you're spinning on a ball?
That nothing particularly points that out to me, other than again the indoctrination and information I've been just kind of barraged with since I was a young age. I don't have any firsthand testimony to say either or, so I'm always open to new information.
I have an impression, Esquire, that you didn't get the main point still of what we are saying, And if you go out, it doesn't matter if maybe your first time here, But the main point why we are here will be in that math.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part. You'll be in what?
It will be in that math, numbers.
Oh, I see. Now, I respect that. I mean, I'm not countering, any beliefs or assertions made. I'm certainly open.
Do you know how we counted that? How we checked that?
No, I'm not a mathematician.
What method we used?
I heard it was geometry, but please tell me.
We used the size of the Earth.
What did they say it was? It was like 36,000 miles wide or something?
25,000 miles.
Oh, that was kind of
24,901 miles in circumference.
Yeah.
Shit, that was way off.
Yeah. And that there is a radius. And radius is 3,959 miles. And and that radius is telling you with your height how much you can see on the globe.
I see.
And that is something like with I will not say correctly, but something like with 6 foot height, something like 3.5 miles, not more.
I could give you a very simple answer, and that is, if we live on a ball, we see way too far.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, if we suspend the idea that we don't know if we, how we exist, if we suspend that for a minute, what we all experience is the same thing. So, if we look out, like this picture they've got posted, if we look out, we'll notice that for it to be the ball that's purported, if the horizon's 10 miles away, then the ball would have to be the size of the orbit of the moon around the Earth.
Wow. That would be a lot of mass that'd be bigger than Jupiter.
Yeah. So we're talking pretty big.
Bigger than the sun. That would be a whole new mass for the system.
Right. And so the issue is that would automatically put everything else into question, because now you don't have orbital mechanics. Now you don't have space stations, because either that or they lied to you about orbital mechanics and how they all work, right? So it's when we start these foundation principles, these axioms, then all the things that were derived from that axiom can automatically be presumed to be false.
There you go. Sure. I mean, I'm with that kind of thinking. I mean, one of the maxims here is that in our nation of laws is that, if a bill or any act is any particular part of it at all is unconstitutional or in violation of the supreme law, then
the rest of it's false.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I respect the methodology.
Yeah, which supposedly is the purpose of the Supreme Court. So, but yeah, that's where we're coming from, is that we are only starting with the axiom of measurement. So, like I said, whether or not what the state of consciousness is or how we experience everything, it all brings us back to the same conundrum of we're all individuals that are experiencing the same dream or simulation or reality, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
And so if we just suspend all that and just accept, okay, what we see is what we see, because that's where we end up anyway, in a sense, is the model that is given does not match the measurement. And so we have this choice. We go with a model or to go with a measurement. The measurement is of a reading of reality. All right, so just that is as simple and succinct as I could probably put it.
No, it's very well done, honestly. I think it's very, it points out, right, how the difference basically between, I mean, it's almost the same allegory as the legal and lawful argumentation, right? It's like, you know, one thing is technically true, and the other one is a bunch of hoodung that everybody subscribes to because they got a better marketing scheme. Okay, cool. So at least we can identify the battlefield.
Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from with your comparisons to law, because law requires axioms and logic and is formulaic in the way that it
It's
exists.
constructive and it's based on
Right.
maxims. Yes, clearly understood and internationally recognized maxims. And here's a fun citation for you, just off the cuff. It's from the Supreme Court in the Rodriguez versus Ray Donovan and United States Department of Labor, recorded at, you don't care, 769 F second, whatever. So here's the quote. All codes, rules, and regulations are for government authorities only, not human creators in accordance with God's laws. All codes, rules, and regulations are unconstitutional and lacking in due process and void for vagueness. To the lawful, to the natural person who is to be left unmolested by such things.
Right.
That's not even my opinion, bro. That's the Supreme Court acknowledging God and saying that policy, statute, code, ordinance, rule, regulate, they don't fucking apply.
Right. They can't apply to the citizen.
They can't to the living creation accordance to God's laws. We live under natural law, which
Right.
is very different than and we utilize a common law to interact with one another and contract with each other. But ultimately, when it comes down to like executive orders or statutes at large, things like that, that's for officers. That's for our trustees to follow and our military to follow.
Yeah, trustees.
Yeah, that's what they are technically. We're the
Yeah,
beneficiaries; they're the trustees. So they need to follow our will, or they can get the fuck deposed and get commercial liens put on them, and we can take their bond money.
Well, that's why some of us are just straight up monarchist.
I mean, I respect the whole system because they fucked us over, which they have en masse. Then we take their bond money, and now we're millionaires.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
So,
well, I mean,
system works.
I understand where you're coming from. And to me, it's completely reasonable and realistic that a lawyer has argued himself outside of reality.
Right? Reality's fucking wild, whack fucking ride, dude. And everybody kind of has to be on the same page with it. And that's almost damn near impossible. The only thing we can say is, smile and have a time while you're here.
Right. Do you have any good lawyer jokes?
Man, I got plenty. I got better Clark Kent and Christianity and Judaism jokes, though.
Oh, I don't see the parallel at all. Except his name, Steward of Light. Okay, I mean, I checked out like your Twitter and all that stuff, and you're pretty based.
We appreciate you, man.
I approve.
God bless you, man.
So, I mean, if anyone else,
you enjoy.
Oh, God's fine. Jesus is fine. That's me.
Yeah, I piss off a lot of the Christians. Come around and I tell them that, which is how I see things. Which I tell something of a Christian, if that makes you a Christ.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I make a lot of them mad too.
Yeah,
but it's fine.
They have a hard time. They're so married to their scriptures and their books that they have a hard time identifying or providing emotional charity or room and open-mindedness to others who are a member of their fold. They just don't identify with them.
I would leave the discussion here is our complaint with them would be that they take it literally true and not literarily true.
Thank you.
Literarily is a subtle difference, but it's there.
Here.
All right. Well, I mean, anyone else? Because I feel like
I'm a Christian. I want to hear a Christian joke. Make it a social experiment.
Oh,
Let's see if I get.
I might make you upset. Okay, you're not gonna like.
Do it. I like that.
All right, good stuff. It's all very off color, very irreverent. So I'll just warn you for anybody listening. Viewer discretion is advised. Please make sure that your children are not audible range. If you're subscribed to this stream live, guys, make sure that you're doing your due diligence. All right, so the joke begins. Thank you for your time for that disclaimer. So the priest and a rabbi, good friends, they're walking by an elementary school, and they see a little boy swinging on a swing set. Now the priest turns to his friend the rabbi and says, "Hey, you want to go f- that little boy?" And the rabbi replies, "Out of what?" Got him.
It's a good one.
Thank you, sir. That's called a two-pronged attack.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm not offended.
God bless you. You got a good sense of humor, man.
I'm not offended because one, priest, that's Catholic, isn't it? It's not Christian.
I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You
The
got
priest and the rabbi. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Dig deeper. I like that though.
I think you're based enough, Esquire.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm not gonna mess with you much. A little bit, but not much.
You can challenge me, man. I like to stretch my understanding of things. I don't mind a challenge.
I will next time you're on, because I'm actually getting ready to do something. I don't want to get too engaged right now.
God bless.
Because if I get engaged, I'm going to stay on.
Same, man. I'll like autistically and compulsively respond to all prompts in good faith. So,
do you do the America First stuff?
America First is an interesting movement. I'm loosely aware and affiliated and in communication with some of their agents, but to be fair, I'm more on the side of American Mission and Freedom Mission. If you're familiar with them, they incorporated they got founded about a month in January, actually, beginning of January, and they're a 501c4. American Mission. You can look them up with the hashtag on Twitter and stuff. They got some very, very interesting people. If you're kind of plugged in, they got their principal founder is actually Dustin Stockton from Breitbart News. Good friends with O'Keefe from Veritas. After that coup that just happened, we're still following him. Is that Mr. Batman? Is that the real Mr. Batman? Oh, is that a flat Earth? That's a different Batman. Okay, my bad. I got distracted by the logo.
Probably bait.
For reference, Mr. Batman's like a 60-year-old public school teacher who's fiercely Christian and fun to debate with. But anywho, lost my train of thought there.
That's all right. I keep scrolling looking for something I don't like about you, and I can't find anything. So,
God bless, man. We
That's
do
all
what we
good.
can. It's a community account, so I do my diligent. It's not my personal account's linked in the bio. As you can see, it's kind of branded differently, but from the community account, I try not to assert too much of a bias, and I try to just ask questions. Like, I'll just post interesting stuff and post the intrigue and ask people what their opinion is. I try to keep it that. I'd like to be open to all people.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, I'm going to mute. Y'all can have it.
It's been fun. So, what's up, guys?
Well, it's been enjoyable to listen to you. I've really enjoyed it so far. There's a bunch of extra information that you might be interested in looking at the bottom of the Discord.
Bottom of the Discord in Levelist. Did you just post that, or who posted that? In the very bottom, like the channel bottom?
Oh no, that's the channel that we're posting relative information right now. But if you scroll down where the list of people is, all the way down to the bottom, there's a bunch of channels with just pure information, things that we have found and stuff that you can look at.
Incredible. Thank you. I just saw that. Thank you.
If I'm not robot, I got a quick question for him.
What's up?
Am I coming in?
Loud and clear. Roger.
Kind of a futuristic question, because you sound like you sound based and everything like Meme said, but anyway, I'll just ask the question. Picture yourself years down the road. You're married, you just had your first child, right? And you look in that child's eyes, would you want that child to be deceived about where they live? Yes or no?
Of course not.
Okay. You're good, man. Somebody else go.
And protecting the integrity of the information we expose our children to is of paramount importance, and the youth and the innocents need to be protected at all costs.
I just ask people that question because I've got 3 young grandchildren that my son is not cooperating with me as far as getting them to think for themselves. But anyway,
That's
thanks
difficult. Yeah, that's a very difficult conundrum a parent finds himself with, and we do our best, to instill our values and our moral fiber and our evidence of whatever truth we understand it to be. But ultimately, they choose their path and they're people that we set out into the world, and we do our best. But we just got to let them learn their lessons, and hopefully they come back at a certain point and say, "Thanks, Dad, for telling me all that."
I'm not trying to indoctrinate them. I came out of an indoctrination system. I just want them to be able to think for themselves. That's
Nice.
all I'm saying.
Good for you.
Anyway,
Does that
so-
mean did you pull them out of like public schools and stuff? You did like a homeschooling thing, or?
Well, they're my grandchildren, so I have no control over them. Right now, they're too young to be in the school yet, but I'm trying to talk my son and not send him to public school to get indoctrinated. But
Okay, so they're like pre-K age. You'd say around like 3, 4.
yeah, well, they're 5, 3, and 2 right now.
Okay, yeah, 5 is kind of that's when the sands start falling out of the hourglass there on putting them in school, because 5, 6 is kind of when they want them in that K. And definitely any support you can give. I know it's hard. Resources are always spread thin, but any support you can give to your family and your people and to rally your community, because there are, interestingly enough, you might find some resources if you look online for networks of homeschool teachers, and find a coalition or an association of local parents who are engaged in that. They do kind of like rotating shifts that are all kind of gone through the method, the process to get signed up or whatever, and they all kind of take turns and share that
There's
burden.
also micro schooling where parents get together and have a curriculum for the children. Things with these, you got to kind of find these things to get in on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's
One
good
question-
information out
one
there. I'll
question.
definitely take somebody else. Go ahead.
One question for all: who came from the public school?
I came out of public schooling, unfortunately.
I went to public school for 12
I came out of public school, yeah.
That
It
mean
was a
all,
terrible time.
That terrible time. That means we are in terrible life because of public school.
Yeah, I learned
Yes,
no
and-
logic in all of my time in school. It wasn't until I left school that I started learning logic.
Might I bring up that we have a United States Congressman, Representative Massey, Thomas Massey, who's brought up a bill to abolish the Department of Education, and I believe that this could be, whether or not it passes to the vote, I think, and obviously Biden will take a shit on it and veto it if he can. Either way, just the fact that this is coming up means that we have capable legislators with gusto and moxie enough to challenge unconstitutional organizations of indoctrination. And it's very interesting because it kind of opens up the floor for that conversation at large to sort of abolish other extra constitutional federal agencies.
It's just, think about, like, when the children are the most vulnerable, that's when you insert this globe belief. When they're tiny, that's when they get told, oh, it's a globe. And then I remember asking my teacher, but, like, why don't we fall off it? And she was like, gravity. And I was like, oh, okay, how does that work? And she was like, I don't know. It's not in the book. I didn't learn that. You got to go much further in school to learn that. And I was like, okay, is there anything like that we don't know? Anything unexplored? Nope, there's nothing unexplored. There's just like these theories, and you might be able to, if you spend a lot of time in school, you might be able to like work a little bit on the theories, but that's about it. And so it kind of kills a children or most children's desire to learn things, because it feels insurmountable, and they're learning all this needless information, like this named guy this year did this thing. That's not as important as them learning practical information that can help them in real life, like basic logic, reasoning skills, so that they are not fooled into doing really stupid stuff all the time.
Yeah, and civic infrastructure.
We learned that, Trace. I'm agree with you with that heliocentrism. It's that's not right. But I'm saying for other things, for some other things, we learn also good things and useful things. It's not everything black, in that indication.
Certainly,
we are coming from there. We realized what is not the truth, what is not real. How to say reality? What is not? We realize what is the science. But I can say we didn't lost. Yeah, we lost a lot, but we didn't lost in a sense of the life. You still have your sense for your creativity or whatever,
Yeah, it's kind of they're just stifling the creative spirit a little bit with all this. And forcing people onto this one track. And so once you finish schooling and you've been on this track your whole life, and all the entertainment you watch or have watched your whole life reaffirms this belief, you have this strong lens in front of your eyes that's going to color all of your view. And so a lot of these people are well-meaning, trying to just make a name for themselves in their fields, but their preconceived ideas are causing them to make logical errors, and because they never actually learned logic, they don't even notice.
Wow, that was very well said. I don't know if I could have said it better myself. The truth of the matter is that none of us living mortal beings on this chronological timeline that we're engaged in are exempt from time, entropy, and death, right? And so ultimately, yeah, there's degradation and there's always breakdown in certain systems that are created by man, as well as information pools, all that, whatever you want to call it, hive mind, whatever. It comes and it goes. We've had our golden ages, we've had our reconstruction periods, we've had our wars, we've had our bullshit, but we're all here now trying to make some sense of this mess. So I appreciate your input, man. It's really well said.
How we will teach somebody about history?
It's a damn good question, bro. It's one of the hardest things you can figure out. I mean, ultimately, you just gotta let them know the major consequential interactions and what came out of them, so that they can understand cause and effect, and hopefully throughout their lives, edify the understanding of humanity as a whole as to what would be positive outcomes for cause and effect. I guess that's the best we can do, right?
Oh yeah, that's what. If you think about it, back in the day, we used to have parables, and the parables taught us of the consequences of the actions, and they would teach us, it's not smart to do this, it could lead to that. But modern entertainment has generally taken the parable out of it and made that like not. English is not my first language.
Meme culture took over parable culture, so there's less.
Yeah, they took it over because it was lacking. But because when you look in the movies, they always cut out the moral of the story, or don't address it, or the moral is plainly just really bad, and you're like,
yeah, it's not money.
Yeah, it's almost like it's designed to corrupt, but like I don't think it's intentional in many cases.
It is. It actually is, and it's at the highest systemic level, to where, and it's at the highest levels of the executives of these production companies and these media labels and these outlets. I mean, this is fourth branch, the government. This is Operation Mockingbird. You can look into it, right? If they repeat a big lie enough times, it becomes accepted as the truth. And what do they do for it? They use their media spokesmouths out through Ted Turner, CNN, and the rest of the network cable news outlets, as well as Hollywood, to perpetuate certain agenda narratives that are very important to them to establish as understood as true at large, and whether or not it is. And I mean, Hollywood is called that for a reason, right? We used to make wands out of the holly tree, the wood that came from the holly tree. It's a sacred wood. We make wands to cast spells. So you understand, Hollywood is a propaganda machine. It's fourth branch of the government, part and parcel with the media outlets and empires and the so-called news journalists. And what they do is they export American propaganda to the world at large, and they sell it to them. People buy it. It's ridiculous. We need to be vigilant to this, because there's plenty of evidence for Operation Mockingbird, MK Ultra, and others, and CIA involvement in the establishment of Hollywood.
Yeah, the problem is when you're dealing with these kinds of things, what evil always does, it cloaks itself in kindness, so it gets well-meaning people confused and distracted, and then deluded with all sorts of misinformation, and then they tell them, everybody else who says something else is giving you misinformation, so they gaslight them really hard until they just break them psychologically, and they're just like, yes, master. It's demoralization.
That's true. It's demonic possession, force of evil that's starting to encroach on the free peoples of the world. Absolutely. I mean, you can look to other nations. Nigeria is going through a crisis of identity right now. They're having an issue with their election integrity. Mexico's going through the same thing. We're going through the same thing. Canada's going there. It's crazy.
I love Canada, bro.
I love Canada too. I don't love the state of Canada.
That's where I'm from.
I love Canadians. I love the Canadian people.
I love the Canadian people as well. I agree with you.
They're wonderful. I love their culture. I love they're just them. They're
Do you love Trudeau too? He's a Canadian person.
No, I don't consider him a Canadian person. I consider him a usurper.
Oh, come on, dude.
he's a sycophant and a fascist, and he's a terrible thing
No,
that's ever happened
bro,
to your
don't
nation.
say that about my boy.
I'm sorry, bro. Honestly, I have very little respect of what comes out of the Quebecois government.
No, how could you?
Because they
After
tell a
everything
very
he did for us, bro.
Oh, everything he did for you, like compel your fucking speech and tell you that you have no rights and that everything's a privilege that can be taken away at will and fucking acquiesce to the fucking crown and the
That's
rest
right.
of the
That's our leader.
Fuck that shit. Fucking communist piece of shit. Excuse my language. Son of Fidel Castro, man.
I love Trudeau.
I say God bless you, man. That's your right. I believe everybody, no matter where you're from, to some level, you should seek to be a patriot for your nation state, and you should seek to do your best
I've
within
seen
your
him
sphere
before.
of influence. Good for
At
you,
my
man. That's awesome.
university.
Yeah, if you support him, God bless you. That's your right.
No,
You know,
I actually don't.
Okay, I didn't think so, but if you had reason to, I would say that's your right to believe that, man. I'm not going to get in the way, but do your thing.
I mean, there's actually a lot of people who do support him, which I don't actually get why. The only thing politically he does for us is build infrastructure or get infrastructure built. That's all. Other than that, he does nothing.
I think some people believe in him, just like I was talking about earlier, because they just go to work and they just watch or read their one newspaper, and that one newspaper only says good things about him, so they don't know all the things about him that everybody else does.
That's a very good point to bring up. Controlled narratives and establishment media, all the money on the back dealings. Absolutely, brother. Again, I see him as a threat to Canadian democracy as a whole, and I see him as a threat to the sovereignty of the Canadian people, and I see him as a threat as a neighboring leader to the United States of America. And quite honestly, I don't trust the guy. But that's just my personal take.
But what are you going to do about it?
Well, what am I gonna? I'm not a Canadian citizen, bro. So there's not much I can do politically about it other than sit here on the internet and tell potentially Canadian citizens my take on it, and hope they'll have the patriotism and the fire and the spirit in them to take what I say into consideration, leverage that, internalize it, do their own research, and affect positive change in their body politic. Because I'm not a part of that democratic process. I'm sorry. I belong to a different republic.
Dude, can I tell you a story?
Would you, please?
Okay, so actually, the past couple of the past couple of months, there was I think he was the mayor of Mississauga or something. He was developing a flirty relationship with one of his secretaries, and he came out on TV and had this giant apology speech as he resigned. It was so ridiculous. The guy was getting his dong sucked on the job.
Oh my!
He got caught.
Politics.
Yo, I'm
dude,
sorry.
that's what
I'm
it
sorry.
is.
I was muted. I apologize. I was responding. That's hilarious. I'm so sorry. I actually laughed. I'm so sorry for that. It's funny. We actually had a president.
I think it's funny. Just saying.
No, it is funny. We had a president who did the same thing. I think it was Bill Clinton. Did the same fucking thing. And the dude was all over the media putting a cigar in the chicks, Warzone, and having all this stuff come out. And dude never apologized. He just laughed it off, bro. I mean, anybody who gets in his way gets disappeared anyway. They all commit suicide mysteriously. So whatever.
Hillary Clinton too.
No, don't talk about her, bro. Don't invoke her name. She's the actual devil, dude. You don't want to talk about her. She's gonna show up and fucking put us on a list, dude. Don't talk about Secretary Clinton, bro. She's the fucking don't do it,
dude. She's so hot.
Dude, she was hot, dude. Actually, no, unironically, back in college age, bro, when she's like 19, 20, she was a fucking fox and a half, dude. Like we all would have fucking been dying to smash. To be honest, she's a very intelligent woman, and she has wielded a lot of power. But at the end of the day, she serves Moloch and Baal, and that's not good. That's not Abraham's God, bro.
Abraham, who's that?
Yeah, Abraham was a prophet, bro, who basically spurned the three dominant faiths of the planet, which is Christianity, Catholicism, whatever, Judaism, and Islam. Right? They all follow the God of Abraham. So.
Oh, you done messed up. You said planet.
I mean, you can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, that particular item is generally well received among the leaders of those faith communities, as well as they've currently invested in a community project out in Tel Aviv, I believe it is, somewhere, where they're doing like this synagogue, church, and mosque all in one piece of real estate to kind of symbolize that they're unified under the Abrahamic God.
Yeah, you're gonna have to speak for yourself on that proud college communist that you were gushing over.
Oh, who's that? Who's the college communist?
The really smart lady you were talking about a minute ago. The one who wore the. I don't know. You were just talking about Rodham.
Oh, that Clinton lady. Oh no, she's a vile piece of human filth.
Oh, I
she's
thought talking about in college.
She's a warmonger.
Yeah, she's a warmonger. She's
who were talking about in college that you were saying was a babe.
Oh yeah, that's Miss Young Hillary. I'd say about 20, 30 years ago, she might have been quite attractive.
Okay. I thought you were talking about Rodham. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I was about Clinton's wife. Yeah, when she was in her college ages, she was quite a fox, actually.
No, that's what you're going to have to speak for yourself, actually.
Oh, I see where you're coming from.
The communist. That's the proud communist. She wore the pen.
Yeah, no, that her politics were never attractive to me, but her physical body was quite. I mean, in her 20s, might have been a catch.
Vile. Yeah, vile.
I could see how a young aspiring saxophonist, politician, etc., would be attracted to the oversized glasses and the big sweater.
Yeah, that's why I slept with everyone in town.
Fuck yeah, dude! Hell yeah. He can get away with it too. He got away with Mina. He gonna get away with the mistresses too.
No, he's been exposed.
I mean, yeah. And what happened? Nothing. He's still chilling.
Oh, that boy ain't chilling now.
I mean, yeah. Hopefully, they're all on the back foot now. But at the end of the day, I mean,
no one fakes playing a saxophone on TV if they're chilling.
Are you killing me? You Milli Vanilli that shit. That's funny. So how do we all feel about this arbitrary and capricious bar association, this private society that's, basically corporatizing our government at every level and controlling our courts and usurping the common and supreme law and our general understanding of the universe and the way things work?
I personally don't like it, but I can't speak for everyone.
God bless. Yeah, it's my opinion they're in violation of Title 18 USC 2385, advocating the overthrow of government because they've usurped common law at every turn.
I love when you talk freedom to me.
Big fan of Title 18.
You were rattling off those numbers. I'm over here like, oh.
Title 18, United States Federal Code of Law, man. There's a lot of gems in there. A lot of gems and value in that Title 18. We got deprivation of rights under color of law. That's Section 242. We got capital felony treason, 2381. Treason by sedition and usurpation, 2384. Conspiracy to overthrow government, 2385 under Title 18. These are excellent, charges we can put on these people.
What do you think about the Smith-Mundt Act?
I'm sorry, the Smith and what Act?
Smith-Mundt.
Smith and Wesson?
No. M-U-N-D-T. It was the one that Obama wrote an executive order about. It was from the 40s, but where it okays the government to propagate false narratives to the American people, not just abroad. It was an What do you think about that?
Smith-Mundt Modernization Act 2012. Obama put his signature under it and endorsed the amendments to the U.S. Information.
Yeah, that was the executive order. That was the executive order.
The original act.
The original one.
1948 allow for materials produced by the State Department and broadcasting board governors. Yep, to be disseminated widely spread within the U.S. Absolutely, bro. A load of crock of shit. I mean, go look at the Twitter files, man. I mean, go look at Taibbi's Twitter page and Matt Taibbi and see what he's
knowing
done.
Knowing that, how can you put any than anything you've mainstream narrative.
Well, for sure, absolutely. I mean, I don't generally, I don't have like TV or cable, and I don't really check in with MSN News or CNN or Fox or any of that shit. But what I do is I spend a lot of time connecting with people who are in positions of power, elected office, and as well as who are influencers and investigative citizen journalists. Like Erickson Report, I interact with some reporters from Infowars and others, Breitbart and Veritas, and I believe that they're good people and that their mission is altruistic and exposing the truth at whatever cost. And so I respect that. But when it comes down to anything that promotes misinformation or promotes like legal protections for distributing propaganda, interesting stuff, very interesting stuff. I'd just like to take this thing back to 1789, or just take it back, man. Just take it back to the good old days. The Constitution mattered, and everyone kind of had a general understanding of it.
You mean back when everybody knew the Earth was flat?
Yeah, damn right. They lived out in the Western Expanse. It's God's country, beautiful bounty, rich in resource. And everyone kind of stuck their claim and stewarded their land as best they could, and made their mark, man. And that's what it's all about. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, whatever happened in our past history, I'm sure humans were much more in touch with nature than we are currently today.
Yes, sir. Egyptians had buried batteries in the sand. They had clay pots filled with alkaline liquids that would store energy, and they'd bury them. And have organic batteries, and then they had all kinds of crazy technologies. Absolutely. I mean, they had a very powerful understanding of hermetic knowledge and things like that, to where, there's some hypotheses that they potentially use sound and vibration to move some of these building blocks for what we consider great works.
So I got a question. So how did the greed and the Satan start taking over the population?
It's an excellent question. Probably the same way they always do, right? I mean, if you're into scripture, you know how the serpent operates, deceiver. It's always the same thing, right? It's under the guise of an offering, and then he'll sweet talk you and make you lots of promises. Anything that sounds too good probably is, right, to be true. That's a good maxim. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you gotta set your heart right and align with whatever principles work for you, and try to stay in that as best you can.
Good answer. I agree.
So because you talked about science a little bit earlier, I'd like to pivot back to that. Is an experiment required to do science, or can you just look at things and call it science?
I believe the scientific method is pretty proficiently articulated. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, so
yes,
I'll cite it.
Yes, the scientific method is pretty well articulated, but there are also people who have modified and changed it. So, it kind of depends on what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Can you define the scientific method for us?
I can read a definition from Encyclopedia Britannica, which is one largely accepted colloquial definition and understanding, which is that the scientific method is an iterative process of experimentation used to explore observations and answer questions. It is critical to the development of scientific theory, which explain empirical, experiential laws in a scientifically rational manner with repeatability. A researcher develops a hypothesis, tests it through various means, and then modifies the hypotheses on the basis of the outcome of these tests and experiments. So that's the general scientific method, right? So we want to be able to have...
Not really. That's a very broad description.
Yes.
It's
yeah, I mean, we can go into...
It's not the method itself. The method itself is a set of procedures.
Correct. That's just a summary from Encyclopedia Britannica about what
and that summary kind of is written by the people who use corrupted versions of the scientific method, which is why I kind of wanted you to try to articulate the scientific method so that we could identify actual experiments from pseudoscience.
I like that. It's funny because I'm so uninformed on these particular topics that you guys generally are, I'm sure, discussing. But what I do have is sort of a relevancy to it in the fact that I'm in different spaces when it comes to I'm not terribly huge on tech and STEM, but I'm pretty into contracts and jurisprudence and things like that. And so there is a lot of similarities when it comes to false narratives and what is technically true and correct and what is required to articulate that truth, right? So it's very interesting to see. But yes, so the process of the scientific method, right? So you start with your hypotheses, you form a question, you work with generally an explanation of a specific observation of some kinds of phenomena. Once you have your hypotheses, there's some level of metrics to that, but and there's different types of hypotheses. But generally speaking, you would work with predictions after that. You would, this is what I think it is going to happen. You'd have to project that. And then you do your tests with your controls and you produce your results. And then the analysis is sort of your post review. And then that goes into, you're going to need some components that are key factors like replication, external review for the peer review method, data recording and sharing, making public accessibility, or at least to accredited peer reviews, whether it's through doctorate networks or whatever. And then of course instrumentation is applied as well. So these are generally, the elements of the scientific method as reported are characterizations, hypotheses, predictions, and experiments, right?
You kind of went way beyond the scientific method and chucked onto it a bunch of other things. The scientific method is basically you observe a naturally observed phenomenon, and then you make a hypothesis. X causes Y, X being your independent variable, the cause of the effect, the presumed cause, and the dependent variable being the effect. And so you have those two variables and then the control variables to try to control any outside things that could be affecting it. Then your hypothesis gives you two results. Either it confirms your assumption that the independent variable is causing the dependent variable, or you prove the null hypothesis. You prove that it didn't cause it because you manipulated the independent variable and it didn't cause the dependent variable. That's why when you're doing scientific experiments, it's really important to understand the dependent variables so that you understand that the independent variable must be manipulated by the researcher. Can't be something you just wait. You're not manipulating anything. Waiting is not causing a thing. There's other factors that are the cause, and waiting is just the period of time for those factors to cause it. It's not the actual cause, if you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's fair. Appreciate it.
And so when you divorce the scientific method and you don't use it, like Michio Kaku tells us that no one in his field uses the scientific method, but they're considered a scientific field nonetheless. Per definition of pseudoscience, that's pseudoscience. Because anything that doesn't use the scientific method but claims to be science, per the definition of pseudoscience, is pseudoscience. And that's where we hit a big snag with all the globe science proofs, is they don't have any actual experiments to prove anything. They just have natural observed phenomenons, which they look at. And then because they cannot test them, they just assume things about them and then call that science. Can you understand how that's not science?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not a repeatably observable phenomena, then yeah.
Well, the repeatably observable phenomena is, it's kind of like, think about this. If you drop something, we can all agree that it appears to drop through the air. That's the repeatable observable phenomena of the fall. However, there's also all sorts of beliefs about what causes the fall. And those beliefs have no actual valid scientific experiment to show the cause. Otherwise, we would be able to manipulate gravity and cause things to just not be affected by gravity. Instead, what we have are all sorts of these correlations where they don't use logic, where they don't use the scientific method, and then say, oh, look, I made a contraption. It's science. But there's no science in it. They didn't actually observe, like, in the case of Cavendish, for instance, in this context, they didn't actually observe lead balls attracting other lead balls or anything like that in nature. So there was no natural observed phenomenon. They just saw things falling in reality and imagined they were on a giant ball, and therefore imagined that these little balls would also start attracting stuff. And then they hung up those little balls on a torsion string in a barn and looked at them through a telescope. And yeah, they sometimes move towards each other, sometimes they move away from each other. But the problem here is that's not a scientific experiment. There's no naturally observed phenomenon of these lead balls attracting anything. It's just an assumption that they will. There are no controls for this experiment because all of the materials themselves are known to be able to get charged through the air itself, so can either start attracting or repulsing each other. It's such a weak, all of it is such weak so-called evidence, but all of it breaks under actual scrutiny. It only works when you have a preconceived idea that it has to be that way. Then you just accept it because it appears to confirm your bias. When you actually start to dig into it and you're like, what was his hypothesis? He was trying to, like, Cavendish was trying to figure out the density of the Earth. Like, that's not proof of gravity.
Very true.
And so we got Einstein, and that's a whole different gravity. And so we have all these people with beliefs about what's causing gravity. And then when they looked at the galaxies are spinning faster around the edges than they are at the center. And if Einstein were correct and all the visible matter, we're seeing it like what we imagine is visible matter based on the lights in the sky, then that doesn't actually work out, and the galaxies should be flying apart. And apparently the universe appears to be accelerating, so they don't know how to explain that. So they imagine a lot of dark matter and dark energy to fill all the holes in the math, which basically equates to like 96% of everything. So Einstein doesn't work either. So they're like trying to figure a new theory for the cause of it. But this idea of like things getting sucked down to the ground is just required for the globe, so you don't fall off it.
Wow, that's incredible.
Meanwhile, if you actually look into it, we have something called specific gravity, or the thing that they say is caused by gravity or relative density. The thing that was used to create boats like long before Newton. Like Newton wasn't the first guy to discover things falling, you know? Like he was just a guy who made a mathematical construct and apparently was commissioned to do so, because when in his own letters, when he talks about it, he's like, I don't think anybody who would have a capacity for philosophical thought would ever fall for this shit. So in his mind, this is a dumb thought experiment. But yeah. And then he also says, please do not ascribe this shit to me. And then the Reverend Michelle Cavendish and CV boys come out years later after he's dead and put it under his name. This is Newton's gravity. Like, I imagine if Newton could, he'd be rolling in his grave.
I even say that fucking gravity hit me on the head twice with an apple, man. To be fair, I think he was a bit frustrated by gravity. Probably spurred him to motivated him to write that. Well,
that story, I think, was just made up poppycock just to make it sound like something. Like, he was a deep occultist. He died with mercury poisoning after drinking it regularly.
So did a lot of Chinese emperors and many other prominent figures of history.
Yeah, it's because in some Chinese myths and some of those things, it was said to be this immortal elixir.
Here you go, boss. Have this heavy metals. It'll make you live forever. Definitely won't cause
one way to get rid of the tyrant.
The problem is, unfortunately, when they're in that in-between stage of Alzheimer's, unawareness, and dementia, but they're still in a position of power and leadership, and they command armies and all kinds of stuff and resources. It can become a bit of a handful to manage. And
it's not the best way to get rid of a tyrant.
It's something, all right, dude. I mean, I know the Pentagon's ran simulations where they've said something to the effect of 7 days is all it would take with strategically deployed assets in China to mobilize the People's Revolution. They could depose the CCP in about 7 days, take out all its military assets.
Yeah, and now go back to the Smith-Mundt Act. That could all just be a little comic book that ended up in your hand. Right.
Yeah, propaganda machine, NIAID, and I think all of that was done in preparation. Because looking at the timeline of it all, it kind of seems to me that it correlates in some way or another to this COVID pandemic deal. Meanwhile, they were locking up, Dr. Judy Mikovits, when she had quite a lot to say.
It predates that.
It sure does. Yeah, it sure does. I'm just saying this is another example of how they continue to enforce these narratives, and
Yeah, I'm not going to go deeper into it, but if you watch event 201?
201, yeah.
Yeah. Chinese government, American government,
Johns Hopkins
both together.
Yeah, it was a simulation, right, for the pandemic response, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had planned this all. This was a few months prior to the COVID news breaking, and basically they were saying, what did they do? They were just basically saying, "Come give us a hug and walk on the other side of the house" or something. That's weird.
Well, they were mostly simulating like the public responses and basically truthers coming out, and then how they were gonna try to pin all of it onto them, and like it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. It was like it was play by play what happened, which was so creepy.
A continuation of the dehumanization of a political opposition. You can look to Hillary's campaign where she said basket of deplorables to half the country, and then she, even laughed at the people quite a few times when it came to observing their rights, and it's sad to see.
But we're not gonna talk about that kind of things on the stream. Like, I can say like you can look at the event 201, but I'm not gonna make conclusions about it.
Correct, but I will state this as a fact. As you look over the documentation provided with 201, what you will find is that one of their primary focuses was actually how to manage public opinion in the wake of a crisis. That was where they put the bulk of their resources, actually, was how to basically sway public opinion. So, just FYI.
Yeah, we gotta dance real carefully around this topic because we're live streamed on YouTube and they will remove the channel.
For sure, I don't want to get you guys in trouble, man. Life is good, man. Y'all are good people. We're just asking questions here. We're not asserting anything. And of course, my views are my own, and I'm not dispensing any legal advice or asserting any particular organization or agenda here.
Yeah, okay. And to go back to the point I was making before, the problem here is a scientific hypothesis is based on a cause and effect reasoning. And so when you're dealing with something like, is the Earth a sphere or is it not? You're not dealing with a cause and effect reasoning. You're dealing with a what is question. And for that, you just go out and test it and you just measure it.
Yeah.
And that's where we differ. We don't need to convince anybody that we're right. We don't care that people believe us. We don't want them to just believe us. We want them to go out and test it for themselves because that's basically how we all ended up here. We wanted to prove the flat earthers wrong, and they just said, go out and test it. And we went out and tested it, and then just, they were right. Fuck.
Ah, that's funny, man. The irony, and it's very easy to present the argument. I mean, I hear where you're coming from, right? It's simple math, and it should be measurable. It shouldn't really be that difficult. If we can do weather control, geoengineering, and shoot rockets into space, I'm pretty sure we can figure out how to fix this shit.
Yeah, don't tell me you're going to colonize Mars and geoengineer it and make it all lush and green when it has almost no fucking oxygen and you can't fucking fix a desert here.
It's a good point. Well made. I mean, don't let my president tell me he's going to send another $20-30 billion worth of my people's money to some third world shithole that we have no business being involved in their war, right? So when our roads, education, and healthcare are in shambles, we have a huge homelessness and unemployment issue, and that's what we need to be focusing the $20 billion some odd dollars of taxpayer money is to benefit the nation. That's why we put these people in charge of stewarding those accounts.
What about the southern border?
Yeah, man, 100%, dude. It's a war zone down there, brother. I had friends that were in level 4 open arms security companies.
Can I say something when you're done?
Go ahead. What's up?
So what I found great about this last 3 years is so up north, I'm in Canada. We've had a border. I'm not going to describe what you need to get past. We don't need it anymore. What you had to have in you to get past the border. I think you can know what I mean. But
wow.
So we had a border closed as hell, and then down in the south, the border's open. People are flooding in, and you hear Biden just talking, pandemic, all
our
this.
Democracy. Yeah. I'm right there with you, brother.
Dude, I think they're working together, Canada and USA.
Oh, you think? I'll tell you what, dude. They're all agents of the same entity, the private Western Central Bank. That's the enemy right there, brother. 1912, they sunk the Titanic. I'm not going to tell you why or who or put any endorsements out towards that. You do your own research, but I'll tell you for a fact that 4 very affluent, influential, and wealthy businessmen from Europe died on the Titanic. And those 4 individuals were pretty much single-handedly stopping the installation of the Federal Reserve Act and the Federal Reserve Private Western Central Bank in the United States. And they all died on the Titanic.
Yeah, I read about that.
And the very next year, 1913, we got the Federal Reserve Act. These are facts.
Yeah, Nixon tried to stop that too, and then he got killed.
Yep. Now Nixon and they got Kennedy.
Oh, sorry, JFK. I meant to say JFK.
Yeah, Kennedy. Yeah, Kennedy. Nixon was involved with his own crazy scandals, but in his way, he tried a little bit here and there to do some good. But he just wasn't as capable as a leader and communicator as John F. Kennedy and some others that we've had. But he did his part. He tried. It's just a matter of straight up. Like you said, man, they got rid of JFK, dude, for very simple things: telling the truth to the people, warning us about private secret societies and things like that, and also vowing to abolish and dismantle the CIA, the FBI, and the private Western Central Bank Federal Reserve. Absolutely incredible promises to the people, and I'm sure he absolutely planned to go through with it. And the minute he said it, they took him so seriously that they basically set up his assassination. So. It is what it is. I think Trump got at least one of those things through to some extent, or at least got us started in the right direction by incorporating the private Western Central Bank Federal Reserve Bank into under the purview jurisdictionally of the Department of Treasury, which is actually quite a huge move because now they're open to audit by representatives of the people, so we can demand audits now.
Audits on what?
On the Federal Reserve.
But the people can demand it?
Yeah, because technically now they're under the jurisdictional purview of the Department of Treasury, thanks to Trump through executive order. So they are no longer a private entity. Yes, they still are involved in a money laundering, Ponzi scheme operation at selling us back our own printed money with interest. But at the end of the day, we have a lot more control over that now, and we certainly have FOIA request options as well as holding our elected officials in these particular areas of federal administration accountable to hold them accountable as well. That's something we didn't have before. You would see
if we
Ron
did an
Paul.
audit on the Fed, what do you think we would see?
we would see that we're all the victims of a Ponzi scheme, and that they do not serve the interests of the people of the United States. And I think eventually, if we looked into it, we'd probably also find that about 90% of our politicians are actually paid by a foreign power, not through the Department of Treasury. Yeah, and that's in violation of the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution, by the way. Our elected trustees and public officials are not to hold foreign titles of nobility bestowed by the crown, i.e.,
Who pays
Esquire.
for them?
Who pays for what?
The politicians.
Well, politicians are largely grifters, so anybody that they can convince at a coffee shop to donate to their campaign. But essentially, government's not supposed to be putting money into political campaigns. It's just not an ethical use of the taxpayer dollar.
That's all fucked up.
While there are secret societies, and most people don't realize this, but because the Freemasons, for instance, have largely come out as like an open, non-secret society, but that's just like a recruiting ground to enter deeper societies in a way. The same goes for the Jesuits. Jesuits can oftentimes go and join other secret societies. I only know some of this because I did my research and because my family has dealt with this personally in my country. So I know, like, that there are these secret societies and these people work behind the scenes to make themselves more wealthy, but the problem is these people are also just individuals, and while they might have like similar goals of getting rich and whatnot, they are not omnipotent or omniscient in any way, and that's why I think sharing information is crucial just to break this hold, because that's how they have controlled us throughout all this time, by controlling the information. As long as we think they are more powerful than they are, we don't try to fight them. These people aren't that powerful. They're just entrenched in generational wealth and generational conspiracies, if you will, where they're just following the plans and the programming, and oftentimes when they edit it and make changes to it, they just make it worse. And so you see, like, society regressing as a result. And it kind of gets pushed off onto the public, but the public is just reacting to what it's seeing. In my life, for instance, our country didn't have a big enough drug problem to justify the police getting guns, because in my country we don't have any guns. And so whenever the public would riot, all of the government officials would either flee the country or flee like into the country and like just flee the people. And
where are you from?
I'm from Iceland. And so they really wanted guns, but there was no good justification for it. And so the secret society that runs my country and recruits from within the Masons and works closely with the Jesuits and the church, because it's comprised half of Freemasons and half of church believers. And So in order to import drugs, they imported them under diplomatic immunity because they had government officials. And then, so their stuff never got searched. And then they would disseminate it to the public, but because they didn't know how to do that, my foster grandfather found himself a widow with a little child, and then used that child to sell the drugs. That's my mom.
Damn.
You said that the guns are illegal in your country, and for the most part, they're just not there. In essence,
Well, fast forward from that, when I'm a young teenager, my dad has become the biggest drug kingpin in our country after all this, and oh yeah, and we got it was about guns. We got the police chief came to my father and asked him if he could get him guns off the street, because the police were really afraid of someone having guns, because the normal officers still are not allowed to have guns. Only the special forces have machine guns to protect the government now. So he asked Dad for guns because he knew Dad was in and knew all this shit. But what he didn't know was, like, because he came to Dad, I had a camera, was hidden behind the wall, and we recorded all of the conversations. And so he offered us pure amphetamines from the police impound for guns. But we got it all on tape. And so, like, this is how rotten the justice system is here, that eventually when Dad got caught for something and pulled before a judge, he just showed the judge the video, and the case got dismissed.
that's crazy, dude. That's awesome. Now, on a fully non-related note, do you guys have 3D printers?
Oh, yeah. I don't personally own one, but Karma owns a 3D pen. Why?
Well, I was joking about it being unrelated because 3D printers, you can make whatever you want.
The point is, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes that everyone doesn't know, because it's not like everyone's talking about it. And even if I were to speak to someone in the news, it would never be allowed to print, because all of the news agencies here are owned by very few people who also are in the club. So there's nothing I can do other than just tell normal people.
Your family history is super interesting.
In Iceland?
Sorry, what?
You still there? Living there?
Yeah, I still live here.
Never thought about moving?
I'm not afraid of them. They can come.
Well, it's not that. It's the freedom aspect of it.
Well, we have cleaner air, cleaner water, no pesky bugs. I like it here.
How often do you see men dressed like women walking down your road?
Can you farm?
You can farm. We don't see a lot of women as men walk, or men walking as women down the road, although there are a couple.
If you can farm, then it's good then.
The farming is extra smart. A lot of people don't know this, but if you use geothermal, you just dig down and put some pipes, plastic tubings, back and forth down in the ground. The further down you go, the hotter it is, and you can heat up the air you push through those pipes and then back out again, so you can grow tropical fruits in very Arctic climates.
I just watched something about that recently, where this guy had like the trees buried under the ground, and all that was sticking out of the top was like the leaves, basically, in the top part of the tree. No, you could do that.
Yeah, I've seen a guy use this technique basically to grow bananas in Alaska, or grow stuff in a desert, because you can do the same thing by not going as deep and use the cooler air to cool a place when it's really hot. granted, it depends on location. We're kind of lucky and unlucky with all the lava and earthquakes here. Because of all the lava and stuff, we have a lot of geothermal energy or a lot of heat in the ground. So that's how we get most of our electricity. We just dump a bunch of water down into the gigantic hole, and then that turns into steam and drives turbines, like free energy everywhere.
Have you experienced any earthquakes?
Yeah, constantly, all the time.
Trippy. I've only felt like one small one when I was young, about 10 years old in Southern Oregon. And it was a weird experience sitting on a couch. I thought my cousins were messing with me, like shaking the couch behind me. And I looked and there's nobody there. And it turned out we were having a small earthquake.
Yeah, it comes and goes in waves. Like, we had thousands of quakes.
Tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands of quakes as the volcano was going off just outside the capital, or a little bit outside the capital city.
It started August.
And
something in Texas that no one really reported, which I don't think it was an earthquake. It was probably some explosions going off underground. When I was on the toilet, stuff started shaking. Oh, everybody felt it now.
Oh gosh!
Just a coincidence that you were in the toilet and the earth was shaking.
No, because parents all confirmed it too. They all confirmed that they were feeling something.
I was making a Taco Tuesday joke.
Oh, okay.
One of the most memorable memories of an earthquake I have is basically watching Jurassic Park as one of the biggest earthquakes hit the city. Like the window vibrated, and I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" Because I was a child. I was like, "Is there a dinosaur outside my window?"
Oh no,
Trace! I was gonna say it'd be worse if it was right when you see the cup there, and like the stomps are happening, it starts vibrating and shaking, like the top of the water starts doing the thing, and then the earthquake would happen.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was like,
so you were a
chasing
kid when that happened?
Yeah,
or like you were younger.
Yeah, I was a kid, and the dinosaur was chasing the car. It was super exciting, and then all of a sudden, just the window just starts vibrating, and I'm like, "What the fuck's happening?" I look out the window, and then all of a sudden, the house just starts like wiggling, like. And I lived in a wooden house at the time, so it like really went, and it's like what was it? It's a 2-story house out of the ground. The 3rd story is technically in the ground, but it's a little bit
It's like 2.5 up from the ground because the
2.5-story house basically made out of wood. And when I realized it was an earthquake, I was like, "Oh my god, this is so fun!" And I ran up to the 3rd floor like an idiot. I was alone in the house, and yeah, it really moved a lot.
It's stereotypical little boy. Instead of having the sense to go get safe, you were like, "Hey, this is fun. I'm going to enjoy this giant shaky earth that we're on right now."
Yeah.
It sounds like something my son would do. Like, hey, cool.
I used to suspect they're building tunnels around the Walmarts. We felt it.
Yeah, anything could be happening now.
This is
or
Texas
I don't
we're
see.
talking about. We don't get many earthquakes. Hardly any. Oh, if you look at the history, that is. That was a weird. I think it was like 09. I don't know, 09. In between 09 and 011, somewhere in there.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that earthquake was like a 6 or something. It was one of her bigger ones. We generally don't have really, really big ones.
And this one we had was like it was tiny. It wasn't that really an earthquake. It's just the fact that it happened in Texas. It may not have been an earthquake.
So do you guys have access to like? Could you walk up and can you look at lava and stuff? Have you seen it like up close in person and stuff?
Depends. We've had a really active volcano for a while, and people would walk up and get their butt hairs singed and stuff like that. People cooked on the lava many times, but lost a lot of pants.
liquid hot magma.
Some idiots even stood on the freshly hardened magma.
An American couple went on top of the magma with a baby.
Oh,
Everybody was just
Wow.
Oh my God, the outrage on Icelandic Facebook. Jesus Christ.
goodness. That was crazy.
Babies do not belong in
Americans.
lava.
Yeah, we have a healthy respect for it. We understand that it gives off these toxic fumes that sit low to the ground. So
Yeah.
the people are always assisted by what's it called? Björgunar? Yeah, it's like
Rescue squad?
it's like a rescue squad of volunteers.
National Guard, except rescue squad.
Yeah.
All they do is save people.
Yeah, all they do is save people who get lost or hiking or whatever, or out at sea or whatever. They're really nice guys mostly, and they basically just helped guide everybody so that they wouldn't get caught in the valleys of the fumes and then or the flow of the magma. So it didn't really cause any problems, even though they camped on top of this hill near the volcano, and then all of a sudden the top of the hill just ripped apart near the tents and lava started coming out. But they managed to move everybody away, and it was no problem. So we're pretty used to living with volcanoes, but we're not dealing with explosive volcanoes that build up a lot of force. It's more like they just the holes rip up a little hole and then the lava pushes through the hole. That's its.
There were sometimes you would see it from here.
Yeah, we could sometimes see the glow of the volcano from where we live, basically. The last one.
That's pretty cool. All we have in my neck of the woods is the hardened black stuff you can go check out.
Yeah, the Earth is very interesting.
Yeah, it is. I've been thinking about trying to find some cave systems around here and checking them out and seeing if they could be possibly something else besides what we're told they are. But I can save that for Sunday.
Yeah, very well done. We gotta definitely bring the supreme and common law of the land into the picture again. Of course, start betting things against it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Logic and common law should all be brought back.
100%. It's at the foundational core of our nation's laws and the logic systems that we use to establish them. And there's no reason we shouldn't be standing behind again a scientific method, right? That's repeatable for that. So yeah. It's very interesting to see when you look into excuse me, some of the status advocates behind the birth of America and stuff. You'll look to a lot of interesting and positively core aligned citations and references and groups and all that led to it all. And I'm just surprised it took us this long to even get us on track and point out education. Oh wow, what a great audience.
I'm looking for something.
Nah, you're great. I was just memeing, but this is actually a pretty great room. Good conversation, good guests. Love to see you guys live on the Twitter sphere, Twitter Spaces at some point. if you guys are motivated to branch out.
Try to
Could be something.
minimize my. That's
Welcome back.
I was just saying, I
Could be
try to
something we
minimize
could
my
do.
social media presence.
I see. Yeah. Well, no, for sure. For sure. As did I for a many long time. Twitter for me was a recent join January this year, and I did it so under a community branded account, community space on another app. And it just kind of hit like wildfire and got us in touch with a lot of really interesting people. So I definitely respect it for the networking tool that it is.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good that you found some good out of it. You know, I'm not saying like I'm telling you what to do or whatnot. I'm just saying personally, I'm not going to sign up for anything else if I can. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
we could. It's definitely something to look into. When YouTube and Facebook and all of them censored us and admitted it before Congress, it kind of stifled our access to new people and kind of slowed it down. So we're always looking for new ways to talk to new people and get them to talk to us so that we can like have a good discussion. Because we don't want to be in an echo chamber. We want to have a healthy discussion.
Nice. I can see that our goals are common and aligned in that, being community stewards. I definitely see the logic behind it, and I definitely can articulate a clear and present need for, some diligence in that regard and bringing back, the common and core law that we all kind of, that's like the basic agreement, right? That we all kind of settled on, at least in this nation state, that, that was a really important thing for us to kind of rally behind and allow into effect the Constitution. And a departure from it just is, and at the rate that we're seeing, is just very interesting stuff.
If we're going to be an echo chamber, one of
potentially
truth
catastrophic.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Jason.
I'm
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go. Yeah, I just wanted to say that one thing.
An echo chamber of truth to me was like almost therapeutic when I was told lies my whole life. But yeah, I know what you mean though.
Yeah, in a nation of lies, to tell the truth is a revolutionary act.
I totally get you, Toby, and it becomes like an island of sanity for us, kind of, the Discord. Even though we're constantly trying to have the conversation, it's kind of easier to approach it from the position that they're at, rather than trying to ram it down from your position, because not everyone knows or has gone through everything that you have gone through. So it's easiest just to see where they are logically inconsistent and then help them face that, so that they can start looking at the evidence objectively instead of like stuck in their bias, like it has to be this way because that's how it's always been to me, and that's how I see the world. We're just opening this new perspective and allowing people to have this critical thought, so that they can check it for themselves and kind of get away from that position of like, I can't know anything, I just have to assume I'm correct because that's what the experts say. Look at what the experts are basing the opinion on. That's one of the crucial things I think we bring to the table, is we're re-examining all of the base, all the foundations upon which everything sits. And so when all of a sudden one of those Jenga cubes from the base drops away, you're like, oh shit, the whole thing wobbled. And then you take another one, and now it's only sitting on one little cube. And once that cube's gone, that whole tower's gone. That's basically what we did.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a tricky spell to break. So yeah, it's different approaches are required. All the different levels of deceit and people are stuck in.
Yeah, it's an
One, turn off the
information
TV.
war. Yeah, down with network television for sure, bro.
It's been a true blessing watching television. Going from watching TV my whole life as like a pastime hobby at home to not has been great because it's opened back up all the doors to creative things that I did when I was younger. So it's been truly been a total blessing in many ways.
Very nice. Powerful testimony, man. Very good. Yeah.
Came at a perfect time too because I finally had a son late in my life, and he'll never have to see me just sitting there spaced out, for hours looking at a screen. Instead, we're like doing stuff. I'm not saying that we never ever watch. I'm just if we do it, it's a planned out event. We watch a movie and we're done with it or something. But it's interesting, and my whole family's still on board with it, and they'll watch and stuff. So whenever I visit with them, it's kind of just what's going on. But yeah, it's such a powerful way to get in people's minds and change what they think, how they act, what they wear, and everything. That's why everyone's like the same character, like the NPC character is kind of just like through the media, the character that they've embodied for whatever show.
Yeah.
Okay, I found it. Look at this: the delusions of cosmology, the shaky foundations of cosmology. Bjorn Ekberg. He's basically an academic who sees the problem that we see, but hasn't dug quite as far down into the foundation as we have. And I think if you listen to him, he basically just lines out the Jenga tower that has just collapsed for us.
Oh, freak. Okay. Thank you. Good resource. Looking into it. Just looking into some kind of level of pattern recognition, we see a lot of similar phenomena distributed across the planet as a whole. Across our realm here, between a lot of different major areas. As stated earlier, Nigeria, United States, and Mexico are all having something of a crisis of identity when it comes to our election integrity, and so are many other places right now. I believe Canada is on that list as well, and Australia is starting to have some complaints.
My country is no different, although it's not widely known.
We're all coping. We're all struggling with the same kind of goals of liberty culture and being able to participate in the experiment in our own ways and expression. It's just a matter of these so-called people in what we allegedly call control. It's just so sad to see them writhe and lash about trying to keep their grip.
Yeah, I see a lot of it as a show. Like if you think about Klaus Schwab and him dressing like a supervillain, I think it's like the Emperor's New Clothes. I think the people around him are just showing him pictures of like, oh, look at this fashion show where all these people wear these insanely crazy clothes. This is normal now, Klaus. Just wear this weird dress, and he's like, okay, I look normal, okay. And then, like, I think that a lot of these people are but just patsies, allowed to grow to a certain extent, allowed to have their own, like, crazy crockpot ideas because it serves the agenda of the day.
Yo, Drace.
Yeah.
I was That guy Klaus, the guy who says you'll own nothing and be happy, we all got to work together, dude. I read an article once about him. Apparently, on one of his Davos meetings, one of his workers took his parking spot because he never showed up or it was really late and he freaked out. He got really mad at the guy who took his parking spot. You'll own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, that includes parking spots too, asshole. Like,
I'll be right back. I gotta take a call.
nice one, dude. Good
Because the
point to bring
entities
up.
at power will own it all.
Exactly, that's the whole point, right? They want 500 million, conscripted peasant class, labor, whatever dependents, and then they want to basically, genocide billions of us down to that manageable number. Because at this point, we're no longer of any use. I mean, the paradigm that was constructed with Rockefeller and the rest of them, the education system was never founded to create philosophers in the United States. I mean, I think the direct quote was, we're going to basically make them ready to go to work, was essentially what the deal was.
Factory workers is what they wanted.
Well, openly they say actually
factory workers.
Well, before back in the day, eugenics ideas ruled the day, but today they push the "you will own nothing and be happy" eats the bugs. You will live in your pod where you will sit and poop, and you will just be online all day. That's what your life is supposed to be, and you will waste away like that because you never have children. The society will just destroy itself. That's their goal. They don't need to kill anyone. You're going to do it for them.
Correct. That's called a soft kill, and it is a type of what's the word for it? I mean, it is a particular path that nation states or entities in charge, choose at times to avoid outright slaughter, genocide, and massacre. But ultimately, I mean, it's very much adjacent because what you find is that they start to do things that target fertility, and they start to do all these different things, and then over time it adds up to basically a whole generation being missed. So interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's a serious issue.
Yeah, and I'm not even talking about the SARS-CoV-2. I'm not necessarily even talking about the vax, but I will say this: there's a lot of qualified medical experts. Thorpe Kirk. There's a lot of closeted virologists on sock puppets doing a lot of hard work right now to help get information in the hands of people who are actually filing and levying tribunals at the international level. Crimes against humanity, violation of 1982 Anti-Bioweapons Act, and more. This is stuff we should have been working on for the last 3 years. But it's starting to come to a head, and there are things moving and shaking. So it's good to see a little bit of resolve from the people, as it were.
Yeah, people have been trying since the start. It's just it was really hard to take to begin with because there was so much push in the other direction.
It's a hard pill to swallow, big time.
Yeah, bro, we live in a pretty nasty world.
They call it the information age, but I call it the age of absurdity.
Yeah, I would say we live in an information age, like on information age, but it's the age of absurdity currently, because even though we have information, that also information is muddied with all sorts of misinformation and nonsense, and then they say that they're fighting misinformation, like problem, reaction, solution, to censor everything.
Correct. Discord especially is one of the main culprits behind that, of course, and many other tech giants. That's why I kind of endorse the Gilded platform as a response to that, and I've built my communities over there and continue to market it to organizations like Americans Against Mail-in Voting, America Mission, Freedom Mission, and others.
Yeah, we try to diversify. We're all just individual researchers. This is just a community hub where we collect together, share our information.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is all fine and dandy until such time that Discord decides that whatever meager nitro boosting monetary donation you're contributing to them just isn't worth their time to host your conversations on their platform anymore. That you're not towing the party line in the narrative anymore, and that all of a sudden, you and everybody in your network of moderation team need to have their main accounts nuked, and they're going to wipe you out at a certain point just when you irritate them, just because they can. That's what they've continued to systematically do to persecute any kind of philosophical, political debate communities, Christian or conservative, traditional communities, and of course they seem to be criminally negligent or even accomplice in the fact that there's still million person occupied servers that are basically dedicated to grooming. So I don't know. Enjoy that one.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. This is why we try to maintain only flat Earth adjacent topics on the live stream.
Fair enough, and I do respect the methodology, and I definitely respect the space, man. I weep for the pride of the German people, the same as I weep for the pride of anybody in modern today who has a thinking apparatus in their head with critical, thinking capacity, and is just we're all flying upstream, against the pull of this tide of just absurdity.
We're all boiling slowly together in the pot.
Ribbit.
Well said, brother.
Yep.
I think that's your point, and that's our point. We're just like, hey, how about we get out of the pot? And then, like, when we finally got out of the pot, we're like, yo, guys, you want to join us out of the pot? It's much nicer out here. And they're like, no, get back in the pot.
Yeah, we're in the sauna, man. Come back in. It's cold out there. They're making up reasons to defend it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've sat here and watched, people's eyes popping out of their heads because we're getting cooked alive and stuff. It's wild.
Yeah, and they're just that's natural.
Oh, yeah, it's supposed to happen. God's planned it. That's why
I'd like to see that animated. That'd be funny.
Let's do it, man. Let's make it a project. I'll put that out there. We can make it happen. Get Andy Huang to do the animation. Maybe go contact VNV Nation or Poptigma Berserk to do a backtrack for it. Maybe Depeche Mode. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not one of those kind of meetings.
I wasn't listening. I was talking to Karma, so I missed it.
I'm just rambling.
So he likes to make animations, so he's gonna maybe make some frog animations based on that. That's pretty funny.
Nice.
You like frogs?
I heard they were all gay. Are we talking about the French or the amphibians?
The amphibiane.
I heard they were both gay. No offense.
Whoa there, sir.
I'm just kidding, bro. We love the French spirit of liberty and revolution, of course. We carried that torch all the way into the American Revolution.
Don't worry, bro. I'm just playing with you, bro.
Yeah. No, we definitely honor the spirit of liberty, and we definitely honor their gifts and contributions. But there's a reason that they line their walkways with shade trees, for those German soldiers to march in the shade.
Esquire, where are you from?
Ah, there it is. I am an American patriot and California state citizen, brother.
You're an American patriot in California. Oh my god, I can tell you already like Trump. You must not want to. You must not want to be in California, huh?
No, this is my birthright. I'll never surrender ground to foreign agents or communists. It's too much bounty to surrender, and the psyop that everybody's succumbing to, perpetrated in my personal understanding by the left, of conservatives leaving these places in mass, like California and New York, is absolutely a replacement, gamified opposition theorem that's been basically
happening.
It's terrible. No, the conservatives leaving California is totally a psyop, bro. Because you have to understand, there's no positive change that can possibly come out of it. All it does is surrender ground to these foreign, these usurpers that serve foreign interests. And what happens?
Oh yeah, the foreigners with money, right? Who want to buy up your market and raise your prices.
Thank you.
No, it happened here in Canada. I'm not gonna state where they're from, but
you get it.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the one. And so I think first and foremost, one of the things that we can do to sort of step back into our power as nation states in general is to kind of get with the program when it comes to like what Norway and Bali and many other places are doing, and restrict foreign investment, in capital and land ownership. Right? Like,
We're actually doing that here in Canada now.
Yeah, God bless you, man. Good for you.
Not
They even do that in China.
Yeah, well, everybody fucking does it except for us apparently, because we're the Freemason Atlantis, and the dollar's king and come rape us at will. I guess apparently.
Yeah. And my country is like, hey, we want to be a mini America. Rape us as well.
Yeah, sorry, man. Unfortunately, we set a bad example with that one. I apologize. If we ever figure our shit out, we're happy to, lend any resources as needed to help you figure your shit out.
Oh, you're lending a lot right now to Ukraine. Don't worry, buddy.
Oh, fuck me. Please don't remind me. Hey, you know what, dude? Every time I hear these black separatists talk about, I want my reparation, I go, goddamn right. Every fucking citizen of this nation deserves
Dude, you know Zelensky called America and Canada stingy?
It's a fucking piece of shit, dude.
Stingy, bro.
Dude, fuck you, Zelensky. You know what, dude? Why don't you manage your own fucking war with Russia then, you piece of cocksuck, dude, and go figure it out.
Whoa, chill.
I apologize, but dude, that's just downright ungrateful. We got American people, American citizens out there fighting in level 4 open arms security, PMCs. My personal friends are out there at PMCs right now, risking life and limb for some BS.
I know too.
To do with us. We're putting billions. Thank you. We're putting billions of dollars of taxpayer funding that should go into our roads, education, healthcare, and civic infrastructure, and everything else. And the fact that we're in multiple degrees and stages of national emergency. I mean, notwithstanding everything else, we should not, at any freaking level, be engaged in a proxy war with Russia right now.
Yeah, and then now he's saying that he wants you to send your men and women over there as well.
I'll fight his war.
To die for them.
Screw that. What has Ukraine ever done for me and my country, ever?
They got you Biden?
Oh, no, they never even did that. All they did was compromise him to use him to their own ends. Him and his son, both.
Yeah, but that compromisation got you Biden.
Oh, man, that's a disservice indeed, in my opinion.
Just think about who sent Biden there and who wanted to have a puppet president.
Mm-hmm. Follow the money.
Because all of a sudden now he has dirt on his puppet.
Mm-hmm. Well, they always did. I mean, anybody who gets, brother, you honestly think you're going to rise to the halls of power without having some sort of interface at some level with the influence peddling operation, oppositional research, and gang stalking? You're not going to break the mold to get into these arenas without interfacing with the perils that are distributed throughout them, including, right, character assassination, defamation, opposition research, and so much more. I mean, you're not going to get into the halls of power without engaging in some level with power brokering or influence peddling operation. And at the highest levels, these involve compromising yourself, period. Because it's the only way that they can guarantee that you're going to stay in line until the party narrative. Because as soon as you step out of line, it's as soon as you dissolve, as soon as you dismantle the CIA or take out the Federal Reserve, it's a bullet to the head, because guess what? Now you're a pedophile.
Yep. It's literally what they tried to do when they offered my dad to join them. They tried to have him sleep with a child, and my dad, who got abused as a child, flipped the fuck out.
Good. I hope he's okay. Is your father okay?
Well, he's dead now.
Did he live at least a natural life to some degree, would you say?
Oh, he lived a little bit. They tried to burn him. They threw him in jail illegally, broke all our laws, and held him in solitary confinement for 9 months, and all sorts of weird shit.
Terrible stuff. Violations, human rights, violation Magna Carta, violation due process. And you know what's sad is they're doing it the same thing exactly to these political prisoners, these so-called J6ers, who are doing absolutely.
What's a J6er?
So J6 refers to the January 6th alleged so-called.
Okay, sorry, I understand.
But yeah, so we basically had a slew of people who most of them did nothing absolutely wrong whatsoever, and were engaged in their First Amendment redress of grievance and peaceful demonstration. And the video was just released. Like, Elon put it out, he keeps distributing it. It's very apparent that this was a staged operation. And what's sad is that they've all had their due process violated. They've all had their rights violated en masse. And we continue to connect them with very, very high profile civil rights attorneys, and hopefully take these bastards down with billion-dollar lawsuits, because it's absolutely egregious what's happened.
Okay, what
It's a
about the
shame.
guy who had his face like spray painted and he went into like the the speaker's chamber and he like took the podium and he started like walking around with it. Do you think like it's right that he's in prison for that?
Yeah, that dude needs to chill the fuck out and answer for disrupting the publicly held assets and all the different things that he interfaced with, and that disturbance needs to be addressed. Absolutely, but that does not represent the body of the entire all those people who are being violated. Right? It doesn't represent people like Brandon Straka, who was literally never went inside the building, was holding an iPhone in his hand, and still ended up getting, you know what I mean, thrown in the gulag and deprived of his rights and all that stuff for quite a while.
But what about what about his accomplices, the police officers who guided him around the building and then opened the doors for him?
Correct. That's another part of the conversation, and that's a lot of stuff that's coming to light, especially with the evidence that's been released through Tucker Carlson and that is now being distributed. There's a very, very alive and active J6 support community involving many of the people who were actually involved in those cases directly, who are both in and out of prison, on the Twitter Spaces. If you guys are interested, there's a link in my bio to our socials for Politics Gilded, and we can get you connected if you're more interested in political discourse or philosophical discussion on that platform. We'll get you in touch with some good people.
Yeah, that's a good segue.
Bring me.
Yeah, I'll post it in the voice text to just verify the link for you guys.
I sent you a private message.
Oh, thank you. I'll have to check my request. I've been full for years, so I'll double check that. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay, moving on. Let's see what we got here. I'm saying your friend, you think you have your heart in the right place, can you live life? Feel free. The sugar. There we go. Ah, yes, sir. Absolutely. That's a funny username, United States of Ukraine. Ouch. Hits me where it hurts, bro.
Oh yeah, because if you look at the picture, it's like a joke of when Zelensky took his flag over to the House of Commons and he just like waved around saying, "Thank you for your the money," because of the money that America's giving. He kept saying, "Thank you for your investment in Ukraine."
No thanks.
He literally he described it as an investment, dude.
Yeah, I can't wait to see those.
Hey, buddy, have you got your dividends yet from that investment?
Yeah, right. And dividends.
How much money you getting?
Negative Social Security funds at this point because they're projecting.
I see lots of inflation. How's that going?
It's terrible, man. It's absolutely awful what's happening.
Yeah, but it was nice talking to you. I'm gonna run off and do some stuff with Karma.
Where are you going? Don't go, Jace.
I gotta play with Karma.
What does that mean?
I have to clean the kitchen and then we're gonna play the video game we've been playing.
Oh, okay. Alright, dude. Yo, Esquire. Why do you use Gilded?
So many reasons. One of the reasons is because as starting out in community management, it offers you many of the tools and resources right out the gate that come just with the onboarding of the platform itself, that Discord makes you pay for. Like, for instance, the perks that come with a paid Nitro subscription, or even a level 3 server where you have to, what I like to call, scam 15 of your friends out of their hard-earned money every month to get a vanity link. These things come absolutely free with the Guilded process or onboarding, as well as they offer you additional functionality in their platform. So things like community event calendars, way ahead of the curve. They started with the forums. Discord's basically grasping at straws, trying to copy all of the features that Guilded already just kind of came out the gate with. Big fan also of the fact that their TOS doesn't have any political trigger bullshit where they can just delete you if they don't like your narrative or whatever you guys are doing. So, the quote misinformation guidelines and all that BS hooey doesn't exist. It was created by Eli Brown, the founder and CEO, I believe in 2017. The intellectual property was sold to the Roblox Corporation. Not my favorite factoid, because they're of course like half owned by Tencent as well. But as the fuck is Discord, and at least they're not getting political with their TOS and nuking people who have narratives they don't like. So I just see it as a nascent platform with a lot of less bad press as far as grooming and things like that associated to it. And I see it as an opportunity for myself and others to engage in pioneering a nascent platform. I just see it as ultimately more friendly to open discussion and sharing of information, and less they certainly haven't postured themselves to just nuke people for no reason, which I respect. And none of their TOS has changed since the intellectual property was sold to Roblox whatsoever in the last 2 years. So I respect it, and they still got old Eli at the helm as CEO. So good shit, And he's about 2 hours south of me, so I go knock on his office and bug him if I want.
You're talking about the Gilded app?
Yes, sir. Gilded.gg. It's called the Discord Killer, and with good reason. And I would invite you to visit gilded.gg/politics, which is my community.
Politics. I was gonna ask that. Which
Yeah,
what was your name of your
/politics.
community?
Yeah, that's us. And it's in my link tree as well in my bio. I have everything linked there if you want to find it.
Do you have it here on your description in Discord? Let's see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have 2 link trees linked. I have a personal and a professional. One for myself, Esquire, the community manager, and one for Politics Gilded, which is my community.
Cool, man. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your interest. This has been riveting. I really have thoroughly been impressed with the space and the quality of discourse and honest intellectualism that's been happening here. So I appreciate you guys for what you do. It's been an excellent time so far.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming here and being so open and articulate. It's really nice to listen to. And in my view, you're one of us, even if you don't hold the same views as us.
I'm just less informed in certain matters than you are, perhaps, as you may be in other categories that I'm more versed in. We all have a thing called opportunity costs to every decision and action that we take. And that's just, the disability to engage in another activity because of what we're focused in doing currently. So it is what it is. I respect where you're coming from, and I don't see the point in joining any conversation or group without an open mind, because what the hell is the point?
Well said. And with that, I'm off.
Buenas noches.
What's up?
I was considering. I've been off of the Twitter Spaces, taking a little hiatus for a couple of days because I'm preparing for a new job in town here. But I'm getting tons of invites. I might. Oh shit! Yeah, go back to work there. And
it's evil. Don't do it.
Well, you say that, but it's really about
bunch of godless atheist evils in Silicon Valley. Don't join Apple, Twitter, Instagram, all these companies.
I hear where you're coming from on that level. The thing is that currently the landscape of Twitter in the form of its utilization for Twitter Spaces, one of its features, is currently completely occupied by about I don't know. It's actually a very small quantity of people who are currently very regularly active on Twitter Spaces. There's, very easily recognizable regular hosts and organizations being formed. There's a lot of information being exchanged. Again, it's one of the primary spaces where I've engaged with.
That's how they sugarcoat it.
No, but I've spent hours and hours and hours of discourse in public recorded spaces with trustees of the government, like publicly elected officials, congressmen, senators, United Nations chairmen, people who I venerate very much when it comes to citizen journalism, such as Millie Weaver and Mayor Giuliani and others. I've been able to interact directly with them, not just through I tagged them in a message. Like, I've been able to hop onto spaces and have actual conversations to them. Brandon Straker from Walkaway Social and others who I revere quite a bit, and honor their contribution to the conversation. So, ultimately, it is a resource for networking. The way that Elon has kind of opened it up in a way currently, it's actually dangerously free speech. Yes, the shadow banning algorithms, and yes, there's certain things that are still happening, but it's been opened up in a way that's so radically different from the way that it was that, honestly, there's some very good organizations that are coming out of this use right now. And I would encourage you guys to at least investigate some of the spaces, especially the ones that we join as a co-host or have a mic in, because we're
satanic.
We're talking to people who are quite literally right on sock puppet accounts because they have licensure at stake, but they're working to collect evidence, and they're actually literally creating these tribunals at the international level for war crimes against humanity and biological terrorism. All this stuff is actually happening, largely in part due to the networking and information sharing capacity of Twitter specifically since Elon purchased it. And I'm not trying to aggrandize him or the company, because yes, tech is not our friend right now, and there's a lot of things going on in the background. But I promise you, it's the company that you keep, and the places and spaces that you choose to put your information and energy into. And we hope the best we can do is engage in good faith and hope that it reflects back to us the value that we contribute to it.
Technocracy.
I'm just saying, bro.
I don't think you're selling that idea to anybody here, man.
I spent a lot of time talking
evil,
to people who are
they've done their tests.
Positive change. And I haven't found that on Discord.
Preach. Relax. Jesus Christ.
I'm not preaching.
You've been talking for 20 minutes nonstop. Take a break. You sound like a tape recorder. We're having a conversation. We don't want to listen to you for 2 hours preaching about Twitter.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll mute again.
You don't need to mute, but just have a conversation. You're going on nonstop. No one could get a word in.
I'm right. I'm trying to make a point that there's a level of networking and information sharing that happens on that platform that can't happen here.
What does that mean?
That means that, as I previously stated, in the last week, I've literally had discussions, actual verbal interchange, with people who are in positions to effectuate that positive change, like Dr. Thorpe, Dr. Kirk, positive virologists, Kaya, Mayor Giuliani, Millie Weaver, people again who I venerate and respect their careers and their legacy and their honesty and integrity, and those kinds of connections aren't going to happen on a Discord server because those people aren't hopping into random Discord servers.
You said there's things that you could do on Twitter that you can't do on this server. Please elaborate what you mean by that.
Yes. Do I have to repeat myself a third time? Did you not hear it on the recording?
And I'm aware also of many groups of people that, like the ones that you're describing, that they're in the background working with even before this whole dates that we're kind of this whole 2 years or whatever, there's many organizations of people that have been working to kind of keep the real system going, right? The actual truth movements and the ones that have been suing the governments and suing the companies to kind of create reforms and changes into the into the markets, because people have been fighting the fight for a long time. This didn't stop 2 years ago. This is decades of people kind of trying to keep the guard up, and trying to have a push against these psychopaths that are trying to mess with everybody. And I know for a fact that there is people doing that right now, just like this community and many other communities, not just this one. And if you're talking about those other communities that are out there, that we can kind of have a window towards that. By you link some of your links, yeah, I'm open for that. 100%.
Exactly. I'm trying to connect you guys with a larger marketplace of networking opportunity. Now, let me tell you this. As a community manager, so I share some interest and intrigue with you as a fellow community manager on spaces like Discord and Guilded, right? That for me, Twitter started as very much a marketing scheme, and I'm very honest and transparent about that to my network there. I say, look, I branded this community account. I came onto this platform. I started speaking about, pride, duty, decorum, God, and Constitution on this account. And you guys gave me a mic and gave me a platform, and I made some connections and had some great conversations and continue to develop those relationships. But the thing is, it started as a marketing scheme for me to get people into my community, right? Just as very much, I'm sure you guys are distributed across many platforms as community leaders, managers, to bring people into the discussion, which is kind of your job, right? To facilitate and maintain the discussion. I respect it. That's what you're doing here. I'm in support of that. So in support of that end, I offer you the value contribution that Twitter has transformed itself into a remarkable networking tool for me personally and my community, and has transformed my life in its current state with some of the people that I've been given access to, engaging in good faith conversation with, and some of the organizations I've been able to get involved with. And I would love to extend those opportunities to you just by letting you know that it exists.
Yeah, the thing is also that I see what you're saying, and that's totally fine. This community, especially on the VC, most people want to concentrate on certain topics, and that's why sometimes you're gonna hear some pushback when you're saying, "Hey, join Twitter." Some people are gonna be like, "No, Twitter this and Twitter that," and I kind of agree. I do have Twitter, and I just watch and read a few things, find some good links. Like you're probably the same when you're talking about it. People are kind of like, careful about many of these platforms because, Twitter was bought by Elon Musk, and I don't know, that's a very tricky character that is in the very high, you could say in the high public, stairs, people looking up to him and kind of like doing things because he said so, and now he bought Twitter. So people are just being kind of careful about what to follow and who to believe when they say stuff, right? And yeah, you're definitely opening the windows for other communities in other topics, important topics, because the topic of this server, which is specific, and we kind of concentrate on bringing people the objectivity that the lie of the globe and that kind of stuff, and we are here in this channel to point that out. But we are very aware that that's not the only topic, and there's many topics out there. The thing is that we gotta be careful because there's YouTube, and we kind of have these restrictions. I mean, people in here have those restrictions. I try myself to not put any of those restrictions in myself, but since I'm part of this community, I gotta follow and and kind of like keep it in place that we got to be careful with some topics because of the channels and stuff and Discord.
You have to abide by the liberal rules.
You're bringing up the Guilded, which is funny because I heard about Guilded maybe 3 years ago, maybe more. It's not a new app. It's been there for a few years, right? Guilded. And I was gonna join, and I did. Actually, I think I created an account. So now that you mention it again, I think this is a good time to kind of explore it and actually join some communities in Guilded.
There you go.
And look from there. Take it from there.
Good stuff, brother. Well, I'll point you to a resource if that's your goal moving forward. Some good steps you could take is if you click my bio. I believe it's I want to say it's the first link tree. Which is my personal as a community manager, and that'll give you a link to all the communities that I manage on the platform. And you can at least, that'll give you a starting ground to join some communities. So hopefully that's a resource to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Send me the links. I already DM'd you. I see you replied to me, so thanks for that. I have hands busy at the moment, but I'll check it later.
I got you. No problem. Oh, definitely one of the least toxic Discord servers I've hopped into in a while. Definitely, got to give you the compliment there.
This is a very kind of. When did you join? Like today?
No, I joined a while ago. I haven't joined the conversation until today. Long time listener, first time caller.
Okay, because so this is a very mild conversation because it could get a little heated sometimes here, but
I've heard some lore from my friend Crack Villain, who hasn't spoken to me since I left the politics server, but I have a great deal of respect for him. I think he's a good guy, and I'd love to reconnect.
Crack Villain, he's awesome. Yeah,
Yeah, tell him Esquire says hello when you see him. I'd tell him to get in touch. I miss him greatly.
Sounds good, man. Yeah. Shout out to Craig Villain. Where are you at? He's probably busy with life, so I haven't heard of him maybe in a couple months. But yeah,
Fair enough. We all get preoccupied, but if anybody connects with him or sees him, just let him know Esquire misses him greatly and would love to hear from him.
Cool, man. Cool. All right. Anybody want to bring up any topics with the guy? Are you curious? Do you have any questions about the community, about the topic? Have you? I mean, you said you've been here for a while, so you probably heard some stuff and maybe had some stuff answered already. But if you have any other stuff that you want to bring up, you're welcome to do.
Thank you. It's incredible to me, just all the different sides of these narratives that go around, and all the different types of construction that people offer, and different kind of logic schemes that people interact with trying to support their narratives. And I definitely personally am not entirely invested in giving half a shit about the nature of the geometry of our planet, but I respect that people have a lot of they put a lot of investment and energy into exposing that particular facet, and I respect the methodologies that I've seen here today. And I'm just, again, I came with an open mind, and happy to just kind of correlate my information, fill gaps where I can in my expertise, and I got open ears to your guys' expertise as well. I guess I don't feel particularly motivated one way or the other to assert that it's one way or the other. For me, it's more about just the nuance of it all. The whole discussion interests me more than the end, right? I'm more interested in the methodologies that are being implemented for mass, hypnosis and propaganda machines and indoctrination, things like that, suppression of truth and information, and suppression of communities. I'm more interested in sort of all of the adjacent things that come into this conversation than I am with whether or not it's a sphere or flat.
Which is what you deal with your day to day, which foundationally it's related to the reality that we live in, right? We are in this place, in this reality, and so people have certain claims about the shape of it, either globe earth or flat earth. The thing is, this reality is not terms of or words. We cannot just say it's one thing. So when someone tells you it's a globe and they give you cartoons that you've seen, or a planet, which is a light in the sky, you're standing on the ground. You're not standing on a light in the sky, right? So you gotta kind of like bring it back to the foundational things, the way objectively things actually work, and things that you can demonstrate, experience, verify. And from there, you might be able to see what it is, because it is what it is. My opinion, or your opinion, is not gonna change the reality and the loss of this world, right? In the place that we're in. My opinion or your opinion is gonna change that. But now we have an argument between cosmologies of the world, globe, earth, or whatever. But the thing that a lot of people are here to point out, in my opinion, is that the globe is a lie, and we have tested those claims and have been falsified. Therefore, is a lie. So we just, at least we have to point that out so people can start from there, because a lot of people just have a cosmology of their imagination and what was imprinted in them from the programming, the television, since they were like children, and all the pages in books and all the colorings, all the movies, all the propaganda, and they have this idea in their mind of where they're standing on, but that idea is a cartoon. It's not reality. So that's why it's kind of like an important thing to point out, that you don't live in a cartoon.
That's so true. I laughed so hard. I just saw our mutual friends. There's only two of them. It's Crack Villain and Boomer. It's hilarious. I love it. 42 ounce, bro. I love that guy. He's hilarious. You're entirely correct. I think the nuance that is involved in the conversation at large just really magnetizes me to the topic at all, and I think a lot of other people too, because I think people sort of have a bullshit radar, to a certain degree, and when they kind of feel something's just a little off, and even just a very low energy level of basic surface investigation, will point you in the right direction to see things are not always as they're purported to be, right? And so there are narratives, and once we become aware of that, we start to see the people who are perpetrating them, funding them, and you can always follow the money. But I think it's important to ask questions, and so I got zero issue, zero conflict or disrespect towards any communities, organizations, or peoples who are asking questions. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm sorry, forgive me. In this topic of the server, when someone claims they know the shape of the Earth, there's got to be a methodology that they establish that to claim that it is what it is. Maybe if they say, I believe it's this, they have a belief in their mind, and they came with a conclusion based on those beliefs, you could say, hey, that's your opinion, right? But then when you go out there to verify the claims, and you can falsify those claims, it's something that we should be able to do. And people, the problem with this is that the lie is being promoted and pushed like if it's true, and people are kind of being given a role in society based on those fundamental lies, right? And out of that lie, a bunch of other lies are thrown in with that fundamental lie.
That's the nature of lies.
If you believe that you live in a cartoon because this guy said so, this priest told you so, then you're gonna believe a lot of other things because you haven't verified it. So, and also there is a monetary incentive and a social incentive to be with the group and make money with the group because I'm an engineer. These aerospace engineers. Right? I don't take away that they can design engines and build mechanisms and build machines that can go really high up. I'm not saying that they're not doing that. They claim that they're going to a fantasy land, to the outer space, coming from the ball, the monkey ball, evolution monkey ball. Those claims is just fantasy. We can definitely falsify a bunch of claims and kind of verify reality and the way it works and say, hey, reality doesn't agree with your beliefs. That's why we can tell that your claim is a lie. Just like many other topics, you can do the same thing. Many other topics, not just this one. But the foundational topic is important because if you can think for yourself for once, right? Kind of start thinking about things and kind of make your decisions, logical decisions from conclusions. You might have a better standing on the ground and have a comprehension that you don't live in a cartoon, the globe, the spinning globe, because all of that goes against your experience, your senses, and everything, a lot of things that we can test. Even though, like I said about the aerospace engineers sending very high altitude rockets or whatever, I'm not saying that's not happening, but they're not going to Fantasyland for sure.
You're on the mark, bro. You're right over the target, man. I'm surprised you didn't just get nuked for spitting all that truth at once. Let me ask you, brother. I hear an accent. Can I ask just from what region you hail from?
It's called America. Have you heard of
America?
it?
Hell yeah, yeah. Oh hell yeah, man. I heard maybe some Latin in there. Some
Cuba
Latin
Libre,
words, Oh,
Actually,
Cuba. Okay, wow.
I'm from the Caribbean, from Puerto Rico.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Territory Puerto Rico is a beautiful place, man. That's awesome, brother. I fucking love the Americas at large, brother. I got no problem with any American nationals of any nation, state, denomination. I fucking side with all of them, dude.
Yeah,
I said I'm an American patriot. I didn't say I was a United States patriot, bro. I said I'm an American patriot. I'm an American patriot and a California state citizen, bro. And I stand by that. And that includes all of us here in the Americas, bro.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Just real quick, hey, this is Wave Mixer. Esquire, I sent you a friend request. I'm driving home right now. I pulled over so I could actually take my phone off mute, but I've been listening to this whole conversation, this channel, for a couple hours. But I'd like to get in contact with you. So if you would accept that request, I'm going to take a look at your links. And I got to
God
put my
bless.
phone back on mute so I can continue driving.
You drive safe. Thank you for your time and your interest, and I'll be sure to send you all the resources to get in touch. And I'd love to see you. Thank you for your time again.
Cool. Thank you.
Drive safe out there. Oh, wow. What an excellent community. This is great.
I said I'm from Puerto Rico, but Puerto Rico is a geographical title given to a certain parcel of land or an island, part of a region of the world called the Caribbean. And when people say, I'm Puerto Rican, or I'm this and I'm that, that's not who you are. You're not a label. You're not a title. That's not what you are. Puerto Rico
El orgullo del Caribe. Yeah, el orgullo del Caribe. Hell yeah. Get it.
Caribe is kind of a group of islands, so that's what people say. So this is the region of the Caribe. It's a group of islands. But the thing about Puerto Rico is
colonies, though. Essentially, they were colonies.
Puerto Rico is a corporation of another bigger corporation called the United States Corporation, which is another branch from a big corporation.
Right.
The Queen, and then that's another branch from the lords. So Puerto Rico is like a kind of like a smaller business from a bigger business, but Puerto Rico is just a title. It's not the land. It's not the sea. It's not the river. It's not the lakes. Not the food,
port, brother.
Not the people.
It's just a gateway. It's a beautiful, rich port. It's a bountiful land. It's full of rich culture and beautiful people.
Yeah.
And absolutely, beautiful history and just like beautiful shit, bro. I love it.
Yeah. Great.
Just like when people label you something, oh, you are white or black or liberal or Republican, or you are a flat earther or a globe earther, you are not those things. Okay. And you gotta be careful about these labels because they can kind of put you into a mindset that you're gonna defend. Oh, I am this, therefore I'm gonna defend this title and that title.
Yeah. Now you're endorsing things that it comes part and parcel. It's all baked into the cake, and you're putting an endorsement behind things that you might not understand fully or believe in. Which I definitely get where you're coming from. That's where the vetting and diligence comes in. Absolutely, yeah. That's wonderful. It's good that you know that. I love that you're on the up and up, man. About all that stuff, especially being that that's where you're at residing. It's very important that I feel like people understand sort of the playing field, right, of their sphere of influence and the kind of things that apply to them where they're at, right. And so it's good that you have that knowledge, and everything you said is true and correct. United States is a for-profit corporation, and it does have many subsidiary corporations under it, and it's got all those things going. And yes, the federal United States territories, Guam, Puerto Rico, and others, good and bad things have been delivered in the name of American imperialism, U.S. imperialism. And I like to see a thriving Puerto Rico, and I like to see a thriving American nation state of any kind and denomination, because as our brothers and sisters in the world thrive, that are our neighbors, so shall we thrive with them. Y me encanta mucho viajar por las Américas, de Sudamérica, de Centroamérica. Me encanta estar en Oaxaca, México, en Costa Rica, San Pedro. Mucha tierra bien linda y rico, con la gente y cultura también muy rico.
Did you guys...
So, hablas español, pero tu español, your Spanish is like your secondary language, pero hablas buen español.
Gracias. Es un idioma de segunda, pero yo aprendí a hablar español y inglés a la misma vez, más o menos. Porque, mi mamá era una profesora de español. My mom was a Spanish teacher, and I went to an immersion language academy from K-12. So I came out 5th grade fluent in Spanish, and I spent time studying abroad and living in Spain, Portugal, Mexico, and Costa Rica. So I actually learned.
Definitely learn Spanish from people from those
Yes, sir.
regions. For sure. Even though there's a bunch of other language in those regions, but you will definitely learn Spanish from them.
Yes, sir. I don't understand. So for me, when you get into the European Portuguese, right, like the actual like the Royal Portuguese, it's very when they speak it fluently and they speak it fast conversationally, it almost comes out like some sort of Eastern or North European, like Croatian or something to me. I can't understand a lick of it. I have an easier time with Brazilian Portuguese, but even that's still a mystery to me a lot of the time. Most Latin-based languages are at least similar at the root, so I can get the premise, but a lot of the nuance is lost on me. There's so much parallax in language. It's amazing to see where certain prepositions and types of like just how dialects evolve and progenerate, right? And kind of what they do. Like you can see a lot of the certain iterations of the Castellano Antiguo from Spain, the Royal Spanish from Europe in Argentina specifically, right? They have certain prepositions that they use, like vosotros, the royal we, that other places just don't use.
Yeah.
Right. But then you also see kind of that migration of Portuguese from like Lisbon and the Basque Country up in Portugal, coming all the way down to places like Brazil, and just the way that it evolves, it's like a whole different language altogether. I mean, it's even more of a difference between Brazilian and European Portuguese. I think even than European and American Spanish, or even European and American English. It's such a more vast difference. It's like an entirely different language.
Yeah. I speak both languages, Spanish and English, and some Portuguese. I mean, Brazilian Portuguese. I can have a conversation with a Brazilian, and we can. I can speak Spanish to him, and he can speak that Portuguese to me, and we can have a conversation. My daughters, they speak Spanish and English. So, I see the mixture. You can see the mixture of those languages, and there's kind of like a funny result from it. But yeah, we can still communicate either or. It's not like I'm thinking about it. I just say words, and if I feel like speaking Spanish, I speak Spanish. If I feel like saying something in English, I just speak English.
You speak Spanglish?
The Latin
I speak Spanglish.
Any language with a Latin root is going to have at least some level of core foundation in similarity with the others at its root, and so that allows for a lot of understanding across different Latin dialects and peoples, which is very powerful. I think you can see, like you just said, right? That's a prime example, and I experienced that as well. If you're fluent in Spanish and English, and maybe we can add, I don't know if I want to throw my hat in with Russian or Mandarin just yet, but it's going to be one or the other. But if you're fluent in Spanish and English, you can go all over the planet, my dude, and you'll be able to have some pretty good faith and positive communications and interface with the peoples of the world. Because boy, howdy, there's a lot of humans speaking Spanish or speaking Latin dialects that will allow you to get along.
What planet?
Whatever the alleged thingamajig we're riding on with this roller coaster here.
Yeah, wherever we're standing and travel across, it's not a light in the sky. So that's why the guy asked what planet, because planets, you have to look up and you see lights in the sky. Those are planets.
I was wondering if he was talking about Mars or Jupiter. I thought he was talking about.
I think I was talking about Planet Wormwood in the Seventh Seal. My bad. My mistake. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Just know that whenever you're in this channel and you refer as planets, people are gonna say, "Wait, lights in the sky? You're standing on the ground."
No, for sure, brother. It's a good point to bring up, especially in the topic room. I definitely appreciate the rhetoric. It's good stuff, man. You guys are fun. You guys are good people. I'm probably going to come visit you guys some more because I don't really care much for the platform. I've all but disowned it and retired and shut down all my operations here. But you guys are fun.
Yeah, this is the Told You So group.
Oh man, I was looking for the support group like 5 years ago. What's up?
Bro, 5 years ago we were talking about the stuff that is happening today.
I know, me too, bro.
We were waving the flag waving the flag and saying, "Hey, there's these people are messed up. They come in down with all these mandates and all this stuff." And that's why when you said about communities outside of this group and in other apps and other areas, other websites or whatever, I see that because I am in a bunch of communities and I see the value that comes from other communities because like in here we can't talk about everything, so you can't just get stuck in one thing. Obviously, we know that even though this topic is super important, you just gotta be careful and be more broad on the information because like I said, like 5 years ago or even before that, we're trying to tell people about certain things and no, you guys are crazy, you guys are conspiracy theorists. And now what happens? It was true all along.
We all got post blocked every week from Facebook for telling the truth, man. You remember we were all going through it at the same time, I'm sure, and just dealing with that bull crap. And at the end of the day, yeah, we're vindicated very much so. And I'm very excited for the Nuremberg, the war crimes against humanity, biological terrorism tribunals that we're actually launching at the international level currently. And I'm excited for these.
I've actually heard of tribunals in the past, and it was happening for some time before the whole emergency stuff, and it didn't took off, but some things did happen. Some people got arrested here and there, but it hasn't been big. I think if it will ever happen, like actually real tribunals of crimes against humanity and things like that, if that's really is going to happen, it's going to be it's going to rewrite the course of history, actually. It will have to be something as big as that. Because if you're going to put all the records out into the public, there is a bunch of criminals out there that are just enjoying their lives and running the administrative positions of power. And I don't see that just falling so easily. They're not going to give up without a fight.
Oh, very true. I mean, you can see them. You can hear their death cries.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Eventually, I'm optimistic about the young people, the young generations, because I think the foundations of the design of this place will always bring people, even the young ones, to truth that is fundamental. And eventually, they will figure things out by themselves, even when we pass. But still, they need the older generation to kind of teach them, obviously, because parents, grandparents, even great-grandparents. I met my great-grandparents and I learned things from them. And there's families alive today that have 6 generations of people living alive, okay? So I'm optimistic,
that's true. Mostly in Latin America and Asia.
That with information and good thinking and good decision making, a bunch of these lies and these problems and this propaganda that is being pushed for a period of time can be kind of like flow or kind of like fix. A lot of the problems that we have today can definitely be fixed very easily just by a change of mindset, instead of just promoting the lies, promoting the propaganda, promoting the fear, promoting the pedophilia and all that. If we can do away with that stuff, there's a lot of improvement that can happen in the whole world. Even though we know there's evil out there and things are not easy, but I'm optimistic because the design of things and I still think people can accomplish great things. So I'm not gonna just give up because people are scared.
100%, brother. That's why I'm standing here in California, my birthright, exercising, standing on my rights and trying to afford everybody else in my sphere of influence better protections. And I find it to be completely cowardice to surrender ground to these foreign interests when I should be staying here to effectuate the body politic in the sphere of influence. And that's my duty. That's my responsibility to my neighbor, my compatriots. So a lot of my friends left the state. They're not going to find me doing that.
All right, you reside in California, right?
Yes, the communist so-called Banana Republic of California. That's correct. Yes, under our one true God Emperor Newsom, who's been pretty much recalled 100 million times every season we get a chance to, and somehow he skates by to aggrandize his family vineyard Meanwhile, he's locking everybody down and having fancy dinner parties with no mask on. And I think currently he's actually in Mexico enjoying the weather while we're all having freak snow blizzards. And
who did that too? Was Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, fucking bitch. And that fucking that guy, that resident in the White House, that old dementia victim of elder abuse puppet bat that they call Biden, that clone. That piece of shit coward actually spent President's Day in Kiev, Ukraine, handing over $20 billion of our hard-earned tax money and reparation money that should all go to every American citizen and improve our infrastructure and situation at home. And instead, he personally went out on President's Day, which is unfucking precedented, by the way. Excuse the pun.
Hey, I just wanted to jump in, guys, really quick. I just jumped in. We are avoiding certain topics, right? There's a one single topic that we have to avoid.
Is it the Azov Battalion?
It has to do with coughing a lot.
Oh, understood. No, understood. Yeah, that right there that's a pill you don't want to take on your broadcast for sure, bro. Right there with you.
All you have to do is say the thing, and everybody knows exactly what you mean. And just be very vague. Don't openly say. Don't say the M word either, because we got a friend who's got, he's got 3 servers who have been taken down by it for health and safety.
I respect it, brother. I'm intimately aware with this platform and its guidelines, enforcement, and things like that. I'm also aware that you're doing the live stream on the other platforms. As a community manager, media coordinator, that's one of my jobs, is to understand guidelines and TOS, and I understand broadcast etiquette and gag orders and things as it were, because I'm currently involved with closeted virologists who are on sock puppet accounts on Twitter who are actually doing the investigative groundwork and getting the evidence together and peer reviewing and putting together the information that's going to be served in these tribunals. Period. Like, it's happening, and those people are, they're doing what they can, and we're also in support of them. So we're interacting in live broadcast spaces with that level of information warfare, and so I definitely respect where you're coming from with that point. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone in here is definitely on board with that. I hate it. Wish I didn't have to do it, but it's just the way it is. It's TOS.
Yeah.
Yeah. Them's the brakes. That's the button we clicked.
It sucks that we got to this point, and I wouldn't have guessed this would happen 8-9 years ago. But fuck.
There are platforms that offer similar resources and community tools, and even have a very similar UX experience, user interface experience that don't have those TOS mentions. So if you ever want to talk about that on the back end, my DMs are open to you.
That's the problem of these tech companies getting too big and having so much control.
I could agree with that, and I would say, I'm not sure if I've mentioned it to the room yet, but our friend Brandon Straka of the Walk Away campaign, if you're familiar with that movement, he's also one of the gentlemen who got arrested at J6 for not even going in the Capitol. He had just had an iPhone in his hand standing outside, but they got him arrested anyway. And so now he's actually started a social media app that's meant to rival Facebook. It's called Walk Away Social, which is, I believe, now available on the app stores. So that's just another fun, interesting thing, and potentially a Patriot level redundancy that people could utilize for some means.
Google will buy that next month.
Yeah, Brandon's good people. He put a lot of good work into it, and I've talked to some of his devs, and they seem pretty invested, making sure that it goes through smooth.
It'll be bought soon. Don't worry.
I'm sure, but I don't know, man. Brandon's kind of, I don't know. I feel like maybe he's not really the kind of type of dude that would want to build a brand and then sell it. I haven't seen him do too much of that, other than just try to stick with the ethos and the mission statement, which is kind of basically Walk Away campaign was very interesting when it came out, because if you're familiar with it, it was this movement from within the Democrat Party to leave that party en masse. It wasn't necessarily saying, oh, let's go be Republican or anything else. It was just, being able to man up, publicly admit, take the L, say, okay, might have been invested in some bad information, I was misinformed, made some wrong choices. My bad. I'm going to walk away from this party that's walked away from us. And that was what it was all about. And it was a very interesting movement to see pop up when it did. And it actually was very powerful. And the social app seems very interesting too, from some of the conversations I've had with his devs as well.
I think wasn't Trump launching one also, like Truth Social or something?
Correct.
Cringe.
That is also launched.
Cringe.
Yeah, Truth Social is a little cringe, not gonna lie.
I agree.
Yeah, a little. I actually don't even have an account on the platform. Not gonna lie, I don't have a Parler or a Gab or any of them things.
Yeah,
but I will be making
Twitter is already the platform. Why would you do anything but Twitter?
Right.
Twitter's already the platform. There's no point to go anywhere else. If you're going to get some message out, you have to be on Twitter, regardless of how. It's way less draconian because I got my 2014 account reinstated, which was banned for like 5 years.
Yeah,
Twitter needs to implement the live streaming.
They have a very they have Spaces, which is so they have Spaces now. So what Spaces are
video.
No, they don't have video incorporation just yet, but they do have the Spaces, which is what everyone is starting to pay attention to, and have spawned very many positive communications and organizations of late. I mean, even just in the last month, American Mission has become a thing through the Twitter Spaces. And if you want to see who they're involved with, Google them, look them up.
I do like the audio. I do like the community audio program they have on there now. That's pretty funny. Mostly, it's just like right-wing shit posters that I get on mine, which is where the best comedy is anyway, because they're the funniest people on the internet.
Fair enough. Yeah, if you're looking for another funny person on the internet who might fall into that category to some level, I have a friend who's a former Army interrogator and a fire dancer friend of mine, who is now just a YouTuber comedian, and he goes by Tardvark, 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 and I'm not sure if it's Tardvark Posting on Twitter. I think it's Tardvark Posting. Funny motherfucker though. If you want to laugh your butt off, really, really intelligent guy.
Were you by any chance around Twitter about 2014, 2015?
I had so my first original account on Twitter, I never had a personal one ever really. I was for a RuneScape character.
RuneScape.
To get in touch with Jagex. So not probably really.
Jagex. Yeah, okay. So that was back when everyone was trying to contact. Okay, yeah. You made it just for that.
Well, I was a moderator in Mod Shawnee's French chat channel, which is one of the employees of Jagex, and then I got in with because I was a core founder for the Alter clan, and then I was in Zezima clan, so it's just involved kind of from day. I was there since the game started when I was 9, so
I just remember some big drama going on back then, and people were making Twitter accounts to tweet at Jagex.
You're remembering around probably okay, so there's different incidents, but the 07, 08 was a big time for that because they lost half their player base when they basically did the evolution of combat. They hired Mark Gerhard to redesign their combat system, kind of make it a little more like WoW. And then they also did a design update as well, which people were furious about.
Which, if people were playing RuneScape and not WoW, that means they didn't want the combat of WoW. So I don't know why they would have done that.
Correct.
That's not reading their customer base.
Yeah, no, it's not great. Over time, they mitigated that, and they released a subsidiary product, which they've called Old School RuneScape. A lot of people are into it. They kind of recuperated a lot of their base, and I guess they're doing okay. So fuck them.
Okay. So were you around for Gamergate?
Yeah, I was there for all that shit, man. I was merching party hats the whole time.
Okay, I was there from day one, and I had a lot of followers, and I still am in group chats with people that you probably know of.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to say anything other than that, but because I don't like talking about the people I know or anything.
Yeah.
There's a chance we might have run around in the same circles.
Sure.
Unknowingly.
Yeah, I probably, and even intentionally so. I mean, I got 1,000,001 emails and shell personas I use for various different platforms and types of engagement to keep them all solid, compartmentalized and whatnot. So,
yeah. Okay. That was fun for about 3 months.
Yeah.
And then there's people who just wouldn't let it die.
And now it's memeified.
Yeah. Well, all the grifters came in, took it over, and ruined it.
Just a distraction, just like everything else, man. Everything else on the narrative agendas are just, hey, look over here while we fucking, wipe our ass with the other hand real quick.
Yeah, well, people sometimes they mistake the ripples in the water for what's happening. And that's not really what's happening. What's happening is under the surface. So but all these little movements and things that have popped up are not movements themselves. They're results of an unseen movement underneath the water, causing all the waves and ripples. So,
harbingers, omens.
Yes. Premonitions. But generally, that's what I think Trump was also. He was a ripple effect from something else.
I think Trump was quite honestly the harbinger of the awakening of the sleeping giant here in America.
The future, the harbinger of the future. America's dead. America's dead. The America that is going to survive is not going to survive. It's going to be born from the corpse.
Well, yeah, like a phoenix from the ashes. But here's the thing: myself and people like me who, pursuant to Title 10 of the U.S. Code, Section 246, I and many other people, either knowingly or not, are members of United States militia. And myself and other people who are in the United States Armed Forces, National Guard, and many other departments and offices who actually are constitutional oath keepers. When all this climaxes, whatever come what may, with inevitable events, this, that, and the other thing, and when the clash, clans goes to an end and the dust settles, and we poke our heads out of our foxholes and we try to figure out and restore order, kind of come together on that. I'll tell you this: myself and many people like me will be standing with an American flag in hand and a Constitution in the other. And anybody who's not willing to parlay on Constitution and using that as the base is going to be an enemy combatant to us.
Yeah.
Because we're not here to start a Netflix fucking special about how we birth. Yeah. No, dude. We're back to basics on this shit. Back to 1789 with damn God, Constitution, and country, pride, duty, and decorum. And if you can't handle that, then you're not an American, my friend.
Now,
enemy
from what I understand, Trump allowed the 1876 act that made the United States corporation. That's no longer in effect.
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff on the back end.
Did a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know about.
Correct. JFK actually got killed for just talking about doing some of the stuff that Trump managed to get done. He's a sneaky weasel. I like him. Sneaky wombat. Very smart man. Yeah, because he'll create a scene in social medias or whatever with his hyperbolic rhetoric and his New York debonair charm or whatever the fuck, and do his big old media cycle show because he knows all about entertainment.
It's degenerate charm. That's what it is. It's degenerate charm.
Whatever you want. I mean, in the 70s it was fucking debonair.
Yeah.
I mean, he was on Oprah and Letterman were like, Donald, when are you going to run for president? We all love you. You know what I mean? Like they were begging him years ago.
Donald Trump.
So it's just a matter of, but everybody, historically, he was a playboy. You know what I mean? Like he was a smooth, sought after, women desired him, men wanted to be near him. He was best friends with JFK Jr., bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
it's not.
Yeah. I mean, I was born in 1980, so
he's a popular guy.
Trump was a household name growing up.
That's what I'm saying, and everybody loved him to some degree. You knew him from something, whether it was The Apprentice or the real estate ventures or whatever it was, right? I mean, people knew him. They had a certain level of respect for him. I mean, even rappers were making songs for decades. Oh, I want that Trump money, stuff like that.
Before Trump was famous for being on TV, Trump was one of the very few individuals who was famous just for being a real estate mogul.
Correct.
After having like 400, 500 businesses.
A first-generation real estate mogul.
Yeah, first-generation real estate mogul. He didn't inherit all that real estate.
No.
So